Hello and welcome to Six Pack. Today I'm gonna start a new series. What if Deku's world was invaded by All Might and All for One's assassin? If you enjoyed this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
As many people would think, being struck by lightning is terrible, but when this stray bolt strikes you in the middle of the clear sky, you appear to be asking yourself, why me? 1 hour later, I wake up in a daze, look around, and see that I'm in the middle of a street. I flee as soon as a car brushes me, thinking, geez, what in the hell happened? I pull my phone out of my pocket and look at my reflection. I turn to see someone with snake-like hair and another with a whale mutation that makes them giant. What the hell? How am I here? I ask myself as I startle back at the change. I have blonde hair with a white lightning bolt streaking through the right side of it, like Kaminari in My Hero Academy. Once you're calm, I hunched over, sweat trickling down my brow, my hands on my knees as I walked past one alley and into another, gasp gasp gasp. I look at my phone's reflection once more, checking my face once more, and it says, white lightning bolt lightning, that's it. I got hit by lightning, but it was a clear sunny day walking home after hanging out with friends. I seem to have a better physicality than from my old world, judging by how long I ran and judging on some people like Midoriya having broken bones getting slammed into a wall, but I digress. What in the hell? Please don't tell me this is how I got isekai'd to another world just like those op main characters in isekai that get harems. Those are the worst animes to ever watch, I say as I look at my phone's contacts and see God. Calling God, who would have thought it, not me anyway. With a startled expression on my face, I said, hello God ERRGH, did you happen to strike me with lightning on accident and send me to another world by chance, like a little chance? A few seconds of silence followed. A deep voice answered my call with a simple, hello. You're taking this a lot better than I thought you would. Anyways, yes, I did do this and you have my sincerest of apologies. That is why I gave you a blessing. A blessing? How? What would this be exactly? Well, not to sound ungrateful or anything. My phone is filled with giggles. No number, nothing's wrong, my boy. He breathes deeply and continues. I gave two blessing, one to have connections to your old world via your phone and a special ability, or what they're called in this world, quirks. I infused electricity in your body to act like your stamina while also being able to expel the electricity out of you or control or absorb foreign electricity, boosting your electricity storage. Without giving him any time, I ask, so you're saying that I have a quirk like Nijire Hado while also being able to absorb electricity from anything with electricity? That's insane. I have one question though, can I get back home? Yes, you can. You need to kill the humans, one for all's eighth user All Might and All for One. Once those two are dead, you may be able to go home out of your own choice. I wouldn't want to force you. Include a shell-shocked expression. How in the hell? I have one last question before you hang up. What would that be, young one? There is nothing different about this world compared to the animanga in my world. No, this is the exact same as your stories. Our stories. Before another question can be asked, he hangs up. Well, I have more questions, he says, sighing for the 20th time today. At 5:27 p.m., I check the time and notice that my phone appears to be fully charged. Wonder why? I think with a gloomy smile. I need to stop sighing so much. Walking in the city won't do me any good if I don't even know where I am. I check the television in a storefront window, and there appears to be news. Let's see. I'm in Mustafa, hee hee. I let out another sigh. Did I get transported to the beginning of the animanga? Boom. My focus is drawn to a sudden explosion while a crowd of professionals and the slime villain from the animanga are present. Boom 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 boom. Katsuki Bakugo will soon cause a string of explosions. What a paaaaiin. Beyond his anger management issues, Katsuki Bakugo is a pretty cool guy. I get to watch him choke to death, but wait, what? I need to help the damn guy. Even though I know he won't die, but it still stinks just standing here, damn it. I rush to the front of the crowd to watch Midoriya run past the pros and head to Katsuki. I can't really hear what they have to say, but since the pros are focusing on Midoriya, I rush in too. Katsuki gave me a questioning look as soon as I hurried in, and I simply shrugged in response. I need to help, damn it. Wait a minute, if I save one or both I can ask if I can crash at one of their places. I'm a genius, though easier said than done. As he started his mission to scope Katsuki out of the slime, Midoriya made his mark and struck the villain in the eye with his backpack. Katsuki took a deep breath and yelled at the younger boy, Deku, what the fuck are you doing? I don't need your help. Kachin, I can't just stand there and watch you die. Midoriya's tears continued to pour from his unblinking eyes. As I dash through the flames, I spot a perfect split wire from one of the towers. Making a whip out of electricity is not that difficult, and to my surprise, making two isn't that much of a game changer either. Grappling both of their wrists with one whip each, they fly back, being pulled from the whips. Due to the danger, he immediately gets back up after they land Midoriya on his back and Katsuki hard on his butt. Bakugo yelled in rage, "Who the fuck are you extra? I didn't need you or Deku's fucking help." Midoriya was relieved not to be startled. With a tone of self-deprecation, Midoriya said, "Thanks, you really helped out there." "Enough talk, we're still in trouble," I said with a sense of urgency based only on the danger. After quickly recovering from his shock, the slime villain charged at the three of us. I quickly emit electricity covering my hands, unsure of how much electricity I have, as Katsuki, bracing himself for the worst, got up and began creating explosions the size of palms. With only the slime villain's battle cry audible, he appeared to have halted. "Wait, it's All Might." I started to notice how his khaki pants and white shirt were stretched to fit his body. To think I was scared of a little time, how pathetic. All Might muttered, "Detriot Smash." All Might shouted out one of his more famous super moves. It's crazy to watch him literally alter the weather. I think erratically, how am I supposed to fight against that? I know I have a broken quirk, but this is still intimidating. After 10 minutes, I was able to separate myself from the throngs of crows, and some of them complimented me on my peculiarity and situational management, while Death Arms simultaneously reprimanded Midoriya and me. Thinking about it won't help me. I see Katsuki making his way from one street to another, but I interrupt him midway. "Hey, you alright dude, that villain caught you off guard, huh?" I say in a friendly tone. He acknowledges me with a quick side eye. "What the hell are you doing here extra? I didn't need your help," he sighed. In his exaggerated shout, he said, "What do you even want anyways? You want me to thank you or something because you ain't fucking getting it extra?" Knowing or not he had previously hung out with those two other guys, I said, "Nah, you seem like a cool guy when you want to be, plus it seems like you want actual friend. I saw you earlier with those two other guys, they pretty much kissed your ass all the time, they made a comment about you. You noticed that, huh?" he says, his tone a little more subdued than usual. "It's just when you get treated like you're at the top of the world, yo," I go on, "you start acting like you're on top of the world, and that recent encounter with that villain brought you down to earth, huh?" When I'm done, I notice that he has a serious expression on his face. I say in a serious tone, "Are you going to be a hero?" And he looks at me. "If you want to be a hero and you let one loss and you lose all your confidence, then you're not fit to be number one, hell no, even a sidekick to a D-lister." He looks thoughtful as he repeats what he said to his middle school classmates, saying, "I guess those pros' compliments weren't well placed." This seems to ignite him, though, because he smiles his trademark smile. "Oh, I guess I have to show you too that I'm the best." I interrupted him again, saying, "Right, thanks, Rai." He frowns at me, but he sighs and gives me a thoughtful look. "Then ERRRG, I guess you're right, letting this one fight shake me up, that's pathetic, thanks." Without any interruptions, we resumed our stroll. He introduced himself, and I followed suit. "Now the big question," he said, and there was silence for a few more seconds. I put my hands together in a prayer and said, "Hey Katsuki, I was wondering if you do me a favor." When I asked, he raised an eyebrow. "Yeah, spit it out," he said casually. I beg, "Can I crash at your place?" He quickly responds, "Why?" to which I beg once more. He lets out a puff of hair and says, "I'm homeless right now." With my fist in the air, I say, "Thanks, Katsuki." "Whatever," he responds, but he turns his head to let out a laugh. "Yeah, just make sure you watch my old hag of a mom." I was convinced that I wasn't dreaming when I saw the house from the anime in real life. I had a nagging suspicion, but this seems to confirm it. "Okay, I'm here." The silence that seems to permeate my interactions with Katsuki is broken when I ask, "Is this the place?" The explosive blonde asked, "Yeah, I texted the old hag you'd be here for how long did you say?" I respond sourly, "I only met the guy now, I ask him for this, what's with me?" Saddened by my thoughts, I clear my head and enter the door that was just opened. A week at the shortest, I need money for my own place, but being 14 really limits my options, you know. She abruptly stops talking and looks at me. "Katsuki, what the hell was that? You were attacked by a fucking villain." I was so fucking worried I called Masuru to get home. Your little one to save my damn brat, huh, what the name, was said to me as I stared at her, her eyes focused solely on me as I considered my options. I began to speak. Name's Rai, Ms. Bakugo, and I'm sorry that you want me to keep me there for a week. I'll be as clean as I can, I replied, half frightened of the reaction. She smirks at me and gestures for me to enter. Katsuki, who has long since passed away, was in his room making room for me. PSH, don't worry, kiddo. You can stay as long as you need to, and don't call me Ms. Bakugo. Just call me Auntie, Rai. I pull out my phone while sitting on the couch, thinking, how am I going to get money when I'm an unregistered person that got transported to another world? How am I gonna go to school? I have a new crack on the top left side of my phone from the slime villain confrontation, so I check for notifications and see that someone released a music video. Music that released, music from another world, huh? I wonder, can I just copy, paste some songs? I switch my apps to the phone, search for mom contact, and wait until it goes straight to voicemail. Are you kidding me? I get up to go to Katsuki's room, only to find him not even there. A computer is already on when I return to my thoughts, so I sit in the chair and try to find any of the more well-known songs in my world. I see nothing that I recognize, I say, so I should start looking for a way to put money into a bank account I can use. My search continues until I find a tab with Mitsuki card on it. Okay, I'll start downloading the songs. POV of Katsuki Bakugo. I was shocked to see Rai on my computer looking like he was Deku after leaving the restroom. I didn't think he was the kind of person who would download music. What's he even doing? I don't know any of these songs, Billie Jean, Dirty Diana, Thriller, or any of the rest. Dinner's ready, come on, Rai says with a shell-shocked face. Coming. Seeing Rai makes me realize that I didn't inquire about his school or the fact that he was only dressed in jeans and a black hoodie, saying, I'll just talk to him later. Following dinner, as I walk to my room, I see Rai using the computer once more. I should talk to him about it, I think to myself before I say, hey Rai, what the hell are you downloading and why my computer, the old hag has one for her reception work. I growled to make myself more irate, and Rai quickly says, can you call Auntie in here so I can tell the both of you? I nod and go find the old hag. Rai's point of view, I had time to consider how I would phrase it. I can't necessarily just say I'm from another world, but I have to, damn, my head hurts. As Katsuki and Mitsuki enter the room, I can feel the tension building. The big question Mitsuki chose to ask to start the conversation was, Rai, are you doing okay? When Katsuki called me in here, I got worried something bad must have happened. Mitsuki's adorable yet anxious tone gave me a new reason to talk, and they trusted me to take a breath before continuing. I just wanted to tell you the real reason why I needed to crash at your place, was met with complete silence. The first thing Katsuki said was, I come from another world. Bullshit, Katsuki spat, you're bullshitting, you. Must be, Katsuki says as the realization of all the connections and the fact that he doesn't even look Japanese hits him in the head. How? He escapes. I got hit by a stray bolt of lightning by this guy, holding up my phone for the contacts to see. God, you really are, huh? Katsuki and Mitsuki's dumbfounded expressions show me they need 10 seconds to recover. So why'd you download the music then? It's music from my old world, and since my phone can't check this world, I check on your computer if they were here. Lo and behold, they weren't, but beyond that I need the money, so I'd put the music online and hopefully it'll sell. Mitsuki connecting the final dots caused me to take a glance. So that's why you used Katsuki computer to check the music and use my bank account info to make money enough to move out. That's a risky move, you know. I check my phone as usual when I wake up, and it says 8 a.m. I then get up to check the computer for sales, and holy fuck, what the hell, the album at 10 million plays already. I get up, shaking my head from my thoughts, and go get ready for the day and get some of Katsuki's clothes. Walking down the stairs leads me to the Bakugo family having breakfast, and I even spot Katsuki, who I thought would be at school. $10,000 already. How? Oh wait, the US, it was 8 p.m. when I released the music, so it was about 8 a.m. for them. Damn, this is tough. Hey, good morning. Auntie sees me coming down the stairs and says, Rai, get your ass in the chair, you're not skipping breakfast. Oh, he just got attacked by a villain like yesterday. Masuru stands up and bows, saying, so this is our son's savior. Thank you for being there to help Katsuki. He's a brash kid, but at least he has good friends to look out for him when we weren't there. As an American, I've never even had someone bow to me, so I raise my hands in embarrassment. Masaru smiles as I approach the person seated next to Katsuki and say, "Hey auntie, you might want to check your balance." Hey, Katsuki doesn't need someone to look out for him, he'll be an amazing hero in the future. Mitsuki takes out her phone, only to put it down a moment later. "Dear, are you okay?" Masaru asks Andy with a worried expression. Katsuki perks up at the amount when she yells, 10,000 US in a couple hours. What? 10,000 is enough for an apartment, isn't it? He received a response to his question. "Yeah, but I need a stable amount of money to own an apartment, then hopefully rent a warehouse." Katsuki's eyes lift slightly as he asks, "You want to be a hero?" I laugh at the question. "We need a place to train to be heroes, don't we?" I give him a sly smile that gradually turns into a frown. "If you were in my situation, what would you do?" "I guess I'd do what you're doing. How will I get to UA if I don't have school here?" "Hey auntie," Mitsuki says as she answers the phone. "Yes, you do need something." "Yeah, just a quick question. Could you adopt me?" "Why?" "Well, I was hoping you could help me become a registered citizen of Japan so I can go to school and—" "Alright brat, plus you need your own bank account. Actually Katsuki, come too, it'll be good to open one up for you too." Mitsuki hopping into her shoes, "We're behind you auntie or soon to be mom." Quote. Looking up from my phone, I see Katsuki walking beside me as we wait in line for ice cream. A certain half-boy catches my eye, and I can see he's been crying. I gesture to Katsuki of him, and he nods, taking my place in the line. I checked my phone and discovered that it had taken her 3 hours to enroll me at Aldera Middle School. "Hey, malls are meant to be enjoyable, but you're crying. Is there something I can do to help?" He gives me a chilly look. I kind of expected it, and it did make me look twice, but I kept on being a pathetic fool. I grin and proudly introduce myself and my recently acquired family name, name's Rai Bakugo. He gives me a quick glance before turning away. "Who are you and why would you care?" I ask. "Well, my name's Shoto Todoroki and I guess it's nice to meet you, Bakugo-san." The half-and-half boy responded to my question, "Do you mind if I sit here?" "Well, no one is using it so sure," Todoroki said, taking another breath. "Well, why would you care about a random person, huh?" "Well, I think all people deserve to be happy and the includes you, Todoroki-kun. You can tell me anything, I'll keep my mouth shut." Stopped, and I gestured to a zipper with my hand on my lips. "But I just met you, it wouldn't be right if I—" "No need, if I can help you then I want to," I interrupted him. He stares at me for a minute before taking a deep breath and finding his voice. "Fine." 10 minutes later. "If you're really sure your mother hates you because you resemble Endeavor, then your mother is more shallow than I think," is the advice we offered after listening to Todoroki Katsuki's problems. "Remove that." Todoroki then yells at Katsuki and me, with Katsuki being the more astute. "Then you should visit her half and half. Nothing will happen if you don't take the first step." "But, I can't show my around her all." I interrupted him by getting up from my chair and saying, "Stop making excuses, we're going to visit your mother." Todoroki asks. "Yeah, I see hot you need help and we're going to be the heroes that help you. Come on, where is she?" 2 p.m. Awaiting Todoroki in the waiting room. Yay, Todoroki is leaving the visiting room looking like he just cried, but from what I understand, he did so. He approaches us and bows his head, and instead of feeling ashamed as I usually would, I give him a hug and a smile. "You were right, it's my quirk and I'll use it to become the hero I want to be." "Then train with us, we're trying to be heroes and well I would like your help and presence." "I don't know about Katsuki though." "I see hot, just don't hold us back and you're fine with me," Katsuki yells like his usual self while remaining seated. He then settles down and speaks in a more relaxed tone. "Well, of course I'm going to work hard, I'm going to be the number one hero." Todoroki smirked as he looked at Katsuki. I swear I saw 2 lightning bolts strike each other during their intense glare match. "Well, hotshots, wait up, we need a place to train. I've been looking for warehouses to buy and they are expensive, but we need more money. Here, I could pay for half," Todoroki replied as he handed over a card. "Whose is this?" "Wait, I know, yay, his pockets are big enough for the warehouse by itself. We've been making plans in a mental hospital, so let's leave already." "Alright, let's see the warehouses and then find a place to train." "Yay," Todoroki replies softly. "Hey, may I call you Shoto?" Todoroki raises an eyebrow in alarm, saying, "It's a sign of our friendship." "Well, I'd like to think anyways." "Sure, Rai," he says, receiving a smirk from me and a glare from Katsuki. After a week, moving, I'm 14. Well, I was 16 before I was transported over, but now I'm 14 Gs. One more mystery also, that I could speak perfect Japanese without seeing it other than anime was a definite surprise. I guess this was a given blessing from God. I turned to see Shoto carrying a few boxes and Katsuki carrying a large box filled with his computer parts. I rush over to help carry it. I'm beginning to respect those who renovate homes. I'm on the floor of the living area of the warehouse where Katsuki, Shoto, and I currently reside. They let out a sigh about why they wanted to live here, which was dubious, but they have a strong desire to be the best, so what can I say? I got up and went to the dining room to see them organizing a training schedule for the next 10 months. You guys are working hard, I say, and they look at me for a moment before turning back to the paper. I shake my head and say, "Hey guys, I got an idea." They raise their eyebrows and look at me intently. They both take a moment to think about this and simply nod. "Well, I got 2 barrels with your names on them. Try their training from the training arc will help them both improve while I bounce around. Let's have the first day for pushing your quirks to the limits, the second day to work on our physical bodies, and the third day to refine and make new skills and techniques. With the electricity I've absorbed, I can try making a safety net covering the walls and floor for safe quirk usage, since quirks can only be used in private property or to avoid hurting others." It was worth the trouble to say that Katsuki Bakugo and Shoto Todoroki were the same people they were 10 months ago, even though the next 10 months would be filled with blood, sweat, and tears. They are far more accomplished than they should have been. Their strength is comparable to when they were pursuing a vigilante Deku and had to tinker with their peculiarities. It would be disrespectful to say that they had discovered a gold mine. Katsuki was able to create a blade of continuous explosions using concentrated explosion, and he used all of his armor-piercing techniques to make AP widely used. His fingertips are used to make the shot while he is holding his palm in the air, palm facing the ground. Burst, another method that was developed through hard work and an experimental method that we were working on. When a concentrated explosion is combined with a burst, it reacts explosively, knocking Katsuki far back. Because he was unaccustomed to the recoil, he slammed into the net quickly and dislocated his shoulders. Shoto's statement that his quirk was a dual quirk was accurate because both he and Katsuki are at the VD arc power level. Shoto developed the ability to change his hair and body to be either ice side or fire side. When he could use fire all over his body but couldn't use his ice side, his hair turned red. However, fire has twice the durability of his ice side, and vice versa. In relation to that, he enhanced his control and was able to create chains of ice and fire as well as swords. He made chains on his back and discovered that, as a bonus, he could use his ice side without touching the ground or anything else. I was able to develop a technique for myself called Thunder God, which functions similarly to OFA full cowling. Based on my current strength, I can now defeat either AFO or All Might. I discovered that I can shoot my electricity like Ki, and I was able to successfully copy both the Rasengan and the Chidori, creating 4 tendrils on my back like Doc Ock and electric clones. In addition, I have a special technique that basically means that if someone were to punch me in the palm, I could turn my entire arm into electricity. Since electricity isn't solid, it would pass through my hand and create a hole, so basically, I could turn my body into electricity to defend against attacks. Since I could create matter and heal people like Overhaul, I could theoretically heal All Might, but I couldn't split like Overhaul, so that would be good. In retrospect, we trained tirelessly and supported one another through our struggles. For example, Katsuki stopped yelling at everything, expressed his appreciation for his friendship with Shoto, and even moved past Midoriya after realizing his actions weren't heroic. He now simply avoids Midoriya at school. Shoto is able to express emotion and speak to people like a regular person. I even shared with him my secret that I'm from another planet. I'll say that going to school is boring for the rest of my life because I know every subject except Japanese, which Katsuki helps me with. Despite this, I've managed to consistently place in the top 3, with a girl wearing glasses coming in second and Katsuki in third. Entrance exam day. I tell Katsuki, "Ooh, it looks bigger in person, you know." Yay, don't tell me you're nervous." Shoto already got his acceptance letter, now we need to pass the entrance exam. Katsuki smirks in response. As we enter the gates, we see Midoriya about to fall, but Jiro catches her instead. Observing the exchange, we simply pass a stuttering Midoriya and leave one last message. He nods resolutely to me, saying, "Hey Midoriya, you're here for a reason, right? Don't chicken out now." Katsuki grabs me and helps me avoid hitting other people, but this in turn causes him to run into Uraraka, who quickly falls. Katsuki offered a hand after blinking. "Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to hit you." She begins to apologize, but Katsuki interrupts, saying, "It was my fault. Don't apologize for something that wasn't your fault, and can I ask, what your name is?" "Oh, my name's Ochako Uraraka. What's your name?" "Katsuki Bakugo and my idiot brother Rai." I sulk childlessly as we head to the auditorium, chit-chatting with Katsuki and Uraraka. Katsuki blushes when I smirk at him, and he gives me a slight glare. "Good luck." "Well, it's not like you'll need it or anything," Katsuki says as he enters the auditorium doors, blushing profusely, before we part ways. "Good luck, Bakugo-kuns. I'll hopefully see you guys later." "Yeah, we'll see you later, Uraraka-san," I say as I bid Katsuki farewell, demonstrating his bravery. "Yay, I'll see you later." It felt strange to enter the UA auditorium because it brought back memories of my time in the My Hero universe. My seat was next to Katsuki as we walked to spot 2232, and Midoriya was to his left, checking the card I was holding and saying, "Battle Center C-Hut." As I sat there, I noticed that Midoriya was climbing stairs to get to his spot, with Katsuki a few steps behind him. The ironic thing is that Midoriya and I have never met, so he is unaware that I am Katsuki's brother. Zoning out of my own thoughts, I watch Present Mike take the stage and start outlining the test's practical component, which adheres to canon. As our test is being administered, I notice things about algebra. Yes, I do recall learning about algebra when I first started high school. It was nice to finish the test rather quickly and still have time for an extra nap. After discussing with Katsuki that he felt the test was fairly easy and that being second in our grade would not change his drive, I started to walk to the battle center where I had been sent. Wearing a black tracksuit with yellow sleeves that I purchased on the way there. I hear the start bell and run, giving my body the same power as a full Cal 20%, not really paying much attention to anyone else but myself. As Present Mike yells, there is no start buzzer in real battles. I move to the three-pointer, touch it, and drain the electricity from the enormous robot, causing it to collapse. I then repeat the process with the robots in the battle center's corner. With this in mind, I turn to hear loud cries of people in awe of the zero-pointer. If I get in the way, there might be a character that is not in canon be in the class. I take a chance and shout for everyone to leave. They stare at me and then at the robot, and they begin to flee. I turn to see the zero-pointer foot ready to stomp me to dust, but I'm more concerned with helping people escape the debris. The giant robot stumbles back and backs away a couple of its giant steps as an aura of electricity bursts from me and engulfs me, making a hand twice as big as me, removing the individual before the zero-pointer reappears. 30 seconds left, is announced by the presenter Mike. "Do I go all out?" he asks. "I think it'll look cool, but I might pass out from the energy expenditure. I could only hold this for 10 seconds. Anyway." The familiar titan of an avatar punches the zero-pointer back, and I repeat the process until I form a bow as large as the avatar shoots a bolt of lightning for an arrow piercing the zero-pointer, causing it to fall helplessly to the ground. I take a step back, push off the ground, and form wings on my back flying up. My electric aura begins to form into a large set of armor, Susano. I used up all of my energy and then some more because of all the energy I took in. I fell quickly, landing with my back to the ground and losing consciousness in midair. 3 p.m. I'm exhausted when I wake up in my room at the warehouse. I try to get up, but a pair of hands push me back down. I turn to see Shoto grinning at me before he says, "You should stay in bed. From what I heard from Katsuki, then you really went plus ultra in the entrance exam." I laugh sharply but exhaustedly. "Yay, I just kind of wanted to show off. I don't really want to do it since I want to kind of blend in, but I thought it was pretty cool." He gave me one of his old, emotionless smiles and said, "Yeah, I kind of want to go to sleep. You're bed bound for the rest of the day. I hope you're happy." "Yeah, I'll go. I'll wake for dinner. We're making soba." "Of course we are," I said with a weary smile. "Turn off the lights please." "Yay, I got it." His flicking of the lights reminds me of how exhausted I am, and I instantly nod off. After 2 weeks, the lengthy wait for our envelopes was rather dull. We just practiced as usual, Sashoto, Katsuki, and I sat on the couch in the living room. I motioned for Katsuki to open his letter first, and he did so, revealing a torn envelope on the side and a disc on the table. A hologram of All Might then appeared on screen, and I noticed that both Katsuki and Shoto raised their eyebrows at me. "Did you know this was going to happen?" I simply nodded, and All Might then made his customary exit before declaring, "I am here to inform you of your results, Katsuki Bakugo. All Might clears his throat. You young man, you passed the written exam with a 95% on your test. We soon see a picture of Katsuki's interaction with Uraraka on the screen. Looking to my right, I notice a playful smirk on Shoto's face and a blushing one on Katsuki's. He quickly looks away, and we return our focus to the screen. On the practical part of your exam you were a true hero, not only defeating robots with finesse, experience and skill, but also helping people not only on the battlefield as well. All Might keeps saying, young man, your words and deeds encouraged her to improve, but still, with 100. You tie for first place with 125 points, 25 hero points and 25 villain points. He doesn't display the leaderboard, so I'm not sure why. You have passed young Bakugo. Welcome to your Hero Academia, Katsuki said with a proud expression on his face. He then gave me instructions to open my envelope and inform the elderly hag. Yay, on it, refers to the moment I tore the envelope. The disc dropping and the hologram appearing were expected, but they still look cool. Rai Bakugo, I am here to tell you your results. Taking a deep breath, All Might declares, you young man have passed the written exam with a 90. You demonstrated a level of diligence on the practical portion of the test that all pro heroes find difficult to match, but you had a great performance, young man, scoring 85. 40 villain points, hero points to reach an incredible total of 125 points and a tie with the other winner. Welcome to your Hero Academia, young Rai. We cheered as we let the hologram go and sat there until it dawned on us like a tsunami wave. We passed and we were going to the same school. After 2 weeks, as Katsuki put it, he wanted to see the competition, so we got up early to get to class on our train. At 7:40, we arrived at the left side of the room, where there were only a few students, including Momo Yaoyorozu, Iida Tenya, Midoriya, and Kyoka Jiro. They all seemed to be chatting, so we walked past them without wanting to interrupt them. And as we moved to the left side of the room, we just started chit-chat, and while we were focusing on each other, our new classmates seemed to notice us. Midoriya started to say, is something wrong? But was stopped by Jiro, who gave Katsuki a glare. I asked, thinking it was a question, but Jiro's face looked like an attack, and she lifted her finger at Katsuki. Jiro slowly raises her voice and says, yay, there is a shit stain here. Katsuki scowls back, and soon more and more classmates fill the room, filling all 21 seats. Wait, 21, there were only 20 before, why add another one? I shake my head from my thoughts as Uraraka appears to arrive last and greets Midoriya, calling him, falling boy. The boy blushes, and Jiro gives him a distant look. Aizawa makes the choice to intervene now. 8 seconds, that's how long it took you all to quiet yourselves. That isn't going to work out. This isn't for hanging out with friends. This is the hero course. Name's Shota Aizawa. Aizawa-sensei will do now. With a tablet in hand, he exits the room and heads out to the field, looking back at the class before yelling, go get changed, we're having a quirk apprehension test outside, be quick. Normally, you won't have much time to suit up in real situations. He then takes a gym uniform from inside his sleeping bag and continues, go get changed. After saying, get moving, we don't have time to waste, the students made the decision to follow Aizawa out of the room and into the changing room. Katsuki and Shoto were among the first people to enter the field and start chatting. Have you heard of our teacher? I don't know if they think I know or not, I say, asking them if they are aware. No, I don't. I heard that UA has pro heroes for staff, but what pro heroes this? Shoto said candidly in response to the current events. No I fucking idea, Katsuki says bluntly. He is the pro hero Eraserhead, and from what I've seen, his quirk is that it eliminates people's quirks that are within his line of sight. This only works on emitter and transformation quirks, not mutant quirks. Quote. Taking a quick breath, Shoto says, he uses that scarf around his neck to restrain enemies. I raise my eyebrow in confusion, and he says, thank you for the lesson, in that even tone of his, with a smile plastering his face. Fuck you, I spat quickly. Katsuki's amused puff of air caused him to hold his mouth in laughter, wanting to spill out. Irritated, I look around and see that most of our classmates are already here. As he finishes, the last couple of people arrive. Okay, Bakugo, tell me about your longest softball throw. Katsuki and I both tilt our heads in response, and we both say, 70 meters. Midoriya looks shocked, saying, that was Kachan's relative this entire time, I thought they were just friends. Aizawa appears to assess the situation, clicks his tongue, and tosses the ball to Katsuki. Katsuki readies himself and holds the ball in a pitcher's stance, letting it rip and exploding the ball forward in a line of concentrated explosions. Use your quirk to throw the ball as far as you can, he says, echoing the canon spiel about restricting people's use of quirks at school to test power. After the ball hits the ground, Aizawa shows everyone his score of 2,249.9. Everyone except for me and Shoto screams, "Why does a douchebag like him get all the attention?" She looks over at Midoriya and blushes. Katsuki is stronger and has more techniques, and Shoto actually has developed in his fire and ice side is doing amazing and on track to even beat out Yaoyorozu, so am I actually. Midoriya clenches his fist in rage, saying, "I worked so hard just to get here and here, even though Kacchan is blowing me with one for all because he thought I am worthy. When we can all fly, Shoto, Katsuki, and I are attempting to stay in the endurance race against someone who can build a motorcycle like what?" As we return to this, Shoto turns full fire for this charging, concentrated blast of fire, which, like Katsuki's 1567.4 but with less distance, still packs a punch. It's my turn to make an electric bird that will carry the ball and release an infinite score, similar to Uraraka. When Midoriya approached the circle, our classmates began chatting. "So what's that guy's quirk? He hasn't been using it at all," exclaims Kaminari. Well, I remember he used it to punch the zero-pointer but 3 of his limbs broke." With a star-struck expression, Mina remarked, "Wait, seriously, wow, I heard quirks that had drawbacks but that's something else." Jiro's voice is honest as she states, "Yeah, well Izuku hasn't really used his quirk for a long time and his body is too weak for the full brunt of his power. He's been training pretty hard since I met him. I erased your quirk. Were you planning to break your bones and have people save you again? There won't be a next time, especially on the field. We don't need someone with only 2 strong attacks and then he needs to be rescued," Aizawa said in a more menacing tone than in the anime as Midoriya considered his options and attempted to throw the ball with OFA, but it went 48 meters. "Why?" With a SMAAASH shout, Midoriya inhales and throws OFA in his finger, the last part of his body to touch the ball. The ball flew until it hit the ground, and I felt the pressure of the wind hit me and tried to keep dust out of my eyes as everyone looked in disbelief at the power and broken finger. We all finished the test, and when I looked at our scores, I saw that I had won first place. Shoto, who had more options than Katsuki, had won second, leaving Katsuki in third, and Yaoyorozu barely losing to Katsuki. Midoriya never showed signs of having a quirk, so why now? That's really convenient that he got a quirk just before the exams. I'll have to talk to him later about it, Katsuki said, not so much angry as he considered confronting Midoriya later after school, but he shook his head at the idea. Everyone but me, Katsuki, Shoto, and Yaoyorozu gasped as Midoriya, searching for his name on the 20th plate, took a gulp of fear, began to shake, and let's add a tear. "Oh, by the way, it was just a logical deception to see everyone try their best," he said. "Wait, did everyone think that he really would expel last place? I thought more people would have gotten it." "No, I don't think you get it. Did you see last year's sports festival?" I turned my head towards Aizawa. "There was no class 1A that year. Was that your class last year?" "Yes, they were in my class, but they just lacked potential. It's better to end a dream before it leads to hell." Class was dismissed because it was lunchtime. After giving Midoriya a nurse's note, we went to the cafeteria, chose our food, and sat down in a lonely spot. I sat on the guy's right, Katsuki on my right, and Shoto in front of me. I quickly figure out who it is, Tamaki Amajiki, who was shaking during the exchange. "Hey, are these seats open, senpai?" he asks, a little dejectedly. "Oh, Suri, they're open. No one's sitting here. The names are Rai Bakugo, my brother, and he's over there." I point at Katsuki, he says, as Katsuki Bakugo, and the one across from me is Shoto Todoroki. "Nice to meet you." Amajiki trembles a little before he begins to think, these people are so young yet they're so confident. Maybe if I stick around them I'll gain their confidence like how Fat Gum has been trying to help me with. When I saw Amajiki blush while shaking my hand, I thought, wonder what's that about? Wait, is he embarrassed that he can't really say sentence without stuttering? I cleared my throat. Tamaki Amajiki, managing to say his name full startled them, but these 3 just seemed to radiate confidence, especially, Rai was his name. Yeah, he's really cute. "Well, Tamaki-senpai, which course are you in?" I asked the bashful man with the raven hair, and he blushed when I called him by his given name. "I'm a 3rd-year hero course student," he said. That's really cool. We're just in the first year hero course. Actually, also sorry for calling you your given name. I appeared sheepish. No, it's fine. It marks our friendship, doesn't it? Guess you're right. Oh wait, Tamaki-senpai, I wanted to ask, would you like to hang out with us after school today? I don't have anything to do. At what time exactly? Katsuki shrugged his shoulders and Shoto said, well, like right after school. Me and my friends want to get to know you. Shoto replied, yes, I could use more friends other than the Bakugo family. They might rot my brain. I didn't bother to answer, knowing who would answer, but the attention would be diverted. By the way, you can call us our first names as well. All right, Rai-san. Tamaki blushes, but does it sound feminine in some way? I shake my head. Tamaki blushes more as she says, no need for the formalities, you know. Rai makes Tamaki laugh as well as I do. It was going well until Katsuki started acting out when the boys and I tried to get Tamaki out to play at the arcades. He rarely does it anymore, but it's a funny sight. However, Tamaki noticed something different. He recalled a memory from a long time ago. He shudders at the memory, asks to be excused, and goes to the bathroom, which is a single bathroom with just a sink and toilet. He starts to breathe easily, sits on the toilet, strips off his shirt to reveal wrappings on his chest, and starts to cry. He let his head down, cowed by his own fear. After 20 minutes, Shoto, Katsuki, and I began to worry when he didn't return. Here you guys play, I'll go find him, see if he's still in the bathroom. It's been a long time, Katsuki said. Tamaki was so engrossed in his thoughts that he couldn't remember if he had locked the door at that precise moment. The door opens to reveal a half-drunk man who is slurring his words as he says, well, look at this cutie, why don't you give this little guy a taste? The man removes his pants to reveal half-ripped briefs, and Tamaki freezes in fear. What are you doing, just staring? He grabs the wrappings and rips off his bandages to reveal a modest C-cup breast, reaching out to fondle them. He didn't have the foresight to see a fist coming at his face, courtesy of Rai Bakugo, and a furious one. At that point, I start to yell at the man and then throw him out, locking the door. Hey, you okay? Tamaki-senpai. The now exposed girl jumps, holds his arm, and cries. We stay there for another 10 minutes. I text the boys in ours group chat that something bad happened, but I took care of it. They shouldn't have to worry. Tamaki, is there something you want to tell me? You can. When I was a kid, I got raped. She cries harder on my shoulder, me being smaller than her, be damned, she needed help. Me getting the full picture, only wanted to protect her, but I knew that was the wrong way, so that's why. You wanted to become a hero, huh? That's amazing. You're amazing, Tamaki. She blushes. No, I'm not. I froze. No. Good hero freezes, depressed as all hell. That only means that you can only go up from there. Then you wanna extend our little hangout section to a sleepover at my house. Tamaki blushes once more, finding another person to believe in her, making another friend and helping her wanted to make her cry tears of happiness, but she needed to be strong, she needed to be Sunniator, a true hero. Here, let me text my parents real quick. Tamaki proceeds to send a text message and got a reply quite fast, like really fast. Well, I step out of the bathroom to give her room. Hey, I'll tell the guys we all live together in a warehouse I own. A pause, then a smirk. Ima, go steal the other guy's tickets. Please take your time, and I'll get you something. To Tamaki. Now that I've heard it, she laughs much more femininely this time, and she just deepens her voice. At school. See you later. We're going to watch Katsuki and Shoto play a piano game, and we'll see Katsuki yelling once more, how the devil are you so skilled at these pointless games? Katsuki yells. A brief chuckle comes from me as their attention snaps to me. So how is he? Katsuki asks. Yay, what happened to Tamaki? Shoto responded. Oh, I'm right here. Voice a higher pitch turns my attention to the now bandage-less Tamaki. Wait, you're a girl. Both Katsuki and Shoto were dumbstruck. They didn't even have a clue. Yes, well, did you tell them yet? No, I was going to, though. It's better you're here now. We's having a sleepover. Shoto nods and Katsuki gives a shrug and releases an amused puff of air. Tamaki just chuckles. We walk till we get to the train and get off at our stop. We're still in Mustafa. We enter through the door to open into a living space and we talk about what happened. To say Katsuki and Shoto was pissed was an understatement, but we managed to calm them down and I told her my story. After all that, I brought an extra futon and put it on the floor of my room and proceed to get in it. Wait, I can't take your bed, Tamaki exclaimed. It's fine, just take it. I already got inside the futon and I don't want to leave. Lazy. she says and giggles. Tamaki was wearing a shirt of mine while also a pair of shorts. Don't pay attention to the tight shirt and go to sleep, right? We are switching this day to our rest day on our training schedule. Before Shoto falls asleep, he notices my door open and finds Tamaki and I both sleeping soundly. He gently closes the door and makes his way to his room to sleep. Tomorrow, I'm going to fix Tamaki's clothes from the dryer this morning and give her bandages, but she threw them aside and said, I'm done hiding myself from the world, I want to shine just like the sun. I blushed as Katsuki yelled and walked out of the kitchen, saying, Shoto wanted to cook today, and then we moved to a table with 4 spaces in the dining room. Can I move in? She said shyly, and I gave her a shocked look, but I gave her a thumbs up while gesturing to the others, who looked shocked and accepted. But that also means you joining in on training quirk strengthening training usually on Mondays and Thursdays, physical training on Tuesdays and Fridays, and quirk technique training on Wednesdays and Saturdays, and we have Sundays off 5 p.m. to 8 p.m., Katsuki lectured. All right, Tamaki said, her eyes blazing with a passion that few people possess. But we need your parents' opinion on this. Can we visit your house? Yes, we should eat since we're going to be late, and we prepare our breakfast for the following school day. 7:50 UA. When we arrive at school at 7:50, we bid Tamaki farewell and head to our class. The majority of the students are there, so we head to our seats and relax until a certain peace symbol enters the room. I am here, Tokiyami exclaims. Holy crap, it's All Might, he smells heroic. Tokiyami remarks, wow, he looks cooler in person. Zero, looking shocked, exclaims, so cool. All Might clears his throat. Hello students, we are going to be having battle training. I hear Midoriya's gulp while Katsuki smirks and almost everyone else tenses. Meet me in battle center, everyone, and make sure you use your costumes. He pointed to his left where briefcases pushed out of the walls. Getting number 18 briefcase of the wall, me, Katsuki and Shoto walk to the locker room, get changed and make it to the observation room before everyone other than All Might. They say clothes make the heroes, and I have to say you all look quite good. Thanks All Might. I rub the back of my head sheepishly. My costume is basically similar to Midoriya's world mission outfit, just change the green for yellow that get bright when I use my quirk like a light bulb. I have iron boots as well, this all mixed with my DNA. Katsuki has his joint training arc hero costume. The only difference is his costume has his DNA, so he could use his explosion all over his body without blowing off his clothes. Shoto also has his World Heroes hero costume. I had to keep the hood, it looked nice, and Shoto costume is also laced in his DNA and made by the same stuff as his original costume, making it take a lot more fire or ice to burn or freeze of the consume. Soon, nobody was filling in except for us, so we changed out of Cannon's clothes and moved on. Hello students, you all look very dapper. We are having a battle trail, heroes versus villains. All Might coughs to get everyone's attention. You'll be divided into 2-person teams and 1 3-person team. The players on the 3-person team will be at a disadvantage, but you can't play fairly. Ochako Uraraka and Izuku Midoriya, Team A. Mezzo Shoji, Rai Bakugo, and Shoto Todoroki, Team B. Minoru Mineta and Momo Yaoyorozu, Team C. Tenya Iida and Katsuki Bakugo, Team D. Mina Ishido and Yuga Aoyama, Team E. Koji Koda and Rikido Sato, Team F. Kyoka Jiro and Denki Kaminari, Team G. Tsuyu Asui and Fumikage Tokiyami, Team H. Toru Hagakure and Masharao Ojiro, Team I. Honta Siro and Ejiro Kirishima. Matches. Team A vs Team D. Team I vs Team B. Team J vs Team I. Team G vs Team C. Team F vs Team E. Do you have any questions? All May finally put down the paper he read from. Some people had questions about All Might because he was wearing a costume without pockets, but no one had any questions about the exercise. When Katsuki is offered a handshake, he makes a fist and presses it against his palm, saying, "You're way too stiff, dude, you need to chill out. We're classmates, not businessmen." Katsuki Bakugo, by the way. Iida blushes in embarrassment but quickly recovers. Bakugo-kun, could you tell me about your quirk? I was able to see it. Lets you use explosions from your palms, okay. No, you're not totally correct. My quirk is that I sweat nitroglycerin type sweat and can use flares to cause an explosion, and I can use it all over my body, not just on my hands. The more sweat I get, the bigger the explosion, so I can be classified as an endurance fighter. From what I see from your quirk is that your thighs have engine in them, making you go faster. Yes, that's basically it. What do you think we should do to fool these heroes, Bakugo-kun? But what about the bomb, Bakugo-kun? The bomb is going to need a good hiding place, maybe just on the 5th floor and on one of the corners, preferably behind the building. Yeah, I'll go to the entrance while you fight them. If you can wait long enough for me to reach the battle, I could land a sneak attack or capture one of them. All right. 5 minutes later. From the earpiece, All Might said, "Heroes, you may enter the building." Katsuki leapt to the ground and ran covertly after Midoriya and Uraraka. I thought Kacchan would have attacked us already. I know I haven't known Bakugo for long, but he seems like a nice guy. Him seems rather nice. The match was announced over. Young Uraraka and young Midoriya, you have been captured. Villain team wins. Iida charges at the pair as they reach the 3rd floor, making it to the other side of the hallway before launching into a villainous tirade about how cunning and evil he is. Katsuki sneaks up on both Uraraka and Midoriya because Midoriya is overanalyzed and Uraraka can't stop laughing. With their attention away from Iida, they look at their tied arms. How? When he turns to look behind him, he sees Katsuki returning to him and walking down the building. Midoriya gives Katsuki a nasty look behind his back, and someone who was hit by Uraraka managed to sneak up on them both, saying, "Whoa," and blushing slightly. At the same moment that Katsuki captured the heroes in the observation room. "Oh my, winning without even having to throw a punch, that's insane," Yaoyorozu said in shock, while everyone else exclaimed, "Ah, that isn't manly at all." Kirishima exclaimed, "Young Kirishima, although it is not manly, he was playing a villain, and villain really aren't manly, but winning without having to throw a punch is very impressive, especially since heroes are there to contain destruction, not make more." Shoto and All Might were the only people who seemed truly impressed by Katsuki, but he looked really impressed by him. "Hey, this is your first time, you'll get better at being a hero, that's why we're here, and I'll give you a rematch if you really want, Uraraka," Katsuki told Iida as they arrived at the observation room, followed by a very dejected Midoriya and a distraught Uraraka. Uraraka took this personally and grinned at Katsuki, saying, "I won't be this easy to beat next time, Bakugo-kun." "Student, I wanted to know who you all thought was the MVP of the last match," All Might said, drawing everyone's attention and giving Midoriya a pitying glance. "Well, not to state the obvious, but it was Bakugo-kun. Being able to win without throwing a single attack and with teamwork made a good strategy against their opponents," Yaoyorozu said. All Might nodded and told the next teams, Team B and Team I, "It's your time to shine." 10 minutes later. "Are we ready to go, All Might sensei?" "Yes, you may commence, young Bakugo." After hearing this, our plane takes off. Shoji's enhanced hearing allows him to hear the room's floor and room as we fly in, and Shoto freezes the floor from outside the room. "They're in floor 3, the room on the very left," Shoji said after searching with his quirk. "Right, let's go." Shoto simply nods, and we walk to the right side of the building. Shoto uses his fire to fly up next to the window, freezing Hagukure and Ojiro in their steps. We break the window and enter to touch the bomb to end the match. Lunchtime. Me, Shoto, Katsuki and surprisingly Kirishima. "You're Kirishima, right?" I questioned, knowing the answer already. "Yay, that's me, and I was hoping to be friends with you guys." "Of course you can, you're actually the first person in our class to come up to us actually." "Wait, really?" "Yay, I kinda get it, we seem unapproachable at a distance." "Oh well, you guys did really good in the battle trail, like I mean aced it. If you don't mind me asking, how'd you guys get so strong?" I look between Shoto and Katsuki and we all answer his question. "Training." I pick up. "We might have amazing quirks." Shoto picks it up. "We trained our ass off just to get one step closer to our dream." Katsuki picks it up as well. "It doesn't matter if you have a flashy quirk or not, heroes are here to save people, and battling villains is the side part of the job that glorifies the heroes." Kirishima with his mouth open in utter shock. "So you're saying I could be a good hero even with this quirk?" He hardens his arm and turns it off. Katsuki scoffs. "Well, you never will get better if you don't start training your quirk. If you're serious about training, then you can join us in training." "Wait, really?" Kirishima brightens up. Katsuki nods, flashing a smirk. "I want to tell you though, it's gonna hurt and beat you up. Are you willing to train to be better, take all this pain to be a better hero?" Kirishima describes his terrifying encounter with the villain Ashido, who also lied, saying that he wanted to help but felt powerless. "Yes, I want to stop being helpless, I want to help people," Kirishima says. "I see you're serious about this. We usually train 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. in the warehouse I own. Do you want to tag along after school or want us to send you the directions?" "Sure." Shoto nods and Katsuki gives me a fiery smirk. Get ready to be my victim Ejiro, I'm so beating you at the arcade. Oh, is that a challenge? I'll let you know Katsuki, I have some experience and won't lose. He gives him a determined smile. I start laughing. The other two members of the Big Three, Mirio Tagata and Najire Hado, are seen approaching Tamaki, who is wearing a girl's uniform, as we begin to settle into a rhythm. Hey Tamaki, how's it going? It's been good, I've been able to talk to more people without stumbling as much, Mirio exclaimed when he saw us. Wow, so you guys are the ones that helped Tamaki about her situation. Name's Mirio Tagata. Oh, my name's Najire Hado, and wow, is your hair half white and red because of your quirk? Same with the one with the white lightning bolt on your head. Najire bounced around with us. Me laughing and responding to her inquiries. Yes, for the both of us, but my name's Rai Bakugo, just call me Rai. Name's Katsuki Bakugo and I'm going to become the #1 hero. Mirio giggled. A feisty one. My name is Shoto Todoroki. My name's Ejiro Kirishima, nice to meet ya. Hello Kirishima, nice to meet you. My name's Tamaki Imajiki. After school, with nothing better to do, the five of us went to another arcade. While Ejiro mostly defeated Katsuki, he also won a lucky game called Hero Showdown. After wasting an hour, we started to go to the Imajiki household, which was actually Mustafa, so it didn't take us long. After 3 days, Friday was a typical school day, but it was unexpectedly the time for a class representative, which turned out to be Iida and Yaoyorozu. Katsuki and I chose Iida, and Shoto chose Yaoyorozu, avoiding being chosen ourselves. It is lunchtime. After we finished our lunch, Katsuki, Shoto, Ejiro, and I were stuck in the corner of the room as people tried to move to the other side of the building, dragging Ejiro along with them. The name comes from the fact that Shoto and I, Katsuki, managed to survive and wind up alone in the teacher's hallway. He rushes at us at a startling pace as we watch someone leave one of the rooms, saying, "Oh, it looks like I've been caught, but I'm sure the world won't mind me killing 3 NPC. I run to meet him, but he grabs me by the fist with all 5 fingers, and nothing happens. Katsuki takes this opportunity to blow him out of the building, tearing his hoodie and exposing his long, shaggy hair in the wind. Shigaraki, also known as Tenko Shimura. Behind him, a black portal opens, and 5 villains emerge as Shigaraki tries to flee but is restrained by electric chains. You aren't going anywhere, Katsuki burst out, attacking 3 villains as Shoto and I rendered the other 2 fodder villains helpless with a fireball. Shoto and I caught Ejiro as the portal enveloped Shigaraki and teleported him, but not before he said, "Maybe you're not NPC after all, I'll see you in the battlefield, hero." The fireball was sucked into the black portal as another one appeared directly in front of us. Ejiro suddenly tanks the hit and stumbles but catches himself. Aizawa seemed to notice that we were not in his class, so he came looking for us and found us. "You 4, did you encounter the villain that decayed the wall?" "Yeah, we did, and a portal-type quirk villain managed to teleport Shoto attack to hit us. You 4 go to the infirmary, I'll take these villains to the police." "Right," I replied, making him smile. "You 4 handled yourselves well. Thanks, sir." I carried Ejiro on my back while Shoto and Katsuki were by my sides. We arrived at Recovery Girl's infirmary, where she used her cane to slap each of us and heal Ejiro before dismissing us. In Class 1A, we arrived to see Present Mike teaching the class. He stops when he hears the door open to reveal me, Katsuki, Shoto, and Ejiro. Iida, the class president, asks us where we've been because we lost valuable class time, and Katsuki responds, "We got attacked by villains." This seems to calm everyone down because they all jumped and screamed, some loudly, while others were just worried. Uraraka walked from her seat to Katsuki and asked him, "Are you alright, Bakugo-kun? They didn't hurt you, did they?" "No, the only one injured was Ejiro, but he acted pretty heroic jumping in at the last second." Katsuki smirks at him, then returns to a frown, but we managed to capture the main villain's reinforcements as he got away by his partner using his quirk to reflect Shoto fireball back at them, hitting Ejiro as he took the hit. After 2 days, I look up at the sky and imagine how much the future will change with me here. I raise my hand to the sky and clench it, saying, "No matter what the future holds, I'll protect my loved ones." "Everyone suit up, we're going to the USJ for rescue training," Aizawa said as he left the door. Everyone gets their briefcase and changes in the changing room, and eventually everyone makes it to the bus. According to Aizawa-sensei, the bus ride to the USJ would only take 20 minutes, so I sat down next to Ejiro in the back, followed by Katsuki and Shoto, and discussed Ejiro's development. As the bus began to move, I concluded, you're getting stronger fast Ejiro, but what also happens is that you lose the fast progress for slow progress later on you'll grow slower. Asui wanted to break the silence, so she asked a question. Hey everyone, are you aware of our destination? Asui's inquiry sparked a conversation on the nearly silent bus, and Katsuki gave her a direct response. Katsuki's eyes move away in discomfort as he says, Aizawa-sensei said it's a place for rescue training, so it probably kind of like Universe Studios Japan, to answer your question. He has never really spoken to many people his age outside of his friends. Katsuki simply nods and takes in the view of the city. You think so, Bakugo-chan? Maybe you're pretty on the ball with these things. Can I ask you a question, Bakugo-chan? After a moment, Katsuki finally responded. Sure, as he turned to face Asui. How did Todoroki-chan and you meet? Katsuki glanced at Shoto, who simply nodded because it wouldn't actually hurt anyone. He pauses and says, we meet right after. My mom adopted Rai, he says, tilting his head at me as I nod. The bus fell silent. So how'd you and Rai meet then? Is what Kaminari said, breaking the silence that followed. When I was attacked by a villain that I was unable to defeat, Rai helped me escape and gave All Might enough time to save us. He then followed me and asked to stay at my mom's house. The majority of people at the time gave Rai a weird look, but he chose to ignore it since he knew it was weird in the first place. Rai never got registered as a citizen of Japan as he was born unconventionally, is how Katsuki begins the convenient story we came up with, because we can't really claim that I was struck by God and claim that this place was an anime, could we? My mom adopted him and he got registered citizenship. After that we meet Shoto when we went to get ice cream a few hours after and we became friends, Katsuki finished up. How long ago was that, Bakugo-chan? It's quite the tale. Did you hear about the slime villain incident at least 10 months ago? After letting it hover in midair, Katsuki went on. I wouldn't be half as strong as I am now without Rai or Shoto's help, Katsuki said, spitting his guts and blushing. Aizawa gives the command, okay, we're here, let's get inside. In an orderly fashion if possible, Iida supports Aizawa-sensei, but not as if he needs it. As we enter, we are introduced to the space hero 13 Uraraka, who freaks out at the sight of her because she is a huge fan, but nothing else changes. Wait, it's the guys who snuck into Ua and he seems to be here as well, Aizawa thinks as she looks out into the plaza and notices a purple portal. She imagines the blue-haired man with hands all over his body, using one as a mask. Snarling at the 4 students who obstructed his clean escape, Aizawa's plan to leap into the fray of villains is thwarted by a question from Midoriya. Wasn't All Might supposed to be here? Well, if he isn't here maybe he'll come if we kill a couple of kids. Oh, it's them Kurogiri. When you spread the student, bring those 4 to the middle. After saying, a hero can't afford to be a one-trick pony, Aizawa looked back at Midoriya and put on his goggles. Aizawa-sensei, can you handle all of them? You usually track villains and use surprise attacks. He then hurried down the stairs, jumped to kick a villain in the head, bound another, and punched that villain until he passed out. I'm sorry, young heroes, but do any of you know where the symbol of peace is? We are the League of Villains and we are here to kill All Might. 13 has taken control back at the entrance and ordered everyone to leave until a purple mist appeared to block the way. At the moment, Midoriya is thinking. They must have a secret if they believe they can kill All Might, Katsuki and Shoto thought. 13 wasn't quick enough because over half of the class vanished. Does Midoriya blink while submerged in water? Witnessing a villain with a shark-like ability swim toward you only to be dragged onto the boat by Asui at the last second, where Mineta was already present. Coughing water, Midoriya gets his bearings, glances at his ally, and poses a query. The first thing Asui says is, hey, what are your guys' quirks? As her fingers left her chin in her previous contemplative position, Asui concluded, well, my quirk is self-explanatory. I can do anything a frog could do and my rouge could extend 20 meters. Asui and Midoriya just stare at him. Why are you guys just staring at me like that? Mineta exclaimed as he began to cry. My quirk is called Pop Off. I can take these sticky balls on my head to stick them to walls and the floor or people if I use too many. If I use too many, I start to bleed from my head. Looking at the villains in the water, Mineta sobbed, I didn't think we'll be fighting villains, we're still just kids. Midoriya turned to face Asui and asked, are you sure you're in the right course, hero? They would not have brought Asui to the shipwreck area if they were aware of our peculiarities. Midoriya had an idea. He grabs both of their attention when he says, I've got an idea, since they had been discussing Mineta's desire for girls or his death while still in high school. I jump off the boat and create wind pressure from the flick of my fingers while Asui jumps across the water to the plaza. Mineta, you throw your balls so the villains get stuck to them, is how the plan is carried out. They land waist deep in water at the end of the shipwreck zone. They witness Katsuki, Shoto, Rai, Ejiro, and Aizawa-sensei eliminating the villains one by one. A villain occasionally gets hit by a student, but mostly Ejiro, who puts up a strong fight. Unconsciously, Midoriya clenches his hand into a fist in frustration at his childhood friend's transformation into bully. While Midoriya appears to be at the starting line, he begins to subtly glare at Katsuki every time his eyes meet hers. Shigaraki is searching the immediate area for any new enemies, but he spots 3 students, 2 of whom are scared, and 1 of whom is glaring at his classmate. Shigaraki smiles, but you can't see it through the mask. That kid, I can tell. He's suffered from society just like me, I can see it in his eyes. Instead of the wasteland zone, or whatever they called it, there were 1/3 more troops in the center. Had the teacher and his 4 students, especially the 3, working well together. With nearly everyone occupied, Shigaraki rushes at Aizawa. They have a brief altercation during which Shigaraki found out how long he could keep his eyes open after removing Aizawa's elbow skin, and then he is pinned by the Nomu, who instantly takes Aizawa down. After eliminating every fodder villain, Aizawa's bones were being broken by the 3 main villains. After regrouping, the 4 students assessed the circumstances and then launched Katsuki at Shigaraki, with Shoto, Ejiro, and I at the Nomu. With all of my strength, I charge at the Nomu and punch him across the plaza. I put my hand on Aizawa and pump electricity into his body to fix him as if he had never been hurt. He stutters to stand up, but when he does, he looks at himself and grabs the scarf that was spread out on the floor, placing it on his shoulders. We then look at the Nomu, who was encased in ice thanks to Shoto, but even though there was some struggle, it broke out. Me, Shoto, Aizawa-sensei, and Ejiro prepare to battle the Nomu, or the All Might Buster, as crowned by Shigaraki. Tamura, one of the children, managed to escape. Shigaraki growls. "Oh Kurogiri, if you weren't our escape route, I'd so dust you." Katsuki is playing with Shigaraki, and every time he finds an opening on the child and reaches out to touch him, he explodes Katsuki's explosive skin technique, which helps him survive and even dominate the battle. When Katsuki notices Kurogiri wearing a metal neck brace, he turns his attention to his opponent. Katsuki smirks as he assumes a new stance and charges at Shigaraki while launching explosions from his feet. When Aizawa's motor function testing was finally complete, he ran as Shigaraki. Having second thoughts, Midoriya rushes to the Nomu, wanting to help and not be a burden, but he turns to Asui and Mineta to tell them to go to the entrance while he backs up the others. Finally, Midoriya breaks out of his idly staring at the situation when Rai calls, "Midoriya, get to the entrance, Midoriya." Midoriya rushes to his classmates to offer assistance, but he is apprehended as the Nomu separates from the fight with Rai. When the Nomu punched Midoriya in the head, everyone slowed down as they watched the fist approach Midoriya's face. Crack. When Midoriya was pushed out of the way of the punch and flopped on the floor, Rai took the punch and skidded on the floor, hitting the wall with a boom that created a crater as he fell unconscious on his face. "Rai!" is a collective cry from Ejiro, Shoto, and Katsuki. Still concentrating on his fight, Katsuki wiped away a tear before becoming furious. Shoto Todoroki hardly ever feels anger, if at all, but when he saw his best friend fall to the ground, something exploded. Shoto's hair has changed to a spiral pattern of red and white in place of the typical half hot or cold or full hot or cold hair. Shoto's outline is all that's visible as fire consumes him. Everyone stopped again, and since no one was giving the Nomu any orders, it also stopped. The heat radiating from Shoto left everyone in awe. With the exception of his hands and feet, which were still blazing hot, Shoto, who was already experiencing the burn, devises an ice suit with horns emerging from the top and surrounding him. His body constantly regulates itself with the ice covering it, and the only thing visible through the eye holes is fire. Shigaraki commanded the Nomu to kill them all, after witnessing the student's metamorphosis. While Katsuki fired a condensed explosion on the neck brace, which was extremely weak and only meant to stun rather than kill, Aizawa attempted to wrap his scarf around Shigaraki, but a portal opened and he saw his own scarf come at him. He dodged and maintained his momentum as he ran at Shigaraki. All Ejiro and Midoriya could do was watch and wonder as the battle played out. Now that he is worn out, Katsuki only assists as Aizawa fights Shigaraki without being able to get a decisive shot. Shoto and the Nomu continued their slugfest, with Shoto hitting the Nomu every time, melting its skin. Shoto had been trying to avoid being hit, but he was hit once, thankfully escaping the same fate as Rai, and he used spikes of ice to protect himself while inflicting pain on the Nomu. If Shoto is telling the truth, he is at his limit and cannot continue to expel this much of his quirk. All Might's smile vanished as smoke billowed from the demolished entrance doors as he finally arrived and said, "There is no need to fear because I am here." Using the teacher and student combo, they swiftly defeated all the fodder they had previously purchased. As he punched the Nomu off the ice armor with a vengeance, All Might quickly deduced that it was Shoto. He discovered Rai unconscious, bleeding from most places both inside and outside, young Todoroki. Shoto turned his attention to the recovering Nomu and said, "I've got this villain young Todoroki, you get the rest of the student out of the plaza." Shoto then powers down to his typical half-red and white hair as he goes to Katsuki, Ejiro, and Midoriya. Shoto glares at Midoriya, grabs his hand roughly, lifts him off the ground, and throws it toward the stairs. He and Katsuki then grab Rai and run up the stairs together. All Might only witnessed this Nomu fight young Todoroki for a minute at most, but he was able to observe the beast's super strength, speed, shock absorption, and regeneration. Focusing on the shock absorption factor, which isn't nullified, he overwhelms the Nomu and knocks it out of the dome with at least 5 minutes left before the timer goes off. While this is going on, Shigaraki observes the Nomu being sent outside, which influences his choice. "We're leaving Kurogiri, we can't win not as we are now." Despite the pain, Shigaraki knew that this was the right decision. Eraserhead, who typically only uses his hands to attack, is taken aback when he kicks him while Kurogiri is surrounding him. He screamed, "This isn't over, symbol of peace," as the purple portal vanished along with him. While an ambulance arrived and escorted Rai to Recovery Girl's office, the heroes all showed up at the entrance. When I wake up, Rai feels heavy, not because of his energy or stamina, but rather because of his injuries, which he devotes more than 25% of his energy to healing. As of right now, he has about 50% of his total energy. When I get out of bed, I see a bed with curtains all over it, and it seems like they are discussing how All Might's timer would have fallen if it weren't for Shoto and me. I sigh. It's either now or never. I make a katana of electricity and pull back the curtain to reveal Recovery Girl and All Might's horrified expressions. I aim the katana at All Might, who appears to be relaxing in a chair rather than hurt. As the katana shines and All Might looks at me, time stops. I release the katana and loosen my arm. Rather, I leap over the bed, and as All Might gets up from his chair, I place my palm on his weak spot, regenerating his lost organ by putting electricity into his body. All Might suddenly gets a second boost, but this time he appears better, as though he were still in his prime. Recovery Girl's cries are more startling than his initial shock. When they had calmed down, I explained that I could regenerate, and he asked how he knew where All Might had gotten the scar. In addition, I attempt to summarize it. It's basically I got sent here by God cause he killed me and wanted to apologize. This world in my old world was a popular shonen manga and anime. As for why I pointed a katana at All Might's head, it's because it's my mission, I wrap up. The question All Might asks me is, "You need to kill me for your mission, why?" All Might's eyes widen when it is abruptly revealed that All for One is still alive. "If I kill you and All for One, then I get to go home." All Might places his hand on his chin and says, "So All for One is still alive, this is more troublesome than I thought." As he removed his hand from his chin, he said to me, "Oh yes, thank you for healing me." Recalling something, I said, "Yeah, you're a hero. I can't really kill a hero. I'm stuck here." All Might thanked me once more with a beautiful smile. "You might want to go to the gym and gain muscle mass to lose from your injury, though. Congrats, you have no more time limit." All Might and Recovery Girl are checking up on All Might when I leave the room. I looked at the clock and saw that it was 2 p.m., so I went to class to watch Aizawa-sensei teach Class 1A his heroics laws. As I entered the room fell silent. As we wrap up the lesson, I watch Katsuki, Shoto, and Ejiro rise from their seats and give me hugs. "I apologize for causing you all any anxiety," Aizawa says, cutting off the brief gestures to signal the children to return to their seats. Normally in canon, the day ended during the school day. However, in this version, the only reason the classes didn't end was because I was seriously injured. Following class, as usual, we all filed out of the room to meet Tamaki, but this time it appeared that she was joined by Mirio and Najire. After hearing about what happened, I was so worried you didn't get out okay, Rise, since you took most of the brutal damage. Tamaki cries as she approaches me as soon as she sees us, and I wipe away her tears. I put my forehead against hers and say, "Hey, it's okay, I'm here for the long haul," as I watch her begin to flush profusely, which makes me blush too. As soon as we started walking forward, I raised my forehead and brought it back. 2 weeks following USJ. As Katsuki and Shoto enter the classroom, Katsuki and I make our way to our seats as an increasing number of people rush in, barely making it before the bell rings. When the bell rings, we see Shota Aizawa, our one and only teacher, approaching to stand on the lecture platform and coughing to draw everyone's attention. After receiving it, he decides to say, "Quiet down already, your battle is not yet." Everyone becomes tense, especially those who are unaware that the sports festival is in 2 weeks. In that sour tone he usually uses, he declared, "The sports festival is here." However, the day seemed to fly by after this, and before I knew it, lunchtime had arrived. "Hey Shoto, did you get that transformation of yours to activate, or did you make a breakthrough?" Ejiro says with a smile. "Yeah Shoto, seeing you at the USJ fighting that Nomu thing that was almost on All Might level was insane. I've been working on it. I can use both fire and fire on both sides, and I'm trying to make it so I can always use ice and fire on both sides without the transformation of my hair, since it just combines my full fire and ice," Shoto says. I chuckle as we head to class to relax after eating our meal. There are still 30 minutes left before class. That's just like Shoto, he works on control first before power. "Young Rai is here," All Might abruptly says, drawing all of our attention to him. "Young Rai, may I speak with you?" All Might's deep voice cut through the hallway. After I gave him a brief speech, All Might decided to take his friends to his office so they could watch Jiro and Midoriya eat their lunch on his couch. "Can I take my friends with me if I know where this is going? I'd like them to have context on the situation, and before you say they are very trustworthy and real friends." When Jiro and Midoriya see Katsuki, they give him a slight glare that doesn't really affect him. Since it only accommodates 3, we simply stand behind the couch. Jiro interrupted the silence by insulting Katsuki and asking, "Why's the shit stain here?" "Well, I wanted to tell them about the origin of One for All," Katsuki says, rolling his eyes. Jiro and Midoriya watch in disbelief, while my small group of people looks on in mild bewilderment. "It's All Might's quirk, it can be passed on. All Might's the 8th user while Midoriya's the 9th, is what I choose to fill in." They nod in understanding, and we continue as All Might explains how it was made. The majority of those in the room were either shocked or, to Katsuki and Shoto, merely taken aback. He started to laugh after I said, "All for one," and Vigor exclaimed, "I haven't felt this good in years, young Ryan, still think I owe you for treating me." Jiro and Midoriya looked at me with even more surprise on their faces as I said, "So All Might, you feeling well and getting your muscle back?" Midoriya says, "Wait All Might, I just noticed you've been in your buff form all this time, you got healed." All Might responds by taking off his suit and lifting his shirt, revealing an unsightly scar that once controlled him. When Midoriya saw this, he pulled a hair out of his head, looked down with his hair covering his eyes, and held his hand out to All Might. With an air of grandeur, All Might spreads his arms and declares, "Young Midoriya, you are my chosen successor. Just because I gained a few pounds doesn't make you any less worthy of the quirk, your quirk." When Midoriya sees this, she sobs and tosses the hair in the garbage. Jiro points to me and asks, "So how does he know?" "Well, you're not the only one holding a jaw-dropping secret, Missy," I reply, tilting my head. She stared at me blankly in return. Observing the time, we leave the office to arrive at the classroom promptly. Flying by for the remainder of the day. As the last bell rings, we step outside to find a large number of students. Katsuki would say something like this while we were in Canon, but we were able to drive past the students and reach the gate. When we got there, we saw Tamaki waiting behind the warehouse back entrance, where the living area had been. We were able to tear down the wall and pay construction workers to build a new room, and Tamaki insisted that it be next to mine. The entire time before our training schedule would be spent setting up her room. It wasn't a huge deal to add Tamaki to the training because she was able to assist Ejiro by repeatedly beating him with the bowl, octopus, and jellyfish she had eaten this afternoon. The sports festival's day, we were pushing ourselves harder than ever during these last few weeks of training, which was kind of brutal. The announcements for the start of the festival stopped people as they arrived at the arena's entrance. Recalling that Katsuki challenged Shoto, Ejiro, and me to the top spot. The memory makes me smile and makes me think of how competitive I was as a child. I shake my head and look back at the tunnel. 3, 2, 1, go, shouts the presenter Mike, using his new move OFA, full cowling, which allows him to control 5% of the OFA he reaches first while escaping the tunnel. Midoriya and Jiro blast out of it. When Jiro turns around, the entrance is covered with people who are stuck together. She smirks before hearing two loud booms and realizing that Katsuki, Shoto, and Rai have already sped past them by meters. The course's robot section is already upon us, and we breeze past them as if they hadn't been there. The zero-pointers were a little more difficult, but we managed to get through primarily by maintaining our momentum. Normally, I wouldn't make wings on my back and would just speed through here, but this is all to save energy for the second event. We reach the minefield, where Present Mike Sensei introduces it to us, and I gradually began to realize that having the ability to fly gives you an ungodly advantage as we pass the second obstacle in this race. We just fly over it, grab each other's heads, and race to the finish line. It seems our wonderkids of the first years made it to the minefield, Aizawa interrupted him. These mines make big explosions, but that is really just for show, but even then it packs a punch. I laughed as I checked the screen behind Midnight and saw that we were actually crossing the line at the same moment and that we were at fault. Midnight simply scratched her cheek and said, Shoto Todoroki, Rai, and Katsuki Bakugo passing at the same time, they each gain first place while the next person to cross that line gets fourth. Aoyama is the last to arrive, arriving at 42nd when everyone else has finally arrived. When Midnight Sensei spins the wheel, it lands on a cavalry fight. Todoroki Shoto, Rai, and Katsuki Bakugo must be on the same team to obtain their 10 million points or they'll all have third place's points, she declares with a contented smile on her face as she goes over the rules. With a sigh, I placed my hand in front of them, and Katsuki and Shoto merely grinned while placing their hands on top of mine. After a moment, we noticed another hand on top, shifting to reveal Ejiru's determined expression and canines. We raise our hands and yell, "Team," as everyone begins searching for teams. When I say, "Hey Shoto, could you just freeze the 10 million on Katsuki's head?" A look of recognition appears on his face as Katsuki puts on the headband and Shoto freezes it. Katsuki, I think you should be the rider while Ejiro is the front horse tanking the damage of your explosions. Katsuki flashes his teeth and says, right. We hold him on our shoulders as the timer approaches 0. We're going to win an absolute victory, no one will have points other than us, he says. Katsuki started by just looking at people, seeing what and how they used their quirks. There was Team Jiro with Midoriya as the front horse and Uraraka and Hatsume at the sides. There was Team Yaoyorozu with Iida as the front with Kaminari and Ashido, and Team Asui with Shoji as the entire horse, while Mineta and Asui were on top of him covering them in a shell. Then there was the Class 1B students he doesn't know about. Having the headband frozen on his head make it impossible to take it off without force, and Midnight said no harm done to other teams or they're out just like in canon. Done his thinking, he speeds at Team Tetsu, managing to blindside him and take his headband that laid on his neck. Taking it off, Katsuki returns to us in order to Shoto to break the ice on the 10 million headband, put the new headband over the 10 million and freeze it again. Having this strategy while most people avoiding our team, we managed to catch people off guard by freezing the ground so they didn't move or me shotting electric beams startling them. So most people resorted to capturing the second place's points, overrunning them as if they were with the 10 million points. This happening became a rhythm, making the race for fourth place being to get any points on the board. Through her microphone, Midnight yelled, 10 seconds remaining, as she began to count down. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, stop, Midnight Sensei said over the microphone as the presenter began announcing the 4 teams that advanced to the finals. Team Bakugo with 10,002,500 points, and Team Jiro with 1290. As we posed for the camera, the screen showed us all of them, Midoriya sobbing, Uraraka throwing up, Jiro touching her jacks together in a flushed heap while Hatsume fiddled with her jetpack, and, in third we have Team Yaoyorozu, all of them cheering. In contrast to his usual manner of speaking, presenter Mike explains in a relatively calm tone, and in fourth place we have Team Shinso. Shinso simply stares at the competitors who are still in the game, while his teammates stare in shock. Alright folks, we'll be back in the next hour as the people get food for the one-on-one battles. After telling them he would be on his way once he was done, Shoto had to separate himself in order to use the restroom on his way to the cafeteria. As he exited the restroom, he heard cries of his name, Shoto. When he turns around, he sees Fuyumi and Natsuo throw themselves at him. "We're rooting for you, lil bro," Natsuo says, clutching his neck and nudging his head, while Fuyumi simply smiles brightly at Shoto. Fuyumi laughs as Natsuo pouts at his older sister and says, "Well, we should get some food." He has been whining for food all day, saying he would skip breakfast to eat all the food here. Shoto simply laughs and walks away, waving his hand as he encounters his father, Enji Todoroki, also known as Pro Hero Endeavor, who smiles warmly and pats him on the head, saying, "Shoto, you know, I'm really proud of how far you came." He looks down, saying, "Even without me supporting you and acting terrible to you and your siblings." All Shoto does is look at his father, saying, "At least you're trying to change. I wouldn't be here if it weren't for you training me to become the best, but I think I just needed to step out of your shadow while you also step to the shadows yourself, reflecting on me, on us as a family. Though I can't forgive you, I say we can start anew as real father and son." Enji says, "You have about an hour, right? So how about we explore the festival and get food on the way?" Shoto nods. "I'm willing to do this if you're willing to give me a chance, my son." Enji suggests, "I'd like that, just let me text my friends real quick." After getting a text from Shoto saying he wouldn't be here, I shake my head and go back to eating with Katsuki and Ejiro. Before I finish, I put my tray away and dispose of my trash before Mineta stops me. When I see Mineta, I say, "Hey Mineta, what's up? We really don't talk in class, so what's up?" "How?" he asks, and I raise an eyebrow. He's an okay guy, well, without the pervy antics, but I can't help but feel for the little guy. The guy has been harassed because of his quirk and his short stature, so he resorted to being pervy to get attention and try to get a girl's company. "How did you get a hot smoking babe as your girlfriend, dude? I even heard she was a third year." Mineta sobs in a more humorous manner. I look up to see Kaminari about to pull Mineta back, but I turn back to Mineta and tell him, "I'll tell you." Kaminari's shocked expression is comical, and I drag Mineta to an empty hallway where all of the classes are. "So teach me," Mineta drops to his knees in a pleading way. I sit on the floor back against the wall and motion for Mineta to sit next to me. He complies while I pat him on the back. "You can spill your guts, I won't tell anyone," I say to him as he just stares at the floor. "Well, first of all, tell me why you're so desperate for attention and companionship. I see it in your eyes." Mineta quickly falls silent as he droops his head down. It's just. Mineta lets out a tear as his hairballs cover his face. "I was always bullied ever since I got my quirk, and my parents, they're the best, make me feel worst for what I became. The real reason I wanted to be a hero was for my parents to have something to actually be proud about what their son is." He began to cry, letting out more tears, and at the USJ I made a realization I hadn't grown at all. I was still the kid that was bullied all those years. I want to be better. "Did you ever have anyone, a girlfriend or friend?" He nods sadly. "I actually had a girlfriend. She was the only person to give the loser grape a chance and we fell in love." He lets out more tears. "There's nothing funny about these tears, it's full of pain. She loved me and I loved her, but she died." Mineta gulps. "She died by a villain. That's when I thought of becoming a hero. There was no hero for her, but I'll be a hero for both our wills." Mineta lets the tears fall. "Then focus on trying to be the best hero, not just for you but all your loved ones, and learn to believe in yourself. Let high school be a fresh start for you." Mineta eventually wiped his tears away. Pop pop pop. Mineta's balls burst, restoring his previously purple hair. He starts wrapping himself in his grapes. Even though they aren't balls, they're smooth until they solidify into a cocoon that houses him. I watch in wonder for a minute before it cracks and more cracks appear, then it bursts open to reveal a now -5 feet 6 inches Mineta in torn clothes. Yes. He covers my eyes and begins to wake up as he looks at himself and says, "Ah, what happened? I just passed out. Let's go to the nurse's office to get you checked up." We manage to avoid everyone there, and as soon as we get on the phone to have school clothes delivered to her office, Recovery Girl throws him a hospital gown. After telling her what had happened with the cocoon, she suggested that Mineta had changed with his quirk while doing her routine checkup to make sure nothing had gone wrong. After leaving the room with a fully clothed and ravenous Mineta, we return to the table where I was sitting and find Katsuki and Ejiro still there. Mineta goes to get food and eventually sits in front of me and next to Ejiro, who is staring at Mineta while he simply eats everything on his tray because he didn't eat much before he woke up. That's Mineta, they both say, turning to stare at him while he's eating. Mineta, would you like to join us in training? He asks, nodding his head with the same fire in his eyes that comes from everyone's eyes every time they're determined. You guys agree with that, I said, turning to face them as they nodded stupidly, realizing that there were still 10 minutes to go. After Mineta finishes his meal, he heads to the stands, while Katsuki, Ejiro, and I head to the arena and meet Shoto, who is already there. Welcome to the final round of the UA First Year Sports Festival, and the one-on-one tournament will work like this, are two statements that make him very happy. The midnight announcement draws everyone's attention to her, and when she snaps her whip in the air, everyone falls silent. As the matches appeared on the screen, she concluded, okay, the one-on-one matches will be randomized. To win, the fighter must either throw the opponent out of the ring, knock them unconscious, or they yield or are incapacitated. Oh damn, I exclaim as the matches slightly shift. Hitoshi Shinso vs. Rai Bakugo. The winner moves on to the quarterfinals. Iida Tenya vs. Mei Hatsume. The winner moves on to the quarterfinals. Tetsu vs. Ejiro Kirishima. The winner moves on to the quarterfinals. Ibara Shiozaki vs. Momo Yaoyorozu. The winner moves on to the quarterfinals. Denki Kaminari vs. Shoto Todoroki. The winner moves on to the quarterfinals. Yuga Aoyama vs. Mina Ishido. The winner moves on to the quarterfinals. Jiro Kyoka vs. Uraraka Ochako. The winner moves on to the quarterfinals. Izuku Midoriya vs. Katsuki Bakugo. The winner moves on to the quarterfinals. Match 1 winner vs. Match 2 winner. The winner advances to the semifinals. Match 3 winner vs. Match 4 winner. The winner advances to the semifinals. Match 5 winner vs. Match 6 winner. The winner advances to the semifinals. Match 7 winner vs. Match 8 winner. The winner advances to the semifinals. Match 1 winner vs. Match 2 winner, heading to the finals. Match 4 winner vs. Match 6 winner, heading to the finals. Match 1 winner vs. Match 6 winner, winner of the competition. I noticed from looking at the tournament bracket that I don't face Katsuki until we reach the finals, and Shoto is a little less there. As the students turn around and make their way into the tunnels, midnight starts to calm down. All competitors go to your stand. The first match will begin in 20 minutes. Making it to the 1A stands in time to get a seat before Mineta comes back from the restroom. Unaware of the identity of the newcomer, everyone turned to stare at them. I smile slyly and say, "Hey Mineta, sit over here," pointing to the chair beside me. Everyone who was unaware that it was Mineta sputtering and making a shocked face. He settles into his seat and starts looking at the match bracket. Walking down to the waiting room and waiting. My battle with Shinso is in 5 minutes, and he needs to force me to speak, otherwise, I won't say a word. Hold on, I wonder if I can awaken my mind and stop his brainwashing. As I entered the arena, I saw Shinso standing in front of me, his eyes vacant but seemingly filled with resolve. From her position on a platform, Midnight asks, "Are you boys ready?" Smintos is enamored with her. Both of us nod. Present Mid then performed the honors, saying, "Rai Bakugo vs. Hitoshi Shinso are both fighters ready." He looks down and sees Midnight giving him the 3, 2, 1, clash signal, after which Shinso asks me, Don't you think it was stupid just to leave when you're in the finals? What an idiot." I don't move, so I just walk to him with my hands in my pockets. He keeps spitting until I get so close that he panics and throws a haphazard punch. I can see him panicking, but he tries to maintain a composed expression. "Answer me, you bastard. I hate people like you and your relative. You two are blessed with amazing quirks while others like me are told we're bullied for having quirks we never even wanted." Outside the arena, he grabbed the punch, turned around, and slammed him to the ground. Mike declared, "Rai Bakugo is the winner, Shinso is out of the arena." Disappointed, Shinso gets up and is about to leave when I yell at him, "You really never deserve to be in the hero course." Angry, he turns and glares. "What do you know?" He spits. "I know seeing you. You look like you never trained a day in your life. You probably thought that your quirk could carry your worthless ass." I take a deep breath. I can tell most if not all the students in my class are stronger than you, even the girls. But not only that, I bet you could be a hero by saving my green-haired classmate, who only received hero points. My friends give me a fist bump as I approach the stands, and we take a seat to watch the upcoming fighters take the stage. After 10 minutes, seeing it firsthand, though, is truly amazing how she deceived him in that way. It was unique, okay. Ejiro's spirits were already elevated when the next competitors arrived at the arena and wished him luck before he left. Training with Tamaki has more than helped Ejiro improve his reaction time, and he gained a fighting style while finding techniques for himself. I smirk because Ejiro is so much better than his canon self. He even managed to activate I Unbreakable for 30 seconds, which made it much easier for me to maintain normal level hardness. However, I remember teaching him something, so perhaps he will use that way of fighting, not that he really needs it. Present Mike yelled through his microphone, "Next match, it's Ejiro Kirishima of Class 1A versus Tetsu of Class 1B. Are you all ready?" Tetsu and Ejiro both nodded before Present Mike began counting down the words. 3, 2, 1 clash. He preferred the word to the dull battle. They both sprint toward one another. Tetsu throws a punch at Ejiro's head when they meet in the middle of the ring, but the opponent dodges and hits him with a hardened punch to the abdomen and a back fist to the head, forcing him to take a few steps backwards in an attempt to recover. Without giving him a chance, Ejiro rushes at him and delivers a careless blow to Tetsu's shoulder, causing Tetsu to fall into Ejiro's knee. Tetsu is unconscious. Ejiro Kirishima is the winner. Manite declared as medical robots arrived to escort Tetsu out of the arena. Tetsu staggered back and ran at Ejiro once more, establishing a pattern in which if Tetsu ever landed an attack, Ejiro would always land multiple more shots on him, weakening him until he collapsed on the floor. As we watch the next competitors, Momo Yaoyorozu and Ibara Shiozaki, approach the field, Ejiro received a slap on the back as he entered the stands and gave his close friend a fist bump. As they stand on opposing sides, Midnight calls, Momo Yaoyorozu of Class 1A will face Ibara Shiozaki of Class 1B in the next matchup. Are you ladies ready? The two women on the field nod in response. Are you all ready? 3, 2, 1 clash! Exclaims Present Mike, who is doing what he does best, as he counts down the seconds. As soon as her opponent's vines approach, Yaoyorozu creates a shield and a sword in an attempt to cut through them. She manages to cut through a couple, but more kill is coming until it overwhelms her and causes her to leave the arena. Something in Yaoyorozu hurt when Midnight announced Shiozaki's victory. Her confidence crumbled and she was reduced to a shadow of her former self. After Midnight calls a 20-minute break for the fighters to prepare for Shoto Todoroki vs. Denki Kaminari, she enters the tunnel. Yaoyorozu, who was crying in the tunnel, turns when she hears a noise and sees one of her classmates, Rai Bakugo. "Hey, are you okay?" I finally break the ice, and she looks at me, trying to think of a good response, but she chooses to lie, saying, "Nothing was happening, Bakugo-kun." "I know you're lying, Yaoyorozu. I can tell. I saw your fight with Shiozaki. You're doubting your abilities, aren't you?" She looks at me with wide eyes and then responds, Why would you care? How would you know anyways?" She screamed in sad rage, "I had the same face you did, and actually so did Katsuki." Her eyes snap open. "People aren't made strong, Yaoyorozu. Don't let this one match shake you just because you lost. You're Momo Yaoyorozu, the smartest and most beautiful in our class, a recommendation student." I grab her shoulder and say, "Don't let one match shake you, learn from it, improve. This is why we're here to mess up to grow." I give her a hug and say, "Don't doubt yourself and trust your instincts. You're strong and you'll get stronger, so don't worry." She draws me in, and I begin wiping away her tears. "Hey, you look cuter without those tears. Hold still," I say with a small smirk as her whole face flushes and her eyes try to look away from me. Yaoyorozu grabs hold of my back as I snicker and turn around. "Can we stay like this a bit longer?" she asks, blushing. "Of course." As we enter the stands, Yaoyorozu and I walk hand in hand and take our usual seats next to Mineta. Shoto would normally be in the waiting room, so Yaoyorozu takes his place. As Yaoyorozu looks at the sunny sky and the path Rai put her on, a startled Mineta whispers to me, "Teach me please, senpai." I cover my mouth to keep from laughing. She turned to face his smile, thinking of him. She sputters and turns to face the field, flushed. I look at Yaoyorozu and see that she's 2 inches taller than me. Shit, those hugs I gave her earlier were damn wired since I'm shorter. Fucking kill me already. Katsuki smirked and said, "Kaminari never had a chance in hell. Shoto fights you and you have a 10x better quirk than Kaminari's." And by the way, when did you and Yaoyorozu get all buddy-buddy? He raised an eyebrow to emphasize his question. We both blush at that one, but I was able to respond. Only like a couple of minutes ago I helped her and thanked me for plus we're friends anyways, right Momo, before turning to face her. She sputtered and blushed when he mentioned being friends with Rai, even calling her by her given name. She managed a meek reply, yes, me and Rai are friends, which made her blush even more. After giving me a suspicious look, Katsuki asks Momo, so did Rai invite you to the training sessions? She tilts her head and emerges from her blushing mess. Training session, Katsuki asks, explaining that we train and that we invite her as well because we see the same fire in her eyes as everyone else. Since we're all boys in Tamaki, it will be nice for her and Tamaki to meet. It's kind of surprising that the changes I made haven't changed anything because the next match just goes as planned, nothing I hadn't seen in the anime. I must admit that the Jiro vs. Uraraka matchup was quite unexpected. Hey Kyoka, Midoriya calls out to Jiro, why yay Izuku? She looks up at him and says, I want to fight you Kyoka plus Ultra. Midoriya responds, but you're going to have to beat Bakugo first and I need to beat Uraraka first. Well thanks for that green bean, I'll beat here so I can kick you ass too. Kyoka smiles and turns to leave. I need to tell her after the festival how I feel I can't control myself around her or I'll explode, Midoriya says, placing a hand on his heart as it felt like it was about to explode and blushing red as he thinks of Kyoka. Ochako Uraraka was in waiting room 2 attempting to calm her nerves because she had already gone through a lot to get to the finals and she needed to win this for her family as well as herself. When Katsuki Bakugo entered the room, she was startled out of her reverie. Hello Bakugo-kun, what are you doing here? Uraraka asks, blinking in confusion. Well, wishing you luck and I wanted to say I wanted you to win so we could have a proper rematch, no tricks. She looks at Katsuki in wonder before blushing slightly. How are you so confident Bakugo-kun? She asks. I'm so confident because I believe in myself and trained damn hard. I'm confident in my abilities but I don't want to be the best there ever was and settling isn't going to show why I'm in the hero course. Kyoka Jiro vs. Ochako Uraraka, both from Class 1A, is the next match in our bracket. Are you both ready? Midnight asks, and both girls nod. Present Mike counts us down, saying, you ready everybody 3, 2, 1 clash. The two girls charge at each other, Jiro extending her jack while Uraraka dodges, knowing that if one of those jacks lands on their target, it will numb an arm or leg for a few minutes, enough time to put an end to a fight. These kinds of interactions continue until Jiro plugs the jacks into the ground, causing them to explode. Uraraka then turns off her gravity, but is struck by a jack in her left hand before Jiro grabs her numb arm and throws her out of the ring, where she is struck by debris that Jiro throws. One of the debris hits her head, stunning her and sending her to the wall, while the numb arm touches the ground. Ochako Uraraka is outside of the arena. Kyoka Jiro wins and moves to the next round. Uraraka calls her parents as she makes her way back from the nurse's office and enters the waiting area. After her talk she's ready to leave but is stopped by Katsuki who comes in the door alarmed, Bakugo-kun. She said tilting your head, you okay? I saw your face. At the end of your match, Katsuki asks, oh Bakugo-kun. I'm fine now, it's just my family needs money. I want to help them, that's why I wanted to be a hero to help them and make a lot of money so they don't have to work again. It's an amazing goal Uraraka, I'll have. You know that there's nothing to be ashamed of, but that's what I like about you, you're able to come back stronger or competitive and are my opposite while I'm more quiet, you're more bubbly. At this Uraraka blushes really hard, and if you need money help I can help you. How? I can probably ask Rai for a long-time loan to your parents where you pay monthly if you have enough money to jumpstart your parents' company, and since you just participated in the sports festival and got into the finals should give them more popularity than ever. You would do that. Uraraka starting to cry of happiness. It's what a hero would do, he says, but when he finishes Uraraka hugs him until she realized and left him. Katsuki spat his feelings without thinking. Well, if I didn't help my crush, I wouldn't feel so good since I could do something to help. As he looked at Uraraka, whose entire face turned red. Both of them were blushing. Why do you want to help me so much? Katsuki asked. I'm going to be cheering for you, Katsuki. Katsuki smirks. I'll win this thing not just for me but everyone that's helped me, my friends, family, and my beautiful girlfriend. A minute goes by as Katsuki looks at Uraraka red and is about to say, only if you be my boyfriend. I'm willing to do that, Katsuki says, kissing her forehead. Both people warm up and decide to take their leave until they see the TV and see Katsuki's match in 5 minutes. Ochako blushes as Katsuki rushes to the arena. Boys, if you get too rough in this fight, I'm going to have to stop the fight, Midnight said in her brief moments of strictness during the festival. Katsuki nodded, and Midoriya gritted his teeth and nodded as well. There must be animosity between each other, but only Midoriya seems to show it while Bakugo seems to be over at him, Midnight thought to herself as she started asking the student if they were ready. Katsuki nods to Midoriya once more, but this time he asks, "Can this match start please?" in a tone that is unusual for Midoriya and makes Katsuki look at him suspiciously. The last match of round 1 is Katsuki Bakugo vs. Izuku Midoriya, both from Class 1A, she says into the microphone after clearing her throat. Are you ready everyone? Well, this match starts in 3, 2, 1. Clash. Mike yells into the microphone, possibly breaking it with his quirk, Ops. When the fight began in the arena, Katsuki saw that Midoriya was upset and defensive due to the numerous errors in his fighting style, which was too similar to All Might. Wait, he uses his notebooks to analyze people. I haven't really used any techniques other than compressed explosion. Maybe I should bring an old move back, Katsuki said, grinning, but he detested Midoriya's arrogance and would smash him with a Detroit smash, he swears. Katsuki launches his classic right hook from middle school as he charges forward. At this point, Midoriya smirks, grabs his arm, and is about to throw him to the ground when he heard and felt an explosion, boom, which knocked him off his feet and left him with a fuzzy head and one dead ear. When he sees Katsuki, he rushes to him while full cowling pushes past his comfort zone, increasing his percentage to 8%. He then launches himself at Katsuki, leering his fist in his face as Katsuki kicks. However, Midoriya was knocked out of bounds when the back of his shins caused him to explode forward, kicking him in the face and exploding all sides of his shins. After he lands shamefully, he stands up and grips the grass while he looks at Katsuki. A picture of him in his middle school class appears, showing a younger Katsuki standing on top of his freshly roasted notebook. The people in the background are all black with white outlines, making moving teeth and grunting. Midnight declares, Izuku Midoriya is out of bounds cat, but is interrupted, Katsuki. Seeing Katsuki turn his back and walk away, Midoriya yells in a fiery rage, 35%. And punches him, sending him into the wall, breaking his arm but not shattering it when he uses 100%. Midnight activates her quirk, putting Midoriya to sleep while the medic bots send both boys to the nurse's office. As Rai, Shoto, Ejiro, Mineta, Momo, and Uraraka rush to the nurse's office after witnessing the recent events, Jiro follows at a much slower pace, asking, Izuku, why did you do that, why? When the office door opens, Katsuki is still unconscious in the bed next to Midoriya, who is awake and wearing a cast on his right arm. Everyone shouted, calm down everyone, he's fine, but I don't know if he may wake up in time for the next round. What? Everyone said, raising their voices. Damn it, I replied, Katsuki wanted to be here for so long and trained just as hard. I took a step, but Recovery Girl stopped me. Why are you stopping me? I had already submitted his dismissal in the tournament. Why? Because they made a decision that Midoriya, since the only one being awake, would move on as from normal healing Bakugo should wake up at the end of the festival. This was not my decision. Then who was it that did it? Aizawa. I don't know what he's thinking, but even All Might was behind it. I think he wanted to see Midoriya a little more with little technique of his, plus no harm was really done. What do you mean? Katsuki's time to shine for what he prepared and trained for multiple years had been outdone by someone that he beat the snot out of. Me and Shoto looking at Midoriya as he seems in a trance looking at his hand. We just walk out not wanting to see Midoriya's face. As we approach the stands, we notice that there was a 20-minute intermission prior to the tournament's quarterfinal matches. Against Iida Tenya, Rai Bakugo. The winner advances to the semifinals. Abara Shiozaki vs. Ejiro Kirishima. The winner advances to the semifinals. Todoroki Shoto vs. Ashido Mina. The winner advances to the semifinals. Izuku Midoriya vs. Kyoka Jiro. The winner advances to the semifinals. It felt like I was watching paint dry while I waited for my match. When my match finally starts, I jump off the stands and make wings to fly down instead of walking to the tunnel. When I reach the arena, I let go of my wings and let gravity take its course. I land and take a few steps before Midnight says, welcome everyone to the quarterfinals of the sports festival. Stay tuned for this next fight, Rai Bakugo vs. Iida Tenya, class president of 1A. He then introduces them both and asks if they're ready. Yes, I am Miss Midnight, Iida replies in his typical manner, and I simply nod in agreement. The stadium erupts in cheers as Mike begins his countdown. Alright everyone, are you all ready? Well, get ready everyone because we start at 3, 2, 1 clash. He yells, the loudest he has ever done during the tournament. Iida's yell, powering up his engine, Recipro Burst, is the ultimate move. He rushes at me, but I put on Thunder God and launch back at him, dodging his blows and dispersing clones of myself across the field. They all surround Iida, and he can't take them down because kicking one just brings another. Iida keeps fighting until his engines stall, losing momentum and falling before becoming entangled in an electric chain. Iida Tenya is unable to battle Rai Bakugo wins. Midnight calls the match from the microphone. Walking through the tunnel and stopping at a vending machine. I see Ejiro walk this way though not without his uncertainties. Hey you okay, you shouldn't be panicking, it's probably just like fighting Tamaki with more octopus tendrils but a person that's less skilled than her. You got this. If you used hardening knife edge technique of yours should counter hers, but expect anything out there. Ejiro nods, check the time and starts running to the arena, letting a sigh of amusement escape me as I made my way to the stands. I pass by Midoriya who was sitting in the corner seat cornered by Jiro as it seems she wants to comfort him. I let another sigh out as I realize how much I care for Katsuki and all my friends nowadays. Now I'm having a harder time if I want to go home or not. When he saw Midoriya return to the stands, Shoto felt something new. Normally, he didn't feel much sympathy for Midoriya because he was just another classmate, but after hearing about Katsuki's past, Shoto became enraged at how he hurts people when he doesn't want to listen. As Shoto approached Midoriya, Jiro responded, is there something you want to say or you don't like us because Izuku gave the hit that Shitstain deserved? This made Midoriya focus entirely on Shoto. Because of you Rai almost died trying to protect you when you should have followed his command, but you had to step in. Shoto unintentionally activated his quirk, sprayed Midori. When Midoriya realizes, you don't deserve to be here, Jiro grits her teeth and says, I hate your judgment, Midoriya. Shoto then leaves his seat, prepared to watch Ejiro's match against Shiozaki. Ejiro is a little sweaty when he gets to the arena, but otherwise fine. Midnight announces the match. This is round 2 of the semi-finals of the sports festival. First up we have Ejiro Kirishima of the Hero Course vs. Abara Shiozaki, also from the Hero Course. Are the two of you ready? Both of them nod, and Mike, seeing his opportunity, concludes, are you all ready for the next round? I'm sorry if you're not, but 3, 2, 1 clash. Abara shoots waves and waves of vines at Ejiro. At the sound of Mike's clash, he says. Ejiro is able to weave and dodge these attacks because he is somewhat skilled at avoiding tendrils. When he reaches Abara, he punches her with a hardened fist before aiming another punch to knock him out, but as his fist rains down, a plethora of tendrils shoot out of the ground, grabbing the fist and trying to speed up to try and throw Ejiro out of the ring. Abara Shiozaki is unable to battle. The winner is Ejiro Kirishima, he says into the microphone. Medic bots rush to retrieve Shiozaki while Ejiro goes to retrieve another show from his locker. Fortunately, he brought an extra pair expecting this. The melancholy Ashido said, why did I have to against Todoroki, he's going to destroy me. Kaminari, who was close to her, responded, yay, those 3 guys are on another level entirely, kinda makes me feel unable to take care of myself. With his mood set, Shoto waits for the clock to tick off in order to see Katsuki. Hey Toto-kun, can you go easy me? I'm sorry Ashido-san, but that would be an insult to you, wouldn't it? I guess you're right. The 2 competitors enter the arena, one with a determined expression and the other with joy. They have a brief conversation in the middle of the night and nod. Mike being Mike, okay everybody, are y'all ready? Why well who cares, cause this match starts at 3, 2, 1 clash. Shoto then launches ice spikes directly at Ashido, causing her to slide away on her acid. Attempting a different strategy, Shoto creates an ice wall before breaking into 4 pieces that are circling Ashido. She manages to avoid one of them, but is struck by another that freezes everything except her head. Ah, it's cold, I yield, please get me out of here. Shoto breaks the ice on Ashido's body and tries to warm her back up by putting a fire in his left hand. Sorry about that, he says, it's fine, all you wanted to do was win, I want to win too. Ashido laughs while blushing from having this guy apologize to her so close. Bye Toto-kun, win the tournament for me Kenya, she exclaims, grinning and kissing his cheek before getting up and fleeing. When Shoto's fireside started to heat up and expel fire, he turned it down and left with the blush still on his face, frozen at the recent action. Momo said from her seat in the stands, that was unexpected. Me either, I replied, dumbfounded. That was very unexpected. When Shoto and Ishido arrived at the stands, they were inundated with questions, but Iida calmed them down when he received a call from his family. Upon answering the call, his eyes widened as he prepared to leave, as he did just that. The match began with Mike saying, "Are you all ready for the last round of the quarterfinals?" "Well, if you're not, then that's bad for you, because we're starting in 3, 2, 1 clash." Midoriya nodded, but Jiro wanted to say, "I won't lose that easily, Izuku, you better bring your best, and I mean that." "Right," with a smile on her face as Mike announced the match. Midoriya activating OFA and jumping out of Jiro range as he wanted her to come to him. She obeys and rushes him with a series of punches and earlobe strikes, none of which land, but Midoriya retaliates with 3 punches. Despite the pain, she managed to numb her left arm by inserting her earlobes into it. However, he remembered that he had legs and kicked her in the head, sending her out of the arena. Midnight declares, Kyoka Jiro is out of the arena, Izuku Midoriya is the winner. In the hopes that Recovery Girl can cure his numbness, he put Jiro on a medic robot as he walked to pick her up. Matches in the semifinals. Ejiro Kirishima vs Rai Bakugo. The victor advances to the finals. Izuku Midoriya vs Shoto Todoroki. The victor advances to the finals. Shigaraki Tamura was sitting in a dark bar watching the US Sports Festival. He said that the green-haired kid who he fought against had punched the stupid kid he had fought against to the wall. His name is Izuku Midoriya, and he is an interesting guy who is secretly very angry, mostly at the blonde kid he punched. Master advised me to keep searching for allies who would sacrifice themselves for me, and I believe I have found one. He throws a pocket knife with a smile on his face, striking a picture of Katsuki, Rai, and Shoto in one motion. I wanted to talk to Shoto about something, but I took him somewhere where no one would really hear. The stadium was crowded with fighters waiting for their next fight. Shu, I know you can't let your rage control you, but you control that rage and turn it into strength like at the USJ Plus. I'd like to fight you, I said. But other than that, you were starting to act like how your dad was when he was obsessed with beating all might, at the sudden realization all the things Rai and Katsuki were talking about for the past year. Click as he lets out a small smile. Thanks Rai, I don't know what I'd do without you. Well, we got to look out for each other. Me, you or Katsuki aren't blood related, but I consider you two my brothers. At the mention, Shoto lets a chair fall down. I do too, but also Shoto, just because you're angry with that person doesn't mean you can't save them as well, right? We walk toward the nurse's office to see Katsuki awake and semi-depressed. Sighing before stepping into the room, I catch his attention. Sup Raiham, Granny told me what happened and I'm sorry. Katsuki lets out tears as he hunches over to rub them off, but they keep coming. Me and Shoto look at him before going to him and hugging him. His crying ceases as he looks up at us. You already make me proud by being my brothers in everything but blood. Katsuki eyes widen as he embraces himself in the past the door. We look back to see Ochako Uraraka crying. We didn't see her since Katsuki match. Katsuki, she yelled, hugging him. Don't scare me like that, that was a hard punch you took. Uraraka trembling. Hey, I'm sorry, I told you I'd win but I lost. No you didn't, dummy. Ochako pouts and that causes Katsuki to blush. Oh my wow Katsuki, I didn't think you'd strike out already, I say mischievously. They both blush. Wait, I forgot to ask, how long did you like me? Well, I liked your looks since the entrance exam, and that talk we had before separating was really nice and I really liked it, and I started to like you more as time passed. How about you? Same, she shyly said. So can he leave? Yes, I didn't see any lasting damage, he just needs rest. Right. Katsuki gets up and goes to the bathroom to change his clothes while we wait for him outside. So you and Ishido, huh? I ask Shoto. Shoto blushes and looks away. It must have been impulse, she couldn't have meant it. Ah, don't look down on yourself. Katsuki steps out and walks side by side with Ochako while we walk on the other side. Wow, who would have thought Katsuki would have a girlfriend first out of the three of us? I say out loud, more like obnoxiously loud. I see Katsuki get a tick on his head. Shoto, picking up on the job, replies, yes, sometimes I forget Katsuki is Katsuki, but that surprised me. I thought it'll be me or you, Rai. Another tick. I can hear you two Dutchabags. At the explosive response we both laugh out loud while Ochako lets out a small chuckle while laying her head on Katsuki's shoulder, clinging onto his arm, causing him to blush. We let out a sincere smile cross our face at Katsuki's newfound happiness. We're dating, was the only response that Katsuki and Ochako gave to the many questions that were raised when they entered the stands together. Most people congratulated them, but I had another question. So you plan on inviting her for training? I know she wants to be a hero to help her family so she can join. Oh, that reminds me, I have a huge favor to ask. You know how poor Ochako's family is, maybe we can loan them the money they need. Sure. Katsuki smirks at this as he walks toward Ochako. Yes, he says, smiling at Ochako as she hugs him and lets out tears of joy. Let me tell my parents that my boyfriend is the best. Wait, maybe I should tell my mom about this. Gazing at Ejiro, my opponent for the semifinals, I ask myself, are you both ready? We nod. All right. Everyone ready for this battle? It's the first battle of the semifinals, and we're starting in 3, 2, 1 clash. I'm walking into the arena once more and wondering, when will this be done? It's been dragged on for so long. Mike yells into the microphone. We both take caution steps as we walk in a circle wondering who would make the first attack. Putting 10% of my electricity into the arena for my controlling later. Covering myself with Thunder God and swiftly running at Ejiro, I feint a straight punch, catching him off guard was the electric tendril coming from my back, letting my fist send him a few feet away, him sliding from the impact, refusing to fall. He charges as I charge back. We meet in the middle as our fist clash and we eat each other with the other's fist in our face. Both of us staggering back, I shoot a condensed electric beam at Ejiro as he throws himself out of the way as I control the beam to redirect, hitting him in the back, launching towards me before landing a blow to his stomach, him folding before launching back from the impact. Him landing on his back, he shakily stands back up before unraveling Red Riot. Unbreakable running at me, I increase Thunder God to have electricity run all throughout me, showing the yellow pop in my eyes. Running forward, I dodge his punches before he does a leg sweep, me jumping before he makes impact with an uppercut. Seriously, never thought that was his game plan. He launching up, he runs forward before throwing his punch halfway, already hitting me before following through on his attack, launching me even further than I normally would from a punch like that. Flipping in the air before hovering with electric coils on my foot. Launching at Ejiro, now flying, makes it easier to move forward or back as I hover above him, shooting another blast before shocking him with electric chains coming from all the electricity I left during the start of the match. Ahhhhh. Him screaming in pain before passing out because of it. I let the electricity absorb back into me as I cough out blood out into my knuckle. Ejiro Kirishima is unconscious Bakugo as the winner and moves on to the finals. Midnight says. With that I walk into the tunnel, walking to the nurse's office, seeing the robots pass me with Ejiro's unconscious body. I put my hands in my pocket as I couldn't fiddle through my phone as I left it in the waiting room. With my phone in hand and recovery girl kissing me, I felt fine, but I think I might need to take a nap. I passed Midoriya on his way to the waiting room and said, good luck. He stopped to look at me and said, you'll need it. I raised my hand and went up the stairs before passing through another hallway. As the two boys nod, Midnight calls out to them, are we ready, boys? The semifinals are coming up. Are you ready, people? Because they are 2-3, 2-1 clash, and I know I'm ready. Mike yells. At the start noise they're used to about no, Shoto creates ice spikes to keep Midoriya at bay, however Midoriya can now easily dodge and go to his left or right, him going to the latter. Shifting to his fire form, he commands a geyser of fire to come from the ground, making Midoriya jump out of the way before getting caught in two sets of chains, one being fire and one being of ice, before getting his feet frozen over. Midoriya lifting his feet with his increase of 8%, his body creaking like a kettle ready to explode, he rushes his way through the ice before making it to Shoto, going to hit him in the face but faltering when a spike of fire shot out of his shoulder. Midoriya jumping back only to hit a wall of ice charging at him by Shoto. When he shot the fire spike, he created an ice wall behind Midoriya behind him before pushing him forward into Shoto, left fist covered in flame, flash fire fist. Shoto shouts his father's method, which he invented, and shoots Midoriya through the ice wall into the arena walls while passing out. When the fight is finally over, Shoto controls his temper and looks to the stands to stare at Rai, who smirks back. I walk through the tunnel to the stands. Everyone in 1A was in the stands, with the exception of Iida, who had to leave earlier, Midoriya, who is still unconscious while Jiro and Ochako visit him, Shoto and I staring at each other, assessing each other, and grinning as our classmates began placing bets on the outcome, even though it was fairly evenly split. As I watch the clock in the waiting rooms, I practice every technique I know against Shoto. Shoto is very strong, but he also has a lot of different attacks, such as the Chidori, Rasengan, and Full Phase. I wonder if I could enter speedster time where you perceive the world in slow motion. Like those scenes in movies a lot. I'm kinda like those speedsters like the Flash and all that, so I'm trying to take inspiration from that. Humming through my problems, I recall Iida and his phone call stain, katana electric slashes, and that's it. I make an electric katana and swing it until an electric slash emerges, destroying the chair I was sitting on and the table. Finalist, may you come to the arena. I flinch at the announcement, and quietly leave the room, prepared for my upcoming battle with Shoto. This is a battle between fated rivals as well, and the best of the best first-year students in the stadium are Rai Bakugo and Shoto Todoroki. As we all know, the two have been friends since they first arrived at UA. Are you all prepared? We both give a thumbs up and grin. All right, then the first-year sports festival finals begin in 3, 2, 1, clash. Mike yelling without his mic but his quirk aiming it out to the sky. Without even approaching the amount of ice covering Zero's body, Shoto's initial move creates the same iceberg as in Canon against Zero. To avoid the ice spikes he threw at me, I made a shield and slid down the ice, jumping to the stadium roof. I push off of an electric floorboard beneath my feet to increase my speed. When Shoto is in full hybrid mode, he releases a condensed fireball from underneath both of his feet. He refers to this as his hair taking on a spiral color, one being red and the other white. We fight aerially, each of us catching ourselves in the air as we fly back after colliding in the air with his condensed fireball and me using a Rasengan as I watch him launch at me. Before we create tendrils of our respective elements and clash them in another standstill, we will clash a few more times. Who would have thought that Shoto could now make a fire whip and shoot a stream of fire? He attacks me with the whip and wraps it around me, causing my clothes to sizzle and catch fire. I swear I heard a shout of love from the stands, so I landed on the arena floor and took off my shirt. I put all of my strength into my body and shake my head. I pulled my electricity, sending electric pulses through my eyes. Shoto's power-up was named Frozen Phoenix, after he saw this, covering his body in a constantly brightening fire and covering the fire with his ice aside from his hands, feet, and eye holes. He was also able to fly with the fire wings he created. I'll be number one not just for me but for everyone who believes in me, said Enji Todoroki, aka Pro Hero Endeavor, after hearing his son describe his amazing power. Witnessing Shoto's battle with Rai was a spectacle and the match that everyone in the tournament wanted to see. Everyone can see them in the 1A stands, and they are all very shocked by the power on display. Few people witnessed Shoto yelling at the Nomu, and Rai had never previously let out so much of his electricity. Maybe instead of just explosive skin, they both have something covering them, like armor, and I can make it explosive armor constantly flowing my sweat to make an armor of condensed explosions, Katsuki thought, considering the various ways he could use his quirk. Midoriya was occupied with writing in his notebook, alternating between Rei's and Shoto's pages. We collide again as I make an electric katana and slash, causing a wave of electricity to shoot out and split the iceberg in half as it rushes toward me. I stopped thinking that way and carried on with my charges because Shoto's defense was too strong and he used a combination of ice and fire to compensate for the other's weakness. I have 10 seconds left of this, how am I going to win? 5 seconds, I believe I dash in after being shoved back, barely catching a glimpse of Shoto getting ready to create an iceberg as his hand slides across the air, introducing himself even more forcefully and pushing me away. I see everything slow down and go still as I push my power by using all of the energy I have left. Before I leapt off the still building iceberg, I looked around to see that I was getting tired even more quickly than before. I made it to Shoto and punched him in the face. As time passed normally, you could see a spark of electricity appear as it moved in a line next to Shoto. As I run to unconsciousness at the same moment as Shoto on the arena floor, he is thrown into the air, knocked out cold, breaks the ice, and puts out the fire on him before landing on the grass floor. Unfortunately, you and young Todoroki won't be able to attend the final announcements, just so you know. You guys tied, so they promised another gold medal while the semi-finalist got 3rd place. Recovery girl responds as I fall back into slumber after waking up in the nurse's office to find many people there sitting up and attempting to stand up. 6 p.m. When Shoto, Katsuki, and I finally get home from the long day, we enter the makeshift house to find Tamaki cooking frog legs. Why, is all I can say. Ooh, I wanted to make a video on MyTube about gummy things and then the real foods, Tamaki replies, as if there is nothing wrong with that. So how are you planning the video then? I'd like helping. I'd help me unwind from everything that's happened. The videos are people eating gummy and then the real thing to see what they like better, is that it? Tamaki nods, raising an eyebrow. Here I'll go to the store to buy the stuff. Wait, you have a camera, right? I smirk at them as they roll their eyes and go about their work. Why would I need a camera if I'm just eating food? I'll just edit the photo of the food and the sound effects. Alright, I'm coming back, just finish cooking all the cooking foods and I'll buy extra things, and Katsuki and Shoto clean out the dining table. You're joining us too. So she tilts her head. Coming back from the store, buying 2 plates and covers for them, an additional food and a nasty surprise, a camera and an SD card from the nearest electronics store. It was pretty good and got it for cheap. Shoto and Katsuki helped put the bags in the kitchen table, so I set up the tripod and the camera. Geez, didn't think those classes in school would actually help me. I thought they were easy points to help me graduate. After finishing the setup, we record the video. We had the process of someone pick one gummy and one reel. We pick from which plate we pick from without seeing what it is or if it was gummy or not. One of us rotate from the testers to the servers, having a lot of fun, most times forgetting the camera was there, and then there was the forfeit for the one who ate the least real food at the real tarantula I found from a store, while the others ate the gummy one in the face of the loser. Coincidence, the loser was Katsuki, and he yelled and screamed and said he would never eat that, but I bribed him with the loan with Ochako, so he manned up and ate a little before getting out of frame to spit it out, us laughing throughout him suffering. Ending the video with a quick outdo, thanking anybody who watched the video. Thank you to all the people that watched this video. We had a lot of fun and I'd like to do this somewhat soon, but enough about us. We hope you guys enjoyed the video and hopefully enjoy many more. I say good night to everyone and head back to my bedroom, where I upload the video and begin editing it until midnight, which seems like a fitting name. Misfits seems like a fitting name, and I smile through my bagged eyes as I turn off the computer and jump into bed right away, sleeping like the rock I feel like. It took about 130 minutes to complete, and to say there were many dull moments would be a sin because there weren't really any. It wasn't my favorite day to wake up to my alarm on a Thursday, but I went into the living room to see Katsuki with Ochako and her family. Oh, I wasn't expecting you all to be here. Sorry for my attire, Mr. and Mrs. Uraraka. But about the deal that Katsuki offers, is it really on the table? I nod as we continue discussing the relationship of this deal. Tamaki rushes into the room, turns on the TV, which has received 10 million views in 10 hours. After the revelation, we discuss the deal, and Ochako decides to stay to get to know Katsuki better. Since I have nothing better to do right now, I approach Tamaki and Shoto and ask, "You want to make another video? Then I have another idea." They both nod, so I go to Katsuki's room and knock on the door rather than entering like a fool who is probably doing something I'm not doing, like one of those idiot side characters in anime that cause stupid drama. "Katsuki, wanna film another vid this afternoon? I don't think you have anything, and Ochako, you can come too. The more the merrier," I tell them. After a longer than usual silence, he finally responds simply, "Sure," and I leave to make breakfast. Walking outside with all of our friends, both old and new, including Katsuki, Shoto, Ejiro, the newly grown Minoru, Momo, Ochako, and Tamaki bringing Mirio and Najire, we go to the store to get a muffed microphone, go out into the streets to ask people trick questions, and generally have a good time. We just spotted Endeavor right now, so this will be good. Giving Shoto the microphone, he walks up to his father and asks if he's okay, to which Shoto responds with an even funnier joke. Walking away from the people, we head to a restaurant to order food for our accomplishment in the sports festival, sitting in between Momo and Tamaki. How'd this happen in the first place? I knew these two had crushes on me like I was some stupid dense isekai character that gets harems. Those stories are the worst with their writing. Why can't the side characters, who are often better than the MC and more interesting, either get axed or they have no time to shine and quickly get overshadowed? Finishing the rant, I shake my head before all of us. See two girls in a school uniform I never seen before ask to have a picture with me and call me Casanova and tell me they watched the video and never laughed that hard at things before. Well, thanks, you guys like the content. We wanted to unwind from the tense festival and give you guys a whole new perspective of people trying to be heroes or human, and we aren't hero mode all the time. Me giving them a sexy smirk in their eyes and them squealing, blushing, and one drooling even. I rub the back of my head sheepishly as Shoto takes the photo. Me being in the middle of the two girls roughly my height. I put my hand at my throat and extend my thumb, index finger and middle and strike a pose that I actually made myself while shutting my right eye and showing a little electricity in my left to make it gleam a little. Done shooting the photo, they left and said their farewells, apologizing for their inconvenience, but I didn't see it that way. Sitting back down, I see to intense stares from both Momo and Tamaki. Aw shit. Walking home at 7 p.m. with Katsuki, Tamaki, and Shoto, We watch a movie because we don't want to train the days after the festival because we're exhausted from that day. I go to my room and edit the video, finishing it more quickly because we only recorded what we needed, giving us 30 minutes of quality content. At 8:30 p.m., I upload the video, falling asleep as I hit the mattress to correct my late night sleep schedule from the previous day. When she got home, we surprised her with a banner announcing her victory. We celebrated the rest of the day without checking our phones or anything else, and you could see that our channel had already reached the 1M milestone and was still growing. We woke up a little earlier than usual, knowing that Tamaki would do a fantastic job at the third-year festival and that she would even beat Mirio, which was unexpected. When I pick up my phone, I see that someone who was verified on Twitter, yes, there is Twitter but not YouTube, has tagged me. I shake my head and look at the tagger to see that All Might, the most popular man on the app, has tagged me with, what the hell. Checking my phone when the clock said 5 p.m. I see me getting tagged on Twitter. I open up the app to see All Might himself has seen the videos we created saying that, "You're doing good work young Ryer," should I say Casanova. My eyes widen. Even All Might said that. What? Why am I even called that? I scrolled down to see the picture of the girls we took yesterday go viral as well. Why can't I have a peaceful life but us? Since getting here things are just born weird here. Most comments were how I was hot. Seriously. But most of them are connected with the thread of taking my shirt off in the finals in Sports Festival. I dug my own grave on that one, and then I see the video we made yesterday of dancing and karaoke of some of songs I brought from my world. I taught them how to do their dance well without struggle, but the video turned out fine and it seems people like it very much. They even got hashtag Casanova Rye in the trending. Geez, I thought that getting stronger would ease my worries. Not. I'm known a lot of places and my friends are getting the limelight, like Shoto getting more than the rest as he's the number 2 son, and even Enji is getting positive messages saying we need Endeavor act like this and he'll be more liked. But there was some newscaster that talked about us. I avoided using the trains today and the next day as we go back to school Monday when it was Saturday today. We'd get back to training on my phone one more time to see my account got verified on Twitter. A sigh lets out and I turn off the phone. This phone being one I bought after getting here and my old one being in my room. Deciding to stay home and prevent causing havoc, I just loitered in my room, coincidentally remixing music I thought needed more to it. The account with all the music in it was called New Age. As I decided to post this on a different account like the Misfits channel, which was in 1.5M and counting. Sunday mornings are strange because Monday usually comes around the quickest. This Sunday was one of those days when we did everything we usually do, but it went by more quickly. After we finished breakfast, we went to visit our parents' door. We rang the doorbell and saw Mitsuki Bakugo, or more like Mom these days since she wants me to call her that, and she gave us a bear hug that popped both of our backs. How can this woman have so much strength? Katsuki and I exchanged similar thoughts before she let us down and said that her boys made her proud. So how are my boys doing, or should I say Casanova? She giggled, and I turned away in embarrassment. Natsuo and Fuyumi greet Shoto as he enters his house with the key he is carrying, and he gives them a hug in return. So what's our super popular lil bro want with us? Natsuo asks in a cutesy voice, and Fuyumi scoffs and pulls his check, causing him to yell in agony. Well, I wanted to see you before heading back to school on Monday as I'll probably be busy for the next weeks because of school and training, Shoto says, spending 2 hours there while also visiting his mother, who is getting better every day and may soon enough to be able to visit him. Going to school was not the most pleasant, getting into the subway train only to have many girls call me Casanova to come here for a picture. I obliged. No harm done, right? I look to Tamaki and she seems to be giving me a murderous glare. I look away and pray doesn't murder me. Reaching Ua, we separate and go to our classes, me, Shoto and Katsuki making it to 1A. I was soon barraged with questions and people commenting. Wow, is that Casanova? Someone I didn't see talked snakily. Most people asked if they could join in some of the videos because we kinda created 3 trends without meaning to and having my social media blow up, and it was my personal account to thanks All Might. Hope to never strangle you, I thought happily. Everyone taking their seats, Aizawa walks into the room he stands behind his lecture podium and checks to see everyone here and then breaks the silence. Welcome class, today we're going to be doing something very special. Before he can finish, multiple people cut him off as they cry in excitement. Back to what I was saying before I got rudely interrupted. He glares at the students without his quirk. We're coming up with all of your codenames, or better known as hero names. With that said, the entirety of the class was excited as some jump out of their chairs before getting silenced by Aizawa glare with his quirk this time. Silence, hearing and seeing the commanding voice, they all sat down and shut up as he sighs. Before I leave you in someone more capable of making hero names. Midoriya, why did you lash out at the end of your fight with Bakugo? Not only were you unprovoked, but that was outside the match, so the Bakugos could have sued you for abuse of quirk usage. Midoriya looks down, and the only reason why we kept you in the tournament was to observe you, and since Bakugo was out cold and we didn't want an unfair advantage with Jiro not having to fight anyone to make it to the semifinals. Not only did you sabotage Katsuki's entire time, but you also ruined how many internship offers he truly would have gotten if he proved himself, and the fights he was meant to participate in the tournament could have turned out differently. Midoriya had been not well received by the media by knocking another student unconscious after the match he lost, and he still managed to pass on to the next round. Shoto, hearing something in his rant, asks a question. Internship? A feeble, "Yes sir," was heard, followed by, "Well, the person helping you with your codenames is, yes." Everyone who participated in the tournament had the opportunity to earn internship requests, but since Bakugo didn't have as much time to show off, then he should have his number very much outranking most of you for coming in first in the beginning two events. And Midoriya, I want you to give a 5-page essay on laws regarding quirks and a 1-page apology to Katsuki Bakugo. Am I understood? You all have this entire period to create a name, and yes, it can change, but some names can stick with you, Midnight says as she prepares to pull whiteboards from the podium while the people in the front get them and pass them back. Midnight enters the classroom as she and Aizawa are having a staring match. Aizawa leaves and says, "Troublesome." I laugh at the word. She said, "Once you've got a name, you're going to show it to the class. If it isn't well received, you would have to change it." I brought my seat to Katsuki's desk, and Shoto did the same. "Guys, I've got an idea on our names. As long as mine has God in it, we're fine." Oh, I was just going to put my given name. After sharing my ideas with the class, Katsuki and Shoto immediately liked mine. Katsuki gets up and walks to the front of the class and says, "Explosion God, Dynamite." Shoto exclaims the end. It may be his super move name, but that's because he's a literal frozen phoenix. Midnight applauded Shoto on the name while he smiles at picking this name instead of his given name. I try to get up, but Aoyama beats me and goes to present his. "I cannot stop twinkling," he says, but Midnight just lowers it down to, "Can't stop twinkling," and she accepted it. I go up next and put my name out there. The electrifying hero Thunder Fang. "Oh, you sure you want that name? What about the other name people know you by?" She smirks. I sigh and start writing something else. The electrifying hero, Thunder Fang Casanova. Her smirk grows bigger. "Now that's what I'm talking about." She pumps her fist in the air while I blush at still having the name. Everyone else's is basically the same, all except Midoriya, him not really being called Deku, here by Katsuki, and Ochako not knowing doesn't change its meaning, so he goes with his given name. Seeing this I frown. I saw a fan fiction where he had a better name, so I'll feed him that one. "Are you sure you want only your name as your hero name?" Midnight asks a glum Midoriya. He gets ready to answer while I just raise my hand. Midnight calling on me. "I got a suggestion for you." He raises his head at me and his eyes widen. I say the name, Viridian Guardian. Midoriya lights up at the name and clutches his fist as he starts writing the name, being Viridian Guardian, him stating it proudly. After though we went to lunch, and Tamaki deciding to sit with us was Minoru, Ochako, Momo, Ejiro. Sitting in an 8-person table like if it was made for us, I managed to get a sit next to Momo and Tamaki. How? After talking about our hero names, I see All Might taking Midoriya to his office. After school, we used this time to check the internships we wanted to attend. Shoto, Katsuki, and I submitted over 10,000 requests, and Endeavor was the one that caught our attention. He is the number 2 hero, and solving the most cases makes me want to join, so that's what we all do. Taking off for internships. We are all at the train station on a Friday, heading to the internships, and we have all of our costumes. Katsuki's costume is a combination of his Class 1A versus Class 1B uniform and his World Heroes mission suit, but he did manage to incorporate the grenade gauntlets into it. Nothing much changed with mine. It still resembles Midoriya from World Mission. I just changed the yellow that illuminates when I use my quirk to green. Shoto is also from World Heroes Mission, and the hood is still there. We board the train and travel to Endeavor's agency, but before we arrive, I message Endeavor to ask if we can use our quirks legally. After exchanging texts, we came to the conclusion that, while we could fight without getting into trouble if we had permission, it wasn't the first option. He reasoned, sorry, if the hero killer doesn't want to, then he doesn't. I'm hoping that outnumbering him will be sufficient to get him to go. As we enter the agency, we see Endeavor in the waiting area. He gestures for us to enter, and we enter the large doors to see a large office for his employees, but everything is small in the center to allow for outdoor activity. Observing Endeavor's interactions with Vernon, his sidekick, in particular. When he's finished speaking, we enter his office and he takes a seat. Can you tell me why you interned with me when there are heroes with similar quirks to yours? He asks. Well, number 2, stopping even more crimes than All Might is already more than enough, but mostly because we're still in Shizuoka, but you have a lot of experience, maybe even more than All Might, and you being a constant hood hero made us pick you. I respond on behalf of the 3 of us, saying, well then suit up, we're going to train on new ways to use your quirks, which alarmed us. 2 days went by quickly because it was the 3rd day of our first patrol. We started out by walking around the area until a large explosion occurred. A Nomu was pursuing a young couple in the street when it saw us and started to attack, but was stopped by Gran Torino hitting his head and stomach, causing his guts to spill. We all receive a notification, pull out our phones, and see the location Midoriya sent. Knowing what this is, we take off over the battlefield while Stain is across the city. I stopped a Nomu from punching a civilian by grabbing him with a whip, reeling him, and snagging him in a bridal carry while slowing down and placing him on the ground. I smile at him to calm his fears. Make sure to get a safe distance from the villain attack. Frozen, how far are we? I ask. Just a street away in the alleyway, let's go. I push off the ground and we run over there. When I see the hero killer about to kill Iida, I shoot him an electric beam. Hey, are you guys alright, can you stand? No, his quirk makes people paralyzed if he ingests your blood, Katsuki said, stopping his attack to grab Native and throw him at me. So you managed to find out my quirk, hero. He was able to dodge the beam in time to see several condensed explosions coming at him, thanks to Katsuki. You have to get past us to hurt them, hero killer. We all yelling the final part. I never would have imagined that I would be running at the hero killer Stain. Activating Thunder God compatible with 10% OFA, I charged at him and made my own katana. With his superior skill and vastly greater experience, he was able to counteract Shoto's and Katsuki's interference and push him into the street, where he was in the center of a triangle formed by Shoto and Katsuki landing on 2 of his 3 sides. While we stare in complete concentration, Stain clicks his tongue in annoyance. The civilian I saved earlier, who was live streaming the event, doesn't see us and identifies us by naming the stream Casanova, Dynamite, Frozen Phoenix vs. Hero Killer Stain. Additionally, they were aware of our hero names because, when they were reviewing our internship selection, UA updated their website to include a summary of the sports festival participants' hero names and descriptions. We all look at Stain to see who will attack first, and then he takes a concealed knife from his coat and throws it at me, but I deflect it as he rushes to slit Katsuki. As Stain battles for supremacy with my electric katana, Katsuki blasts his entire left side out of the way, sending him to the right and shooting a mini blow that he barely avoids. I was kicked out and then ran away without getting cut. While Katsuki takes off and continues to pelt him from above, Shoto pushes off the ground with his full mode fire, propelling him forward and producing ice swords that spew fire when struck. When we clash swords, Mr. Ducking Neo-style Katsuki lands a condensed explosion on his side, blowing him a few feet back and landing on his feet. Shoto and I are moving from different sides, and he picks and rushes to me, grabbing a knife, and attempting to slash me. He continued to throw a knife, which Katsuki took in the arm, and with a tiny explosion, it materialized directly in front of him, exploding his face with a pinpoint explosion. He will launch him again, but this time he will be Ike's Savage. We are on opposite sides, so I would try to hold him off by myself, limiting my power to at least 15% OFA. He rushes at us like a beast ready to hunt, ready to strike. As Katsuki and Shoto came up with a plan in retrospect, we began fighting, me matching his strength and speed. After receiving the signal, I power up to 45% OFA once more, avoid a slash, and then slash him from his left shoulder to his right hip, deep enough to leave a scar but not kill him, before kicking him in the middle. As I watch Shoto throw condensed fire and Katsuki throw condensed explosion, I condense my electricity into a ball and throw it into the hero killer. Shoto and Katsuki both make contact at the same time, causing a burst of brilliant lights. He is on his knees and tries to get up, but he is covered in electric and ice chains. The scene shows an unconscious hero killer face down in the street as the smoke clears. We cover him with electric chains and leave him there. We turn to see Midoriya with Native on his back, wearing a full cowl, and a freshly recovered Iida coming from the alley screaming at us. Why did you four get involved? It was my fight as Ingenuine that monster hurt my brother. Iida, you're not Ingenuine, he says angrily. I never saw Ingenuine with that look on his face. The Ingenuine I knew was a kind-hearted person who wanted to protect people, not go on stupid revenge quests fueled by his hatred. Iida's eyes widen at my statement, and he falls to his knees, sobbing, and pleading, everyone makes mistakes, Iida. It's just some of us take too many and end up becoming villains. Most of them are just those crazy ones out for blood. Get up crying, I say, pat him on the head. When the pros arrived, they saw that the hero killer had been apprehended, injured Iida, Native, and Katsuki, and that the knife was still in his arm. As Midoriya tries to defend herself, a Nomu that none of us were expecting carries her. As Katsuki is the first to react, he blasts up to the Nomu and uses his momentum to tackle him. The Nomu then lets go of Midoriya, and Katsuki uses explosions on his feet to land while carrying Midoriya in a bridal carry. Endeavor then throws a fire spear into the Nomu's eye, killing it while it is in the air. When I woke up in a hospital building wearing my regular clothes, I noticed that everyone was getting up, including Shoto, who was just relaxing, and Katsuki, who had just had his arm patched. Gran Torino, Manuel, and Endeavor, the head of the Hosu Police Department, entered the room. Before making an exception, the chief starts lecturing about using quirks without a license. You two will have to deal with the consequences Ua brings you, but young Rai, Shoto, and Katsuki were able to use their quirks due to special permission, he says. And to add, he turns on the TV and goes to the news about the Hosu incident and talks about Casanova, Dynamite, and Frozen Phoenix beating the hero killer so everyone knew, so that's cool. That was hell, oh hell. I checked the 1A group chat after receiving several notifications on my phone. I saw that everyone had watched the news this morning and recognized us fighting the hero killer and beating him in the video of the man I saved. Damn it, I should have just followed Shoto instead of telling me out loud, your spark to popularity turned fire to an inferno. He then left us to our own thoughts, telling us to rest because we deserved it. As Shoto and I waited for Katsuki to leave the office, we entered the hospital lobby and saw our classmates with the heroes they were interning with. I see Gunhead next to Ochako, Edgeshot next to Momo, Fatgum with Ejiro, and Tamaki who rushes at me and gives me an embrace that makes my breath catch. Tamaki says, "Oh, you're all right," with relief, ignoring her breasts being pressed against his chest, which causes him to flush. As the others, mainly Ochako, begin to question Katsuki, Momo merely watches in jealousy. Soon after leaving the office, he greets Ochako and gives her a hug. We're catching up with everyone before returning to the agency to resume our work, putting our suits back on, and getting ready for today's training, which includes a one-on-one spar with the big man Endeavor. Following internships, it's been 4 days since the stain incident, and we're going back to school this Friday, so I'm waking up for the first time this week and getting ready for school. As Shoto, Katsuki, and Tamaki make our way to the train, many people stop by to ask for pictures and sign random items with markers, such as notebooks or bodies. Arriving at school with the big fuckfest back at the train, we enter our class and are surrounded by our peers, who mostly ask how we defeated that guy. We were able to enter the room and take our seats. Before All Might enters the classroom, he has the ability to ignite everyone's enthusiasm as if it were his own. As he escapes with his crabs to the industrial zone, he instructs us to get dressed and follow him. Before grabbing a sash, All Might said, "Welcome back, students. It's only been a week and I've already begun to miss all of you. Today will be a rescue training race. I will be in the middle while you all are scattered around the edges of the training zone Gamma. The first one to reach me will be the winner." All Might gave a loud thumbs up, selecting Midoriya, Ojiro, Ashido, Siro, and Iida as the first group. I put a finger to my chin and thought, Midoriya, since he can jump around without breaking his bones, and he must have gotten better, as Shoto and Katsuki nodded subtly in agreement. "So who do you guys think will win this thing?" Ejiro asks us. I ask Momo, Minoru, and Ochako, who are new to our group of friends, "So you guys are coming to train after school or?" Minoru responds, "Yeah, I'd like to experiment with my quirk, my internship really didn't help me with that." Minoru stands to my left. Momo is approaching from my right, and when I look at her, it appears that she is wearing a cloak, and her undergarments have not changed. Nice change, Momo, I say, grinning. She blushes and turns her head, saying, I'm glad you like my internship with Edgeshot, really helped me with my freezing problem, and I gained new skills like blending in with the darkness, throwing ninja stars, and knowing how to wield one of these. She pulls out a kodachi with the cover still on, straps it on, and answers my previous question with a shy, oh, if you don't mind, I'd like to come. I just tilt my head and smile, and Ochako says, ha ha ha, thanks for saving me, young Midoriya, as he gives the boy a thumbs up and calls the next group of students. After school, walking out of school with a newly minted group of me, Shoto, Katsuki, Tamaki, Ejiro, Minoru, Momo, Ochako and Mina. Having unexpectedly come to our table during lunch, wanting to get to know the ever-growing group, which led Shoto to ask if she wanted to join in training, which she said yes, not having nothing else to do. Upon reaching the warehouse, the new arrivals just looked expectantly as we opened the back door heading into the living area. Steeping inside the living space, it was bigger than normal as they look on the hallway that lead to multiple rooms, those being Katsuki's and Shoto's, while on the other side of that hallway led to my bedroom and Tamaki's. After showing them around and cooking dinner, we move into the training space. I go around and theories about their quirks and how to use them. Though the difference was of Minoru's quirk evolving, we needed to see what he could do. While Momo, without thinking, had made sleeping gas in the past, I just proposed the idea of just letting it out like midnight. Or having wrist blasters that used stun bullets, while she made the ammo from her quirk as if she was Black Widow. Mina, her being able to spray her quirk all over her body, made for a lot of testing, or even Shoto proposed the idea of acid armor like Shoto's frozen phoenix armor he has. Mina, liking this idea, tries making it, starting with her hands trying to make gauntlets but ultimately failing, not being able to make enough acid or having enough control for it. She looked downtrodden, but comes her savior Shoto. Hey Mina, you shouldn't look like this, all you need to do is get stronger and try again, you won't get anywhere if you give up. I believe in you, Mina, please, if you come and train as hard as we do, you'll get stronger enough to stop anyone, I know you can. Shoto, finishing his speech, made Mina's eyes widen and pumps her fist up and looks at Shoto with fire in her eyes. Going up to Ochako, I go and ask her a question. Have you tried using a weapon, like grappling hooks and a ball and chain, using your quirk to make it weightless, then turning the weight on her with the grappling hook, you being weightless so it pulls you faster than you being with gravity? Ochako just shakes her head, taking the info. I walk away and I pull up my phone and see a contact there. Seeing Iida on my contact list, I press call. Hello. He answers. Hey Iida, are you doing anything right now? I reply. No, is there something you need, Bakugo-kun? Just call me Rai, and I wanted to ask you something. Oh well, you can call me Tenya as well, but what was the thing you wanted to ask me? I just wanted to let you know if you wanted to join our after-school training. I saw you after the stain accident, don't you? Tenya asked over the phone. Yes, Tenya said quietly. I'll text you the address if you're serious about this. We'll meet tomorrow as well, but not on Sunday because that's the break day, but on Monday the training starts up again. Okay, if you'll let me join, I would like to kindly accept. Yeah, I'll see you here in a little. Right, it's nice to see you. Where are you training? He says as he approaches me in a tracksuit after seeing Tenya arrive in a car that most likely belonged to his parents. He asks, oh, you're really ready? Well, let's go. I turn around, open the door, and led Tenya to the training area where he sees Katsuki trying to hit the targets on the wall with his condensed explosive bullets and Shoto doing the same with his fire. Ochako is currently in the air with a grappling hook Momo made for her, getting used to it, and Minoru is experimenting with his balls after learning that he can make them into anything he wants, like wings or a katana, and that he can layer them to make them stronger. Grape armor, Minoru said, as he gained a purple appearance from the outside, as if it were purple jelly. Momo was having a spare with Tamaki while he was cutting off octopus tentacles. Oh my, Tenya exclaims. Yeah. If you're looking to get stronger, then we welcome you, we want more friends. I extend my hand, and he shakes it and bows. Thank you for the opportunity. Raise your head, we're all friends, aren't we? He says. The training sessions are Mondays and Thursdays being for quirk strengthening. Wednesdays and Saturdays are dedicated to physical training, while Tuesdays and Fridays are dedicated to honing techniques rather than strength. Additionally, since final exams are in a month and a few weeks, we may schedule study sessions for Sundays. Tenya nods and says, yes, I think that will be a good as we have some of the higher ranked people in the class here. He shakes his head up and down. I look at everyone and grin, saying, those villains can try to beat us but they won't. It is Monday, and I am getting up to go to school and teach class. I go to the support department with Katsuki and Ochako really her needing a grappling hook and ball end chain while Katsuki here just to accompany her. We walk to the door just to see it blow up. Right before heading inside we see Hatsume on the floor as she waves the smoke out of her face as pro hero. Power louder scolds her as he sees us. Do you kiddos need anything? We just confusingly nod as he shakes his hand telling us to come inside. I just picked up the confused Hatsume and led her to a stool where she just sat down gulping down an entire bottle of water. We turn our attention to Power Loader. Ochako explaining what she wanted as Hatsume comes from behind me. Thanks for helping me. If you want I could be of service. She seems to have a giant smile on her. I wanted to see if I could get weighted clothing like the school tracksuits. Both Katsuki and Ochako look at me with an eyebrow raised. What, the final exams are coming up in a month's time. This will help the 10 of us, you know that. Oh, so 10 weighted clothing. Ahoo, I can do that so you can lift and train all parts of your body. That's smart. Thanks. I rub the back of my head sheepishly. How long is it going to take, and can you make the weight adjustable to add more weight without having to modify it and wasting your time? She puts her finger on her chin thinking while tapping the counter. I can have them all done in about a week and a half. Alright, thank you. Is there anything I can do to repay you? Smiles. Be my future costumer and you can only come to me. Sure, but can you give me a 10% discount? I giggle at my fake competence. I raise my hand for a handshake and she says, sure. She cheers. Rai Bakugo. Mo, you have a name for me, but I don't have one for you. No fair, I say childlessly. Meh, that's too long. I'll call you Sparky. Nice to meet you. Name's Mei Hatsume. 1 month later. It would be disrespectful to say that these people haven't advanced to a higher level because Shoto improved his ability to control his quirk, and Katsuki created a brand new technique that resembles Shoto's frozen phoenix form. He called it explosive armor, which is simply condensed explosions that detonate when someone touches it. With more experimentation, Minoru could create anything he wanted out of the jelly-like fluid he had. The balls he had made off were used to make armor with wings and weapons similar to katanas, but he could also layer these builds to make them stronger, though doing so would cause his blood to spill from his head if he used too much fluid. Even though Momo's quirk hasn't improved, she was able to learn how to obtain wrist tasers similar to Black Widow and add explosives to the ninja stars she now creates. Her fighting style has significantly improved since then. Tamaki discovered that she could have crystal-like armor without simply eating food. Tenya simply got better at running and pushing his quirk. Earlier, he removed his mufflers as well. Weight training has increased his natural speed with his engines, and even though he didn't receive much training with his Recipro Turbo, he was still able to discover that he could fly with it. Ochako's proficiency with the ball, chain, grappler, and hook, as well as her increased endurance when using her quirk. Although we were able to lessen the acidity with training so that it was just like regular water, Mina was still able to fly with the spewing acid. Although Mina was unable to develop her quirk like the anime here, she was still able to create the acid gauntlets and boots, which increased her acid range and her punching and kicking power. Invincible was held by Ejiro for a lot longer than it was at the sports festival. Walking to school has been a problem because we only posted videos on our channel once a week, but this hasn't stopped the number of new viewers. In the last month, we reached 3 million subscribers with special videos for each million, including a live stream, a Q&A, and a compilation of all the other videos. In addition, our popularity increased significantly when we added more of our friends, such as Mirio, Najire, or Ochako. As we arrived at class, we all sat down as though it were any other day, but since it was June 23rd, I knew something was wrong. Aizawa rolls his sleeping bag into class, zips it up, and leaves to check attendance at his lecture podium. The announcement that, Class 1A, I wanted to let you know if you didn't know already that finals are next week, was interrupted by the unprepared shriek of some of the students who didn't know. As I was saying, Aizawa said, glaring at everyone with his quirk, you'll have to pass both written and practical portions of the test to be allowed on the summer camp the school has planned for summer. At that point, the people who had been depressed about attending a summer camp. We all prepare for the upcoming classes after the announcements are finished, and Mike cheers as he enters the room. Are y'all ready for this English pop quiz, ya know? He asks, using a variety of slang terms. The majority of the lower areas complain. When the lunch bell rings, we all gather together and eat lunch, including the newcomers Iida, Ochako, Minoru, Momo, and Mina. There are 9 of us seated at the table, and Tamaki frequently sits at the table but also spends time with her own friends. I pose a rather important question to them. So are you guys confident on the finals? We've been training pretty hard now and some of us broke through our limits. Yes, as for the written exams, we've been studying once a week to help the others and understand the subject better, and for the practical, Iida stops when he witnesses Monoma striking my head. Ops, I'm sorry, I just hit your big heads that it was pretty hard to avoid. Itsuka Kendo cuts him off with a blow to the neck. Pointing to the unconscious Monoma, I wave her away as if nothing had happened. Oh my, well, he seems to be better. Yeah, having good friends helped him. I'm really sorry about that. He means well, it may not look like it, but... Ochako then gives him a hug as he blushes. Katsuki used to have an inferior complex just like him. Kendo apologizes to Monoma before heading out. Yeah, about the practicals, what do you guys think it will be? I ask them if I don't know. Well, this is UA, so it has to be something that really tests us, I say, and most of them nod in agreement. Just before their friends began moving to a different table for lunch, Izuku Midoriya and his girlfriend Kyoka Jiro started dating. If there weren't a certain ash blonde among them, it wouldn't normally be an issue. Since they were on the ground, Midoriya's time with Jiro has made him more frank and outspoken, and it has also given him more confidence. After he told her about his past with Katsuki, they became even closer friends before they began dating and fell deeply in love. After the stain incident, they began hanging out with that group a month ago. It reminded me that he was referred to as a true hero, but he was quickly removed from the battle after only launching one blow before becoming paralyzed. Iida and Pro Hero. Native would have died if it weren't for Shoto, Rai, or Katsuki's intervention, and he would have been powerless to stop it. That sense of futility reminded him of middle school, when being called Deku was his identity. He feels the pit in his stomach deepen, but Jiro pulls him out of it with a kiss on the cheek, making him flush. Midoriya cried as he spilled his guts. I just think about Stain and how I couldn't do anything. All Might chose me for a reason, yet I'm feeling like he made a mistake. Jiro, who disagreed with that way of thinking, started to recount all of his accomplishments, including making it to the sports festival semifinals. Yeah, but Kyoka, I actually lost in the begging and only got to move one because I said Midoriya, unwilling to reveal what had happened. He looked at Katsuki's table and saw Ochako hugging him, which made him glare at the direction before pausing and examining his food. After school, we simply stroll around the Shizuoka prefecture on this Friday. We come across an American restaurant, so we go in and order what we want, even though we've had a lot of bad experiences with hamburgers, which made us feel a little heavier. As I finish the food, I notice that most people enjoy it. After we pay the bill and leave, we head to Tokaba Municipal Beach Park, where we are prepared for sparring because it was technique day and we wanted to concentrate on quirkless fighting. We watched Midoriya and Jiro spar against All Might, who appeared to be holding back. Iida yells at them before I can say anything. Hello All Might Sensei, but do Midoriya-kun and Jiro-san have warrants for quirk usage? If not, I might have to report this All Might Sensei. They turn away from the direction of the voice and see the 10 of us leaning over the balcony, all of us looking shocked. Well, Katsuki, let's go. I want to teach you where you belong, Ochako says as she leaps into the sand, followed by Katsuki, who begins sparring All Might, Midoriya, and Jiro while they stare at them. We don't hear them, we simply pass them and are paired with partners that we typically switch. There is nothing to worry about this young Iida though, if I may ask. Why are you all together? Well, All Might, we usually train somewhere else, but we just wanted a change of scenery and the area didn't really matter, so we found the beach and that's how we got here. All Might takes the required paperwork out of his pocket before beginning. After a week, today is the day of the final exams, and while it's incredible how quickly time can pass, it also takes a long time. As we enter the classroom, we witness individuals in a panic, such as Aoyama and Kaminari, who attempted to study but ultimately failed. However, we remain seated while Aizawa begins our class and distributes the written portion of the test, giving us until lunch to finish it, which covers everything we have studied over the past few weeks. Many people were afraid to see how their test results would turn out at the end. The main topic of conversation while I was sitting with my friends was the test. So how did you guys think you got? Other than Momo, we know you aced it. Mina blushed at the compliment, and the others simply nodded in agreement. Oh, it was so much easier than the midterms. Mina exclaimed enthusiastically. Yeah, you must have moved up a few places since the midterms. You were 19th but now you must be 12th or lower. Shoto said. Yeah, all thanks to you Shoto-kun, she said in jest. In order to hide his blush, Shoto looks to the side. As we discuss the potential future of our class if we fail, we turn to face Momo, who cleared her throat and said, shouldn't we be worried about the practical? We nod. Maybe we shouldn't mull over what if they don't do anything and all we do is waste time complaining we're too weak when you can be training, I say and get them to stop. Oh I see anime directors mull over what if or if I was stronger type deal. I don't want this to go on to you guys. Be confident in your abilities but never be afraid to reach a new level. I spoke like a speech. They simply started sitting more comfortably and eating their food at a leisurely pace, which allowed us to stray into a variety of unrelated subjects. When the lunch bell rings and we return to the classroom, we notice that some of the students are walking funny, likely because they are anxious about the upcoming test section. With a sigh, I enter the classroom, and as the bell rings, more and more people stream in. After glancing at everyone, Aizawa interrupted the silence by saying, "Everyone put on your hero suits and meet at the observation room." He then left the room. Kaminari, Aoyama, and Midoriya were shivering as if they were in freezing temperatures in the men's locker room as everyone changed out of their school uniforms. Most of us ignore them and simply leave them alone, but before they realize it, they quickly change as we head to the observation room. As soon as we leave the room, numerous teachers, including Smintos, Aizawa, Midnight, Present Mike, 13, Power Loader, Snipe and Ectoplasm Sensei, and Principal Nezu, stop us and smile while they look at us. No All Might in sight. We had to wait until everyone arrived, and everyone was seriously wondering why we weren't in the observation room as instructed. Hello students, as you're wondering is why is there so many teachers here, and that's because of the recent villain attack. We decided that changing the final exams from the normal test. Nezu stops for a second before going on. This year's practical exams will be fought 2-on-1 against the teachers and bodies. You say we know this is unfair, but we teachers have a handicap of wearing weights that are half our total weight. Nezu continues. The silence was broken by the students, some of whom were simply thinking while others were silently terrified. Breaking the silence, Aizawa went through his phone's match order. Mina Ishido and Denki Kaminari vs. The Principal. 13 vs Ochako Uraraka and Yuga Aoyama. Current Mike vs Kyoka Jiro and Koji Koda. Fumikage Tokiyami and Suyu Asui vs Ectoplasm. Honta Siro and Minoru Mineta vs Midnight. Mezzo Shoji and Toru Hagakuri vs Snipe. Smintos vs Rikido Sato and Ejiro Kirishima. Tenya Iida and Mashirao Ojiro vs Power Loader. Momo Yaoyorozu and Shoto Todoroki vs. Eraserhead. Finally, we have Izuku Midoriya, Rai, and Katsuki Bakugo against. Aizawa is interrupted by something falling behind the teacher. Me, All Might, emerging from the smoke enveloping him, says menacingly, "You three show me what you've got, heroes." As Midoriya eats his lunch, which was about to spill, I watch Katsuki give All Might a wary look. The students all had determined expressions on their faces as Aizawa asked, "Are you all ready? You may be able to pass this exam by capturing the villain or escaping." Awaiting the start of the first game, which will pit Uenezu's principal against Denki Kaminari and Mina Ishido. Since Kaminari believes this will be simple, he ignores most of Mina's attempts to persuade him to assist her with a plan. Instead, he repeatedly says, "I'll just shock him," which is his line of reasoning. However, as Mina learns more and studies more, she realizes that Nezu is a very intelligent person, and she was paired with a less intelligent person. As she and Kaminari were summoned to the industrial zone for their exam, Mina sighed and simply started processing all of her thoughts on her own. In the middle of the city, surrounded by pipes and buildings, Mina and Kaminari made their way to the exit gate. "I say we should go for the exit, it seems easier than trying to go for someone like Principal Nezu," Mina said. They turned to see the timer 5 seconds from 0. "Sorry Kaminari, but it's better to go to the exit than fight someone that smart," Mina thought, dismissing it once more. "You're worrying too much Ishido, this will be a piece of cake." When the timer reached 0, they could already hear a wrecking ball strike a section of the building, striking a few pipes before causing a chain reaction that left a constant stream of debris in their wake as they ran. Kaminari yelled, "Hey, help me," as Mina began to slide on her acid, outpacing him. She says, "I would have if you didn't brush off everything I tried saying you're on your own," as she sprays acid on the back of her thighs, speeding up and eventually soaring above some of the debris covering a passageway. Kaminari just keeps running and yells, "Hey, I'm sorry Ishido, healed." Again, choosing to ignore him, Mina stabilizes and accelerates her flight with her arms. Hagakure cheered her friend, saying, "Wow, I didn't know Mina could do that." "Yes, she's been training really hard for the finals," Shoto remarked, not really talking to anyone. Right now, Midoriya is updating his Mina Ishido page in his notebook. The main group simply grinned, realizing how far she had come and how much stronger she would become in just 1 month. Nezu hadn't anticipated Mina's ability to fly, so he still had some cover over enemies who were in the air when she changed course and saw a debris pursuing her. As the debris melted in the air before reaching her, Mina screamed and used Acid Veil. With her hands in most toxic acid, she focused all of her attention on avoiding the rapidly moving debris. Kaminari quickly runs out of room to run before being crushed by the rubble and rendered unconscious. The alarm repeated, Denki Kaminari has failed the exam. And he focused all of his attention on it. Mina briefly shifts her attention to Kaminari's spot and notices him lying beneath debris. Denki Kaminari has failed the exam, she exclaims, leaving him with a heavy heart as she uses her hands to help boost rather than stabilize her. Mina eventually made it to the gate largely unharmed, with the exception of a few minor indications of quirk overuse at the end, thanks to the match maintaining this rhythm. Mina Ishido has passed the exam. The voice on the battlefield exclaimed. Mina Ishido has passed the exam, was repeated. As Mina arrived in the observation room, everyone was cheering her on. Kaminari simply walked glumly a few steps behind her. "I knew you'd pass, Mina," exclaimed Hagakure. "Yay, and I know you and Shoji are going to pass too. I can't have my gal pal out of the summer camp." Mina exclaims with great enthusiasm as she smiles at her friend's enthusiasm. Her remarkable victory with the untrustworthy teammate appears to be receiving more comments. "Yuga Aoyama and Ochako Uraraka, please make it to the Mox City for your exam," the individual said. Uraraka jumped away in anticipation as Aoyama was just a few steps away after Katsuki pulled her and gave her a hug. He grinned and said, "Good luck, not like you'll need it." "Thanks for the support, babe." When the bell rings to announce the start of the match, Ochako arrives in the city fully outfitted and waits for the timer to go off. "Aoyama-kun, I'll go on recon around the surround area. If I call you through the earpiece, then that just means I found her," she exclaims as she grabs her grappler by the handle, which resembles its Season 6 counterpart. She makes herself weightless and shoots her grappling hook to a building, which resembles a yo-yo. As it pulls her, the grapple releases its hold on the building, retracting into the grappler handle, maintaining her momentum because she is weightless. As he quickly updates the Ochako page with the grappler support item and runs out of LED on his third pencil, Midoriya also notices the slight addition of straps to lessen headaches and the urge to vomit. Additionally, her increased endurance appears to be far greater than what she would have been comfortable with a month ago. Midoriya looks at Katsuki and says, "That was the time she and Iida ate where Katsuki ate." Katsuki appears to be grinning at the screen as she skirts the city until she finds her, at which point she signals Aoyama to pincer her because she is unable to concentrate all of her attention on one person in one place. Unaware that she was being watched, Aoyama sneaks to the back of 13 and is shot by a belly button laser, which throws her off balance and stops her quirk because she is focusing on Aoyama. This gives Ochako enough time to shoot her grappler at 13, tying her up in the grappler and putting her in handcuffs to end the match. The voice declared, "Team Yuga Aoyama and Ochako Uraraka have passed the exam." As Ochako began to cheer and raise her hands in celebration of the win. As the other competitors approached the arriving pair, the contestants from the previous match, who had passed with hood planning and execution, were extremely proud of themselves as they made their way to the observation room. "Come on, you can't lose now, you know, Katsuki. I don't want to be alone on this summer camp. Omi and Rai aren't failing, all might be damned well just have to bury him." Katsuki offers Ochako a fist bump, which she gladly accepts and pushes her fist to meet Katsuki. As Kota and Jiro took their leaves, the voice said, "Koji Kota and Kyoka Jiro, may you enter the training zone for your final exam." When the timer reached 0, there was a brief pause as Present Mike used his quirk to exclaim, "Yeah." Toward Jiro and Kota, each of them covering their ears, he jacks to her boots to send her own sound clashing with Mike's as it dispelled it. Kota takes the time to talk to the creatures of this area, talking to the bugs and all other creatures his voice could reach, insects crawling out of the ground and onto Present Mike. This causes him to freak out, deactivate his quirk, and pass out due to the fear. Both Kota and Jiro are seen running the gate. Upon both competitors making it to the observation room, they are approached by most people and are complimented on their ability. Midoriya making it to Jiro. They began talking and how glad she is to have passed and thanking Midoriya for all the training. The next 5 minutes were filled with conversation on the next match, which was Fumikage Tokiyami and Tsuyu Asui. Them against Ectoplasm. People were making predictions of whether they were at a disadvantage or at an advantage. As this was happening, I decided to go on my phone. Nothing would really change. I didn't necessarily do anything. With these two I only said pleasantries, but other than that it was nothing, so I started just jumping around everything, and I landed on the channel that Tamaki thought of making it about reaching the 3.5 million. Geez, how did I get so popular for no reason? I'm just trying to be the best hero I can be and maybe go home. I want to see my family. Letting out a sigh as I bring my attention on my search history, as I took the time finding what things were lost to time. As for the time I'm in is 2223, literally 200 years in the future. I found that Union was extinct. Letting out a chuckle as I remember watching a video on how competitive people are with the game. Wait, hey Shoto, I ask the attention of my best friend as he turns his attention to me. Rai, is there something wrong? He tilts his head. No, I just wanted to know if we could visit your home after we pass. Why's that? He questioned. Well, I wanted to record a video and I wanted to see if we could get your family involved, only if they want to though. I said, I don't really like pushing people into the public eye, I just push them to do stupid things that would be funny. Shoto pulls out his phone and begins to scroll through it in order to eventually call or message all of his siblings and his father, who have no issues with it. Yay, they don't have much problem with it or the video, he says, looking at me. But can I ask why you want this exactly? I approach him and prod him, saying, well, I wanted to play a card game with everyone there. That was part of my world. It goes by there's 4 colors of cards, and the object of the game is to let go of all your cards. You get me? Shoto nod, then raised his hand in a gesture for me to continue. These cards go to 0 to 9. There are special cards like the skip, draw +2, and there are 2 other cards that switch the color, one of which is able to give somebody 4 cards. You may be able to play cards if they are the same number or color, so if you played a red 4 you can play a green 4 or a different red. You get me? I turn to him and he seems to be pondering it. So it's a game where there are 4 colors. To win is to get rid of your cards, and you can play same numbers but different colors or just the same colors, and that color switch, and do you draw until you get a card to play? I smile and nod. Just warning ya, it gets competitive, and knowing Katsuki and your dad, it's going to be amazing. Shoto looks up at me and down and tries hard to stifle a giggle, imagining a competition with Katsuki and dad. Yay, well, how are going to get the game then? Well, I need to make a pit stop at the house, and since I have the time I can design them and send them to the printer so we could pick them up and head for dinner at your house. Finishing my final thoughts, I get to designing the basic card, as all I needed was the basic design of the card and color and numbers or symbols, which took me all of Ectoplasm versus Tokiyami and Asui, which ended when I was done sending it to the printer where we bought, as we needed a print from a document for a project Midnight Sensei had us do. Speaking of her, she seems to be whipping at something, and that something was Zero, who had a piece of tape over his mouth and nose, meaning he couldn't breathe, period. As I look over to another screen, I see Minoru sneaking behind her. Being in a bigger, stronger body than the small noble one, he had to adjust as he started to learn how to fight in enclosed places like him, bouncing all over the place and gaining momentum. Minoru throwing a ball and hitting the whip, sticking it to the ground while making a jelly lasso to hoist Zero out of the gas, tearing his tape to breath. The ball on the whip soon became jelly as it flew into Midnight's feet, as she could not move any longer, being stuck in his jelly, causing Minoru to walk casually through the exit gate with Zero in tow. Asui admitted, I just was a bit desperate for attention and I got the friends that helped me with that, so I'm really sorry for all I did, Asui-san. Minoru bows, and Asui lets her friends smile, saying, my friends call me Sue, and I like it better. When they arrived at the observation room, they were overcome with people who were amazed at how much he had improved. She gives Minoru the cutest look she's ever seen by tilting her head and closing her eyes. Asui no Sue, thanks for not being understanding, was a stutter, and Minoru looked down in an attempt to calm his flushed face. As he watched the exchange, Tokiyami experienced his silent jealousy, but he knew it was a negative emotion he should never experience. However, he saw that each of the 10 members of the group had made significant progress in their strength and development. Dark Shadow added, go on, then you need more friends, Fumi. You can't stay alone in a dark corner any longer. I want to pull people out of the dark, but I still linger in it myself, my friend said. Although it wasn't something I expected, it was odd to watch Tokiyami interact with Minoru and Sue. I look over Minoru's shoulder and ask, "What are you guys talking about?" "Oh, they wanted to know why I changed and wanted to change something in themselves," Minoru responds. I give them a pat on the shoulder and say, "Well, how about you guys join us in our training if you're willing to change and get stronger? Then I'm willing to help you just like I helped Minoru." He smiles as he reflects on his journey from being the little midget that no one liked to being among the top of his class in both normal school grades and heroics when people criticized him for having a weak quirk and not moving on from her. I would like that. I feel as though I have lingered in the darkness and my feelings, that I want to be better and not doing anything causing me repeat it till it becomes a struggle. Tokiyami also spills his guts. "I just want a happy world that the people can live in, and not helping people hurts me too," Suyu stated. "Well, I'd like to invite you guys to come over here and we'll introduce you to the group, and we're planning something to celebrate finishing the final exams." Tokiyami responded, "Yes, if I remember correctly, I have the time to spare," as Dark Shadow emerged and gave a thumbs up. I take the two to introduce themselves as they quickly make friends with everyone there. After Suyu picks up her phone and says, "I may have time, I just need to pick up my little siblings." All right. Time passes while they converse and get along as Snipe versus Shoji and Hagakure passes, just as the same in canon would lead to Smintos versus Ejiro and Sato, the next match. Ejiro and Sato waited for their timer to stop on the mock city before they started talking to each other. As Sato stretched, Ejiro suggested, "It's Smintos, we might never be able to brute force our way against him, so we need a way to escape and fast before he could trap us. You take your sugar, Sato, and make a run for it. I know it's reckless, but against Smintos we don't really have much option. I'll stay here and stall for time." Sato simply nods, taking out his sugar with the intention of rationing it out to get the greatest distance possible. Start the timer, and Smintos, who appears to be carried by liquid cement, stops in front of them as Sato takes his sugar shot and begins to run. Smintos built a wall, broke it with a punch, and was about to deliver another to the sugar-filled warrior when he saw Ejiro charging at him. When Sato is worn out from his sugar, he considers simply robbing Ejiro first. He was unprepared for Ejiro's increased stamina to take down several walks with his Red Riot, Unbreakable, which resulted in a match of attrition as Sato fled for the exit. Ejiro broke through another wall and got very close to Smintos before the game ended, but Sato arrived by halftime after a few minutes. Arriving at the observation room and witnessing the team that overcame all odds, despite being favored to lose, even by Midoriya, pull off the victory and nearly reach Smintos to defeat him. The fact that Ejiro was able to hold Unbreakable for more than a few minutes rather than the 30 seconds he could during the festival also shocked people. It was a little nerve-wracking to watch the second-to-last match before mine and Katsuki's, because I never fight people with such force in their punches, because All Might's quirk simply converts metabolism energy into kinetic energy, which is how it gets stronger with each user. With the exception of a stronger Iida, who most likely just helped them coast through. Power Loader vs. Iida, Tenya and Ojiro went exactly as planned. Even though it wasn't as thrilling as I had anticipated, I still clearly supported my friend because I knew he would win. Todoroki Shoto and Momo Yaoyorozu head to the residential zone for your exam. The voice is saying, "We moved to watch the match on the screen and wished them luck." Start the timer, and Momo and Shoto begin by searching for him, hoping to apprehend him rather than flee. Momo stuffs explosive ninja stars, knockout gas, and flashbangs and ammunition on her back. As he serves as bait when Eraserhead emerges from the shadows, Momo blends in with the shadows close to Shoto. Momo threw a non-explosive shuriken at him, alerting Shoto to his presence. He attempts to use his quirk, Eraserhead's Erasure, but eventually fails, launching a flashbang and an explosive shuriken in response to Eraser's dodge and subsequent move. Before closing his eyes to recover from the blinding, he notices another tranq dart in his wrist, courtesy of Momo. Sensing the immediate impact, he starts doing everything in his power to care for them as soon as possible. Shoto used a catapult with a modified version of Eraser's scarf, intending to heat it in order to trap him inside it, as the battle between Momo and Eraser continued. To give Shoto enough time to blind Momo and Eraser with a surprise flashbang, he found an angle and fired it behind Eraser. After regaining her balance, she quickly ran to avoid the hot scarf that was reaching Eraser and causing him to kneel as it caught his shoulders. The voice said, "Shoto, Todoroki and Momo Yaoyorozu have passed their exam." Once more, Momo kicked his ass for all intents and purposes, and Shoto made it to the observation room. Most people think they're great when they walk to the group, but was it really fair to pair up two recommendation students? Whatever works here. Izuku Midoriya, Rai Bakugo and Katsuki Bakugo, your exam will be in the training zone 4. We get excited and begin to move. Midoriya gives us a worried look, while Katsuki and I exchange sly glances. Midoriya gave us a look as we barely made it through the front gate of the fictitious city. We have to run, we can't beat All Might, he's too strong. Midoriya snapped the final line out. But you guys aren't strong enough, IKN. You don't know shit about US, so don't fucking thinking you know everything about everyone. I sigh as Katsuki wears a tick mark on his head. Midoriya, All Might isn't some fucking god. If you're so worried, then we can buy you time so you can escape, I say, allowing Katsuki to stir in his rage. Frustrated, Midoriya looked down and began to clench his fist, pulling his face up. We're not on his You're not on his level, you don't know shit about us, Katsuki responded. I hate you, Midoriya said, clenching his fist harder. And walking up to Katsuki, I hate you, I don't know why I chased after you my entire life just to get denied. You're just a bully, a douche, a lot of things. You were just like you were back then and how you always will be. Katsuki calmed down now, releasing his anger. There's something you don't know, jackass. I let go and hit restart on my life during the slime incident. You don't know shit about me, so stop thinking you do, and the real reason I bullied you was to leave me alone. Leave you alone? Midoriya questioned, not really knowing this. Of course, why would I want a fucking premium ass kisser 24/7? That's what you were. Kacchan, I didn't know you could do this. Oh, you're so cool, Kacchan. Wow, Kacchan, your quirk is amazing. I can't wait to get mine. Katsuki remembering and saying those words in a kiddish voice. I wanted friends that wanted me for me, not my quirk. That's why I hate you and left you in my dust. There is a reason I dominated you in our first battle trial and sports festival. You thought I was the same, and you always thinking you know someone probably planned me fighting and going after solely you. And at the festival you approached me like I was still like me from the past, so I hit you with the old Bakugo special, the right hook, to see you one step ahead before you got punished with my new technique. Katsuki finishes his rant. I can never be friends with you, nor do I ever want to be. If you can't let go of the past, then you will never move on. With that, Katsuki walks forward and I follow, separating from Midoriya as he's frozen solid, looking to his shoes and outstretched hand, preceding all the information Midoriya thought he knew. Walking on, the two paused and looked at the time. Half of it was down until 2 o'clock minutes before it began. Are you ready? I asked him. As I'll ever be. We're winning this, and I did do something. Huh, what did you do? I asked, perplexed. Nothing. Katsuki grinned. Please don't claim that Shoto is recording and that he has the account on his phone. I saw him holding his phone out. Bastard. Shoto was recording. Why? Because so I can hold this over your head, he says, turning his head to the other side and letting out several puffs of laughter that eventually turned into a little chuckle. I simply open my eyes and look at him. 3, 2, 1, start. With the timer running and the announcement playing, we swiftly launch ourselves into the air in the hopes of locating All Might. As he runs down the street, Midoriya feels a tremendous amount of air pressure coming from his right, which propels him forward. Hearing the air, Katsuki rushes in the direction where he sees All Might holding Midoriya by the wrist with his right hand. Rushing in and firing AP, widespread, shots at him and the surrounding area. Before the attack is fired, I dash in and use the momentum I've gained to rip him from the giant's grasp before taking off a few feet. Katsuki explodes out of the way as All Might, who is taking the damage and continuing, leaps towards him. I drop Midoriya to the ground, charge at 45%, and charge at All Might, knocking him out of the air. When Katsuki saw his opportunity, he made a compressed explosion and threw it at All Might, causing it to explode upon contact. Before charging a Rasengan, I rush at the man and send waves of electricity at All Might. Katsuki shoots explosion pellets, giving me time to charge it. Seeing the impending move, All Might stomps on the ground, shattering the floor and tripping Rai before leaping and using a New Hampshire smash to predict Katsuki's flight pattern, sending him spinning as he tries to regain control in the air. After waking up from the mini-quake, I dash back to All Might, where we begin to clash. Every time he hits me, it shocks me and gives him a startling surprise. I boost my power to 70% and manage to keep up with the heavy All Might as the clash continues. Being slammed on a wall by All Might is no joke, but Katsuki manages to get rid of all the debris on top of him and catch his second wind. It was all or nothing when I saw an explosive blonde charging with both of his feet exploding and charging something on his right knuckle. I focused most of my energy on electricity for ropes to hold All Might for this next attack. The right hook Katsuki gave him was something called Concentrated Burst Super Move Supernova, which is now known to be a super move that hits All Might in the face and sends him through multiple buildings. Katsuki used burst on both of his feet, which exploded in an instant, before extending his arm with an explosion for extra force. There was collateral damage in the form of a leftover dome. He passes through another building directly above Midoriya before colliding with the building that is in front of Midoriya. As his body is covered in electrical tendrils, Midoriya uses an 8% punch to hit All Might in the face, seriously injuring him and causing his back to collide with the building. When he turns to face Rai, who is covered in dust and has some blood on his lip, Midoriya sees Katsuki standing with a hand over his shoulder and receiving assistance. "I thought you said we couldn't beat him, don't underestimate us." Katsuki yelled as he held his right arm as that supernova took it from him. Medic bots arrived to take All Might and Katsuki while the voice declared our victory. Izuku Midoriya, Rai, and Katsuki Bakugo have passed their exam. Midoriya jumped with delight as I pulled my favorite pose for the photo, which is my pose after all the eyes were shining and everything. Even though All Might was still weighted, I was fighting on par with him when I arrived at the observation room, so I expected to be jumped by people. However, Katsuki and I were able to defeat him using that new move. As I enter, I see everyone before the mash pit starts. Many people who weren't in my friend group remark on how I did that, so I just replied, "Training," and continued to support my friends when Aizawa called off our plans for the day, saying we had to go to Katsuki in the hopes that it would be fixed. No need, it didn't even break, it just got popped out of place and a few fractures, and that's really all, plus I still have a ton of energy, Katsuki said as he left the office room to visit his friends. Right. I smirk. 6 p.m. As his hand filled with more cards, Katsuki exclaimed, "Raahhhhh, I picked up 4 fucking cards. Ha 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 ha. That's what you deser." Enji Todoroki, also known as Endeavor, glares at the deck and sees Natsuo with a cheeky grin on his face. "NNNNNOOOOOOOO. Told you this would be competitive." I turn to face Shoto, who has been trying not to laugh for the last 10 minutes. When the friends arrived at the Todoroki home, they were all seated around the table, waiting for Shoto's sister Fuyumi Todoroki to prepare dinner. As I introduce everyone behind their backs, I grab the cards from my pocket and toss the decks in the center of the table, stifling the conversation. What the hell is this, Rai?" Katsuki asks, having never been a big partygoer. I start by explaining the game's rules to the table and onlookers. "Well, this is a game called Uno, and would you guys like to play with me?" They simply nod, assuming it was just another game. I forgot to mention I got nothing for the winner, but the winner does get bragging rights, so it is a pretty good prize, was the most amazing thing that happened when they finally got it and watched the chaos on the sidelines. This seemed to excite the boys a lot, and they went all out because Fumikage had Dark Shadow playing and people were forming alliances. The game was a huge hit with the audience, who also loved the anger directed at Katsuki and Enji. The majority of the comments were hilarious. Katsuki yelled, "A fucking again," halfway through the game, and I eventually started to play and win as people started to think too hard. Enji then exploded again, saying, "Come on champion, are you not going to put your crown on someone else's head because it's going to me?" Enji yelled, "Oh, you wish number 2. Katsuki was very offended, and he retorted, "Oh, says the one who lost in the opening round of the sports festival." Bastard. Shoto asks, "Can I join for the next one?" Before gathering and distributing the cards to each person. 20 minutes later, I turned to see Shoto cold glaring at me after I just hit him with a +4 because his appearance could kill me. That would be equivalent to an overkill from COD. As I turn my head away, I notice Fuyumi carrying a huge dinner, but I also forget that our exam was just over. Using an outro from another YouTuber, I said, "And that people is the 4 million sub special. Well, we didn't hit it yet, but we are gonna, but I hope you enjoyed this stream, and as always keep it tight." Eating and talking here and there helped to calm the mood until we were done, and I showed everyone that I was streaming the entire time knowing no one knew. With his arms raised in a grandiose gesture, Shoto says, "So Shoto, what about that video, huh?" I uploaded it to say Casanova will forever be remembered as the one that fought All Might to a standstill. "I don't think it's a bad idea, it's just self-promo for when you become a hero," Tamaki said. "How did you become more confident again?" I ask in mock puzzlement. I smirk and move forward toward the sun while Tamaki, Shoto, and Katsuki follow our adventures and we'll be the best. She scrunches her face as she looks at me at eye level and says, "A certain white bold blonde helped me." She responds seductively, "Well, my lady, you just needed to realize that most people would kill to be you, my lady." When my alarm went off, I got up and went to the living room, still wearing my pajamas. The lights were off, so I turned them on and started cleaning up, forgetting to edit yesterday's livestream into a video out of excitement. I also added a pile in case I should release the game globally. As I go through my morning routine, I read the clock on the wall at 7 a.m. Since today was the same as the others, we were still holding training. I was going to call Sue and Fumikage to see if they would be interested in attending, but I think I'll just ask in the group chat. I open my phone and text the group chat called Misfits, letting my thoughts wander as I change into new clothes and genuinely prepare for the day. I also smile before deciding to ask later when people are awake. I return to the kitchen and begin preparing the American staple of pancakes, eggs, and sausage, which is on the menu today. After preparing enough for the group, I place them on plastic plates, place them on the table, and put the dishes in the sink before going to wake up the others. As soon as I reached each of their doors, they all entered in their pajamas and sat down at the dining table while inhaling the aroma of the food. I tilt my head as I follow them and take a seat, only to see that they have all already started eating the pancakes. As I watched them eat, I could see they were shocked. While the teapot was still heating up on the stovetop, I turned to my plate and started eating. When I see it beginning to smoke, I approach it, turn off the stove, and get a mug. I turn around and say, "Hey, you guys want some coffee too?" And I just get nods in response. So we training again today. I kinda want to get Yami and Sue started on a routine before the summer camp they can keep doing after the summer camp and ways to work their quirk to the limits as we got this entire next week until next Monday and that's a lot of time we can help the catch up to speed, I said, grabbing the other 3 mugs. Everyone at the table simply nodded once more, but they were eating, and I'd be disrespectful to talk, so I finished brewing the coffees and poured milk into them before placing them on the table, with each resident taking a big gulp as they resumed eating their egg and sausage combination. As I finished my meal and started to leave the house, I pulled out my phone to check the time. It was 8:30 a.m. "You guys want to train today? If you would want to, we probably going to start earlier also on the other days of the break as well than normal." Fighting a teacher revealed the weaknesses some of us have and are trying to find solutions for, as what I type into the chat before seeing everyone respond with a yes or on the way, which makes me look shocked before smirking because I remember all the fire in their hearts and their desire to be heroes. Fumikage smiled and typed, "May I know where this training is happening? I would like to join and sharpen my skills." Sue replied, "Count me in, Kiro," and after reading the Kiro, I just laughed a little and sent the address and instructions to come whenever. Fumikage simply replied, "On my way," and Sue simply left the message on read because it wasn't worth answering. Fumikage was the first to arrive, and I explained the schedule to him because he was feeling like he was depending on Dark Shadow too much. "Well, Yami, you guys have to rely on each other, that's what makes you guys so strong. So for today we're going off schedule for you to make a new fighting style which incorporates both you and Dark Shadow and maybe come up with some ultimate moves. Follow me," I say, gesturing to the hallway as I pick up a weighted vest and arm and leg bands and give them to Yami, who is just staring. "Come on, it's best to help you gain some more strength and endurance as well as speed because without you being strong, what can Dark Shadow rely on?" He nods in agreement. A Fumikage was attempting to catch up with me as I entered the training room, which was illuminated by lights on the high ceiling. He nodded before releasing Dark Shadow, saying, "Sooner or later you'll have your own tracksuit to adjust the weight. By the way, with the weight you want to get adjusted with the weight and move and punch with your normal strength like it was never there in the first place." I put weight on my tracksuit and walked to the opposite end of the training room. Both of them are running at me, so I run at them. Our weight and our level fighting experience gave me an advantage over Fumikage, but that was all gone when Dark Shadow replaced him and was able to float my game out of walk. As I began to regain my bearings, I noticed that Fumikage, who had just recovered, rushed at me using a new tactic. Dark Shadow was not only attached to Fumikage, but Fumikage was also attached to Dark Shadow, and they would throw each other in an attempt to gain momentum and break my fighting stance. Continuing the spare as I begin to use Thunder God to 20%, these two kept up with me as I made new moves with what I consider to be completely institutional as Dark Shadow returning to Fumikage and performing the future known move, Abyssal Black Body, in imitation of my Thunder God technique, clashing Dark Shadow's enlarged hands with the electric hand before unleashing the other set of hands as we battle for supremacy. All of our friends, Katsuki, Shoto, Tamaki, Ejiro, Minoru, Momo, Ochako, Mina, Tenya, and the recently added Sue, were the only people we saw entering the spar. Focusing on the match, I dispel the hands and leap skyward as Fumikage follows, using Dark Shadow's hands as wings while Dark Shadow's head was aiming to bite and drag. I stumbled and got bit by Dark Shadow, who was pursuing me, and he grabbed my wrist with an electric chain before he finally broke it. I punched Dark Shadow, sending him flying, and he dodged it, dragging me while he avoided my attack. In response, he sent a Dark Shadow hand at me, dodging the hand, then beginning to run on his arm before jumping off into Fumikage, drawing an electric blade to his neck. I was satisfied. After I dispelled the blade and Dark Shadow entered Fumikage to give us a moment's respite, we turned to see our friends already present. Sue was wearing a tracksuit with the same weights, and I placed one Fumikage inside. So, did you realize how strong you guys can be in your potential? I asked. I gave him the thumbs up. Yes, I always thought that me and Dark Shadow's flow was mixed as I wanted to be unhurt while Dark Shadow did the work. He blushes in embarrassment. Yeah, well, try for now to get a better harness with those new techniques you made up on the fly. You had to force me to use 45% of Thunder God, which isn't a small feat, and it was my first time fighting like that. We can then have another rematch. Fumikage nodded and grinned as he got to work, realizing how much potential he and Dark Shadow had. Wow, Kiro, that was leagues above then when we fought Ectoplasm Sensei, no offense Kiro. Sue exclaimed, none taken. Fumikage responded, well, he just realized his and Dark Shadow's potential and maybe he could do more with Dark Shadow in the future. I add, and Sue, we are going to research. Sue asked, well, we'll see if you're a frog. There are many species of frogs, maybe you could use their abilities too, I said. Sue nodded, pulled out her phone, and began researching while the others went through their scheduled physical training for the day. Walking out of the training room was everyone there as they were drenched in sweat as one by one they go to the bathroom and shower as soon as the last person gets out, being Sue. I check the time as it just hits the 2:00 p.m. mark on the clock and we have not eaten, so I was thinking of going grocery shopping as it was that day of the week. I get up and grab my shoes and put them on. You guys want to come along? I'm going out, I semi-yell. I simultaneous no was said between everyone. Lazy bastards. I walk out ready to start heading there. I walk to the nearest one in the Shizuoka and it became amazing as there was a sale on the eggs. Pumping my fist, I walk in ready to see the glorious reduced prices, to see multiple small fights for the fruits and eggs, stalking my way through the battlefield grabbing the necessary items with my cart before crashing into another cart, it being Inko Midoriya. Oh, I'm really sorry ma'am, I apologized. It's okay, it wasn't anything I couldn't handle, but pursue, can you help me with this, pointing to the last rice pack on the top of the shelves. I reach to grab it, my hand hitting another's. Izuku Midoriya looks at the second hand to see Rai having his hand on the rice he managed to find. I picked it up and handed it to Inko. Before walking away I said my hellos to Izuku. Well, it's nice seeing you Midoriya, see ya at camp. I raise my hand as I pass him before going to the checkout and checking out. Oh, did you know that boy Izuku, was he from U middle school, number E's in my class in heroics at UA. Oh my, what's his name? Inko questioned with honest curiosity. Rai Bakugo, Bakugo. Izuku responds, alright, not really having the heart to turn down his mother. Oh, he's Katsuki's adopted brother. Why didn't Mitsuki tell me she adopted a boy? We should catch up with him. I'd like to see how Mitsuki is doing. I haven't seen her in a little while. Hello Rai, is your name correct? I turn to see Inko and Izuku loading their groceries onto the conveyor belt with a small stick separating them from mine. I check my stuff and realize the cashier is halfway through, so I turn around to answer her calls. Oh, that's my name, but this is embarrassing, I don't know your name, I say, rubbing the back of my head sheepishly. Oh well, Mitsuki hasn't told anything about me, I sulking. Oh, actually, I don't live with mom. I check the price, which is $250, and find that there are still 1/3 of the items left. Wait, you don't live at Mitsuki home, then where do you live? I really have an easy answer to this question. I live with Katsuki and my friends, which is why I have so much food. I have to support 10 people in total, not just my friends. 10 people, but you're so young, you're Izuku's age. I didn't think about this, did I? She said, looking at the cash register and seeing that the bill was $500. I swiped my card, entered my code, and looked at how many bags I had to carry. Izuku, can you help Rai with his bags? I asked, but what about you? I didn't buy as much as you did, so it should be fine, I replied, if that's what you want. You can't really go against these people, they just keep insisting, and that is the ultimate power, she smiled. You can't really go against them. I gestured to the bags, and Izuku just followed through both before looking inside and seeing mochi, spicy chips, and a bunch of other stuff. Why do you need so much stuff in the first place? He asked me. Well, I'll show you why when we get to my home, I said, picking up half of the bags and leaving, Izuku following. So where is this place? Izuku asked, breaking the silence. It's on the edge of the Shizuoka and Mustafa's prefectures. Oh, it's really close to school, so you only have a short train ride, Izuku said more cheerfully. As we passed the door, I noticed that the person holding the camera was Ochako, who was laughing uncontrollably. Ah, Midoriya, I didn't think I'd see you, my friend, Fumikage said. Yay, Kiro. Sue appeared to be staring, trying to identify Midoriya. As Iida emerges from the hallway, I say, we met at the supermarket and someone wanted to help me, unlike a couple douchebags. Tenya peeks his head through and says, Rai, that's my very rude way of saying it. Here, Midoriya, I'll walk you home. No, it's fine. Okay, I'll see you at camp. I wave at him as he walks away. How'd they make you wear that anyways, Katsuki? You don't want to know. Katsuki looks down. Ochako said that if he didn't do it she wouldn't kiss Katsuki until camp, Shoto says from the other side of the couch. Shoto. Katsuki yells, aiming to chase the half-hot and cold user. The remainder of the day was uneventful as we opened fan mail for the livestream they were doing as Midoriya and I arrived. Well, what did you guys want for your dinners, as you guys want a leech of me? I asked sourly. Hey, it isn't like that, Mina responds. Whatever. Monday was always the slow day because Sunday had just ended, and a week or so before the trip was scheduled, I was helping Fumikage control or tame Dark Shadow as he released more of his power in the dark. I could hear Dark Shadow screaming in rage, and Fumikage was trying his hardest to calm him down with the bright electricity. Sue was working on her camouflage and her ability to use toxin, which is like weakening poison, to come from her skin. Everyone was wearing their suits, and as usual, they were able to train until 2 p.m., when most people began taking showers. We were running low on shampoos and soaps, so we had to go buy more because these people kept hanging around. Monday of next week, the most notable improvements during the training week were made by Sue and Fumikage, who developed a synergy with Dark Shadow, learned to fly, and developed his abyssal black body. Sue was able to camouflage herself and cover herself in toxins, just like the majority of poisonous frogs do, but in a way that isn't fatal. The school bus was just like any other, with Kaminari jumping with excitement because he was the only one who didn't pass the finals. I got in and sat with Shoto next to me while I watched Tenya get up and reprimand some of the other students. It took much longer than I had anticipated for the bus to start, but since it was going to be a 2-hour drive to a forest, I decided to take the time to sleep on the bus, and even though it was unsteady most of the time, I was able to doze off for the 2 hours until Shoto jolted me awake and saw everyone get up. We followed them out because we were the last to exit. Minoru, who had been asleep, asked, so why did we stop? Him breaking the silence as a car seems to pull up from the street to park in front of them as two women walk out from the car, which would be Mandalay and Pixie Bob of the Wild Wild Pussycats. As they start to introduce themselves to the class, one stand relatively far back. I used to have a crush on the Pussycats when I was 12. The three of them looked amazing. Me blushing in the background, I tried taking my attention to the tremble of Pixie Bob's quirk as it makes a landfall, dropping us from the ledge. You'll have till noon or else there not be any food for the cats. Pixie Bob yelled down the mountain. Katsuki, Shoto, can you guys be the front lines? I'll join along with Midoriya, Tenya, Fumikage and Momo. I start gathering the people as we advance into the beast forest. Momo creates explosive shuriken and tosses them at the right angles to cripple them. Katsuki uses his explosions to kill them all at once. Shoto uses his hybrid mode as he sweeps through them, destroying multiple at once. Tenya and I just sweep through them. Tenya and I work in unison, with 8% OFA. So what's you guys think about this summer camp, huh? Could be better, said Mina, starting to get all pouty, but it's noon when we got to camp and we actually beat expectations because we weren't even supposed to arrive. We take our time to recover so the Pussycats can serve food in a buffet-style manner. Sitting down with my friends, there are 10 of us total, including me, at one table. I'm sure it'll be for a good reason we're here, right? Before everyone began nodding and we fell into a cozy silence, I said, "Yeah, maybe after we finish our food it will be told to us." Aizawa-sensei gets up and crowds around him, and as he calls for everyone's attention, he throws a softball at Katsuki. "Throw it as hard as you can," Aizawa said, and Katsuki nodded and continued on. "While you may think that you all have improved, it was mostly in skill and experience and for some of you endurance," he said, giving everyone a squinted look, and I and 9 other people smirked. As he approaches Aizawa, he puts the ball in his right hand, and as he throws it, he lets the explosion off, calling, "Compressed burst." Aizawa yells as the ball is sent flying away at high speed, breaking the sound barrier and sending dirt flying off the ground. We hear Aizawa-sensei's phone say 12,500 kilometers. Aizawa is shocked at the score himself, so he turns his head and walks back standing next to Ochako. "Oh, what was that about not getting stronger?" he asks, giving him a fierce smirk. "Well, most of you anyways have improved with your quirks, but that's why we're here to strengthen your quirks." Aizawa gives us a menacing smile that reveals his teeth. "Try not to die," he says, turning and speaking again. 5 a.m. was not a time most normal people woke up, so when we stood in front of our teacher ready for our training, the pussycats introducing themselves and their quirks left us with a little more energy as we got to training for the next couple of days as we trained all day. I was sent next to Kaminari as he sent and received energy from the generator. I refueled it, helping Kaminari while also trying to use my electricity more effectively, as once I use it I could absorb it again, as I also practice shooting electric beams and make them come back at me so I could absorb them back into my stockpile. After a while Aizawa tried having me make more things out of electricity, and I show him how I would usually fight and use electric tendrils, clones, chains, and even trying to help increase my control over how much electricity I use on things like my Susanoo, keeping it on for 5 minutes. I didn't really practice this technique as there wasn't very many places I could use this really. This training went on for the entire day until dinner time, which we had to make today. Getting sent to do the culinary with Katsuki, cutting all the ingredients for the stew in a couple minutes with our combined speed. As we poured all our ingredients in, we waited for the pot of stew to slowly marinate and incorporate everything we added to it. Sitting on the benches I see Momo and Minoru talking and then both having blushes on their face. That's nice for them. I was not going to have 2 women fight over me. I have a feeling that is going to bite me in the ass later. Shaking myself out of my thoughts, I go get some stew as I see Midoriya run off with another stew, presumably going to find Kota. Walking to get my portion and sitting down next to Katsuki and Shoto as having our normal chit-chat we normally had as nighttime slowly came as the first day ended. I quickly checked my phone while I was in bed to see if I had texted Tamaki to see how she was doing, because she was working on her studies with Fatgum and had no one to keep her company because she was living off the money I had trusted her with. Setting my phone aside, I started to lose my thoughts because I wanted to get enough sleep for tomorrow and fell asleep like a rock. Checking the time, it being 5 a.m., I walked to the changing room and put on my tracksuit, feeling well rested as my 9 friends come out as well, as we trained like this for the week before. Starting our training before everyone else's starts, they were awoken from Katsuki's mighty explosion. Them getting ready for training, we start our newly made routine where Kaminari exerts himself as I pull electricity from him and I pot some of his into me and vice versa, having like a streams of electricity flying and clashing on each other as I could keep going, but Kaminari kept regaining energy and expelling it. He's currently working on both his capacity and in how much he can absorb and how much he can shoot out. Me doing the same as him, dispelling electricity to me, absorbing it and giving it to me, makes it so he keeps adding to my stockpile, so if we kept doing this we would get super powerful in no time. Pushing myself in turn pushing Kaminari, him expelling and getting 2 million volts without going stupid. With this method Kaminari would gain and be able to use 10 million volts without going stupid, as him expelling his quirk is how he gains extra. I on the other hand will continue to get stronger, though I'll need more training in control for it to be worthwhile. Having these thought, I continue to pour the electricity to Kaminari and him doing the same. This training going on till the end of the day. This was the second day, so the attack by the villains would be in about tomorrow. At the test of courage, that is really strange. I don't know why they even did it, but sure, we could have sleep earlier, but nah. Actually, would they even come for Katsuki? Shigaraki hates Katsuki's guts now that he was the person that fought him and Kurogiri until Aizawa got there, so he might not be a target, nor might they even show up, leading to All For One to not encounter All Might and have him retire. A lot of things are changing, and it's like the butterfly effect. My constant of me being here just changes what happens to the timeline. Thinking and not paying attention to my surroundings, I bump into a kid while I was walking into the hot springs and he got knocked over. "Watch where you're going, wannabe hero," he semi-yelled with some anger, but it was somewhat contained. Shrugging, I walk into the hot springs, and to see I was the first one here, I take a sit in the most convenient spot and just close my eyes and smell the scenery. It didn't look like there was a hot springs when we got here, but it was behind some of the luscious forest. Walking inside of the hot springs already felt like you were soaking, but getting inside felt pretty amazing. Honestly, never really bathed ever in either of my two lives. But I was liking this new experience, as this was something I never really thought of doing, as I just saw it like bathing in your own filth, which kinda is, but whatever. The night was slow and silent. I liked it even when the boys got in here. Everyone just soaked in comfortable silence as they relaxed their sour muscle and quirks that have been pushed to their limits. Looking at Kota, who was on top of the wall that separated the men's and women's hot springs with such an intimidating glare for a kid that was like 8, but his look was at me as I just sink slightly, leaving my eyes and nose and the towel I put on my head. Getting out and getting dressed, heading to the rooms. It was like multiple bunk beds shoved into a room and called a room used for the guys. It was probably little better for the girls, but why didn't we get something better? Whatever. I shake my head at the unnecessary stress and plop into bed, sleeping like a rock. The third day was the day the League of Villains attacked the camp at night time. It was the third day, daytime, 5 a.m. Going to start my training once more. I made myself go through both my day 1 and day 2 training involving using Kaminari as my battery and me, his. And while also expanding my control over electricity as helping people and healing them with my quirk when they couldn't continue in their training or were injured. I'd get called on by either Aizawa-sensei or Vlad King or Kon-sensei as they called for their respective classes. I gaining more control of healing people. That's how I spent my evening, and it was semi-eventful as most my friends didn't really get hurt, but I do see Katsuki pushing himself to do more condensed burst, supernova move again, him doing it on instinct against all might. Moving through these people and helping gave me more thoughts on what was going to go down. Eating stew for the second day in a row was okay because it was made with random ass stuff we had on hand. As I was walking and gazing up at the night sky and stars, I noticed that my attention was diverted when Mandalay said, "All right, everyone, we'll be doing something extra special. We are going to do something that tests you. It's going to be a test of courage. Quickly draw a card to see which team you're going to. In Class 1B you're going to scare Class 1A, and one team is going to be 3 people on a team, which I have decided is," Mandalay said excitedly, and everyone turned to stare at us as we kind of shrugged our shoulders while waiting for our turn. As we entered the forest, nothing really got us to jump until Tokage's head popped out of the ground, causing Shoto and Katsuki to stumble, but I kept my cool and slipped, laughing at them. They looked back at me with obvious frustration on their faces as Tokage's head simply vanished, and we continued walking until we came across a man dressed entirely in black, with his mouth exposed and a purple mist with blue fire. Seeing the man with all black, I put my hands in front of Katsuki and Shoto for them to look at the situation seriously. Looking at this guy, he sees us through that strafe jacket of his, saying, "Flesh, flesh, flesh, I want to eat flesh." Moonfish teeth extended, making them long and able to pick himself up, launched multiple teeth at us, all of us dodging. "Don't overuse your guy's quirk. We're in a forest, Katsuki, Shoto," I tell them, and they nod. "Let's get to camp. There enough space for our quirks to let all out." We make a diversion of making electric clones, 7 sets of me, Katsuki and Shoto that are disguised of electricity. We book it as he chases a set of the clones. We make it to camp as we see Mandalay fighting a lizard-like villain named Spinner, very versed in knives from what I've heard, and Magna, who has a magnet-type quirk. Katsuki exploding towards Magna and sends explosive bullets, nailing him with attacks as he stumbles into an attack by Tiger, who sends a right hook sending Magna a few feet away, gaining his bearing as clashing with Tiger once again. Getting Pixie Bob from the floor, Jay put her in the nursery as I return back to the group to see Aizawa. Wasn't Midoriya supposed to be here? The villains have captured Midoriya. Mandalay give the students authority to use their quirks and fight the villains, all in the name of Eraserhead. Mandalay reiterates, "Todoroki and the Bakugos, go find Midoriya, as you're the strongest in your class and I know you can handle yourself." As we search for Midoriya, we hear a Rua-arr. We see an unconscious Moonfish and Shoji running for their lives as an enraged Dark Shadow chasing Fumikage ensnared in the shadow. This had the effect of making the eyes flash yellow for a moment before turning red again. In response, I activated Thunder God and hurried to pick up Shoji while telling Fumikage, "Don't control Dark Shadow but cooperate with him, Yami." After saying that, I run while carrying Shoji. 15 minutes prior to, before facing the enormous villain who killed the water hose duo, Muscular, Midoriya hurried to save Kota. They exchanged a brief look before Muscular said, "You're Izuku Midoriya, right?" Well, it's good to see my target, but I was hoping to see my second target. They said I could kill those three, he asks, and Midoriya, who isn't the wiser, chooses to simply nod. Wait, I'm their target but I'm not going to die, but who are the other three? Question mark quote. Midoriya's mind immediately recognized his predicament and he spat out a question. Wait, I'm a target then, who's it and why do you guys want me? Muscular said. Well, the boss said that you were a good look for a good member of the League of Villains, Midoriya said with a somewhat brave and terrified expression. And those other three, one has red and white hair, another has a whistle lightning bolt, and the last one is spiky blonde hair. And those other three, one has red and white hair, another has a whistle lightning bolt, and the last one is spiky blonde hair. Midoriya thought, he's talking about Todoroki and the Bakugos. Midoriya felt his quirk work as he ducked an attack from Muscular at his previous position. Faye, show me why the boss wants somebody like you to join us, Muscular said, using all of his muscle. Midoriya shouted. Muscular, who is separated from his opponent, smirks and looks at Midoriya with renewed zeal after noticing the child's strength. After 8 minutes, Mr. Compress, who was on the sidelines of the big battle, watched as the boy defeated Muscular, who arguably possesses enough raw strength to give All Might a hard time. It was shocking to see the kid put him away, but it was also a good opportunity in the making. As soon as he let go of his quirk, Mr. Compress jumped at him, turned him into a marble, and put him in his pocket before running to Aizawa. Kid, where are you and where's Midoriya? Aizawa frantically asked. He got CC after D by the villains saying he was a target, Kota cried, come on, we need to get to camp. As Kota fled the scene, Aizawa lifted his hand and grabbed him. Will Midoriya be alright? I'm going to send the top 3 students after them, Kota said through his sobs. Is it those guys that man described earlier? Kota kept his thoughts to himself and rested on Aizawa's shoulder. Returning to Rai, getting to Shoto and Katsuki, we look to see the mist going away in the fire. I'm thinking the villains are at the fire. I deadpan at the answer, knowing cliché answer was right. Putting Shoji down and fixing him up, we set foot. A couple minutes of trekking made us get to halfway to the burning blue fire. We see something like 3 women fighting. On a closer look, it was Ochako and Sue against someone with a mask and 2 messy buns or her head. Turning to us as we arrive, she makes her escape. There's too many people here now and I don't want to be killed, Toodles. Toga looked back to see a more clear picture of the boys and them not really being her type. She stalks through the forest. Checking up on them, Katsuki goes up to Ochako to get more thorough with his check as Sue just tells us, neither of us got hurt, our training really helped us with that. Sue said with a small smile, knowing if she didn't train as hard as she did she wouldn't have done as well as she did in that situation. Hey, I'm fine, Katsuki, really? Ochako exclaimed and had a little blush on her face bigger than her natural ones. Good, you don't know what I would have done to that villain, Katsuki growled through gritted teeth. We calm him down before moving on. Making it to where most of the villains were, we see a guy that looks like Deadpool, another that looks like a raisin, and a guy with a cloak and a mask saying, I've got the target, showing a marvel to his buddies. Spread out, whispering to them through the wind, taking my voice. They look at me and nod, moving away. Starting of my plan was make them think I came alone and buy time for them to get a good shot that will knock one of them out so we have a bigger chance. Walking out of the bush, I walk out arrogantly. They just look at me with a confused expression on their face. Well, which one of you have Midoriya and will you cough it up so no one gets hurt? I say with the most arrogant sounding voice and leading off with a smile. Beat it, kid, Dobby roughly said as Twice backed him up. Yay, beat it, kid, come here, I'd like to strangle ya, just staying quiet. So it's you, I point at. The 3 just get in a combat stance as Dobby shoots a fire stream at me, making a semi-sphere to reflect it towards him. Him jumping out of the way before getting on his feet with an aggravated look on his face. We have to stall for 5 minutes until Kurogiri gets here, was Dobby's thought process. Aoyama forgot his fear when he saw one of his more mature classmates act in such a way, leaving him looking perplexed. The others just stared, with a few of them barely containing their laughter. Hey, I wanted to know if you would give him up ale. Getting stopped by a Nomu who punched me into a tree, knocking it down. Recovering. That wasn't supposed to be here. I know he had a couple in reserve, but he wouldn't just use them for this attack, right? My thought proves me wrong as I see 2 more Nomus show up. Although them being dark gray, it varies to color their strength, so the darker they are the stronger, and these guys are strong. Breaking out of their cover, all the student except Aoyama, overcome from more fear as one of his strongest classmates was hit like he was nothing. Getting up to see Katsuki on a Nomu, Shoto on the second one, and Shoji, Sue and Ochako on the third one. Katsuki and Shoto, dealing with their Nomu with increased firepower, turn to me and check on me. As time passed, we see Toga come from the shadows getting a slash and blood from Ochako. Then a portal that opened up behind the villains. No, I screamed. Pushing off the ground, Shoto and Katsuki exploded, to them being too late as the villains started backing away. Aoyama, overcoming his fear, shoots his laser, hitting, letting go of the marbles in his hand. Catching one each, they look inside to see nothing. Just stops and looks at the boys. Well, if I hand it in my hands, that wouldn't be a very good trick, would it? Taking off his mask to reveal his mouth had the marble of Midoriya. No, Shoto and I roared. Izuku. Katsuki shouted. The portal closes as our heroes are left in silence. They failed, we failed to save someone. Geez, did it always feel this bad to not help someone? This sucks. Seeing Ochako walk up to Katsuki and embraces him in her arms, letting him cry. Shoto just looks at the sky, disappointed in himself. Sue and Shoji just look at the ground with somber looks on their face. Shoji, Sue and Ochako get to camp, me and Shoto got Katsuki. I say like there is not another option. Hearing my tone, the others just went with it, and Ochako just give Katsuki a peck on the cheek and follows Sue and Shoji. Katsuki, we'll save him. My hair covering my face. He looks at me with dried eyes from him crying. I know you didn't like Midoriya, but you felt guilty for beating him up and telling him to kill himself. I look to the side and hold my elbow. Katsuki just looks at the ground. Katsuki, we'll find a way, I promise you. Shoto pumps his fist forward, awaiting a fist bump. I walk up and pump my fist to him, and we look at Katsuki, who got himself up off the ground and wiping the tears that persisted. Remember what I said when we meet Katsuki? I know this is probably the one loss we couldn't get, but like I said before, we can't just let one loss shake us. We'll be back, Shoto says to the others, and we'll be better. Katsuki's eyes enlarge, then he smiles slightly. I get crusty, you hear, he says, pressing his fist to ours as we give each other a quick group hug. Well, we should cut this short. We should get back to camp, as Ochako is already at camp, I say, trying to get a rise out of him, but he just growls, and I chuckle. On the way to camp, it appeared that Aizawa and Kon-sensei were counting heads when he turned to face us. We couldn't get him back, teach, I said, staring at the ground in anticipation of our teacher's reprimand. It's not your fault, Rai. You were faced with improbable odds. It would be illogical to be upset. At least we didn't lose more students, Aizawa said, pausing before going into further detail. I heard from Uraraka the situation. It's lucky any of you are alive, taking on 3 Nomus and 4 villains with more experience than you. Like hell, it okay. It's all your fault. Why couldn't you get him back? Everyone thought you guys were the best, so what was that? Jiro yelled, staring at us with tears in her eyes. Jiro yelled as she walks forward and decks Katsuki in the face. Why couldn't it have been you? She said in a harsh whisper as her hair covers her eyes. Separating them, Aizawa with his scarf dragged Jiro to the new bus that seemed to just arrive. Everyone on, we're going to send everyone to the hospital. Even if you didn't fight, you'll still get checked up, you understand, don't all of you? Aizawa was authorized. Everyone gave a brief, yes sensei, before heading to the buses. Boarding one of the buses, since there were 2 for the 40 students instead of the 41, and I was now from Canon. I'll wrap up my thoughts by saying, if Momo was able to get the tracker on the Nomu, then we're good to see the final battle with All Might and All for One. The only sound people could hear was the bus passing on the street as police cars escorted it. The bus was halfway to the city, but it felt like it might be a minute away. This night, I was having problems, and I felt useless, but I quickly shook those thoughts out of my head. I feel sorry for myself. I'm so pitiful to think that way, am I not? Tomorrow morning, it's terrible to wake up in an uncomfortable bed like I had in the hospital. I know they don't have good food, but they also don't have good beds. Breaking my back, I looked at the sticky note on the door and saw that I had already been checked and was prepared to leave. Lazy fucks, I thought. As I walked through the door, I noticed that the time was 10 a.m. As I exited the room, I went to the hospital's entrance and saw most of my friends, with the exception of Momo and Minoru, who were still in their rooms because Momo had been seriously injured back there and Minoru was most likely at home. As we sit down next to them and begin to converse, we notice that the other students have arrived from the hospital entrance. They are carrying a melon, and Minoru is the one holding it. We're going to visit Momo, you guys want to join? They said. Our friends agree, but before Katsuki and Shoto can stand up, I interrupt them and ask to speak with them privately. When I get up and persuade them to follow me, they simply give me a suspicious look. Shoto chose to start a conversation by asking, "Why did you call us here, Rai?" I reply to him by informing him of the current circumstances. I may or may not have overheard that Momo put a tracker on a Nomu that is at the League of Villains HQ right now, and she definitely wasn't talking to All Might about it. I purse my lips as I observe Katsuki and Shoto's gaze broaden. So that's what you're thinking? Well, if it's what I think it is, I'm ready for round 2 against Krusty. Alright, this is incredibly stupid, but I have incredibly stupid friends that I have to look over. Hey. Best friends. I respond with a smug grin. Katsuki simply exhales in amusement. Shoto poses the crucial query, "So how are we going to ask Momo to make us one?" They deadpanned at me after saying, "I don't think you guys have a better idea, do you?" I said, a little frustrated by the response, "We'll just have to be straight, as I don't think there's any other way for her to make it, so that's why I pulled you guys aside to confront her about it, but we do have to convince her to not come along." Shoto grins and says, "I guess you're right, we'll just have to ask." Katsuki simply laughs. "Momo, we've come to bargain," is what we see when we open the door after waiting for our friends to leave. Momo Yaoyorozu is bandaged, saying, "Momo, we've come to bargain," in a manner reminiscent of Doctor Strange confronting Dormammu. She just gives us a perplexed look, and we spit it out. What would that be? Rai said you could make a radar that shows us where the League of Villains are in Midoriya in tow. Shoto chose to simply state our purpose because he did not want anyone to overhear them conversing. "I don't know what you're talking about." First, Momo tries to lie. Momo looked at us in shock, not believing that Rai would spy on her. "I heard you talking to that police officer and All Might about putting the tracker on one of the Nomu you didn't defeat." Her tone was uncertain as she asked, "If you know about it, then are you really going to do this? What do you want us to do? We failed our mission given to us by our teacher, and he put his trust in us to get Midoriya back, and yet he's gone because we couldn't help him and the villains got him. But they beat you guys. Not only were they missing people, but you guys had more people on your side." Katsuki's voice came from behind me and said, "But we were in a forest, so my moves are basically on restriction so I don't burn the damn forest." Momo pumps her fist to demonstrate her confidence that they will retrieve Midoriya, saying, "But there are still too many of them out there. We need to leave this in the hands of the pros. I know they'll pull through." "But also, weren't you the one that told me not to get hung up on a single loss and to get stronger through it?" Momo said. "Because this is one loss that we can't take for granted. Not for me anyways," Katsuki said, gritting his teeth as I considered how to react. "I might have never liked him, but I can tell you that I put him in hell, and I'd like to apologize to him one of these days, and I would like to apologize to a living person, not a grave," Katsuki said, biting his own lip as Momo turned to face him. "Momo, this is one loss that we can't move on from," I respond. Momo creates a radar on her hand while looking down, then holds it up by her finger as if to drop it. "It's likely that someone would notice us if we destroyed this machine. The hero in training said, on one condition: you may take this radar out of my hands." Shoto chooses to intervene, asking, "What would that be?" "You will not go at this alone, and we're going to run this by all our friends for either their input or to join you. If the majority vote for your support, then we all go with you. Do you understand?" We all nod our heads. I chain her to the bed frame using my electric chains after she hands me the radar. "No," Momo cried out. I rush to her and cover her head with my hand, rerouting her nervous system for 5 minutes by injecting electricity into her brain. She is allowed to lie still on the bed, and when she tries to talk, her finger moves. "Let's go," stops me from hurrying. I start to run outside, but Shoto stops me. "Wait, will she be okay? What did you even do to her?" "Well, with my training I gained a way better control over my quirks, so I could do that now and not hurt her." "You didn't answer my question." "I may have used a move called the Nerve Scrambler. That is self-explanatory, isn't it?" Tsunade from Naruto served as my inspiration for that move because, during the Sannin fight, she used that one attack to literally alter a person's body movement with extreme medical and normal chakra control. I tried it on Minoru and he could hardly understand how he moved his fingers and toes, so I think it's crazy that Kabuto was able to adapt, even though he would have been done in a heartbeat if he hadn't been a genius in his own right. I was able to free my wrist from his hold. "It lasts for 5 minutes, so I think we should get out of here already." I emphasized my point by raising my voice. They simply nod and accompany me to the hospital's entrance. As I stepped outside, I noticed that it was 11:30 and that the next train to Kamino was scheduled to depart at 2 o'clock. I noticed that the radar was displaying a unique building in Kamino Ward. I turned to see Katsuki and Shoto checking the time as I tucked the radar into my pocket. By saying, "Hey," quickly, I was able to get their attention and get them to look at me. They nod when they say, "The radar says they're at Camino Ward." We pick up our pace and head to buy food because nobody has been around much since last evening, and after a fairly heated argument, it's safe to say that we were severely hungry. We went to an American-style restaurant where we all had hamburgers and fries, with Katsuki getting a spicy chicken and Shoto and I sticking with the beef. Hunger is what tells us to eat, and we did. After hastily finishing the meal and making our payment, we depart for home, arriving at 12:30. As I walk through the door, I recall Tamaki telling me that she isn't here because he would be studying for work while we were at summer camp. Before we're all done, we take a shower and tidy the house before heading out to spend more time because we still have about 45 minutes before the train departs. Entering the train station mall was a fairly open area, but because it was adjacent to a train station, it was extremely crowded. We pay for backpacks and disguises like wigs and clothing that doesn't fit our style, and then we change into the wigs and fake clothing before boarding the train. With a checkmark on his head, Katsuki remarked, "I look so dumb." He was wearing a brown, spiky hair wig and a suit that was similar to the one he wore in the film Two Heroes, but the vest had been replaced with a blazer, which looked good. This time, Shoto wore his original suit and wig. I found a suit that looked similar to Katsuki's, but my shirt was yellow rather than red, and I got a white wig, but only because Katsuki wanted it. He laughed at me when he saw that the wig and the clothes didn't match. I remove the wig and ask, "Does this look better?" Katsuki keeps laughing, but Shoto responds, "I think it looks really good on you, Rai." I say, "Thanks Shoto, yours looks good too. Matter of fact, we all look nice, don't we?" While Katsuki just growls that he detests the wig and begins to pull at it. As Katsuki furiously flings the wig at me, striking my face, I smile with Shoto and say, "You know you really don't have to use it, your hair isn't that different from others, we are the ones that need to hide our hair, I just got it to troll you." When we arrived at Camino Award, it was crowded like any other city business. We went outside the train station to check the billboard, which showed a recent incident in which UA staff members were receiving hate mail for the arrest of one of their students. We started talking as we were leaving the billboard, and it was a response to Shoto's query. Out of all people to take, they take Midoriya. I wonder why. They could have taken Momo or me and have more leverage than capturing Midoriya. I walk thoughtfully while holding my fingers to my chin and respond, "That's very true, so it seems the villains are somewhat interested in him if you two weren't the ones captured. You don't think they would want to convert him?" "Convert him?" Katsuki asked. Katsuki interrupts me as I say, "Like turn him into a villain out of anyone, I don't know if he would or not because of." When Katsuki saw the slime villain, he realized how naive he was to believe that All Might was the greatest hero based solely on his strength. Sure, he's the strongest, but he helps so many people, even though Endeavor has helped more. I did bad shit to him, I fucking know. Katsuki growled at the memories of his former self acting like a fool and hurting people. Heroes protect others, yes, they fight villains, but more importantly, they save lives. What do we do? No, you guys want to wait until nighttime or want to strike now? My feelings on the situation is doing it now in broad daylight would go bad, really bad, as we're going to put wandering civilians in danger. My vote is for the nighttime as we can better blend in with it, like Fumikage always says, revelry in the dark. Shoto nods. Katsuki was swayed by Shoto's agreement, but he didn't mind it otherwise. I had an intuition that said, hey, maybe the heroes would do something today and start their operation and we can save Midoriya while the heroes distract and beat the villains. Shoto shares his thoughts, saying, but they had a press conference today, why would th? To throw the villains off their path and think they have no idea where they are, was what Katsuki accomplished. Shoto's eyes widened and a smirk appeared on his face as soon as he realized. Shoto answered, I suppose that's our strategy. As I mentioned, it was 6 p.m. and people were starting to get hungry, so we were making our way to a restaurant for dinner. I glanced at my food before noticing Katsuki gobbling up his plate and Shoto eating calmly but quickly, having already consumed 1/3 of it. I should hurry. I start eating my own plate, but I finish last because I see Shoto using my card to pay for the food when I'm done. How did you even get it? I asked, but Shoto made a silent gesture with a finger to his mouth, so I just complained and continued. It was 8 p.m., and the city was approaching sunset. As we climbed to the top of a building, we saw the enormous buildings, all of them glowing, as the sun and moon fought for supremacy in a never-ending battle. I had lived in a city before being brought here, but it was a fairly large one, and I always wanted to live outside of it because I didn't like the noise and problems it brought. Getting transferred here was more difficult because I had to get used to the fact that the neighborhoods and houses looked a little different than in my hometown, and sometimes I would wake up to that. I sighed and looked at the photos of my family and the people I had left behind. If there is any way I could travel between worlds, that would be a blessing I would love. I put my phone in my pocket, lay down on the building's roof, and closed my eyes. I heard a huge crash and someone yell, "SMAAASH. One for all Might's eighth inheritor," a certain man yelled. Wait, that was close. No, we're not atop the villain's base. I noticed that Momo provided us with a slightly different version of the radar, which isn't as detailed as the one she provided to the authorities. "Shoto, put on your wig and let's head to a vantage point." I gave him a half cry as I was getting up off the ground. Shoto, who was as shocked as I was by All Might, put on his wig and Katsuki followed, and we used our peculiarities to leap to a different building. I see Shoto and Katz preparing to step in as I watch the conflict between the heroes and villains, but I put my hand in front of them and say, "Wait." I scream at them, and they give me a confused look, but when they turn around, they see that Midoriya and all of the villains, who had already escaped his restraints when the heroes arrived, started to either suddenly have a gray portal on them, or in Midoriya's case, it was in his mouth, swallowing them up. NNOOOO. As his hands passed through him and Midoriya vanished, All Might screamed and lunged at the dissident Midoriya. Katsuki and Shoto let out a gasp before turning to face All Might, who leapt away with his hand on his ear and appeared to be speaking to someone through an earpiece. "Go with him." As I leap to another rooftop and see All Might being thrown at us, I yell at them. "Plans have changed. Get the fuck out of your way." The sight of Midoriya evading the villains' attacks brought me back to reality, and when I activated my quirk and flew to my left, avoiding the approaching All Might, Katsuki and Shoto blew themselves in my direction as we flew away atop another building, watching All Might recover and battle All Might in the crater they created from All for One, sending All Might flying and destroying all the nearby buildings. Gaining control of the situation, Shoto said, "Midoriya's there, how can we get him?" As they look at me, I say, "I may have an idea." With a broken arm and villains all around him, Midoriya finds it difficult to dodge. He manages to do so for a short while by pushing his power to 10% of OFA, which is his maximum, and after the training camp, he tries to keep the villains away from him for 1 minute. They nearly persuade him to join them, but Midoriya's decision is made when he sees All Might and the resolve on his face to try to save him. Midoriya screamed, "I reject your stupid offer to join your stupid group Yuhi," but was cut off when a glacier of ice struck All for One, knocking him back from All Might. When the person turned to see Shoto behind them, he looked shocked and then concerned. The line, "Young Todoroki, what are you doing?" is interrupted by All Might. All Might raises his head to see Katsuki and I leaping from the sky and hitting the ground, saying, "We can't exactly have our favorite hero die in vain, can we?" Before being interrupted, All Might attempted to say, "Young men, you need to leave this place, it is above your level." Katsuki raised an eyebrow and said, "Oh, didn't you lose to us number one?" "But young Bakugo, I was handicapped," was All Might managed to say without being interrupted this time. "We were handicapped too," All Might said incredulously as I patted Shoto back. After glancing at us, All Might gave in because he knew he wouldn't be able to persuade them to leave voluntarily. All Might broke his silence and said, "Fine, but I don't want you so deep in the fight you all could lose your life and you were all too young to die." We nodded, and I turned back to face Midoriya, who was receiving assistance from 2 of my clones who had managed to draw a line between the villains and Midoriya. One of the clones healed him, and Midoriya was able to use 10% of OFA once more for 3 minutes instead of the 1. A blonde boy with a white lightning bolt-like design on his hair and a suit covered in electricity flew past All Might, striking me in the head and shattering my face apparatus. He saw his opponent and a few children, thinking one of them was the one who created the ice, and he lunged at them, breaking the glacier All for One with brute force and a variety of quirks he accumulated. Getting back up, I jumped out of the way and sent an air cannon at Shoto, hitting his ice shield he made on himself, sending him a few feet away and sending him flying a couple of meters away. Katsuki avoided the quirk known as Rivet Stab, which chases him but blows them up, destroying them. Going to All Might, they clash, pushing everyone away with the air they create again. The man who said he wanted to be the Demon King was taller than All Might, but he was wearing a tuxedo when I punched open his face mask. All for One got an idea when he noticed Shigaraki backed up in a corner and saw Kurogiri had just woken up. He broke away from All Might and struck him and Rai from behind, using an air cannon to send All Might onto Rai, who used his maximum output to protect himself and was now being struck by All Might. Kurogiri then used his quirk, Tamura, leave this place, you must go, by stabbing Kurogiri. But we can't, sensei. As they were being sent to Kurogiri, Shigaraki yelled. All for One also used his other hand to stab the still conscious Magna. They were all shoved into the portal, with only Shigaraki remaining on his feet, whose feet were being dragged, losing the struggle to be pushed back, and he was now halfway inside. I'll kill you if you don't listen to me. As Shigaraki was sent through the portal, he let out a scream. As the villains brought them to a huge broadcast of the battle, Midoriya and the Rai clones were able to flee, with Katsuki and Shoto by his sides and All Might and Rai behind him flying. As All Might was using the quirk shock inversion, he broke away from All Might, causing him to bleed from his mouth. All Might spat out the blood and leapt back at All for One, grabbing hold of his wrist and sending his other fist to his face, sending him down to the earth, causing dust to shoot out of the new debris. All Might rushed All for One, creating more wind between them. All for One said, "Oh, is that all?" He was able to tank the attack and use another air cannon at All Might, who was in shock and didn't realize he was going to attack him. All Might took this air cannon, but it was much weaker because of all the damage All for One had taken, and his healing quirks had to concentrate on his breathing rather than on him overusing them. This sent All Might flying. WWRRSHHH. A light blue portal opened up, and All Might was flying toward it until he was shoulder-checked by the combined force of Rai and Katsuki, who were then sucked into the portal as it sucked in the air and dust. Shoto followed into the portal after witnessing both Rai and Katsuki being sucked in, only to see it slowly close before a compressed fireball exploded him forward into the portal as it finally closed. Seeing the portal we passed through and being transported to a new portal that drew us in like a stream of clear and chaotic colors, we were shot into a blue void that revealed two portals. We are sucked into the new portal, and our momentum sends us hurtling to a tree. I was the first to get up, and when I looked around, I saw that there was no portal and that we were now in a forest. Shoto and Katsuki got up off the ground and turned to face me. They just left a life or death battle and had to return to assist All Might, so Shoto was frantically asked, "Do you have any idea where we are?" I approach Shoto and use my quirk to heal him, and when Katsuki steps forward, I do the same with him. No idea, but wait, All Might won't lose, he would never give up and you know that. Saying my thoughts, we soon take a walk as it appears to be getting daylight. Let's go, we need to find where we are so we can go home. No quirks because we're already in big trouble for being in the battle. If we weren't expelled out of UA and in jail, then I'd like to keep it that way. I look at Shoto and Katsuki and they seem to notice this as well. Wait, that shouldn't be right. It was like 9 PM when our fight started. Who is it morning already? Unless we're in another place in the world, like the east part of the world would be up now. As I continue forward a few feet, I come to a halt upon spotting a young child with what appears to be a. The girl starts crying and says, "Oh, are you people devil hunters? Please don't hurt him, he's helped me since my daddy beats me." Shoto and Katsuki's eyes widen at the snake-like monster attached to her back that appears to be malevolent behind her, and they both wonder what she meant when she said, "devil hunters." Neither of them knew who or what those were. After boosting my power to 50%, I quickly give the devil a few slashes that would have pleased any butcher. Katsuki and Shoto stare at me in shock before turning to face the girl who fell. "Hey, are you okay, little one?" I ask the little lady as she begins to wake up, crying though her eyes still closed. They both yell at me, "What the hell was that, Rai?" Even though they are aware that I just attacked someone due to their peculiarity. I scrunch up my hands and look up at the sky, saying, "We're in another world." I don't know how or why it happened, but fuck. At my sorrowful nod, they widened their eyes and started clenching their fists until both of their knuckles turned white, at which point they realized and stopped. "You, not joking are you?" After the words, "Let's locate civilization and then devise a strategy. And we might be poor," I say, turning away as I watch them sigh in exasperation and ask the world what they did to deserve this. I pull out my phone and see that I can keep up with the news, but once again I can't connect to anyone, so it's like when I first arrived in the world of My Hero Academia. I turn to see Shoto and Katsuki fiddling with their phones and discovering the same issue as mine. I pick up the girl off the ground and head off in an unknown direction, saying, "Let's go and let's bring the little one since maybe her father is there to get her." Man, It's so cool that I get to be a devil hunter from what Miss, the voice said. Makima remarked, I'll live pretty good and oh she hot maybe my dream isn't gone forever. Seeing a blood with messy hair, wearing a coat without a shirt and pants with Pochita's tail on his chest, I walked past him because I didn't want to confront the main character. Katsuki and Shoto asked me questions about the world as I explained that I was from another world and that perhaps I also knew about this one. Shoto frantically asked, Hey Rai, what was that? Was that a devil you just killed? What are devil hunters and what are you not telling us about this world? The sight seemed strange and weird to him, even for someone who dealt with strange and weird things all the time. This is a world full of devils, you hear they are from hell and are born from pay. Poles fear God damn it, I say, trying to figure out why in the world this even occurred. I suppose the timeline theory, similar to that in DBZ, is what's in play. I was taken to the shonen section, recalling a previous call with God, who informed me that every world that has been created has been divided into groups. I was told that the god of shonen was King Kai of all people, and the others, well, they weren't discussed because, according to him, they weren't really important to me. Going back to how I figured out what brought me here, it might have been an isekai devil. Yes, that's crazy, but anything can happen in these worlds. They tend to stick to the original, but I've heard that some anomalies do occur that cause a separate timeline to occur. It's not like the butterfly effect in that sense. As we continue to walk until we reach the small settlement, I shake my head and watch Katsuki and Shoto process the information. We manage to give the little girl who had woken up at this point to the poor old father who was worried sick, and Makima just stares at us while the father speaks. Where did they come from? Makima approached the boys and the father because she had a suspicion and a gut feeling about them. Makima smiled and said, Oh my, it seems my associate was not able to get your daughter though you three got him. What a surprise. May I interest you in a deal, young men? Katsuki and Shoto, on the other hand, jumped at the offer and started reciting their names while I just stared at her and, more likely, her hypnotizing eyes, which caused Denji to lose everything he had up until the end of part 1. Her ultimate plan was to give Denji everything, then take it away, making him not want to live as he asked to be her dog until he retaliated and ended up turning full chainsaw devil and fleeing with Kobeni and Kishibe, who were among the only people alive after part 1. I shook my head and started to introduce myself, saying, My name's Rai Bakugo. She merely shook her head. After finishing her own meal and perusing the menu, Makima remarked, We'll have you three eaten. May I interest you if you haven't eaten to order something? I'll pay for the food. Ah, miss, Makima is going to kill me. I looked everywhere for this kid, but shit. Denji looked up at the sky and started walking back to Makima, where he saw her conversing with a group of people, including a blonde with spiky hair, a man with a white lightning bolt on his hair, and a guy with half red and white hair, which had to be the strangest color Denji had ever seen. As he approached them, he noticed the child with the old man claiming that the devil had captured her. Denji connected the dots and grabbed Rai by his suit collar. Hey, I was meant to impress Miss and save that child. Makima, don't be who you are, Denji screamed, his teeth clenched. I protested, using my hand to break his hold with ease. Let me go, I wasn't trying to compete with you, let me go. My mind is racing when I see Denji holding his wrist and stepping back in agony. Isn't he supposed to have hybrid strength? Wait, did we get stronger as we got to this world? I mean, we hit a tree full force, and neither of us was even that hurt. Denji let out a very dramatic, ah, while I just stared at him. Hello, miss. I grab both of their arms and say, Makima, I'll be back in a second. I need to borrow Katsuki and Shoto for a bit. Before she can reply, they are about to leave, and she turns to see Denji devouring the food she purchased. Like a dog, dragging Katsuki and Shoto was not as difficult as it was in our previous world because there are more people in this world than in My Hero World. For example, Denji was hit by a building and survived, proving that he was still human at the time, even though he was a hybrid. He simply yanked away the leech devil's attack. When I reach a tree, I ask Katsuki to give it the strongest punch he can. I tell Katsuki to punch the tree as hard as you could, but he just shrugs and does it. When his fist hits the tree's bark, he doesn't recoil, instead, he punches through half of the tree, creating a crater. Wow, Katsuki exclaimed, gazing at the harm he had caused, while Shoto turned to face his fist and punch the remaining tree as it started to fall. We're stronger, I declare as I start running in an arbitrary direction, letting Katsuki and Shoto run alongside me. I slow down to give them time to catch up, and after a few seconds, I start to level out with them. We're faster, I repeated as we started to leap through the tree branches, demonstrating our increased speed and agility. As Katsuki and Shoto gracefully landed the fall without even sensing the strain, they both remarked, "We've gotten stronger." As we started to head back and resume our conversation, I lectured, "That's what I felt like when I first got into your world. The human limitations of this world are different than your world, as you wouldn't really be able to do that without a strength enchanter type quirk." Shoto broke our previous silence by saying, "There are already many different things in this world than in ours. What else should we know, Rai?" "Well, there are devil contracts, the public safety, and the year being like 1997, is how I expressed my thoughts. 1997, Katsuki and Shoto yells as the time from our world was 2223 and we're 217 years in the past. As we started to accelerate in order to get to our destination, I said, "The Soviet Union still a thing as this world doesn't follow our world, and I'll tell you about the different devils after we get to the city with Makima." We all felt a little uneasy when he came to a stop in front of Makima and Denji, who were feeding him and barking. I believe we would have been terrified if we hadn't seen a talking dog confront us about breaking the law. When Makima handed Denji the last of the soba, he finished it and tossed it in the trash. I followed Makima into the car and sat next to Denji and Shoto because Katsuki wanted the window seat. "Oh, it looks like you've finally arrived. I think it's time to go. Will you excuse the tight fit? I didn't think I'll be going home with 4 others. So name's Rai, what's your name?" I smile at him as it would be awkward if we stayed quiet, so I offered a fist bump. He introduces himself as, "Name's Denji," while grinning and punching his fist. "Hey Denji, tell me how old you are. You seem our age." I ask him this only to get Shoto and Katsuki to open up because we're about 15 and Denji is 16, but I feel horrible because if I were in my own world, I'd be 17 at this point. Denji, who was always by himself and never attended school, counted on his fingers and said, I think I'm about 16 or something." Another question is, why did you become a devil hunter, Denji? "I used to work for these mafia guys because I had a lot of debt to pay off. However, after they betrayed me and turned into zombies, I killed them and Miss Makima let me have this job after seeing me." Denji spited, but when he got to the mafia part he said it with anger. Denji asked us, "So what's your guys' deal anyways?" Shoto and Katsuki, who were listening in, were startled when he called out to them, so they turned and began to respond. As he made up the story beforehand, Katsuki said, "We just like to challenge ourselves with training to get better, and eventually we saw that kid get captured by that devil, so we acted and now we are here." Katsuki, by the way. "Also, what's your name?" He points at Shoto. As he was pointed at, Shoto said, "Shoto Todoroki, but I'd rather Shoto. It's nice to meet you, Denji-san." "Ah, there's no need for that, just call me Denji. We're going to be working together, right Shoto?" Denji said, his spirit giving way. Shoto grinned and nodded. When I arrived in Tokyo, I felt a sense of nostalgia because it appeared to be much more like the world I was living in. My thoughts are solidified when I see that we stop as we exit the car and enter what appears to be an office building. How are we going to get back home? I ask myself, what would Tamaki do? Oh, no, she's strong and she'll continue to be strong no matter what. We enter what appears to be Makima's office and stand directly in front of her as she looks down at her desk to retrieve a uniform, tosses it to Denji, and leaves us wondering where our uniform is. When Denji leaves the room to change, she sees our faces and responds, "Well, you seem well dressed already, so that will be your uniform." Returning to the room gave Makima enough time to call Ali Hayakawa in, who first looked at us and then at Makima. "Miss Makima, is there a reason you called me here?" Aki asked in a deep voice that may have come from smoking. When Makima stated her intention, Aki looked at us and then at Makima. "Well, Aki, I was hoping that you would allow 4 new members to join you on your patrol today. We're the other on." Aki breaks off as the door opens and a fully clothed Denji, wearing a black dress trouser and a white button-up shirt, approaches and stands beside me. "Hello, miss. Please let me work with you, Makima." Denji screamed the final line as Aki glanced at him, then gave him a slight glare before turning to face Makima as he made up his mind. "Sure," Aki replied as he started going through his cigar carton and counting because he knew it would be a long day. "Well, but miss, I'd like to collaborate with you." We remained silent, but our eyes were moving to convey some emotion. "Makima are just with Rai, Katsuki, and Shoto, but who the hell are you?" Denji asked, as Aki started to get a tick mark on his head. Makima gave him a wink before Aki grabbed his collar and began dragging him. Well, maybe Denji, if you eventually get better and better, I'm sure we'll get to work someday together, Makima said. We shrugged and began to follow him as Aki vented his frustration with Denji, saying, she's so far out of your league, you're not even playing the same sport, come on, are you three going to just stand there or what? Denji showed no interest in the entire patrol. Sashat, Katsuki, Aki, and I led the pack through another crowd as we walked through the city. I hang back and converse with Denji while Katsuki and Shoto appear to be studying. Aki could hear Denji saying, hey Denji, why'd you take Makima's job offer anyway? As I turn to face him, I notice that he is giving us the side eye while he waits for a response, much like Denji. Denji looked up at the sky and grinned, thinking that he wouldn't have another chance like this. Honestly, for Makima, I guess there was no reason not to as my debt got paid and I had nowhere else to go and going to the first person that was nice to me seemed like a good idea, he said. Then he stops smiling and grips his shirt, or more crucially, Pochita's tail pull handle. Knowing this information, I asked him, oh, is that Pochita's tail that you talked about when coming here? As we began chatting after we broke away from the group in Tokyo. Denji said, yea, he sacrificed himself for me and said he became my heart. Aki's eyes widened as he figured out why Denji was here, assuming that he was a hybrid after hearing rumors about them. He didn't really know much about devils because he was only interested in killing them, so I concluded, so that means you like immortal as you can just eat blood and recover. Denji exclaimed, oh, that's cool, maybe that's why I regenerated my left nut and left eye. Oh yay, I remember getting my ma's condition where she coughed blood that healed too. He was thrilled to learn this new information, but he was also saddened as he thought of his mother. Hey Denji, if it's no problem, could you tell me about your family? If you do, I'll tell you something pretty hefty in return. I want to help, it's just what friends do, ya know, I said with a grin and hugged him. Knowing that he wouldn't have any of this if Pochita hadn't sacrificed his life for Denji's, he sheds a tear as he looks up at the sky. As he started talking about his life, Denji wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes and said, yeah, let me tell you here. My dad was a useless drunk who owed a lot of money to the mafia, so when the old fart died, the debt got transferred to me, Denji said, placing his hands behind his head and allowing his head to rest. My mom died a little after I was born from the condition I mentioned about coughing blood. After that, they took me outside of town and left me there, saying that if I don't pay the debt, they'll kill me so I can never go to school. I was like PPSSHH like 8. Denji's memory of the incident is fuzzy because he never learned how to count and his father never enrolled him in school, usually just drinking and beating Denji. Denji grinned and said, that's when I met Pochita. Aki's eyes widened as I told him, that's the chainsaw devil, wasn't it? You two must have been close if he became your heart sacrificing himself. Someone friends with a devil, how could they possibly do that without a contract? Aki thought as he watched the once unqualified boy babble on about his miserable upbringing, which was worse than most. Denji grinned as he recalled his encounter with his best friend. Yeah, I founded him when he was wounded and he would have died, but I made a contract with him that I wouldn't let him die and he wouldn't let me die, so I gave him my blood to heal and we took on and killed a devil. Denji grinned but gripped his hand. Then the damn old turd liked I killed the devil, so they hired me as a civilian devil hunter, and that's my story. Denji's heart began to race as he grinned at it, thinking, I'm living the dream because of you, Pochita. I won't throw this away. As the boys approached a railing and allowed the wind to blow through their hair, Aki allowed them to talk and led them away through the streets before continuing their work on rooftops. Aki turns to face the four of us who actually turn our heads when I say, you guys are new at this, I heard, so I wanted to go over what devils are with you. At this point, I gave Denji a simple rule, treat others how you want to be treated. This was the tenet of my old middle school, and it really resonated with Denji because he remembered all the jerks in his life and liked the saying, so it wasn't too difficult to instill respect in Aki. Devils are a combination of human fears, and their power increases with the level of fear people have for them. There are also unique situations, such as when a hunter makes a deal with the devil to gain control of the devil's power in exchange for a fee that, if you're not careful, could include your entire body or just your skin. As he was on the third to last one, Aki remarked, staring at the air with a lit cigarette, when one sets up, you can't double-cross as the one who does human or devil. Last, there are fiends, they are dead devils that are in human bodies as they retain some of their powers but not to the full extent, but also the human might keep control if his brain still works anyway, Aki said, having to deal with one nearly every week. He then takes the cigarette out of his mouth and holds it while he continues to speak. To avoid a look from him, I say, "Oh, it seems like you have experience working with one, don't you, Hayakawa-san?" He nods and removes the cigarette from his mouth as he receives a phone call. As we walk to the crime scene, we noticed a large group of police officers circling a house. Aki greeted the lead officer and asked him for the specifics, and it appeared that this was the fiend we would have to face in the original. He looked at Shoto and Katsuki before approaching them and whispering to them. They nod glumly as they gather themselves, and I say, "Sorry if you guys feel uncomfortable with this world. Killing isn't really what a hero should do, but we have to keep an income, so we have to do this." Killing wasn't unusual. I had assisted my dad with wild cattle when we were invited to a farm a couple of times, and once I cried afterward, but they told me it was nothing personal and we just had to do it. He conjured up the mental image of soldiers and fighting. Even if they don't think they are the good guys per se, they still fight the enemy because if you turn your back, you die. As we enter the house, we see a blood-splattered ruin, and Denji and I try to contain ourselves because we have seen this much blood before, but Shoto and Katsuki contain their vomit when they see the blood in the rooms. As we enter another room, we see a fiend eating a bird that was likely petted by the person before it died, and it turns to face us. "Denji!" Aki merely yelled as he precisely moved forward and slashed the axe in his hand, slapping the fiend's head against its shoulders before it fell to the ground and its body slumped, leaking blood. "Denji, why didn't you use your hybrid form?" Aki asked, her tone more solemn than anything else. I see him being verbally reprimanded, so I just pick up the real reason he didn't do it and throw it to the window next to them. When I turn into Chainsaw Man, I kind of go a little psycho and get blood everywhere, and I wanted to end the guy's misery, Denji said, kicking the head that was on the floor before being dragged to the window and hearing the whole speech about devils and how people are here risking their lives to protect not only their loved ones but also the public. He recoils in disgust as he lets go of Denji, picks up the porn magazine, folds it, and puts it in his pocket after saying, "Aki, he's lying to you, he wanted that." Aki was more mildly irritated than furious when he said, "Seriously, you didn't transform because you wanted porn," and he realized that Denji didn't really care about showing sympathy for devils. Denji kicked the head and rolled over to Katsuki and Shoto, who had had enough and went to a nearby trash can to throw up. "Well, maybe, but actually activating it take a ton of blood and I don't want to lose it just taking down a small fry like him," Denji repeated. Even though he was only a few years older than them, he was 20 himself. They reminded him more of his younger brother Denji than the others, but they were always what he wanted as younger brothers, the hothead, the awkward one, and the one that was more mature for his age. Aki laughs as he recalls his younger brother and their times together. The walk back to the office was less quiet than the walk out of the office at the beginning of the day. After entering Makima's office and being welcomed by her, Ali gave her a rundown of our performance, telling her that we were excellent. He also tested us on our physicality, and we even sparred on the roof. Eventually, it was me versus Denji and Shoto versus Katsuki because Katsuki had learned to use punches in his quirk and his kicks were able to defeat me. Before returning to the office, we vowed not to use our quirks because doing so would only raise suspicions, and we didn't want that. "Aki, it seems that you've taken a liking to them, so you wouldn't mind if I put them in your squad, am I right in saying that?" Makima replied with a grin. Aki said, not really expressing his feelings, "I would not really mind as they were capable. So, Denji, Katsuki, Shoto, and Rai, since you don't have a house here, I might have purchased one for the four of you and moved Aki's belongings there. You don't need to worry because I'll be paying for it," Makima stated. "I think this is the best option for them." When the new residents entered the house, they noticed that it was empty except for Aki's boxes of belongings and that it was a normal two-story house, just like the one where we killed the fiend. Looking around the house and entering the kitchen, Denji asked, "Should we set up your things first, Aki, or do you want to go to the store first?" Katsuki followed him and opened the cabinets, but nothing was inside. "Fucking great," was how Katsuki described the money they received from Makima to purchase furniture and new alliances. Shoto starts to think about the normal prices as he looks over the money, saying, I don't think this is enough money for everything." As he opens the door, a loud magazine is yelled outside the door, so I go up to it and look through it, finding a phone number for a moving truck for rent and another page on furniture deals. I smile and show it to the boys, but as Aki puts his flip phone in his pockets, I glance at him and realize that this was the moment flip phones became popular. After he finishes his call, He calls out to us, and we go find the moving truck parked in a private parking lot. When we arrived at the moving truck, it appeared to be in good condition and could accommodate the 5 of us in the front with 2 seats behind the driver and passenger. Denji wanted the middle seat, so he sat in the passenger seat, leaving Katsuki and Shoto in the back, their legs colliding with the seats in front of them. Denji mostly went and jumped on all of them while Katsuki, Shoto, and I chased after him. Aki mostly just let out puffs of amusement, maybe a brief chuckle once or twice, though he occasionally gets distracted himself. We walk around and even find a mini grocery store here and buy the necessary items for our food for the next week, as we had purchased some to experiment. Going to buy furniture and other necessities with friends was a fun time, as some of us joked around and more of us just played in the free-use couches or bed they had on a stand. Once we loaded the truck and the groceries into the front, we stopped home and unloaded everything while we went back and forth about how or what we put in different places. Denji struggled to decide which room he wanted in a game of rock, paper, scissors, so it was easy to set up Aki's clothes and bed, as well as all the kitchen appliances, and when it was time to return the truck, he started it and left us to our own devices. Since it was already 10 p.m. when Aki left, Katsuki and Shoto went to bed so they wouldn't be disturbed, but Denji and I stayed up just chatting. As I spoke to him, my mind began to form this opinion. Denji, if you don't mind, may I ask, how did your dad die? I asked him. If Denji is able to move on from this revelation, he would need to pass this challenge to live a comfortable life, I thought. Pochita made Denji forget he killed his own father. He needs to accept that he did kill his own father, or that would be a weak point for Makima. Continuing my thoughts as Denji assumes a contemplative pose, Denji needed to confront this, as hiding and being oblivious to the memory was the whole reason Denji almost lost himself to Makima when she told him that. I slam my head against his and use my quirk to send waves of electricity on both of our brains like a rope connecting as Denji and I pass out. I don't know, it's a bland, I interrupt him. As I see myself in an alleyway, I see Denji next to me, nearly unconscious, until I wake him up. Hyun gets up, startled by my abrupt awakening of him. Hey, wake up Denji, where are we? I ask, startling Denji out of his daze as he stumbles to his feet. When we came to a turn, we had 2 options, take the turn or continue walking. Denji braced himself to avoid falling over, and I followed him. I have no idea, though we won't really know if we don't move, no will we? Papers, scissors, rock. He agrees when I tell him, placing a fist in his hand and another on the bottom while I follow suit. I say, winner choice, and he nods and smirks. Rock, paper, scissors. We both hit rock and yell it out yet. I say, again, as we both wind up once more. Rock, paper, scissors. We glare at one another after staring at each other in the eyes as we both strike paper. Until Denji prevails, we continue in this manner for a short while. Denji raised his arms in the air to express his relief as he exclaimed, "Thank fuck we're taking the turn." I put my thoughts aside and followed Denji as we arrived at a door with paper on it and a small mail pocket inside. Does he know rock, paper, scissors is 2 out of 3. We'll never mind, we're going the way I wanted to go anyway. A voice, presumably from the other side of the door, said, "Don't open the door, Denji." Denji's eyes widened as he approached the door and asked, "Pochita, is that you?" Through the door, Pochita's muffled voice begged, "Denji, please don't get near this door. I'm trying to help you." Denji grew more curious about the door and the secrets it concealed when he asked, "Why Pochita, is there something bad behind here?" I say, "Open the door, Denji. There's nothing stopping you, maybe it will help you." Denji looks at me bewildered. Coming to a realization can make people question themselves and bring out their real self. What do you want to become, Denji? What is your dream? I ask him as I leave with my final words. Despite Pochita's advice, Denji opened the door to find his father's corpse as his memories started to flood in, and he clutched his mouth with both hands in a heartbreaking and shocked gesture. I attempted to exit Denji's subconscious before I did, but Pochita was staring at me with an unreadable expression on his face because it was difficult to look at him straight due to his chainsaw. "Oh, you must be Pochita. It's good to meet you." I lower myself to his level, but he doesn't reciprocate. Pochita began to ask, "Why did you do that?" I was trying to protect Denji, until I finished for him. Since most people were unaware that Makima was a devil, I told Pochita, one shouldn't have to protect himself from himself. He needs to be able to accept that he did this and move on, or this will always weigh on him, and when he gets older and learns about this, then it could have been worse, and you know it. What if Control did it? His eyes widened at the mention of Control. Pochita asked me, how do you know that she was Control? But I chose not to respond because I felt it was superfluous. Taking a breath, I continue without stopping, saying, it's useless to not tell Denji he needs this to get determination he had when he'd try paying off the debt. He needs something to push him to be better, and this will. Control would never be able to control the feeling he will get from knowing he accomplished that. It will motivate him to be the best version of himself. I gesture to Pochita, and the devil simply smiles and gets excited as he looks at me. Maybe learning about pain will let him learn, and he will, because he's Denji and you should know the most. Pochita interrupted, saying, well, it was nice seeing you, but I must go. I fell silent as soon as I said, I want to make a contract with you. Will you protect Denji? With that I would give you the power to gain strength from devil's fear. I shake my head, stunned by the idea that such a power could turn the world upside down. While he is merely staring at me, I suggest, how about I make a counteroffer? My offer caused Pochita's eyes to widen even more as I used my electricity to create a brainless corpse of myself and gave it to her to bite into. How about I give you something in return for Denji to be able to talk to you and use all your power as the Chainsaw Devil as he desires? When he was done with the corpse, I literally did not see myself being eaten, but when I turned around, I saw the intimidating Chainsaw Devil, also known as the Hero of Hell, instead of Pochita. The large Chainsaw Devil then returned to Pochita, grinning tearfully as he bid me farewell. Thank you. Without you, I interrupted him. I say, you would have found a way, I just know it, and then, as I was meant to, I begin to fade again. Pochita waves at me with her paw before returning to Denji to assist him at the alleyway. When I wake up from my visit to Denji's subconscious, I walk, grab a bottle of water, and down it because my mouth was dry from breathing while I was unconscious. Before long, I hear myself waking Denji, who appears to be conversing with Pochita in his head as he searches the area for an unseen voice. I laugh at the ridiculousness. I say, hey Denji, are you okay? As he turns to face me and lifts his eyes. As I approach him and place my hand on his shoulder, Denji looks down and says, I killed him, I killed the old man, I didn't know I did. I tell him, Denji, you deserve to be here and do go thinking twice on it even though I met you like only today. It feels like our bond is unbreakable, so be unbreakable, never let someone down and be the best you can be and live the life Pochita, your mother and I want you to live one that you chose. His tears indicated that he was crying quietly, and he hugged me as they fell. He then got off me and clenched his fist again while staring at the night sky through the back door, which was completely windowed and see-through. Denji told me, I'll live my best life not just for myself but for all the people that helped me and will help. I walked beside him and gave him a one-arm hug. I tell him, maybe you should get settled to life before actively looking for a girlfriend, you know. He smiles, unsure of what to do with his current situation. I look at him bewilderedly and say, let's go to sleep. Just because you're new doesn't mean I won't go hard on you. We have a week off work to get settled, so you're getting settled. I tell him, just go to sleep knowing that I will wake you in the morning, and he nods and yawns. Since all the bedrooms are here, we go upstairs, and after I say goodnight, we go to bed. Denji was sleeping when we woke up at 8, so he wasn't really rioting. We went downstairs to see Shoto and Katsuki at the dining table while Aki was cooking. Denji and I call out, good morning, to draw their attention to us and Aki, but he chooses to leave the breakfast in the pan. Right, are we still going to train? Was the main question that was on both Katsuki's and Shoto's minds, even though they claimed that one of the men was not very knowledgeable about their training. Training? Aki asked, more perplexed than anything. I tried to persuade him, and he gave it some thought. Yeah, me Katsuki and Shoto train every day except Sunday. Want to join? We don't have work until like a week and it just turned Monday. Aki looked out the window as he said, sure, I have nothing better to do, and now we have space to train. You damn gun, I'll get stronger to kill you, Aki thought. We were all having one-on-one sparring matches while eating breakfast and strolling outside in our brand new tracksuits. I say, so it's going to be me against Denji, Shoto against Aki, and Katsuki gets to fight both winners as a match with 3, and the losers will fight each other. When everyone nods, I approach Denji, move away from him, and assume a stance, just like he did. Rushing Denji and hurling a feint at his head, He takes the time to catch the first blow, but he doesn't anticipate another blow to his stomach that literally left him gasping for air. After recovering from the blow, Denji sent his right hand toward Rei's head as he dodged, sending a roundhouse kick that Denji was unprepared for as he was caught again and sent flying a couple of meters with the increased strength of being in this world has done to Rai, Shoto, and Katsuki. Denji is getting up from the ground and hurrying me. I try to read his movements because he was preparing a running punch from his right and my left. I read the punch moving just enough to move out of the way and send a counterattack, which was a foot stomp on his stomach, creating new space and making Denji's stomach hurt more. He reduced himself as he watched Rai run at him again, trying to read him like his opponent did him. Denji avoided the first punch, but missed the second blow to his face, which connected true and, with its power, gave him a bloody nose and sent flying to a tree, not breaking it but striking it. I approach Denji after noticing his injuries and show him my sleeve. I tell him, bite me. Shoto and Katsuki gave Denji a suspicious look as Aki's eyes widened, but it was fortunate that he shared the fiend's ability to regenerate. After Denji bites his sleeve, he starts sucking the blood Pochita mentioned would heal him. As Pochita explained, he was healing as the runny blood nose healed itself. Woe was aware that Denji could heal, but he had no idea how it would appear. He just stood there in shock, but it meant that he could quickly heal deadly wounds. Aki nodded as he assumed a stance and said, Shoto, are you guys ready? Shoto did the same, taking a stance himself. I yelled, fight, as they rushed at one another. Both of them are flinging feints at each other as they dodge. Shoto is the stronger, but Aki, who has been fighting devils for years, easily has the experience. He uses it to hit a pressure point on Shoto, who then throws a punch that is parried, and another that punches him in the gut, sending him back a few steps while keeping his feet grounded, but the force of the punch dragged his feet on the ground as he takes the punch and the keeper continues. As Aki's experience takes over the fight, Shoto is hit by several punches at once, and the damage mounts until it becomes too much, and he collapses. I approach him, then I gaze at Aki, and I simply heal Shoto with my electricity while Shoto glows yellow. Shoto stretched his arm and said, thanks Rai, Aki, that was well. You might not be as strong as me but with enough time to would be able to overpower me. Denji made the decision to inquire, hey Rai, what was that? Instead of lying to them, I choose to tell them, oh, this is my power, the place where me Katsuki, Shoto, and I come from 80% if the population has powers. I reasoned that if I can't trust them now, when will I? Perhaps this will help me gain their trust. Since I couldn't think of anything else that could have led us here, I tell them about our predicament and the theory that perhaps the devil was the cause. Aki said absently, I understand that it's very different from how our world operates. There are no devils in that world, huh? He nodded as I said, yeah, but there are villains there that could be just as bad as devils there. Both worlds were trouble, and the realization that we were also from the future was another revelation. I point to Denji, who looks at his stomach and lifts the tracksuit to reveal his ribs protruding the top of his belly, and say, all right, can we move on? This is just the beginning of training as we're kicking your asses into gear this week with a diet to help you, especially you Denji as you're still pretty skinny. We fought together, lived together, and as we grew closer, we decided to stick to the schedule we had in our original world of Mondays through Saturdays from 5 to 8 p.m., with Sundays always being break days. This is followed by a training montage of days when we all failed at things as we tried something new. Shoto, Denji, Katsuki, Aki, and I tried on weighted clothes the trainers had from the Devil Hunters, running with them on and jumping like Naruto characters through trees in a nearby forest. On Sunday, we were sitting on the porch with Aki because the following day would be our second day at work and we were supposed to be with a friend. Aki asked for her because she was a member of his squad and hoped they would get to know one another. Sitting on the opposite chair from Aki, Rai observed as Aki gazed at the strange-looking sword that resembled a spike. What is the spike on the sword? Thing, I say, attempting to engage him in conversation. I interrupted him as his half-open eyes spoke wonders. It's a sword that was given the power of the cursed devil. If you stab someone 3 times it curses them to death but it takes a massive toll like. I answer, life expectancy, for him while he continues to stare at the sword. How many years? I ask, glancing at the sword, and Aki responds by grabbing it, taking the blade out of its sheath, and speaking to the devil-enchanted blade. Knowing it was a small number, Aki asked dryly, how many years do I have left to live? The words, Aki Hayakawa you have 4 years left to live, cause Aki's eyes to widen, but they also close as he recalls how often he used the sword in times of need when he was 16 years old, still attending school and hardly instituted in public safety. I ask Aki, "Hey, do you mind if I hold it?" As his eyes dart to me. Why? Aki was likewise at a loss for words when he saw me. I grab the blade with both hands and am transported to a black world. You have to make a context to make use of a devil's power, but maybe one can alter the contract. All I can see when I look around is the menacing cursed devil. The cursed devil asked, "Why are you here, human?" As I turned to face it, I responded by coughing once. "I've come to bargain, damn the devil." He just looks in awe as I swipe my hand to the left. And what would that be, human child? Curse isn't teasing me with the deep voice I thought he would use, but I still laugh when he does. I ask, raising an eyebrow as one of his heads moves, "I've come to bargain for all of Aki's expectancy to be given back to him, as if you can take you can give back, can't you?" I create an army of dead bodies by creating numerous clones with the least amount of electricity and no brain, then I offer them with my hand gesture. I gesture to the army of clones and say, "I'll give you 100 for Aki's expectation years back to him and to sacrifice one of them." I smirk and ask, "Each one that Aki wants to use your power, is that good enough?" The devil ponders and finally agrees, reasoning that this was a small price to pay for an endless supply of human flesh, blood, and other items. The devil then turns away as I'm launched out of the black void and sees Aki freaking out over me. "You've got yourself a deal, kid." In a panic, Aki said, "Rai, get up." I shouldn't have said anything. He was staring down at me when I grabbed the arm he was holding to keep him from falling. I weakly say, "Pick up the sword," as I use all of my electricity to create perhaps 1,000,000 clones for the army there. Aki's eyes enlarge as he simply follows my instructions and draws the sword. The devil in the sword said, "Shockingly, Aki Hayakawa, because of a contract with the blonde-haired boy, you have gotten free access to my power as well as all your death expectancy is back what it was before. You will die at 70 years. Aki looked at me gratefully as he was sheathed the sword and shed a tear, happy to be able to live with the new people in his life without worrying about the cursed devil taking his life too soon. "Don't mention it, I wanted to help you, and I don't want my big bro to die when he needs to get a girlfriend first," I tease him as I pass him and collapse on the couch next to Denji, Shoto, and Katsuki, who were watching the TV and watching the old-looking cartoons. Aki, who is looking from the door, lights up a cigarette and smiles through it as he looks at the ski sword he is holding because he still doesn't want to overdo it, so he thinks about getting a short sword of some sort, perhaps a Todachi would be nice. Now uncertain of his future, Aki simply hopes that it will end well for him because he has learned this week that revenge isn't worth my life or others' life. After a week off, we appear to be doing much better as we walk into Makima's office. Makima wanted Aki to help Himeno with her work, so he had to leave us. Aki, later, as he opens the door slightly and smirks at us while waving with both fingers, Denji and I tell him. Makima gestures for something, and we hear footsteps outside as Power enters while yelling, "Alright, since she has come back from an assignment and Aki is gone, I will introduce you to your new buddy." "Oh, I am Power. Where are the pitiful humans known as my buddies?" Behold. We all recoiled at the noise she was making as Power yelled at us. The first person to notice this is Denji, who poses the question, "You're a fiend, they can be devil hunters." Makima propped her head by her wrist and rested her elbows on the desk, saying, "Yes, Denji, she would make a fine devil hunter because she doesn't like humans or other devils." She was in the same pose as the original, so I just gave her a quick glance before turning to look at the others. Katsuki and Denji were staring at her strangely, and Shoto was blushing. He liked Mina, so I reasoned that he might like Power too. I smirked before approaching him and whispering, "I guess he has a thing for horns." I chuckle as Power turns to face us and says, "Keep staring, I think her horns grow the more you blush." Shoto blushes a little more and then looks away. Power put her hands to her hips and laughed, saying, "Oh, human must be astounded by my mere presence that he can't look at me in the eyes." The others follow me as I start to head for the door, but Makima stops us again first. "Well, should we get started now?" I ask. Makima smiled sweetly and said, "I'm sorry to say, but you must get permission to take Power out of the HQ. Not my rule, but one we have to follow it at the front desk at the middle entrance." I nodded and gave her a little smile as I took the paper and headed for the middle entrance. We left the building by walking quietly, and the sounds of footsteps allowed the air to circulate. "Hey, Power, name's Rai, he's Katsuki," I say, pointing first at Katsuki and then at Shoto. "That's Shoto, and Denji chooses to introduce himself, saying, "Name's Denji," while grinning and waving. Power's question, "There's something different about you humans but I don't know what," left us speechless, but we quickly got over it as we climbed a ladder to a building because we couldn't use regular roads because Power's horns, which would have made her easily identifiable in a crowd and alerted the populace to her status as a fiend, would have caused chaos and fear. Denji decides to break the looming silence by asking, "Hey so Power, what got yo to even devil hunt though you're one?" Power simply looks away as she walks away. "I apologize if I offended you," Denji said. The agent was silenced until we leapt to the top of another building and watched Power leave. "I can smell blood," Power screamed as she ran at her fastest speed, but we were able to catch up to her before she jumped and hold her hand to prevent her from jumping. "Give me up, human," Power said, attempting to raise my hand. Denji, Katsuki, and Shoto grabbed hold of me and pulled me away from the railing as my hand pulled Power back. "We can't interfere with the civilian devil hunter only when they look like they're going to die. As bad as that sounds, we can get finned and we don't have the money for that," I said. As we watch the civilian devil hunters struggle with the sea cucumber devil, if I recall correctly, Power merely complains as she watches them exit the trucks that the man in the original called. As the battle starts, we only witness the people winning because, thankfully, they didn't lose anyone to Power's annoyance, which makes us happy. Power pouts and turns her head, saying, "You humans, I swear." Shoto is staring at her more intently than the others, who are just rolling their eyes. As Aki told him that he acted like a child most of the time before his heart-to-heart with Rai, Denji wondered, did I resemble that? He's still a kid at heart, but that's to be expected of a 16-year-old. As we patrol further, Power bolts off screaming, and I recall the necessity of having to kill a devil. "Blood, I smell blood." Power ran off as we were apprehended, and we followed her to witness a pig devil being instantly killed by a blood hammer that had the speed of someone jumping from a building. She laughed maniacally at her achievement, and her arms raised maniacally as well. "I guess that meets our quota for the day," Shoto said, bemoaning the fact that he couldn't really use his quirk without appearing somewhat suspicious if he could make an ice hammer and have the exterior flame. We went to a vending machine, bought drinks for the boys, and gave one to Power, who accepted it by snatching it and leaving us when he saw a stray cat and decided to play with it. "Like cats," she says, turning to face me before turning back to the cat, and I'm not listening. Recalling her memories of Meowie, Power remarked, "There are the only things I like that I don't want to actively hurt humans or devils don't understand me but cats do." I just said, "You had a pet cat is what I'm getting from this," as she gave me a startled look. While I squat next to her, I open her soda and pass it to her, saying, "Lucky guess I was always lucky." She takes a sip and widens her eyes. As she begins to gobble it up, Power remarked, "This is pretty good." I gesture to Shoto, who looks away shyly and rubs his flushed cheek. It was Shoto's suggestion since it's his favorite too, I say. Unaware of Meowie's true gender, she said, "So where is this cat of yours? I'd like to see them." Power looked down, recalling the devil, and said, "Well, she was captured by a devil and Makima promised she'd do something about it but she never got back to me." While the others shrug, I pat my bicep and roll back my suit, saying, "We can help." "Oh, all right, I'll show you everything, but the truth is that I can't approach the devil or he'll kill Meowie," Power said solemnly. "We should get going then," I say as she gets up and tells everyone to follow her. We shrug as we follow her outside and eventually out of the city to a small, dark-colored shack that resembles a home. As we approach the house, Denji asks for its bell. As they walked, Denji said absently, "Hey, shouldn't you leave this up to us now since you can't go up close to the place or the devil will eat your cat?" Power gave him a quick glance and pointed a blood mallet at Denji, but Katsuki stopped her with a hand on her wrist. "Well, save your stupid cat, just tell us what the devil is. Well, kill it and give you the cat as we just want to get along and not kill each other." Katsuki said, "Well, save your stupid cat, just tell us what the devil is. Well, kill it and give you the cat as we just want to get along and not kill each other," and our nods supported her statement. With wide eyes, she disassembled the mallet of her blood and sucked it in, not believing in these humans. As I say something to Denji, I sigh. "Try your hardest. I'm confident you can defeat this devil on your own." With the exception of Kobeni, who always had that adorable, inquisitive face, we were unaware that Aki, Himeno, Kobeni, and Arai were spying on us because they all had natural expressions. "Right, I wanted to try this." Denji pulls the lead to its maximum length while reaching into one of his Byron shirt pockets. As Denji grows taller and develops two hands with chainsaws on them, he can see the armor piercing his back and covering him, recognizing the same scarf that was actually a covert chainsaw wire. Since Katsuki and Shoto had never seen anything like this, it was really awesome to see the Chainsaw Devil, also known as Hero in Hell, in all its glory. Power was in a similar state, but when she smiled, she realized the true power of this. "Meowie, your capturer is really going to pay," she said, flashing a cunning smile. Denji says, "Wow, I didn't think I would look like this weight." The new height causes him to trip and forget how to walk. "Damn," Denji swears as he corrects himself after catching himself. "All right, let's go," I say, gesturing for Katsuki and Shoto to follow me. Denji or the Chainsaw Devil, depending on your preference, is towering behind them. We kick the door open and enter, with the exception of Denji, who waited on the side because he couldn't fit through the door. We see the tall but injured figure of the Bad Devil as we enter the deserted house as if we had no idea what was happening. I try to make light of the situation by saying, "Nice weather we're having, isn't it?" Thr Bad Devil licked its lips and reached for one of us, saying, "You three will do as my appetite grows for humans." The Blood Devil outdid herself. As we leave the building with Meowie, I spit the cat and, with a rush of my Thunder God, I grab the cat's small cage. The bat only saw a streak of lightning strike his eyes because he was inside and not outside, so he was not acclimated to the light. He staggers back. Denji is approaching us as we leave the house as the Bad Devil destroys the roof and flees, hitting towers above us. We divert the devil's attention, preventing him from seeing Denji approaching, and he is swiftly dispatched by two of Denji's chainsaws with a decapitating blow. Looking at his arms, Denji remarked, "I feel much stronger than I normally feel." He was unaware of another devil, the Leech Devil, licking its lips and hurling its head at him before being devoured by a giant's multi-eyed wolf's head. Presumably the fox's voice said, "May I?" We move on to the next voice that said, "Yes," and see Aki using a strange hand gesture to call forth the fox, which prevented him from losing anything. Rai then gave him 3 clones that would perpetually heal after being offered as sacrifices to the devil, allowing Aki to use anything he desired, such as the Cursed Devil. The Chainsaw Devil was like a shell, with Chainsaw Man inside just in case, as Denji told us on our way to kill the Bad Devil. He smirks as Denji returns to his normal human form while wearing the clothes he still had on. As we all greeted him, Denji waved and said, "Thanks for the save, Aki." We all say, "Hey Aki, sup," and, "Good evening," but Shoto is being polite because there are people here that he didn't know. Although Himeno, Kobeni, and Arai were not surprised by the transformation they witnessed, they found the power he possessed in the form to be quite impressive. In contrast, Arya and Kobeni found it to be, to put it mildly, terrifying. Together, they thought, that's what we're going to be working with. "They okay?" I ask over Aki, who simply shrugs and nods their head slowly. I point to Katsuki and say, "So name's Rai Bakugo that over there is my older brother that is a couple days earlier than me," as Katsuki, before pointing to Shoto. In an attempt to introduce himself, Shoto says, "Shoto Todoroki, it's nice to meet you. Name's Denji Yahir." Denji grabs my head from behind and begins massaging it in a manner similar to that of an older brother. Despite the stark contrast between the Chainsaw Devil and Denji, they were able to gather themselves, mainly Arai because Kobeni was only slightly alarmed and not panicked, Himeno being the expert as she is introduced. "Himeno nice ya meet ya," she says as she holds a piece of material up to her only eye. Arai hurriedly said, "My name is Arai Hirakaza, it's nice to meet you all." He raised his hand for a handshake, and I hurried up to shake it while we looked into each other's eyes. As Kobeni started speaking, I stepped back. Kobeni, unable to shake her slight nervousness, said, My name is K. Kobeni Higashiyama. It's nice to meet you." The person closest to her, Denji, responds, "Miss, there's nothing to be afraid of." "Kobeni, we don't bite," Denji said with a smile that made Kobeni feel warm and confident. She nodded and smiled, and Himeno, observing the exchange, grinned before focusing on Aki. Himeno said, "So should we return? We were about down with our patrol." Aki considered this and nodded, which caused Himeno to start to stand up. "Come on, follow me," Himeno said. As she started to walk, we followed her, pushing Denji closer to Kobeni so they could talk more and help them both really. Denji needs more friends, and Kobeni is socially awkward, so maybe something will start to happen. I smile at the thought because they both had similar pasts, with both of them having financial difficulties. If they talk and have a heart-to-heart like I had with Denji, I think it would bring out the best in Kobeni and give her the ambition, strength, and confidence she's always lacked. As we continued down the hill, Himeno tried to strike up a conversation by asking, "So you're all pretty young, so how old are you?" 15. 16 inches were our calls since Denji was perhaps a few months older than us at 16, having been born on March 15th of the previous year, while Shoto, Katsuki, and I were all 15. "Oh my, so young," was uttered by everyone except Aki and the children, who covered their mouths with their fingers. I glanced at Denji, who grinned and glanced at his grabbing hands, and said, "Special circumstances caused us to be here and meet each other, so this was some of ours new beginnings." A day later, taking a break after yesterday's training, which seemed to go above and beyond in killing 3 devils, I started to ask a question while we were all sitting on the couch. I gesture to the 4 of us while Aki is still unsure. "Hey Aki, do you presume we could get devil contracts too? I mean all of us." "Sure," Aki said, picking up his phone and typing a number before leaving the room to speak with the person he was phoning. With no malice in his voice, Shoto asked, "Do you think we need them?" Katsuki nodded, unsure if they could even bring them back to our own world. Denji said with excessive confidence, "Yeah, man, I already kick ass, I don't need this." "Well, I think it's a good idea to have more options as there might be a hypothetical scenario and stuff, but other than that it's because I wanted to try something with all of you when you guys make the contract." I conclude as they look at me oddly. The silence that quickly followed my statement that I wanted to make them my guinea pigs was broken by Katsuki, who asked, "Well, what would that be?" "Well, with Aki and his contracts I kinda made dummy versions of myself that would take the fall for you guys to have no repercussions when using it," I replied as they gazed at me. They all said, "Sure," and I sighed as we heard someone knock on the door. X3 knock knock knock. "All right, let's go," Denji remarked as he stood up, upset that a douche had broken their peaceful moment. Power is about to knock on Denji's head when he opens the door, but he stops when he sees his face. "Hey, miss, hello," Makima said. "I would live here as well and call Topknot." At the sound of his moniker, he emerges from the hallway, squinting his eyes as he looks at Power, continuing his new phone call after concluding his previous one. As Power dropped her bags and dragged Denji to the bathroom, he asked him, "This is quite the home, humans and Denji." Shoto looked at them, becoming envious as they drew closer, and then he shook his head, hating the feeling that he had a thing for the active girls his age. Aki ended his call with Makima, hung up, and put the phone in his pocket before entering the living room, while Power skipped out of the bathroom, leaving an unsatisfied Denji behind her. I patted my hand toward the couch seat next to me and said, "You okay, Denji?" He clenched his jaw and said, "That didn't feel as satisfying as I thought it would be." His eyes were wide open all the time. I look at him and say, "Well, maybe there's multiple reasons why it feels like that." "Rai, what do you mean?" Denji inquired because he was curious and believed that Rai was intelligent and wise for his age. I put up a finger and say, "Well, it might be because you don't feel anything for Power, so it would be touching any women on the street's breasts." Denji nods, understanding the logic as if it were a puzzle piece. I said in a playful tone, "Second is that it feels better if you get to know that person like how you got to know Kobeni-chan." Denji pondered, blushed at my tone, and the brief exchanges they shared made him feel more comfortable speaking to a regular girl. Denji visualized the scene in his mind as his cheeks turned red and he yelled. Like a therapist, I asked, "So what did you think it was?" And Denji gives it some serious thought before coming to a conclusion. As he arrived at his conclusion, Denji remarked, "Boobs are overrated and having a girlfriend to do it with will feel better than any random chick." Katsuki, Shoto, and Aki were in the background, just gasping at the scene before them, as they never imagined that they would be having this conversation as if they were the only people present. You were raised to believe that a woman's ass is the best part of her body, perhaps second only to her face, and third only to her waist. Greetings from the adult club. Denji proudly shook my outstretched hand as they felt the intensity of Katsuki, Shoto, and Aki's perspiration increase. Denji grinned contentedly and remarked, "I love it here already." All of this had been impossible since accepting this position. We assisted Power in setting up her room, but she insisted on doing it herself, so we left her alone until we all noticed a foul stench emanating from the bathroom, where the door was open, Several rolls of toilet paper were in the bowl, and enormous turds were floating in the indentations created by the now wet toilet paper. We also noticed Power's bedroom door was open. Power crossed her arms just below her bust and remarked, "I am one that seldom flushes their fezzes." "Not in this house," was the most insistent thing Aki could say to make sure this damn devil understood. After a little while, as she struck the same pose, Power remarked, "I'm one that doesn't take showers." Aki quickly grabbed another at Power and said, "Get your ass in the tube, Shoto, you clean her." Shoto blushed but complied and took Power inside. Shoto is left in charge of that task, and the rest of us returned to the kitchen to assist Aki in getting ready for dinner with the new household member. I know Power will be fetching vegetables, so we chopped the essentials and extras while assisting him with his stew. When Power and Shoto emerged from the restroom, they were both flushed and clean. I smirked as I glanced at them and said, "Oh my, what happened in there?" Shoto's blush lightened slightly as Power concocted another tale. We sat at the large dining table that could accommodate about 10 people, and now the sixth member asks if we have 2 rooms left. She could get a couple of buffs herself because her power could be insane, so I asked her, "Hey Power, I wanted to know if you wanted to go training after this." If she had the strength and power of the last arc of Part 1, creating spikes from people's blood inside their bodies would be extremely helpful. "Why would I train with a human?" Crossing her arms as though it were her favorite standoff pose, Power asked. She gave me a glare but huffed. "What, are you afraid that we would be in another league entirely? You saw what happened to both the Bat and Leech Devil while you only took out that weak Pig Devil." My move was to question her strength because her confidence was not always steady and wiggly. "Human, I'll expose your weaknesses. Denji's already improved greatly by the training and it hasn't been like that long, a week at longest," Power said, pumping her fist up not above her head. I smirked at her, looking at Denji. He was wearing an orange shirt that was starting to look small as he buffed up a little, not being the stick of skin he used to be. Aki saw my stare and nodded at me, and we made eye contact without having to discuss it because we knew Denji needed new clothes since we bought them on our first day here. For the most part, dinner was chaotic because Power occasionally threw vegetables out of her bowl. As she glanced down at the vegetables, she picked one up with her chopsticks and put it in her mouth. "Hey Power, you need to eat these things to strengthen your human body while we focus on strengthening your body's ability and being the Blood Fiend's abilities." Power uttered the words, "Wow," as her eyes widened and she began to eat the bowl, the vegetables giving it a meat-like flavor. As Aki watched Power gobble up the bowl, he thought, "So we know what she likes. We go out once more after dinner because our training hasn't ended and we still have our afternoon period." Power approaches me with a lot of confidence and assumes a fighting stance without even stretching like I was doing at the time. As I assume a battle stance that has been perfected because Aki has trained with Kishibe himself and is aware of the harsh reality of having a poor battle stance, I mentally analyze, she's too cocky and overconfident, that will be her downfall. Power was taken aback by my speed as I charged at her, but she managed to deflect my right hand that was headed for her head. A sweep kick knocked her off her feet and caused her to fall back to the ground, where I struck her skull with my fist while her head struck the ground without her reacting. While practicing exercises with Aki, Denji remarked, "Wow, that was harsh," and Aki nodded in agreement. It sounded good, but it was time to see if it was the right move. I slid my wrist and put it to Power's mouth, and as it fell down her throat, she began to recover as her eyes flickered alive. It's best she knows how much she can grow by just training if I, a lowly human, am able to knock the taste of her mouth as I am. She will train till she can do that to me, I say. She looked around, figured out where she was, and recalled what had happened just moments before, when a human had easily defeated her with Blood Fiend power. She grunted and got hit on the wrist, causing Rai to let out a painful, "Ah." She got up, dusted herself off, and looked down, disappointed in herself. As he got up from the ground, a certain someone called out to her. Shoto said in a low voice, his face flushed slightly, "Hey Power, don't get unmotivated just because a one loss. All that means is that you could be stronger." And Power brightened up, blushing slightly at the sentiment. "What is this slight warmth I'm feeling?" Power explained that it was a result of human emotions. Power chuckles and Shoto gives her a smile, while Aki receives a message. "I would gladly have your help in my development of being the president. You might be able to be my vice." Shoto. Children, Aki referred to us as though we were his students and he was the instructor. "We have tomorrow and the following day off because I was also able to get. We found a place in Kyoto where we were able to obtain a car that would allow each of us to get a contract. and they told us there could only be one, so there couldn't be more than one, Aki remarked as he looked through his phone and saw another new message. I calculated it, and Aki nodded. So everyone gets a new one, huh? So that means you going to get a third. Aki put his phone in his pocket and stretched himself in preparation for a spar, saying, apparently we're going to be sent out on another mission with Himeno and her rookies by the end of our short little break. They are different from the rest of us, so I call them over to me and say, hey Denji, power. They nod and return to where they were before I say, you guys should practice your devil powers tomorrow when we practice with the new contracts. A day later, Denji interrupted my daydreams as I laughed once more in a minivan, recalling all the memories I had with my parents and family. We had a minivan, and we used to go on road trips some summers after school. Those were some of the best times of my life, and I would never want to forget them. Denji checked the clock on one of the nearby walls and said, yo look, we just got here and it took us like 5 hours just about. Yes, I dozed off, forgetting that this trip would last for several days. We left at 8, got here at 1, and we have about an hour here so we get back at 7. I sighed, but that was still a manageable amount of time, and since we were going to receive buffs, it was well worth it. Aki was led inside, but he stopped and motioned us inside with him because the guard couldn't stop us because the door automatically locked from the inside and we were surrounded by darkness. It looked like a prison with only walls, which is exactly what it was. A strange humanoid-looking figure exclaims, the future rules. The future rules. The future rules. He has a large eye-shaped crevice in his stomach and otherwise resembles a moving tree. When the children started saying it again because they believed there was no harm, he clapped his hands together and said, come on, say it with me. We all exclaimed, the future rules. The future rules. The future rules. While Aki, feeling a little excluded, started to wonder if he should join in. The future rules. They repeated as everyone in the room repeated the previous one. Everyone exclaimed, the future rules. As the unknown devil started to converse with us and laugh. He put both of his hands together in gratitude as he said, oh man, it's been so long I had someone say it with me, thank you all, and we simply nodded. Well, what could I do for you if you don't know who I am? Then I'm the future devil. He replied. I asked, well, Mr. Future, we were hoping to make a contract with you, or if you don't mind, as he gives me an odd look. It's probably the Mr., but it felt right. Right next to me, Denji said, yeah, Mr. Future, could we? Future didn't really anticipate this, so give it a thumbs up. Future told us, you just need to put your heads in my stomach and stare at the eye, it will tell me your future, you hear. Denji and I, who were the closest, went and buried our heads in the future devil's stomach, who appeared shocked based on his hand opening, as he usually gets ticklish. As we removed heads from his stomach and gazed at him, Future remarked, your futures are unreadable, so I couldn't use my full power with you all, especially White Streak Boy and Lord Chainsaw. Future said, I may be able to use my power for you all to have future sight, which is being able to see into the future for only a second. Power flinched, and Ali considered the possibility. No, yes, was what Aki and Power said, but Shoto interrupted her for a moment when Aki nodded to the devil and performed a small dance. With a general curiosity, Aki asked, so what would we need to give up for this contract? Future held his hands and said, well, nothing. I live into your eyes, so you can use my power. I can see what you see when you use it, and I would want to see all your futures and Lord Chainsaw to succeed. We shake hands as he captivates us with his power. Call him young master and we have a deal, I tell him. As we prepare to exit the room, we pause to bid the future devil farewell, and he reciprocates the gesture. The guard asked, well, did you get what you want? And I was a little annoyed because Aki was about to answer him. I lie through my teeth and tell him, nah, he didn't accept anyone other than Aki for some reason. Then Aki advised we go for a different devil as he said the fox was pretty good. He doesn't notice, so he leads Aki out the door first, then returns and sends us to another door. The devil appeared to be the fox devil's miniature form, similar to Pochita's miniature form, because it was smaller than the future devil and resembled a regular fox with several eyes. I seem to get their attention when I clear my throat, and they turn to face me in particular. He settles down, observing the others, who most likely knew what they all wanted. As I spawned 5 towers of myself from my hand, they said, my contract would be of all of my body usage, and for compensation I would like 10 bodies each. The fox simply nodded, strode forward, and suddenly conjured a brush and a scroll. The fox devil said, write your name on the contract where you would be able to summon me. When Denji and Power went up, we stopped entering our names. Power wrote, Power Todoroki, because he had no other choice and didn't want to use Topknot's family name, while Denji came up with the idea and wrote, Denji Bakugo. We left and made our way to the car after Fox tapped their paw on the ink and all of our pages to seal the deal. As we started to take off, Aki said from the passenger seat, you know, that was a dirty lie. With a puff of amusement, Aki backs off when we all say, we don't know what you're talking about. We all summoned the fox 3 times in my clones, using all of its parts, head, paw, and tail, as we practiced our new contracts outside after arriving home and preparing our dinner for the day. The future devil claimed that they were fighting each other while using their precognition, a skill that is typically referred to as future sight. We weren't as quick as them, so it appeared like a Dragon Ball battle in slow mimi, but we avoided or blocked each other's blows as we trained until 10 o'clock at night, cleaned up, and went to bed until the next morning. After eating breakfast and getting ready for training, I separate Denji and Power from the others while I create 10 clones for each of them. Denji takes the lead and transforms into Chainsaw Man, while Power merely gives them a determined look. Power, what could you do with blood? I ask her to explain her devil abilities because she is fairly knowledgeable about them, but Denji, we really need to try some new things. I can control blood, be it mine or others, but controlling my blood is much easier than others' blood. List of powers. I give a nod. She just looks at me when I say, well, I'll say we need to improve the usage of others' blood. Power made a blood hammer and remarked, why when I can just smash them to death? My clone explodes with electric spikes coming from his inside, splitting him apart as I say, well, if you could control others' blood you could kill them with their own blood or paralyze them with the blood to stop moving, causing them to fall unconscious or kill them like this. Power had an ecstatic expression on her face because she had never thought she would do this. As she begins to hone her control, an eager Power says, okay, I'll do it. I approach Denji or the now transformed Chainsaw Man, and we exchange glances. I wave my hand at my clones, who rush Denji in return. Observing my clones being beheaded and punched, Denji discovered during the fight that he could create and dissolve his chainsaws by following his instincts. He would then use chains to wrap the clones and surprise them with a punch or a chainsaw blade to the head, rendering them unconscious or dead. I say, right, that's what we're working with, as Denji uses his chainsaw to decapitate the final clone, leaving the body on the ground. We had a brief brainstorming session with Denji about how he could use his chains to get him swinging around. He put chainsaws on his soles and used them to walk or run up walls and speed up like he was on roller skates. He also learned how to use his chainsaws properly by training with Ali, rather than just waving them wildly. As the day comes to an end, I go to bed wondering if the following day will go well because I knew what would happen, the Eternity Devil. When my alarm went off, I turned off my bed, got out of bed, and changed into a fresh outfit. Katsuki, Shoto, and I then set out to find and rescue Midoriya. I force a smile despite sighing at the memory. We saved him in the end, was the last thing on my mind as I dressed and left my room to enter the living room. Aki had already started cooking because his clock had been set 30 minutes earlier, and I was the first to get up because no one else was there. Good morning, Aki, I say as he turns to face me, waves, and goes back to the eggs because he didn't want them to burn and waste. I nod and take a seat in one of the seats, realizing that Aki's stiff personality comes from his family, who are apparently very conservative and don't want to waste anything. Katsuki was the first to get up, alerting us to his presence with a back pop from stretching. Katsuki said, "Sup Rai and Aki," as he strode over to the table and Aki repeated his wave. Since Katsuki appears to be much more acclimated to this world than when we first arrived, I ask him, "Are you ready for the mission today?" Just thinking if I could use my quirk, but that probably a no, Katsuki said, shutting down as he considered it. It's possible that he forgot that we should conceal our quirks from the public, but we tell our friends, like Aki and Denji, about them since we don't fully trust Power. I smile at him, and he looks down and smiles back. It's fine dude, we'll be fine, there is no time for insecurities, not now anyways. Shoto is seen breaking apart, followed by Denji and Power. They were having a lengthy discussion about how the day would unfold as they descended the stairs. Shoto and Denji greet us warmly when they see us, while Power simply waves, not wanting to speak to these humans. As he serves everyone, Aki consumes the last of the eggs. The American breakfast consisted of pancakes, eggs, and sausages. The remaining food included bacon, but I don't particularly enjoy it, so I don't eat it. It's interesting that, despite traveling through two different worlds, I was able to maintain my taste in music and food. Who would have thought that? Not me, anyhow. Since our table is rectangular in shape and can accommodate 6 people, 2 on the longer sides and 1 on the shorter side, everyone can eat in peace. After finishing up, we go get what we'll need because Shoto, Katsuki, and I had ordered katanas, and I had ordered a kodachi one that looked like Momo's and was strapped like a tanto, or more like Sasuke's straight sword holster. I saw Aki holding a tanto and strapping it to his waist, while Katsuki and Shoto simply placed it on their backs since they had real sheaths for them. Aki said we would meet them at the meeting location, so we leave our house and head there without bothering to go to the office because it would be a waste of time. As we approach the hotel and park in its lot, we spot Himeno, Arai, and Kobeni, who have just arrived as well. Denji approaches Kobeni to have a conversation while the rest of us simply head inside. Kobeni indicates that we are leaving, and both of them follow us inside. As we ascend the building, we spot a small devil that resembles a head and moves with a hand. It saw us and charged at us. Since I was close to the front, I pulled out my kodachi and sliced the motionless devil in half before Power could respond. Denji looked at the now dead devil on the ground and asked, what was that was stuck in the air? Power yelled at me, that was my kill Rai. But I mostly ignored him because Himeno had just begun to explain how her agreement with the ghost devil had given her the authority to do so. We recoil as she taps her eye patch, forcing us to stop using one eye. I considered regenerating her eye, but I decided against it because doing so would reveal my secret to untrustworthy individuals, which could be fatal. Ascending the building seems to go on forever, but at the very end of my vision, I spot the constantly shifting sign that indicates it was floor 8. I pause and move covertly behind the group to lie down and wait for them to get back up. They are shocked that I was up here and do just that. Since that move was not part of my teleporting move set, Aki was alarmed and asked, what the hell, how did you do that? When we returned with Power for our report, Makima gave us a briefing on the gun devil and its components. The floors always say there are the 8 floors, so I stopped to see if you guys would appear and you did, meaning that we are either stuck or we can't go up any higher, also meaning we found our devil. The only problem is what devil it is and how much of the gun devil parts does it have, I say. We repeatedly paused to see if the gun devil piece would move, but it didn't and continues to remain stationary. The others tried their own escape routes before calling it quits, such as Arai going down, Aki going through the vents, and Himeno looking through the rooms, but they ended up acting like Scooby-Doo rooms, which I still find hilarious. Knowing this, I ran to a room and suddenly attracted everyone's attention by appearing in the room on the other side, frightening everyone. Arriving at home base, also known as a hotel room, and setting up all of our rations, enough for 3 days, by packing food and water in particular, though you could get water from the sink or toilet. I sit on the bed and see Aki looking as I take his last puff. I gesture toward an unwary Himeno as he gives me a look. He approaches her with a shrug. Aki turned to Himeno and nodded, saying, hey Himeno, mind if I have the rest of the cigarette? Grabbing the cigarette, Aki puts it in his mouth, startling Denji, who then relaxed and turned to face the now frightened Kobeni. Her eyes began to well up with tears, which she began to release by clutching her trousers. Kobeni began to cry even more, drawing everyone's attention, and she said, I don't want to die here. As Power began to laugh and wheeze on the bed, Kobeni began to open up to everyone, saying, I wanted to go to college but they said that I couldn't make it and to either give up my body or be a devil hunter. Power laughed uncontrollably until she was kicked off the bed with a boot in her face. Oh, my humans are so funny, ha ha ha, she said. Power flinched when he saw that the boot belonged to Denji. Power yelled, why would you do that, Denji? As Denji gave her a glare. Rai approached Denji, interrupting his thoughts. She's acting like all those bastards that spat on me while I was so poor, I hate those people. Rai pulled away from Denji as he considered the words, hey, take Kobeni out of here and to another room, have a conversation about your lives from what I've gotten from what you told me and what she said about her own life. You two seem really similar. Denji says, hey Kobeni, can we talk in private? As she stops crying and perks up at him, causing him to turn away from her, probably out of embarrassment. They head to a room 2 doors away after Kobeni nods. Power was still on the ground, shocked by Denji, but Shoto picked him up and held him until he was sitting on the bed. As he and Himeno left the room to go on patrol, Aki remarked, Here, we should take an hour off and unwind. We have nothing, so you all should stay here. After 2 hours, knowing that the time didn't change either or that Power didn't finish all the food because Shoto stopped her and Kobeni from doing so were two abrupt changes to the original version of this arc. As I made my way to the room where Denji and Kobeni were supposed to be, I noticed that the lights were off and that they were snuggling together on the same bed, with the only light coming from me opening the door. I smiled to myself as I quickly closed the door. My smile vanishes when I notice that Aki and Himeno are running from the opposite side of the hallway while everyone else from the various rooms either enters the hallway or wakes up like Denji and Kobeni. It seems like Denji is doing well with that. Denji confidently declared, "Here Kobeni, I'll murderize that devil for scaring you Kobeni," as he became aware of the situation they were in. Both Kobeni and Denji blushed and flinched back. Kobeni looked at Denji as she made up her mind, thinking, what am I doing? I can't be with Denji because he's underage. With newfound bravery and self-assurance, Kobeni said, Denji, I'm not going to let you out there without me, so let's regroup with the others. Denji nods and opens the door to reveal a freshly constructed wall of flesh with several objects protruding from it as if speaking to them. I have a deal for you. As the wall made faces, the now revealed Eternity Devil declared, I'll let you all live in exchange for the chainsaw. Like hell we will, Aki said, removing the Tonto from his back and slashing the devil 4 times, harming him instead of killing him. Himeno was the one to support Aki, and she used her ghost hand to squeeze the devil to pieces as the wall of flesh grew and everyone fled back until the entire hallway was moved, making the devil appear to be a void with the hallway's doors now on its side. We all looked down and saw the devil cackling. As Denji and Kobeni approach the rest of us, we notice that they are paying attention. Aki looks at Denji, then the devil, and then his sword. He grabs the sword's hilt to stop it from rising. In fact, he is no longer able to move. He turns to see Himeno restraining him with the ghost devil's arm. Himeno looks at Denji and says, I'm sorry, Aki, but you have more years to live. As Arai shoved Denji off the wall of the hallway from behind, Himeno remarked, I'm sorry, kid, but I know Aki can get us out with that sword, but we'll just have to sacrifice you. Denji. After being struck by Denji, Katsuki, Shoto, Aki, Kobeni, and even Power realized how much he meant to her as a friend. When Denji heard our cries, he changed into the Chainsaw Devil in the Eternity Devil's mouth and burst out in a bloody mess, slashing his way through more of the Eternity Devil with his primary objective in mind. Make the devil want to die. As strong as Denji was, he could continue running on the blood supply indefinitely because Eternity was bleeding and feeling the power of the chainsaw. Eternity now felt a mixture of fear and rage against it, which fed Denji's fear and made him stronger. After 3 days, taking advantage of this, we began training, or more specifically, the 5 of us, with Kobeni joining us later. We had nothing else to do, so we were able to ration our food while we kept up our consistent training, which made me think of the time chamber from Dragon Ball Z. Himeno and Arai looked at us with disbelief, and Kobeni followed suit. Then, before the hotel begins to change to reflect that there was no damage or anything here, they all hear Denji chainsaws roar one last time. We just walked to Makima's office after leaving the hotel because it was officially the beginning of the day. I discreetly heal Denji, but I can't give him energy back, so I just carry him on my back. When we open the door and enter, Makima is working on paperwork while quickly focusing on the newcomers. Makima tilted her head cutely and said, Oh my, you all look terrible. What happened? From my smell I do smell the stench of devil on Denji most prominently. Well, it was a pain, but we managed to kill the devil. Right, take Denji home, only I need to be here so you guys can go home. Aki said from behind my back. As we leave, we nod. As we got to know Kobeni over the course of the 3 days, she wanted to make sure Denji was okay, so we walked home with her as our new guest. We give her a nod, and she follows us inside the house. I put Denji in his room while Kobeni sat in his office chair and watched him sleep. It made her drowsy too, so she laid her head on Denji's stomach and fell asleep. Since our day has only just begun, we all just chat about what transpired at the hotel while enjoying coffee. As he removed the gun devil from the now dead salmon devil's carcass, Aki remarked, There's going to be a Division 4 meetup. As she pulled a cigarette from her cartridge and lit it with her lighter, Himeno remarked, Yeah, it's going to be this night. Division 4 never really met up at the same place, so this is going to be like a newbie welcome party. Aki lit his own after glancing at her. If time stopped, they simply stood there. Aki broke the silence with a direct question, Why didn't you let me use the sword? Himeno gave him an insane look. As she looked down, Himeno said, "You only have so much to live, Aki. Using that sword would only get you more time." Aki's eyes widened a bit more than usual, and he turned his head away from her. Himeno turned away from Aki and waved behind him, indicating that he was leaving. "I managed to make a deal with the cursed devil that would give me back all my lifespan," Aki said as she simply got out. Aki left the coast with a shell-shocked Himeno by herself, saying, "I'll see you later." When Denji wakes up, he feels a knot in his stomach. He opens his crusted eyes and blushes when he sees Kobeni's lovely face sleeping on him. When she awakens from her sleep, Denji looks at her, making them both blush. It was only 2 p.m. when she separated from Denji and entered alley, and Aki came back. "Guys, it looks like there's going to be a Division 4 newbie welcome party, so you guys need to come along," Aki said, glancing at Kobeni and the unkempt Denji behind her. As he turned to face the other people in the room, Ri, Katsuki, Shoto, and Power, Aki remarked, "I'm not going to even ask." Since it was most likely free food, we all nod. After having to dig through a devil, Aki feels and smells disgusting, so he takes that and goes into the bathroom with his clothes and towel. When he heard free food, Denji, who had just woken up, heard everything Aki said and woke up completely, as did Kobeni. Shoto smirks at the now excited pair, Katsuki tilts his head, Power looks like a drooling mess as she imagines the food, and I smile. As Denji approaches us, I simply shake my head at these ideas. Denji was coming toward us when I said, "How are you doing, Denji? Do you feel any better?" Denji expressed mild interest in the substance and said, "I'll be fine in a little." "Oh, could you make that brown stuff you guys make to get energized?" Kobeni indulges him by telling him its name, and I nod. Kobeni turned to face me and said, "It's called Kofi Denji-kun and can I have one too?" I nodded as I started to fill the teapot with hot water and set it on the stove to warm up. I pull the coffee, sugar, and cream and pour it into Denji's and Kobeni's cups, adding extra for each of them based on their preferences. As I heard the whistle of the boiled water smoke coming from the small spot that was spouting smoke, I thought, they both look like they could use 3 tablespoons, they might like it more than any normal coffee as Canon Denji didn't like cafe coffee. As I bring them both to Denji and Kobeni, I turn it down, pour the water, and mix them. I also bring some chocolate chip cookies on the side. Denji sniffs and takes a sip. "This tastes nice." As the flavors of the cookie blended together, Denji remarked as he ate one, and Kobeni did the same while letting out a sweet groan of joy. As they devoured the meal, Aki went outside and got dressed. Upon noticing the teapot and me standing next to it, he approached me, grabbed my collar in a death grip, and gave me a death glare. As I started to recall how houses operate, Aki said, "Hey asshole, you didn't need to make the water from the sink hot, did you?" Since the shower is the first priority when it comes to water, Aki got a ton of cold water during his hot shower. If you use hot water, the shower will be cold, and if you use cold water, it will be hot. As he starts to drag me across the floor, I say, "Hey, sorry. Hey guys help guys, I am begging you." They yelled, but as soon as they entered Aki's room, there was a loud banging sound. As the banging went on, they all started to perspire. 7 p.m. After recovering from the beating I had received earlier, it was pleasant and quiet to walk to the bar. The wind was the only thing that broke the stillness as people went about their daily lives. We all dressed in the standard Devil Hunter uniform that Makima had delivered to us, and we entered the bar. Himeno, Arai, and a few other men who served in Division 4 are visible. I take a seat next to Denji and Katsuki on the cushioned floor, while Shoto takes the next one with Power at his side. Since Denji was still beside Himeno, Aki decided to sit across from her. However, the kissing remark was never made here, which is good because Denji wouldn't faint from alcohol or vomiting. We sit in our regular white button-up shirt and remove the blazer. As the server brought all the food and we sat down, their conversation had already begun. Although some people missed it because it wasn't important at the time, Aki told everyone, Makima said she'll be late. As Ali places his drink order, I glance at him and then nod in agreement to help him feel better. Obtaining the drinks, and it goes without saying that the minors cannot and do not require the drinks. As one of the guys, Madoka, asks the newcomers to introduce themselves and their devil contract, everyone begins to get a little tipsy. As everyone turned to face him, Aki remarked, "That isn't necessary. Devil contracts are supposed to be a secret not shared with everyone." I was still a little sober when Himeno said, "Come on Aki, I'm sure nothing bad's going to happen." Taking this as a sign, Arai stood up to introduce himself. People were waiting, so Kobeni got up. "I'm Arai Hirakaza, I'm 20, and I have a contract with the Fox Devil," Arai said quickly as he sat back down. Kobeni sat down and said, "My name is K. Kobeni H. Higashiyama, and I'm 22, and my devil contract is a secret." Himeno said, "Hey Kobeni, you look really nice," after catching a glimpse of her getting to her feet. Chiaki, a woman with short brown hair who appeared to be in her mid-20s, seized Kobeni and gave her a bear-like hug. As Kobeni writhed in her hands, Chiaki remarked, "Hey, did you guys know that Kobeni is one out of 9 sisters?" After removing the provided hat, Kobeni remarked, "It was a hand-me-down from my sisters." I take the time to sidestep the interrogation by asking Denji to introduce himself. He looks at me, then at the others, and then he gets up, causing everyone to stop talking. "Name's Denji Bakugo and I'm 16. I think in my contract is also a secret," Denji said as he sat down. Himeno flinched and looked inside his drink to make sure he wasn't drinking alcohol, and he heard most of the new acquaintances say, "Oh my, so young." I stand up, stretch, and start introducing myself with my arms still supporting and cushioning my head. "Name's Rai Bakugo and I'm 16 and my contract are a secret," I say, gesturing for Katsuki and Shoto to proceed as I glance to the side and notice the food is about to arrive. They were as shocked by the newly disclosed ages of Katsuki and Shoto as they were when I introduced them, and they all gasped when I told them that the person was a devil hunter and only slightly older than a high school student. They both say, "Name's Katsuki Bakugo and I'm 16, name's Shoto Todoroki and I'm 15, as they take a seat, grab their chopsticks, and begin to eat the food that has just arrived. Power then follows, stabbing the chicken rather than lifting it. As the number of drinks on the table increased to accommodate each person who was allowed to have an alcoholic beverage, the eating continued and side chatter spread throughout the room. I smile when I think of the parties I used to have, where my dad and his friends would usually do this and I would play with him when he got drunk. It was funny, but sometimes he drank too much and I had to carry him to his bed. Bunch of drunk people almost feels like home. In all honesty, I never got intoxicated like that because I had a really strangely good amount of beer before I passed out, though I may or may not have had a few beers on my 16th birthday. However, I've seen those large beer tubs before and have even drank from one, and it was quite large. Shaking my head at my memories of my former life, I started to watch the various conversations in which Power boasted about having a very average IQ of 100. I simply turned to the side and laughed into my hand when that caught Power's attention, and she pointed her chopsticks accusingly at me. As I started to respond, Power said, "Is there something wrong with you, human? Are you laughing at me, the great, smart Power?" As she glared at me with a malicious intent, I provoked her by saying, "Hey, 100 isn't basically average, maybe dumber than most, isn't it?" I hear Chiaki say, "Oh then what do you got, hotshot," as she moves her head to be in view next to Power. 165, I say, turning to eat a piece of chicken, and Power lets out a startled cry. Power said, "Impossible, why you must be lying." Chiaki's shoulder gaped, as most people do, but since Katsuki, Shoto, and I all took the test and it appeared that we were on the same level of 165, it was a huge coincidence. A woman with braided red hair wearing a button-up shirt, dress pants, and trench coat entered the bar after that, and we recognized her face as she stopped at the door. She sat next to Aki, not really feeling anything as he went through the "why'd I even like Makima" moment that was in the manga as he snapped out of her control, and she started putting her coat and hat on the coat handlers. Putting more food in my mouth, I decided to drink my soda instead of tea because I liked coffee better. Makima noticed me as I gulped it down. Makima said, her face worrying, "Rai, you might want to slow down, you might choke." As I continue to sip my soda, I gaze at her. The red and yellow in her eyes truly make her attractive. I turned to face Aki, who was just speaking to Himeno, and wanted to ask him a question, but I changed my mind when he turned to Makima. After Makima finished her beer, Aki said, "Hey Makima, may I ask you a question?" Makima put the bottle down and placed an order for another. Makima looked at him and remarked, "Oh, what would that be, Aki?" Recalling the devil's eternal desire for Denji, or more commonly, chainsaw, Aki asked, why did that devil want Denji, more specifically his heart? Makima cocked her head in response. Makima raised her new bottle of beer and said, "Well, I'll tell you if you can outdrink me." Aki glanced at her and then at Denji, but as he turned to face Denji, who was speaking to a Kobeni sitting next to him in Himeno, he noticed that I was shaking my head negatively. Aki is evaluating this answer. Aki looked at his beer and said, "No, I'd rather not get blacked out drunk." He was unsure about it, but he trusted Rei's judgment. When Makima tilted her head back in Aki's direction, he resumed his conversation with Himeno. Makima then glanced at Aki's appearance and saw nothing particularly unusual going on. In an attempt to get Denji's attention, Makima said, "Hey Denji, you've been really impressive lately with the missions you've been on." Denji turned to her, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly, and she understood. Denji's attention was caught when Makima said, "Denji, would you like something in return if you manage to kill the gun devil?" Across the table, Makima interrupted Denji's thoughts, saying, "Maybe I." Makima asked Denji, Denji, are you there?" Denji looked at her and then nodded. Makima separated from Denji and leaned over the table to whisper into Denji's ear, making the scene more dramatic than if a friend had asked. "All right, then I suppose the thing I wanted you to know was if you managed to kill the gun devil I'll grant you on request with me," Makima said. Denji asked himself, why do I feel like this? I used to think that Makima was the only girl for me, but this just feels like another aspect of a job and no romance at all. This feels, as he turned to Kobeni and looked up at the ceiling light. He blushed at their closeness. All Denji could think about at the moment was, do I like this girl? Kobeni turned her head to face Denji, who gave her a charming smile. Denji's face was painted red, and he could swear his heart was beating 10 times faster than usual. It only stopped when she turned to respond to a question from Fushi. Following. As we begin to leave the bar with everyone, I notice Aki lying on his back, unconscious. As he began to make his way to Himeno's apartment, Aki declared, "Here you guys get home, I'll spend the night at Himeno's as I only brought my keys." We give Aki a head nod as he turns his back and walks away after bidding everyone farewell. Taking the hint, I turn around and head back to our house while we gaze at all the stars in the night sky, which are different from the stars in the other worlds we've been in. Taking a deep breath to calm ourselves, we navigate the neighborhoods before arriving at our single home. Kobeni had a little too much to drink and was unable to go home, so we didn't know where she lived. We escorted her by piggybacking her through a blushing Denji, who placed her in his room when we arrived. We gaze at him as I turn him away, causing him to blush once more and turn away while pouting. I turn to the others and say, okay, it's late. We should go to bed because we still have training in the morning." As soon as they realized how exhausted they were, Power collapsed onto the couch. Shoto blushes and picks her up when I gesture to him. "She's so light," Shoto thought as she made her way to Power's bedroom. Power struggled to free his hand with a death drip as he was placed in her bed, and Shoto's blushing actions were ineffective against the devil girl because of her firm hold. He closed his eyes to rest after feeling a surge of drowsiness, but he was vulnerable to Power's grapple and ended up landing next to her, where their bodies warmed each other to sleep. Kobeni began whispering something in her sleep as Denji put her in bed and changed into more comfortable clothes. He drank a bottle of water and chugged it, feeling thirsty. "No, don't get closer," Kobeni muttered as Denji lifted it from his enhanced hearing. "She must be having a nightmare. I used to have a lot of those until..." He recalled the times he experienced nightmares and that a friend or loved one, such as Pochita or Rai, helped him fight them off. After making up his mind, Denji grabbed his elbow and rubbed it in shame. "Maybe I could help her like they helped me." He then got on the bed and covered Kobeni and himself with the covers. As Kobeni embraced the now rigid Denji, who was essentially frozen, Denji whispered, "Good night." He could grow accustomed to this feeling of warmth. The morning following, when I heard a door open, it was Katsuki, who yawned in his hand, came up to me, looked at the teacup, and asked for it to go faster. I got out of bed, filled a teapot with water, and placed it on the stovetop, setting the heat to high. I perspire at the intense gaze as the teapot begins to filter out the steam. Katsuki places his mug on the table, fills it with his preferred amounts of sugar and coffee, pours water and milk, spins it, and takes a huge sip. I follow suit, but much less fiercely, and I take a much lighter sip than he does. As we hear more doors open, we see 4 people approaching us like sloths, most likely because they smelled the coffee in their rooms and wanted some. We back up while the others get coffee. I search the cabinet and discover a large pan because I wanted some eggs today. When I took the egg carton out of the refrigerator, I was met with everyone's hungry gaze. I simply passed them while sipping my coffee and waiting for the pan to heat up before adding just enough oil to cover the bottom. Breakfast was usually quiet, but today was different because I saw Denji and Shoto acting more ashamed and private than I recall before entering rooms they never left. I look at them and smile. They could only speculate as to what I meant when I said, "Congrats," and they both blushed profusely before lunging at me. Shoto and Denji both said, "That's not what happened," after I was able to fend them off for a short while before they threw me onto the couch. Power, not really understanding what they meant, just stared while Kobeni blushed and Katsuki laughed, letting out several amused puffs of air as he attempted to stop. We began our training session as soon as Aki arrived. We began questioning Aki and breaking through his persona as he began to break with the main reason, and he appeared a little weirder than usual. "When you arrived at Himeno's apartment, what did you two do?" His face would always flush at that question, but he would try to gather himself. This would happen throughout training. After that, we simply carried on with our lives, training, going on missions, and having fun with the group we had formed. This continued for about 3 months until October, at which point we began to grow stronger because we could all take a lot of physical damage and deal it out. Since he learned to fight with a tomahawk, which is a chainsaw, Denji adopted a fighting style instead of the admittedly amusing nuts or nothing, but that wouldn't really work for devils. Power became more adept at using her influence. Since Himeno stated that she wanted to be with Aki or something similar, she actually participated in the training. However, she joined us for our training, so I might have used my clones to rig her contract and fix her eye. Saying, "Thank you," was a low ball because she jumped in surprise when she saw and gave me a hug before telling Aki about it. As we all opened up about our peculiarities, Denji's past, Aki's past, Kobeni's past, and her devil contract, Kobeni joined in and, surprisingly, became even stronger herself because she had a lot of potential and her unknown devil contract was of a certain primal fear. Over the course of the 3 or so months that we were here, Katsuki, Shoto, and I discovered that our quirks grew stronger, just as our bodies did when we arrived. Katsuki performed a supernova, but it didn't feel all that different from a big explosion from the old Katsuki. We all work on something we need. These days, Shoto is more resilient to the weather and can make anything out of ice or flame, as evidenced by the ice cubes he makes for Power to eat. Himeno, Aki, Power, Denji, Shoto, Katsuki, and I slurp our ramen at a restaurant while someone next to us says something. "Why do you even like this?" asked a man in a trench coat with thick sideburns as he turned to face Denji. He glares at me as I interrupt him, saying, "Maybe you should shut up or take your sorry ass out of this place." As the sensible one, Aki tries to suggest that we leave, but Sideburns disagreed. We knew he was trying to enrage Denji when he said, "I guess that's what you expect from a lowlife's friend." Denji was able to maintain his composure and avoid becoming agitated. Looking at the photo he displayed to everyone, Sideburns remarked, "You loved him too, Denji, didn't you? He was my grandfather, he was a good man." He pointed at Denji and said, "He bought me everything I wanted." His voice grew deeper as he said, "And you took him from me." Denji kept his hysterical laughter to himself, letting the man's frustration and anger burn as he laughed and began to cry. He eyed the man after wiping away the tears with a finger. "Oh, I loved him. Dying at my feet, I wish I had it on replay. That asshole betrayed me, so I killed his sorry ass." Denki spat, recalling the repulsive period of his life when he was a member of the Mafia, Yakuza, or whoever else he was able to suck it. Exasperated, he draws his gun and shoots an unwary Denji in the shoulder as he approaches Shoto. He is stopped by Power's uppercut and Katsuki's punch, which sends him through the windows into the low plaza. As I spot a girl wearing a red jacket and black short shorts, we leap down with a freshly recovered Denji. Although we couldn't hear her, she was holding a radio and talking into it. As we prepare and take a stance, we witness the Sideburn man remove his hand and reveal a katana edge as he begins to change into what is known as Katana Man. Taking advantage of the opportunity to strike Denji in order to activate his Chainsaw Man form, he awakens and transforms into Battle Chainsaw Man and Katana Man. We all move aside when the girl makes a hand signal and a snake appears in front of us because our improved physicality made it much easier for us to do that than usual. As we draw our weapons, we notice that 2 gangsters behind her have just left the scene, most likely after eliminating one of the groups. The girl in the bright red hoodie was able to remove everything we threw at her at the expense of her finger and toenails, but the rest of us divided up and did our own thing. For example, most of us either used our devil contracts to kill the gangsters. The man he was fighting appeared to bow down and disappear as he reappeared behind Denji, blindside him. Before he could say anything, he was slashed in half. Katana Man stood triumphantly and approached Denji, who had lost his entire left arm. Denji was much more skilled in his hybrid form than Katana Man, and as he went to retrieve Denji in his blood, a woman with 2 hair clips kicked him away, making him appear smaller than the average person. After giving the Katana Man a kick, Kobeni activated her devil contract and formed a Dark Reaper similar to Scythe while confronting the now enraged Katana Man. Kobeni swipes at her adversary, assuming he is unaware of what this is. He didn't even charge yet, so he just squinted when he saw the scythe send out a wave of darkness. He dodged the blow, but as he turned to look behind him, he noticed that the once clear building had a large hole because one of those blows could kill him. As you looked deeper into the hole, you could see that the darkness was still closing in, but it appeared to be approaching at a startling rate because 3 dark Kobeni clones had emerged from the initial scythe swipe. In preparation for another battle of life and death, he simply gathers some blood from the ground and regenerates his left arm. As I catch up to the now cut Denji, I cut my hand open and give him my blood, which I use to heal him, causing his legs to grow back and his consciousness to return as he stands up. Returning to Katana Man, he was about to execute a jump slash when he was struck by a snake in midair, which caused him to fly into a building. The snake also struck Kobeni and the clones, causing them to vanish and Kobeni to launch himself into a building. The red hoodie girl, who is now seriously hurt due to her frequent use of her contract, runs, grabs the now seriously hurt Katana Man, and drags him to a passing van. She places him on the floor of the car and activates her contract once more to buy them time while we stayed to avoid getting hit. They drive off since we didn't pursue them because they are faster than us. At full speed, we can definitely outrun regular cruising cars. As we all reassemble and finally make the decision to head home for the day, we notice Kobeni beginning to cry. "Hey Kobeni, what's wrong?" Denji comforted her by giving her a hug. Kobeni wept as she remarked, "You nearly got taken and Arai got killed to save me." She had never wanted to witness a friend pass away so quickly, or for her in particular. I know she had it, but I'm not sure how. "Hey Kobeni, I was wondering how you got the Darkness Devil to make a contract with you." She simply glances at everyone and begins to describe how. A decade ago, a 10-year-old girl was fleeing her home to an unknown location because, to her, no place was better than home. Guess what everyone received on Kobeni Higashiyama's 10th birthday? Nothing. As she ran through a forest under a dark sky, she was overcome with disgusting thoughts. She saw a creature with many heads and limbs, all of which were slender but still powerful. The devil was shocked to discover a mere infant human who appeared pale and bonny running because she appeared red. She tripped as soon as she saw the frightening devil warning him of her presence, thinking he would find an adult human ready to murder them. Darkness notices something in the child and uses his abilities to read her. "Child, I won't harm a child. You need to leave this place. It's not safe here." It becomes clear from the past and present that this human child was extremely unique. Darkness said, "Get up, child, may I make you an offer?" And the cheerful girl nodded, wanting to get away. Darkness shocked the girl by saying, "May I form a contract with you?" She was aware of these since they were typically two-way trades, and she didn't want to give up anything given how little she had. Darkness pauses to gather his thoughts before continuing, "I'm not going to take anything, child." Darkness approaches Kobeni and taps her head, saying, "I want to see you achieve your potential. I once looked at someone in your position in hell and he grew up to be a devil, very strong one, but if I had helped them he would have been even stronger. That mistake I will not make with you, little one." As Kobeni lifted her head and nodded to the devil, Darkness remarked, "The contract will work like this: the more negative feelings you manage to overcome, the stronger and more power you could utilize." As he examined the child more closely, the devil appeared to smile, or, at least, you couldn't tell. "I can already tell that she will be very important in the future." Returning to the present, we all gasped at the information because we never thought that a primal fear would follow a gut instinct. It was a bit absurd, but Kobeni gained a whole new strength after conquering so many of her negative emotions, such as fear, despair, and sadness, and her contract was used much more frequently rather than as a last resort. After getting up and going home, we all just hung out and went about our daily lives until Ms. Makima called us in the following day. I was able to get a glimpse of the papers and saw that they were those of the new division members as she entered her office and began filing some reports. She then looked at the papers and placed them on the table. As we all stood there, Makima declared, we will have an investigation on the perpetrators of the horrible attack against the public safety service that took most of the devil hunters. As we were right next to each other, it went Himeno, Aki, Katsuki, Shoto, Power, Kobeni, Denji, and me at the end. As they gave me rule over the public service squad, I'm issuing more members join and the name be changed as I renamed it to Public Safety Service Division S, Makima said while perusing her newspaper. Wasn't it called Division 5? There are 4 new people here in total, but I look at Himeno, Katsuki, Shoto, and myself. We weren't supposed to be here, just being here changes things. Makima said something unexpected, interrupting my train of thought. Makima grinned and wished us luck despite saying, someone will be giving you all extra training, so be ready. My thoughts were interrupted once more when Aki grabbed a paper as we began to file out of the room, leaving Makima to finish her reports on the situation itself. I'm glad I check for things that she can control. Apparently she can hear from animals and stuff, which is why I hunt religiously for any kind of things alive around the house. Once those pests are gone, I'll have Chainsaw Man to myself. When we arrive at a cemetery, Himeno and Aki greet a man who is drinking, and we stand beside him, admiring the tombstone. Himeno said, "Hello Captain Kishibe," and the man nodded in acknowledgement and gave her a sidelong glance. However, he glanced past them and fixed the young ones with a fierce gaze. As it brought him to our attention, Kishibe said in a deep voice, "So are these the young blood I've been told they are?" He puts all of his alcohol in his canteen into his coat, puts it in his fighting stance, and stops on the passageway as he is leaving Himeno and Aki. He only said, "Show me what you got," and I leapt on him, followed by everyone else except Himeno and Aki, who were being trained by Kishibe. I throw a feint as I run to Kishibe, just in time to stop a right hand that was strong enough to send me a few feet away. Geez, if this is the strongest human in the world, then I wonder if we could get this strong, or are we somewhat there already? I thought to myself as Denji and Katsuki rushed past me, only to be beaten away after a brief standoff in which Kishibe was able to identify their weak points and take advantage of them. I reasoned, it's expected he'll pick us apart because he's been on the field for the longest and he sure has his experience. When Power launched a combined attack, Shoto and Kobeni failed miserably as Kishibe grabbed Power and blindsided him by spitting the alcohol he appeared to have consumed at her. His final words were, "Never trust a hunter kid," as he concluded with Kobeni and Shoto. I got up to rush him again, and this time I was able to hit him and force a stalemate before he could dissect me the way he had the others. As he walked past Aki and Himeno, Kishibe remarked, There aren't as small fries that I thought, but they still have things to work on. We're training until the next month every day, don't be late or you'll wish you were in hell." If he hadn't spoken yet, he would have said, "That means you as well." Himeno and Aki then went to pick up the fallen friends and members. They each say a particular word as they walk until they reach their cars. This is going to be painful. After a half-month of training, most of us were on the floor, either severely beaten or nearly dead in the case of Power and Denji. As I sat up to look around, I noticed that we were all wearing weights on our wrists and ankles like Rock Lee, imitating our movement, while Kishibe had none. He took it a step further, which was this, after we informed him on the first that we trained most days anyhow. I started to feel extremely exhausted as I struggled to stand up because there were roughly 150 pounds on each wrist and 200 on each ankle. According to his rule, you should advance to take on more weight if you were comfortable with it, and so on. Today was one of our special days of rest because, although Kishibe gave Power and Denji break time like training once or twice a week, in the original we got the exact opposite, 1 day of break instead of the 6-day break. However, training under Kishibe over the past few weeks was undoubtedly beneficial as we moved faster and hit stronger in proves as we could all punch through 3/4 of a tree opposed to Katsuki hitting through half of one. We've been training for a while, and since we know that working out harder will make us stronger, we do it for our objectives as well as for ourselves. Our only day off was the following day, so we arrived home and slept soundly. Maybe I'll be sent to another world, I wonder. I was thinking, another world, as I browsed through the social media pages on my old phone and saw my former loved ones. When I picked up my new phone from my time in my hero's world, everything was different, as one might expect 200 years in the literal future, but it's amazing how much my world still resembles the work that was done 2 centuries ago. I get to see the majority of my more recent acquaintances as well as everything I've learned from being here. I got stronger, I have more friends, I suddenly got famous and, I type quickly as I search for topics related to the previous battle in Camino, which was essentially praising us as heroes for saving All Might. In any case, most people thought we had just stopped him, but it appears that we were suspected of dying. He hasn't retired yet, and he hasn't suffered a more serious injury either. That's good if people like Shoto and Katsuki aren't in that world. They're major players in the war arc and everything beyond that really. As I continue to scroll through the recent news, I notice that the upcoming UA Culture Festival is receiving a lot of attention. It's like the first half of October, so I'm not complaining, but I thought it would have been more. That much time has passed. While our summer training trip was underway, the All for One and All Might battle took place in July. I put my phone back on the shelf beside my bed and turn it off as I get ready for the next excruciating training session. Weight training has always been difficult and always will be. Kishibe simply doesn't hold back. I swear, man is like a more fierce version of Captain America. Everyone was beaten up on the training ground once more, and although our technical fighting skills had improved, Kishibe would either improvise or just pull out something new every time we tried to counter a strike. For example, once I got into his guard, he grabbed my arm with both of his hands, and if I was weightless, I seemed to be colliding with a tree and then the floor, just like Hilp did to Loki in the Avengers movie when he grabbed my foot when I was down and threw me to another tree as if I were trash. The worst part was that after he finished, I began to spin around in the dirt, getting more dirt in my face and clothes than I wanted, and then I hit a tree that was hilariously hard as diamonds before it fell on me. Kishibe was drinking from his canteen and not giving a fuck, so I barely managed to move out of his way before turning to face him. I stopped complaining as I looked at the man in front of me because he would only make me feel worse. I felt sorry for Denji and Power, those poor bastards who died so many times. Katsuki and Shoto get up and put forth the effort I see them doing in the distance, and we all rush Kishibe with our wooden swords now that there is a stand full of them and a trash can with all the broken ones next to it. Notes: there were at least 2 trash bags containing only broken swords. I chose to ignore them as we hurried to Kishibe. Katsuki slashes at Kishibe's head, but it is deftly avoided. He swings the sword, but he ducks, leaving him insufficient time to strike back. As he clenched his fist for a counterattack, he realized he had 3 opponents. Shoto's shadow struck his hip, sending him skidding, but he was able to get up with stool and launch himself, now holding 2 swords. As he used to wield in his younger days. Denji, who was able to sneak behind Kishibe and give the old man a nut shot as we put the blades to the downed man's neck, was the only one who saved us from colliding with the 3 of us to a halt. That was cruel, Denji, I say, keeping my emotions in check because I have also been struck in a similar manner. Perhaps I will wish that on my worst adversary. Katsuki and Shoto were also with me, their faces twisted. Denji simply rejoices since this was the first time they had defeated the elderly man before a furious Kishibe sent him hurtling away with a hard kick to the nuts. Even though he didn't know some of our unique abilities, Kishibe went above and beyond to give us the torture of a lifetime by working extra hard during the training to instill in our minds that we're still semi-small fries. Nevertheless, we persisted in the training and made significant progress because we still wanted to become stronger in our regular human form. Even though the average human in this world was weaker, one could become much stronger, possibly even stronger than some strength-amplified quirks. Quanxi, an elderly woman who was also believed to be a hybrid, was regarded as the best that the human race had to offer. Even so, you wouldn't gain many advantages like fiends do in your normal human form. Aside from that, she was a devil hunter and, given how much we are all getting better, she took liberties in her day, such as creating a harem of devils and fiends to give us the opportunity to surpass Captain Kishibe and Quanxi. Since I can see that Aki did have superior strength and reaction time, it would be amazing if I could call him now and witness him engage in a standoff with the captain. Based on his future sight, it was evident that Aki could only avoid the bomb devil. However, with his current improvements, he might be able to compete directly against Rize, a skilled assassin, or bomb. By the end of the month, I think he will be on her level. If my memory serves me correctly, Rize doesn't enter the story until after Katana, so we have some time, maybe a week after the raid, until that fiasco happens, and that arc was only in universe time a week long, and the international assassins, I have no clue when they come. There is no timeline or even months mentioned except the gun devil appears at October, but it is October. We got here in August, so this universe time aligns with the My Hero 1, so one day passes here, the same happened as well. As I conclude my theory, I turn to see a car that appears to be carrying Makima. As Makima got out of the car, she glanced over and saw that most of the people were hurt on the ground, but Rai appeared to be absorbed in his own world. He was in the real world and out of his head when he approached him, tapped on his shoulder, and glanced up at him. Makima was standing close to him, and he was a respectable 5 feet 8. Makima innocently put her hands behind her and asked, "Is there anyone home?" She may be a devil, but she was definitely beautiful, and power was too. I just turn away and blush. Shoto likes her, but her. I blush and turn my head away again. I recited Kobeni's famous quote to Denji when everything went wrong, saying, "Maybe I could take her out of this path she's going on. She needs to know a perfect world doesn't exist only in your dreams." In the past, I recalled reading a fiction about Denji helping Makima and snapping her out of her reverie. It's worth a try, isn't it? Makima interrupted me once more as he walked slowly away to Denji, who was now recuperating from the nut shot. He had brought Kobeni to assist him in standing up. Himeno was assisting Aki during the training as well, and I instructed her to wear the eye patch for specific purposes. When I first told her, she shrugged, but she accepted it since she had long since gotten used to the depth perception. As Shoto assists Power, I go to assist Katsuki. We get the slightly hurt person into Aki's brand new minivan, where he takes the driver's seat and Himeno takes the passenger seat. The children always crammed themselves into the van, but we always made it. I see Makima driving as we get started, and she follows us all the way home, where we park in the driveway alongside her driver. I had an idea when I walked into the house and looked at the living room clock. It was 2 p.m., and it wasn't even close to lunchtime. Perhaps I could recreate Denji and Makima's movie night here. The bad movies were followed by the Hood movie, which was actually already released. We watched it while I also grabbed some movies from the store using my trick when no one was looking. I swiped them and gave the cashier money as I returned home in roughly 10 seconds. I declare as I make my way back inside. Since there are no objections, I raise the movies above my head and say, "Let's have a movie night." As we sit and watch the movies, I put it in the DVD player. 7 p.m. After I finished all but the last movie I had on hand, I was fortunate to get really bad movies because everyone was extremely bored and gave me a disapproving look when I put the final movie in because they either didn't want to watch another movie or just wanted to go home. Up until the samurai's reunion with his son and that embrace, the entire movie was an emotional roller coaster. Makima, in particular, was crying when she touched her face and looked around to see if anyone else had noticed her, but I quickly turned my head away from her without raising any red flags. When we finished the film, most people cheered because Aki had promised to cook them all food. Makima checked her watch, and Himeno simply gave the blushing Hayakawa a hug. I think to myself as I walk and put the movies on the shelf. "Now's the time," I said, turning to give Makima a sidelong glance as she innocently observed everything. "Hey miss, Makima, can I talk to you in private?" All I wanted was Makima's attention, and when she looked at me, I got it. Makima tilted her head and asked, Sure Raiwer, did you want to go?" She follows me as I start to head to the backyard, drawing no attention to us as we leave the house for the roomy backyard. Before turning to face Makima, I take a few steps and turn on my electricity, covering the house and the surrounding area so that it appears as an illusion barrier and they can see electric clones of Makima and me conversing. Makima spoke in a normal tone of voice, unaware that any of this was happening. In her consistently courteous tone, Makima asked, "Is there something wrong, Rai? Do you need help?" I give her a serious look and ask, "Miss Makima, why do you do what you do?" She merely gazes at me. Makima may have inferred a few reasons for his question. "What do you mean, Rai?" she asked, raising her pointer finger as though she were making a note of something. "For example, why am I a devil hunter or why I gave you all chances to be devil hunters?" I blurted out, "Why did you become a devil hunter?" As Makima gave me another look. Makima stated, "I wanted to make the world a better place, one where people don't have to live in constant fear of devils." She did not include the part about using Chainsaw Man, but this was her true objective regardless of the means. I look at her more intently than before and say, "I know who you are, Miss Makima, or should I say Control." She mostly plays nice, as she always does, giving this conversation her whole attention. Makima attempted to appear unaware, but I was able to see right through her. "Oh, what do you mean, Rai?" Makima became agitated when Denji abruptly entered the conversation and said, "I know you're lying. Tell me what you want Denji for and what is your plan, Control." She simply gave me a suspicious look before answering. Makima thought to herself as she gazed at Rai, he sees through me, I have to tell him, and if he doesn't shut his mouth, then I have to permanently. All she said was, I plan on using Chainsaw Man to make a perfect world. She likely assumed I was aware of the chainsaw's capacity to feed on devils, and people were afraid that if he ate a devil, it would cease to exist. She looks at me with a mixture of anger and a desire to remain calm. Makima, I want you to know that there is no such thing as a perfect world. The question, oh why do you think that, Rai? Was Makima's sincere attempt to quell her rage at the moment. I tell her, there is no such thing as a perfect world, only in your dreams. Her eyes enlarge as she repeats what I've said several times. She stares at her hands for a while, and even though I let my guard down, I made sure to spread my electricity all over the place in case I got into a fight that would be a real life or death situation. Makima, who is currently doubting herself, merely grits her teeth and gestures with a finger at me like a gun. She only said, bang, as my torso vanished and my limbs dropped to the ground. Though she had a hunch that this wasn't the end, she examined the man who had been the first to question her beliefs. Makima sees a fully recovered Rai standing directly in front of her, her limbs glowing yellow. Makima's cries of incredulity cut through my thoughts. If I want to finish what I wanted to say, I need to stop her from regenerating. I only use 25% of Thunder God because I need the others to protect the area around me and to protect myself in case she launches another finger attack. I cut Makima's head with an electric blade while rushing her, but she barely staggered back before the head reconnected to her body. Makima rushed in again, and as she went through the motions again, she caught me with another bang at close range, sending me skyward. Makima murmurs, bang, 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 as he is propelled all the way up until she is no longer able to see him. She turned to go inside, thinking the battle was over, but she was wrong because electricity glowed from the air as Rai rushed Makima again, powering up to 35%. At first glance, it appears that they are fighting because Kishibe's training forced him to use this small power in order to defeat Makima. Cutting off a few of her limbs again, I recall her agreement with the Prime Minister. Remembering it, I go back and reconsider my plan. If I am killed, I will be revived as a random citizen of Japan would develop a mysterious illness that is incurable that kills them the next day. I sigh at the simple error because this would have been helpful in the past, but I cover my electric sword with a more recent ore that looks like a chainsaw. I have to wait. How did Denji even beat her in the original? He used a blood chainsaw, which controls blood and stops healing. Since I didn't want to kill Makima, I control her electricity to only slow her regeneration as I rush again faster than she can react, reducing my power to 50% and making a cross slash like Denji did in the original. As I approached her, blood spurted from her mouth as she angrily spat at my shoe. Kill me. I failed. Makima sobs as if I've never seen her before, but then I focus on her more crucially. Makima is the control devil, but like power, she's more than just devil, she's Makima. She's made a new life here and had a goal that was taken away from her by this nobody. The first time she sees someone looking exhausted, Makima looks at me and says, I'm not going to kill you, so just forget it. Is that how he always looked like? Makima used to only be able to tell people by their scent when she focused her gaze on someone, in this case Rai. She was leaning against a tree large enough to support both of us on one side as we gazed up at the 9 o'clock, midnight sky when I said to her, Makima, I wanted to tell there is no such thing as a perfect world and let me tell you why. She gave me a perplexed look before giving me her candid response when I asked, you remember those movies I put on? Recalling a particular scene from the movie that she loved, Makima remarked, those first movies were terrible but the last one was amazing. She looked at me and replied, hey Makima, if you think everyone was rich and could get anything you want, would that be a fulfilling life to live? That takes away anyone's drive to do anything impactful definitely. Makima said. I ask her, why do you think Denji looks so fulfilled each time you see or in your case hear him? As she finds it difficult to respond and eventually fails to do so as I start to respond on her behalf. Denji experienced the bad, that's what made him who he is. The good you see in him is cultivated by all the bad he endured, so when he was living in a shack only being able to eat a bag of bread a month compared to this home with people that actually care about his health and existence, how does that feel to him? It should be normal for everyone but it isn't. I stop and look at her with wide eyes. I say, all I'm trying to say is if everything in life is good, how would you be able to distinguish it as good if it's your normality? Her eyes continue to show that she doesn't understand. Makima's eyes widen as she begins to piece everything together after I say, alright, sighing, there must be good to have the bad, you know what I'm saying, that last movie was a good movie no doubt, but what about the shitty movies before it made that last movie more than just a good movie, but it was cemented in your mind as a great movie based on the other movies we watched. She looks at me and begins to flush violet as I say, you cried back then when the samurai reunited with his son, is that something you want, Makima? You want someone to be there for you, to stand where you are and help you. I'll be that person, Makima. Makima had never blushed at anything before, so I decided to take a chance and give her a hug while releasing my electricity as she began to cry and heal. Makima pathetically pounded her fist on Rei's back, saying, no, let go of me. As she began to cry a little more, I told her, let it all out, Makima. I'll be the one to support you like you support the people. I know you just want to help people, but this isn't the way, Makima. Makima starts to wipe her eyes, but I stop her as I do it for her. A little while later, she spills her tears on my tracksuit. Makima looked up at Rai and began examining his face after saying, you look cuter when you're smiling and happy, you know that. Makima gave Rai one last glance and blushed a cheery red as she thought, he looks cute but also handsome, and he saved me from myself. I declare that I took the risk I saw in the Chainsaw Man fanfiction I read. I looked away in embarrassment at the entire situation and said, I love you, Makima. When Rei's face approached and he kissed her deeply and persistently on the lips while she was staring into his eyes and losing herself in the yellow they naturally radiated, Makima reddened crimson once more. With her blush still visible, Makima looked down at the ground and said, you know it's illegal to date you because you're a minor, Rai. I laugh as I pick her up and carry her like a princess. She leans on me for warmth she has never known before, blushing again. Makima's uniform was severely damaged when I looked at her. Shit, I didn't think this through, did I? Makima interrupted me as she looked at me, blushing, and then she glanced at herself. I took the hint that she was still asking out loud. She only said, Rai, could I stay with you? I didn't bring any extra clothes. I managed to slip past everyone and enter my room, where I lay Makima down on my bed before going to my closet to change out of my tattered clothes. I tried to avoid getting into a fight, so I gave Makima some extra clothes and offered my condolences for the altercation. I blushed because she was only wearing her underwear, and she just shook her head while hugging me. Makima blushes when I tell her, you really are beautiful, aren't you? When Makima and I finish getting dressed, we leave the room to find everyone still eating and seated without any suspicions. Makima made the decision to stay the night later that evening. She wanted me with her, so I complied. Makima blushed and gave me a hug while undoing her hair and letting it rest. I love you, Rai. We were next to each other because my bed wasn't very large, but that didn't matter to Makima because this was the best night's sleep of her life. I love you too, Makima, I tell her. Thinking while Makima was sound asleep, I was torn. I said, I love you, even though it was just a fleeting emotion, but it helped Makima understand who she would become. I put the alarms in my head aside as I gaze at Makima's sleeping face, which seemed even more adorable. I'll just have to learn to love you, Makima. As they say, it pays to be risky. When I wake up in the early morning, Makima is already out of bed, wearing a new uniform, and her hair has just been done. My primary goal was to assist her as much as possible, so I flirted with her while she blushed, saying, you're too quick to this, aren't you, cutie? She began to splutter herself, so I stood up and gave her a hug. We came to a topic when I released her and began dressing myself. Makima asked me inquisitively, hey Rai, what was that thing you used when we had our battle last night? I give her a quick glance before opening my mouth to explain how I was taken to one world and then another. Although she had never considered other worlds, this undoubtedly altered her perspective. Makima stated, well, we have to find the devil that did this to send you back, with a professional demeanor. I nodded, which made me reflect. I asked Makima, who looked at me with a smile and a nod, hey Makima, do you think we could make a new living in that world? You, Denji, and everyone else can have the new beginning you all need. I was brushing my teeth when Makima spoke, so I was prepared to face the world when I left the room and entered the bathroom. I love you, Rai. The electricity always has a passive regeneration, which I've noticed over the year. I've had the power because some swords that I just didn't want to waste my power on always go away in a night's sleep like no one else, so I just decided it was my quirk. I felt the lingering fatigue of last night's fall when I got to training after the night with Makima. Getting into Aki's minivan was a complete snooze fest because nobody enjoys getting repeatedly kicked in the ass, but we do it to strengthen ourselves, so it's worth it, right? Anyway, I believe so. As we got out of the car, we saw Kishibe standing in the middle of our training field, smoking a cigarette and staring up at the sky. When he saw us, he quickly took the cigarette out of his mouth and stomped on it, emitting smoke puffs. He turns around, puts a hand in his trench coat pocket, and starts to walk slowly toward us. He keeps getting faster as he speeds toward us. Following. Even though I was severely bruised, I got up and leaned on a tree trunk to support my weight as I looked around the training ground, or rather, the battlefield. Kishibe wasn't the only person there. His entire private squad, which had fought Makima, was present. They weren't as strong as Kishibe, but they were extremely well trained. With Kishibe constantly staring at us and the tight clothes limiting our movement, we got our ass handed to us. As the day was coming to an end, we were able to take down a third of the squad. If we took down one, 2 more would follow. As I walked to the car, I rested on the back seats for as long as I could until I saw everyone else get into the vehicle. When we got home and opened the door, we saw Makima cooking dinner. She was wearing an apron over her regular uniform and a chef's hat, which looked a little goofy, but she looked hard at the food as she started to pick it up. Fried chicken, and we thought, does she know we have diet? Because we didn't really hide ourselves. Makima turned to us and said, "Oh, it looks like you all have arrived." Makima squeezed her nose and began to speak, but her tone was noticeably higher than usual. "You all should get yourselves cleaned up, you're all really smelly, and your clothes need to be washed." Makima turned around and went fishing for the remaining chicken, which was beginning to turn a crispy brown, and trailed off, "It really stinks." Everyone used the communal bath to get cleaned, and it was on par with any bathhouse. There was a pleasant silence between the two sides of the bath as we relaxed and soaked ourselves in the water. The boys were all relaxing in the bathroom while the women were in another bathroom across the room. We were all thinking about something, and as I looked at everyone's faces, I noticed that they all appeared to be making odd expressions of focus. All I could think as I started to relive the events of the previous month leading up to this point was, must be thinking about something. Even after all this time, I still believe that Denji and Aki are fake, disguised clones who are just waiting to appear and say something like, "Surprise, it's your birthday." Although Himeno still needs to work on her depth perception with her old eye back, we as a group have grown from the days when Aki was able to take on opponents like Riz and was at a normal devil hunter level. Since Makima is now on our side, I don't have to worry about her raising suspicions, which was the main reason I told her not to use it. However, the list of Makima's adversaries is rather lengthy, and if the US president used 20% of all Americans for a year in order to use the gun devil, many people would be killed. What a pain, maybe he'll do it again. At night, I was lying in bed after learning over dinner that our raid would take place in a week and that we would not be training with Kishibe this week. Instead, we would be training on our own. As my thoughts drifted to Denji and Power discovering and enhancing more devil side abilities while we worked on more than enough physical body, I dreamed about our upcoming training session and additional training concepts. I woke up a little later than usual, but that could be attributed to my questions and thoughts from the previous night. I saw everyone essentially eating breakfast as we had planned. Since Aki usually wakes up before Himeno because she has to ride all the way here, just like Kobeni, I sit on the table eating the food he prepared for me while wearing my black and yellow tracksuit. Our backyard was quite large, with plenty of room and even a few trees to the father's back. It was surrounded by several fence walls that led to the backyards of other houses. Since it's the last week of October and we're getting ready for winter, the leaves have begun to fall from the tree. I have a feeling that a lot will happen in the upcoming weeks. I was walking back into the living room when Denji and Power started to think about what they wanted to work on while everyone else was inside. I tell them, Shoto, Katsuki, we're working on our quirks. At the moment, our secret was safe with everyone we knew, with the exception of Kishibe, who only needs to know. As I look at my phone, I see that Shoto's manga chapters unlock his so-called cold fire when I scroll through my original phone. This would be helpful, but I would have to demonstrate it to Shoto, so when he arrives, I intend to set an example and most likely create additional bodies because Denji and Power were both running low. Her ability to control her blood increased her overall control, causing some of the clones to freeze as she stopped their blood flow, or she could simply make them explode from the inside out or create a massive blood spike. It was gory. Over the course of the following week, we put in a lot of effort while the majority of regular people worked on their swordplay. Denji occasionally joined in, using his tomahawk to give the sword wielders a change of pace. For the most part, we only train twice a day rather than all day. I know that everyone has a life outside of training, and I know that I do too. This has become our routine because Power has been able to make the blood in people spikes during her genocide of my clones, and she wants to continue this training. Our first day was quite difficult, but it produced many results. He turned to face Shoto, who appeared to be adding more ice to the hammer to put out the fire. Shoto had an ice hammer, but he also had a layer of red on the outside. Since his body has become much stronger since the battle with All for One, Katsuki is simply testing out his quirk and its new limitations. Katsuki looks around, observing Shoto and Rai. They have things that boost their physical stats like Frozen Phoenix and Thunder God, Katsuki thought to himself. He only had explosive skin, which was useful in combat but didn't really help all the time. To get the full force of the attack, an enemy had to be in close proximity. Wait, I can use my quirk with my sweat and, everywhere on my body, Katsuki realized as he gripped his hands. How could he be so foolish when he witnessed Mina's and everyone else's training? Mina was able to use every part of her body to create acid gauntlets and boots that allowed her to fly. Perhaps he could follow suit. He didn't know how far he needed to create it, so he only sang a little of his clothes while creating a continuous explosive barrier that was only centimeters away. He made it look more like a samurai's armor, but with a different crown that had two horns, as if the hat belonged to Loki, the god of mischief. When he opened his eyes, they appeared to have been awakened because they were a brilliant yellow-orange color that sparkled brightly. There were even indications of a burst as various vibrant colors came from his armor. Everyone stopped to watch the walking spectacle, but all they saw was a flash as it shot into the air at great speed. Katsuki thought to himself, wow, I'm going at wag faster speeds. He went too fast and crashed through a wall, but he barely felt the pain as he continued. And I'm even stronger and more durable, Katsuki said, pausing to observe his surroundings. As he peered into the horizon, he noticed that he was now getting closer to a large body of water known as the ocean. Katsuki looks at a nearby sign and says, I was in Tokyo and now I'm in. He's shocked. Katsuki examines his path before beginning to develop his new method in Yokosuka. Katsuki shouted, Explosion God, drawing inspiration from his brother Rei's similar technique. The same explosive aura enveloped Katsuki's body as he shot into the afternoon sky. We see the now returning Katsuki return to the backyard, dropping whatever he was doing with his quirk, after noticing something in the air that sounded extremely loud, like explosions, coming towards us. We all just stared, but I went to look more closely because I could see that some of the clothing had been burned off in Katsuki's new transformation or technique, even though he hadn't burned everything. Overestimating himself, he takes a step and begins to lose strength, collapsing, but Aki caught him by piggybacking him because Katsuki was exhausted and had begun to doze off on Aki's shoulder. As today's training came to an end, we were all sweating at Katsuki. We worked non-stop over the next few days to help Shoto get a handle on his new cold fire. He picked up the concept rather quickly, and now he's trying to see if he can turn fire into ice instead, which would be a new challenge in and of itself. In the last week, Katsuki has been able to identify the flaw in his new Explosion God's activation time, which has allowed him to make it more comfortable and easier to use. In the past, it took around a minute to cover all of Katsuki, but he concentrated on making it both quicker and more practical. As he no longer faints, his endurance in the form increases. On the other hand, I've attempted to clean up with something, but I can't seem to replicate it or even do it anymore. When I battled Shoto, but not All for One, Speedster time was triggered out of necessity and whim. I swear to God, never mind. I put my purchase on hold for another time because, as I realized, it was the last day of training, and it was really hard to use my energy to try to recreate Speedster time because I had nothing to go by. I tried to improve my body enough to activate Speedster time, but that didn't seem to work either. People never really explained. My thoughts kept going, I'm improving my body, but how could I do it again? How did I do it the last time? Until the end of the day, I gave into my fate and entered the house feeling a little down, but I quickly changed my attitude as I sat on the couch and watched Denji and Katsuki play a game that was created about a week ago and that we haven't been able to play since training for the entire group. We mostly rested today and only did a little training to check for any serious injuries. On the day of the raid, we wake up as usual, but after going about our daily business, we notice several cars outside, including Himeno and Kobeni in one black car and a few other people in another. These people in the car are the devils and hybrids, if I recall correctly. I glance at the car next to it, but when I turn around, I see that everyone has left me behind. I quickly find a sweet spot in the now claustrophobic car without squeezing myself to death. Every turn made us want to spit our guts out, but we managed to survive and kept going. Now that we're out of the car and have had a chance to catch our breath, we're fine. We can see the next parking lot behind us as we look at the buildings ahead. As we approach the entrance, prepared for anything, we gaze upon the impending challenge. Although the enormous corporate structure we gazed at was undoubtedly intimidating, we exuded confidence. There were a lot of zombies in the parking garage beneath the building that was under report, and we all had to make our way to the elevator on the opposite side of the wall. We first notice the sheer number of zombies as we enter the enormous parking lot of one level, and then we suddenly hear a battle cry. "Zombies!" he exclaimed, emerging from the earth with a shark's head on a regular human body and beginning to eat the zombie flesh he had now acquired after completely destroying 3 of them and racing to get more. As the slaughter of the zombies started, that prompted everyone else to join in. Denji and Kobeni, who were typically grouped together, sliced through the horde of zombies as Denji's tomahawk split a zombie's torso horizontally, killing him. Kobeni, on the other hand, skillfully handled every zombie that came her way while holding a knife. She may be a scaredy cat in some circumstances, but occasionally her inner badass comes out. After stabbing a zombie in the head, Kobeni grabbed the knife and thrust it into another as they both collapsed to the ground. Kobeni then walked over them and removed the blood-stained knife from the deadman's chest before leaving. As veterans, Himeno and Aki only carry their own weapons. They both wield short swords, and one of them occasionally uses their devil contract to try to keep any potential spies from learning about it. As he cuts through each one, he keeps an eye out for any potential stragglers farther down the room. A man wearing a gas mask, resembling a poison doctor, was raising a bell while using single punches to destroy the zombies, turning them into bloody smears on the ground. As he passes the corpses, he notices a woman who appears normal. He called out to her, "Hey lady, you might want to get out of here," but she turned back to face the approaching zombies. She then leapt on the zombies' heads, growing a few more legs that separated their heads from their bodies. He placed a hand on his side and tilted his head, saying, "Oh, you're a devil too, huh?" He then looked away and saw a young boy wearing the typical uniform, with long brown hair and wings that resembled angels sticking out of his back. As he left the man's view, the boy picked up a zombie head and began to eat it. "Oh, I see. Normally, you would be scared and want to help Power when she screams, but these screams were filled with pure joy as her freshly made blood-straight sword sliced another zombie where he stood, causing it to fall into more pieces than it had originally entered. Katsuki, Shoto, and I made up the remainder of the group. Although I had no issue with it, Katsuki and Shoto primarily wanted to kill as few people as possible. As it flew to the right, I cut one, dividing the body at the waist. If you told Katsuki Bakugo that he would be killing zombies like in the movies in a few years or even a year and a half, he would have blown you up, but you never know what direction someone will go in, and Katsuki most definitely doesn't. After the slime incident, his life began to change. He developed a new mindset rather than a new level of power. He swore to stand and even surpass the towering figures of all the stronger people, so if Katsuki had to kill a few dead people, then so be it. He no longer saw himself as the top dog. New rules for a new world. As our regular squad gathered and cautiously made our way through the building in anticipation of any surprises or additional zombies, we cleared the path to the entrance, leaving all the devils who desired more. As you continued inside, the paths clearly diverged and appeared to go in different directions. One led to an elevator, while the other side was a massive set of stairs that most likely led to the outside or an emergency exit. Everyone agreed that splitting was the best course of action, and we each chose our own path. Himeno, Kobeni, and Aki. There was light shining on the other side of the enormous corridor as you walked through the lengthy set of stairs and saw the shadow of an approaching figure. Aki went through the steps prepared to confront the individual, but she stopped them by extending her hand. They were confused, but when they noticed Aki's sly smile, they retreated. The woman in the red hoodie would be Aki walking to greet this newcomer. Name: Sawatari Akane, a former civilian devil hunter, is currently employed by the gun devil, who is after Denji's heart. Even though the woman merely stands there examining Aki with lifeless eyes, he prepares for a battle by unsheathing his blade. He started to charge at Aki, taking her by surprise, but she muttered the word, "snake," as she lost some skin on her forearm. As he continued to use it as a footstool and leap higher, a giant snake tail emerged from the wall, drawing all of her attention to her next move and making it impossible for her to detect the increasingly loud and fast footsteps. When she awakens from her reverie, she sees Himeno reaching even closer to her while holding her own tanto. Himeno avoids the snake's tail from the floor that separates the two women once more as she returns her focus to Aki while he is gone. All she could say was, "Surrender," as she looked down and saw the tanto at her throat in Aki's hand. As Kobeni began to restrain and tie the girl up, she nodded as if it would be the last time she did so, confusing them with her expression of paralysis. It was easy to tie her up because she appeared to have given up and was staring off into space, losing all sense of reality, until someone spoke up to wake her up. Aki rubbed the back of his head and turned his head to the side so he wouldn't see the woman staring at him. "Here, let's take to the front. Ms. Makima will have something for her, probably," he said, but the other person wasn't as sure of his judgment and just stared at him blankly. "Right," was all Himeno said as she led the now prisoner deeper into the hallway, with Aki and Kobeni trailing beside her. Until they heard a giant tremble from above, walking quietly seemed to be the new norm. Aki asks himself, what are they doing? Just out of his line of sight, a snake head emerged from the wall. Nobody was ready for it, and it removed Akane's head completely, leaving her body to stand there for a few seconds before finally collapsing to the ground lifeless. All they could feel was shock because she was so committed to this that she allowed her devil to kill her. As the seasoned veterans that they are, Aki and Himeno concluded, that explains her expressions. Kobeni, meanwhile, simply covered her mouth with both hands to keep from screaming. With Denji, Shoto, Rai, Katsuki, and Power. I don't know the specifics, but I like the series. I'm not a weeb, that word is just embarrassing, and some people like getting called that. As we reached the elevator, we divided into two groups and wished the others luck before pressing to go up to the next level. We scaled through the building one floor at a time. According to the investigation they did, the building has 10 floors, and from what I understand, one of these floors had a buttload of zombies that were on. It's never going to be me, cough. In any case, we continued to move from floor to floor, opening on the next floor until there was a disturbance on the 7th floor. A group of zombies emerged as the door opened. As Power hastily created a throwing knife and lodged it into a deadman's skull, I couldn't help but think, how do they get so many? I mean, they turn people who can't pay off the debt, but goddamn there are so many. In response, Katsuki and Shoto follow her as they charge into the horde. Denji is getting ready to charge forward, but I stop him by placing a hand on his shoulder. He turns to face me and sees my face moving side to side as he receives the message. He presses the button again to take us up the remaining levels, reaching the 10th level, where the katana man was pointing a number of people with guns at us, or more precisely, Denji. There was an overwhelming silence. The phrase, "Nice weather we have today, don't you think?" broke the ice that had been in place since we got there. The katana man, also known as Muichiro Hamachi, was a very successful employee who worked directly under his grandfather. The mafia in particular used to deal in devils, and Denji killed them. They had a group that captured devils, and it's likely that Muichiro was on one of these missions when he was severely injured and had Katana Devil implanted as his new heart following the death of his grandfather, who was now the top man in the area. He had all the pieces he needed to plan his retaliation against Denji for killing his grandfather. They were able to obtain the guns because the government was using the Gun Devil as a ruse to put the hero of hell, also known as the Chainsaw Man or Chainsaw Devil, in control of the government. With that weapon, they can destroy anything they want, including the ideas of other nations, and subjugate them all to Japan. They even told him that if he didn't finish the job, a message would be sent to all of the most successful bounty or devil hunters out for Chainsaw Man. They also promised to ignore everything they did going forward. Muichiro responded to them right away after learning of this mail message. He was confident in the idea of providing them with more money, information, and weapons to help them get ready because, if someone died and they finished the missions, they would provide a fortune to their family. When it mattered, a well-thought-out plan was quickly dismantled. They were informed and heard that every member on the train had holes in their chest or stomach as a result of Makima, the controlled devil, unleashing the inner beast inside the beauty, which is why they were unable to kill the majority of Division 4 members and Makima. Muichiro became angry when he saw this animal, but he composed himself. Perhaps he could talk his way out of it, as he usually did, because he did have a very sweet tongue, as his grandfather used to tell him. When he gave the order for them to shoot them dead, his anger returned tenfold and was visible on his face. "Kill them," is Muichiro's angry command to his men to shoot the criminals while all the men with guns just stare at him. Man 1 began to say, but was interrupted by Rai punching him in the face. Rather than waiting, Rai actively began fighting the now vigilant crowd as they ducked bullets and leapt to their right in the hallway. I hear someone pull a trigger as I peek my head over the wall's corner and return it to the wall's protection. As I looked at Denji, who was keeping his head out of their line of sight, I noticed that my face brightened. "All right, let's try a different approach. Wait a minute, follow my lead." Normally, it would have been foolish to run down the next hallway, but by making the most of my future vision and avoiding every theme bullet in every magazine while they pause to reload, I watch from above as Denji leaps on and off my shoulders, gaining momentum before taking the lead as his transformation prompts Muichiro to remove his hand and transform as well. The Fox Devil's Paw pushed the now Katana Man out of the building by pulling the Fox Hand seal and yelling its chant, "Con." Chainsaw Man then leapt over the grunts to pursue Katana Man further. These guys have been shooting me for the last 5 seconds, and I've lost all 5 of my uses of future sight. As I hear the clicks of their guns, my thoughts race. Increasing my body size, I am able to avoid the bullets and make it appear as though it was an accident. As they were throwing their guns and emptying all of their magazines once more, they were all taking knives of various sizes out of their pockets. Some were kitchen knives, while another had a small pocket knife, so as not to hit anything. I managed to avoid the first assailant while slamming my fist into another, knocking the man out as I run to face the crowd of 8 to 10 people. I jump over a couple of thugs and kick them back, sending them crashing into opposing walls. My thoughts were interrupted by a charging man slashing with his knife over his head. "I need to hold back on these guys are just street criminals," I said. Just before the blade struck my shoulder, I grabbed his forearm, twisted his hand, and kicked him to another criminal, knocking them both out. I think to myself, half done, the others are next, as I watch all the criminals reassemble at the far end of the hallway. As we prepared for what was likely to be our final confrontation, they tried to kill me, but I managed to incapacitate us by staying rooted to the ground because the tension was so obvious that you could cut it. Having been in a direct fight with a more than dangerous situation myself, I maintained my composure, but my attackers, on the other hand, I saw them perspiring, and behind some of their facades, I saw someone having to do these things to protect their families and aren't willing to lose without a fight. I take a deep breath, exhale, and draw my sword after reevaluating the situation with what's underneath their faces. One of the men is essentially trembling in the back, and the others are clearly flinching. I confused them by aiming my blade at them and then slamming it into the ground. I said, somewhat startled, "Get out here and take your friends out of here. By this time the police shouldn't be here yet to arrest you, so get out of here." They rushed to their friends and either dragged them out of here toward the elevator behind me or piggybacked them. I only had to take a quick breath and let it out to release the tension that had been building in the air. When I sheathed my blade, I laughed. As I approached the newly mentee hole in the wall, I noticed that Denji and Katana Man are out of sight. Geez, I thought I would know everything I would need to know about clichés, but I guess I forgot this one in the recent events of my life. They might be criminals but they aren't evil, they all have reasons, be it noble or selfish, they aren't evil like Denji or even Toga for that matter. With a sigh, I say, so they still got this far in so little time. I intend to reassemble with everyone before heading out to collect Denji from his fight. Denji, you got it. Just before, Muichiro, now a Katana Man, landed on a smaller building adjacent to the main raid site, followed by a man holding a chainsaw in his hands and face. Denji shouted from the side of the rooftop he was on, "Come on, I thought that old geezer meant something to you sideburns." His mouth released a distorted grunt. Sneering at the annoying teenager who killed his grandfather, he charged at him with all of his strength, shattering the floor behind him. In response, Denji launched his own attack, first ejecting chainsaw skates from his foot to propel them faster than the Katana Man's initial charge, bringing them roughly equal. Then, with additional force from his skates, Denji broke the katana that was attached to his arm, severing it as it fell lifelessly to the ground. As he jumped back, Katana Man noticed that Denji was still moving forward and had to shift his skates by shifting his feet in order to circle back to Katana Man. As soon as Denji arrived at Katana Man's spot on the roof, he knelt down with his right katana on his left side and his face pointing down. "What are you doing?" Denji was startled to see his opponent appear behind him and vanish before his very eyes. Denji screamed, "The hell!" as the chainsaws on his arms shattered and fell to the ground. With a devilish grin, Katana Man turned around and began to laugh in a distorted voice. "Ha ha ha, give up, scum. Don't make it harder for yourself, you just lost your only weapons." Denji became enraged and began to grit his teeth when he heard his deepest voice during any transformation. Denji screamed, "I can still fight, shithead," as he swung his head at Katana Man, creating a distortion in the air that sent an air wave at Katana Man's remaining arm, Katana, as it collapsed from the attack. Anger was evident in the smoke rising from his chainsaw head as the last chainsaw continued to run faster and faster until you couldn't see the chain. After Denji's unexpected attack, he retreated and waited for Denji to charge first. "That's new," said Denji, wearing his devilish toothy smile and speaking in a distorted voice obscured by the chainsaw engine going into overdrive. Denji rushes in and raises his head to make a downward slash, but Katana Man parries it by turning his head so the blade's edge lines up with the chainsaw. However, Katana Man didn't anticipate a thrust kick, and a chainsaw ejected from his leg as his chain went faster, tearing his insides and splattering the floor. MRRGHMMRRGHMRRRRRRN. Raising his leg, he allowed the blood to spurt upward, opening his mouth, breathing in his blood, and regenerating his arms and the blood he had lost during his metamorphosis. Denji turned back into himself and approached the Katana Man, who had been rendered immobile by Denji's final blow and was nearly cut in half. It was much simpler to grab him by the left leg and drag him because he could now do so thanks to his increased stats. As he got closer to the roof's edge, he tossed the dead man's body into a trash can, which he then broke through. Come on. Denji wiped the perspiration from his brow and descended the building through the fire escape, eventually dragging Katana Man to the police-involved streets where they removed Denji's body. With Katsuki, Shoto, and Power, the process of eliminating the waves and waves of zombies had been extremely difficult because the hallways were not very wide and the Power was inhaling too much blood. Although her ability to do so had increased over the previous few months, she continued to hit it, growing larger horns on her head and becoming more aggressive. Katsuki and Shoto would be standing behind the bloodthirsty Power, guarding her rear in case any zombies thought to approach from behind. Power keeps switching weapons during battle and, to top it off, she uses the blood of the other zombies to make spikes for the others and restrict their movement. She slashes through one, splitting them from head to toe. "You all die," yells Power, who is covered in blood that stains her clothes. A few seconds later, it seemed as though a light bulb had been turned on. Her expression twisted as she realized this, but it quickly changed to one of excitement. "You worthless humans are now serving Power." Drew attention to Katsuki and Shoto while dragging all the blood off of their clothing and onto the smudged walls. As they simply stared at each other in amazement, they both asked, "What the hell? What is she doing?" She made an armor that resembled the one Katsuki used in his own experiment, covering her entire body with layers of hardened blood that were said to boost her stats. This is likely the case because she appeared stronger and faster when she rushed at the zombies again. With nothing hidden on his face, Shoto exclaimed, "Wow, she can just apply what she sees only a few times in a real battle." She was the epitome of intensity, whereas Shoto was always the more reserved one. Despite making a lot of new friends, Shoto was never able to be as gregarious as Power or even Mina. Shoto blushed at the idea, but after giving it some thought, it began to make sense. He liked these gregarious people, like Mina and Power, who showed who they were loudly and proudly without feeling ashamed. He might have been drawn to them for that reason. "Wait, I like them both," but he was interrupted. "Shoto, are you okay? You're kind of dozing off while staring at Power." Katsuki, who never holds back, chose to break up his friend's reverie by giving him a slap on the neck that was sure to cause pain. Initially irate but now more agitated, Shoto turned away from Katsuki as he began to laugh at him, drawing Power's attention after he had just finished the horde. Power appeared beside them, frightening everyone as he turned pale and leapt back, thudding into the wall. "Katsuki, what are you laughing at?" he asked. Shoto turned to look directly into the face of an untransformed Power. "Do you know why Katsuki was laughing at, or were you laughing at me?" Shoto blushed and turned his head at her first line before turning to her to stop her from lashing out at Katsuki, who was still recovering from the freight. He got up, clutching his heart to keep it from exploding. Kishibe's point of view after 20 minutes. We met up with everyone outside the building's front door to find Denji's clothes torn or covered in blood. He was doing well overall, just a little tired, but he estimated that if he was given a break, he would be fully recovered. Rai, who had blood from the basement portion of the raid but otherwise came off as one of the cleanest in his battles, met my gaze. I turned to look at Aki, Himeno, and Kobeni. They captured Sawatari, but her devil contract killed her, so we lost one of our best pieces of information, but not the only one. I take a swig of my canteen, pull out a cigarette, light it, put it in my mouth, and quickly turn my head to see the semi-naked Muichiro, who was tied, glaring at Denji, who was ignoring him because he was speaking to Aki. I mostly heard Aki complaining about Denji's appetite over them. As I exhale the smoke, I turn to hear the door open and see a spotlessly clean Power leading the pack with a victorious expression on her face, followed by Shoto and Katsuki. Howdy, I start to ask, but then it makes sense that she is controlling blood throughout. I grabbed the radio off my belt and held it up to my face. I speak into the radio, hearing the distortion as it transmits the message to Makima and her response. Oi Makima, we got them apprehended here, though the girl ended herself before we could start to question her. Buzzing the audio, I strap it back into place and gaze up at the sky. All right, I just finished up here. I'll meet you at my office for the briefing of the information I managed to get out of the higher-ups of these mafias. Makima, you used to pull people's strings. What caused you to change so drastically? I put my hand in my pocket as I get into the taxi, and the driver immediately starts driving. You can all head home. I'm going to give my briefing that should cover you from what me and Makima talked about. You guys have about 2 weeks off, so buzz off, you're not our problem. All of us, including Aki the stone face, would have been expressionless if you had witnessed us at the captain's abrupt departure. I shook my head to get over my shock and turned to face the others who were beginning to gather themselves. 2 weeks paid, let's go. I exclaim, making a fist as the others join in my celebration. All we did was get home and unwind. While everyone else was finishing dinner, I was lounging in the living room by myself and fiddling with the phone I had purchased back in the hero-infested world. Normally, I wouldn't do this because I treated it like my older phone, but this phone is literally 200 years more advanced technologically, though the age of quirks did halt some of the advancements as they were trying to adapt to it. I see a lot of settings in the Settings app that I have never seen before, like a projector on a phone. That's cool. My attention is drawn to it, so I click it and play a video from the phone while supporting it on the tenable beside the couch. As she made a deal about it attracting everyone else's attention, Power clicked play on the video and grabbed her attention. It may have internet, but it's not very good at the moment. It was the unboxing video, which I didn't watch through to the very end. It stopped loading while it was playing. I grin at it because I was so occupied with the recent events and training that I never had time to watch it. Instead, I watched it on a portable projector for class. Denji leaps from his spot and settles down next to Rai as he settles in. These were his brother's friends from the other world. One was pink, the other had a bird's head, and the third looked like a frog. He said, "Ooh, when you said everybody is different I didn't really believe you, you know," but he continued to be enthralled with the screen. Looking back at the table, I can see Shoto merely staring at Power while Katsuki turns his head in embarrassment. The latter was out of her chair, devouring her food and beverage while running to take a seat, with Shoto trailing behind. Himeno, who was a little agitated as he finished his meal and proceeded to wash the dishes that were already in the sink, simply giggled at Aki, who, being the responsible adults that they are, began to yell at Power to clean up her mess. Kobeni grinned at the group's playfulness as she finished her meal and glanced at the screen. Kobeni grinned and said, "Yeah, just a typical day at work." This was her new reality, and she no longer needed to be afraid. Her gaze instinctively went to Denji. 9 minutes prior to, Denji has been running for the past few minutes in an attempt to locate Rize, but he has never been trained to track her because devils inflict damage, and he simply follows the damage. Trying to follow the, why was there a girl with purple hair and apron crying? He sighed before moving more slowly. Since people talked a lot, it should be easier to find her. Not at all. If he had any idea, it would be very evident that some people were simply leading him in the wrong direction. After a little more running, Denji notices that the people around him are no longer staring at him strangely, instead, they are staring at him blankly and seeming like dolls. What the hell? As he moves away from the dolls, he hears the wind split apart on top of him. He leaps to avoid Quangzai's sword slash, and she instantly uses speed boost to cut off the heads of every doll nearby, giving the impression that she vanishes and then reappears with the dolls all dying around them. When Quan Chi asked Denji, "Are you Chainsaw Man?" he was taken aback by the circumstances, kicked up to his feet, and took a knife out of his pocket. Even though it was just a pocket knife, it was all he had right now. Quan Chi simply maintained his position while raising an eyebrow. She charged at him, shrugging her shoulders. As Denji recalls numerous other instances in which he had to improvise, Rei's advice to be unpredictable comes to mind. Rei stated that, being able to adapt fast is how you win a battle, strength isn't the only way to win a battle. Denji leapt over the horizontal slash to Wang Zai's abdomen while running to kill him on the sidewalk, twisting his body until her second sword skimmed him, catching her eye. A man with a deranged mohawk stabbed him in the back with a knife as he attempted to backstep, but he was able to sneak behind her and grab her sword and neck. Denji slashed at the man, pushing past the pain, but Quang Zai's blade stopped him. Denji uses his left hand to try to take the lead in his cheats after realizing he is losing, but Quan Chi cut him off. Once more, Denji cliched as he kicked off the insane man, who grunted back, and eventually left their range. Denji simply stares at the two as he backs away to the other sidewalk across the street. Reese screamed, "Denji!" in the alley behind him. Reese. Denji was able to escape his anguish, disbelief, and frustration before it turned into fear. Denji screamed, "Reese, get out of here. He couldn't be the cause of her death." As Reese ran up to Denji, who was crouching and examining his cut hand, she noticed Quan Chi staring at her in a particular way until it was lifted. Denji gave Reese a terrified look before focusing on her eyes. "You're the Soviet best assassin, aren't you?" Reese raised her gaze. According to Rei, the eyes are the windows to the soul. I didn't understand him before, but Reese's eyes showed every emotion he saw in the coffee shop, including uncertainty and a desire to protect me. Denji asks, glancing down at her shoes, "Can you help me, please?" He keeps looking at her shoes, figuring that either she helped him and they survived, or she will be a traitor to her home and country. In any case, I assume that the alternative is that they kill Denji, take Pochita, and then battle the others for Pochita. My mind is about to explode like Rei, what the devil? Riza's eyes were wide open when Denji looked at her, and she lifted his sword above her head with the intention of hitting Denji. When Denji closed his eyes, Rize was unable to complete her task and lowered it to point at Quan Chi and the man. "I'm with you, Denji, forever." She let the tears fall from her eyes as she used her right hand to grasp his cut arm while her left held the sword. Relieved, Denji opened his eyes and got to his feet, holding her hand, which he found very pleasant and warm. Rize cut a small portion of her finger to treat Denji's happy sucking, which caused her to blush a little, but she composed herself after the situation. As the limb began to grow back, Denji regeneration occurred, and they kept observing the two. Normally, Quan Chi wouldn't have taken the time to chat, but her girls were supposed to get in touch with her, but they weren't sending anything. Were they having problems, or was she just worrying? As Quan Chi heard a battle cry, he looked up to see a little girl with brown hair and red hair tied in a bun that left some hair hanging down to hit her neck. The girl threw a dagger at Quang Zai's head, which he parried with the side of the blade, and she bounced off beside Denji. In utter surprise, Denji called out her name, "Kobeni. How are you here?" Kobeni grinned at Denji and then turned to Rize, who appeared somewhat irritated. "Oh, Captain Kishibe wanted to recruit me into his division and oversee my training. He said I had a lot of potential." Rize and Kobeni looked at one another and even pointed at one another when they asked, "Who's she?" Quan Chi, who was observing, simply sneered and rushed to get their attention. The man was standing 2 meters next to her, motionless until something inside of him began to speak through him. "Lady Rize, you are a traitor." He began to change and exploded into a small typhoon, which is enormous to normal people, with a baby's face in the center, grabbing everyone's attention once more. Everyone prepared for battle, shaking off the strange transformation. Rize pulls the pin on her choker, causing her head to explode and change into a nuclear-like head. As he begins to only transform into Chainsaw Man, Denji takes the lead. While Kishibe was amusing those girls with Quan Chi, Kobeni took a second dagger from her pocket. In an odd way, she finds that holding them in a reverse grip appeals to her the most. Quan Chi cast a suspicious glance at the changed devil, but the devil chose to focus on the traitor rather than turn around. "Help me, I can't stop moving, help." There were doll-like individuals running at them from the alleyways and sides, brandishing their arms like blades. Quan Chi and Rize both called them Santa Claus, as they turned to face them. Rize blasted an approaching group with a silent explosive, but the ones behind them simply surpassed them. If they touch you, you turn into a doll. With a more distorted voice, Denji exclaimed, "Wait, are those real people? We can't just kill them." Rize was about to launch a tirade when she let her hand drop. Denji, who is preparing to flee the carnage in order to get these guys off their trail, asks, "Hey, this thing's going after you too, why not a truce?" "For now," Quan Chi said, looking at Denji with unconvincing eyes. "Never." Despite the fact that it is better to survive, Typhoon Devil pursues Denji because, as the skilled devil that he is, he could never cooperate with an adversary. Fuck's sakes. Rize blows a solid piece that lands in a dark alleyway, and Denji leaps AF Typhoon, chopping off huge chunks of his body. Kobeni does the same. While the others, including Quan Chi and Kobeni, had to leap from the sides of the buildings, he transforms the soles of his feet into chainsaws and runs up the building. Now that the Typhoon Devil is the easier target, dolls approach him and quickly cut him down. Holy shit, they were so startled by these dolls that they kept screaming and howling for help, but they knew what they could and could not do, so they leapt over each rooftop, followed by a swarm of dolls. After sprinting and leaping to another rooftop, Denji turned to face Rize and Kobeni, who appeared to be together, while Quan Chi was off on her own, doing whatever she was doing. As the majority of the dolls switched to pursuing Denji, Quan Chi scouted in an attempt to locate her nearby girls. She reached the location where Kishibe tied them up with a rope he had in his car's trunk by leaping from rooftop to rooftop and slicing the odd doll. She leapt from the higher rooftop to the one where Kishibe was, and for a brief moment, Kishibe turned to face her. Kishibe didn't have a few screws loose, would have sulked. Quan Chi glared, saying, "Hand them back, Kishibe, I'm not here to play games." He was surprised to see that Quan Chi, who was usually stoic, was not present. Instead, he displayed what appeared to be a silent rage. Kishibe took the sword from his back and said, "Move and they get it." It was a straight sword like the one he used to start Devil Hunter. You could say that training with those weak fries using wooden swords put him in the right frame of mind. He raised to the one with the eyeball and brain on display. "You choose death, I see." She gritted her teeth, her hair now hiding her brown eyes from Kishibe's view as she reached for the blackened arrow behind the eye patch. Is she one of them? As Quan Chi began to change, more of those blackened arrows appeared on her neck and what appeared to be a crossbow appeared on both of her arms. She threw it behind her, and as it sailed through the air, it went through her head. Kishibe picked up the blade and assumed a position where he was prepared to battle the devil to the death if necessary, but he didn't think he would prevail. Normal Quan Chi would probably take a lot of him to defeat, but this hybrid version is a death wish. Quan Chi charges Kishibe and runs even faster, but a blonde boy with a white lightning bolt in his hair stops him and punches him in the face. As she glanced at her new opponent, she managed to catch herself after skidding on the rooftop. A new Rai enters the fight and says, "Captain, you all right?" Everything was fine at home with Aki, Katsuki, Shoto, Himeno, Power, and Miaoi relaxing and chatting about unimportant topics until Katsuki and Shoto received a simultaneous message from Rai with the caption, "Help." Sitting up quickly, Katsuki reads the brief message, and Shoto does the same. To the surprise of everyone in the city, Katsuki yelled, "There are people pursuing Denji, and they appear to be on the opposite side of the city. Rai sent me a message." Everyone else followed him as he got up from the couch and went to get his shoes. These days, it seemed like everyone was wearing jeans and a sweatshirt or a regular t-shirt. It was a long way, and a run would be even longer, but they all saw the smoke and dust plume filling the air as they piled out of the house. Aki made the fox hand sign while saying, "Con full body," because he had a light idea in his head. A giant fox then materialized and nodded its head. As they leap on top of the devil as it gets ready to take off, some people were shocked, while others simply smiled. Full speed. The devil leaps and skips through several buildings at Aki's command, moving as quickly as it can. A group thought, aside from Powers, the glory will be mine, we're coming. Now that Denji, Rize, and Kobeni are all under one roof, we're in the center. When several dolls arrived, they had to kick them away in order to slice them, which made things worse because their cries only made things worse. Particularly after learning that devils and hybrids are not transformed into dolls, they hold the line. While Kobeni was gathering fodder, Ms. Boom Boom and Chainsaw Boy formed a small formation on either side of her. This appeared to continue until a man emerged from a doll of a large man. Having escaped Denji's slash, he repeatedly stabbed him 3 times while Denji kicked him away, realizing why he was doing it. Curse devil. His warped voice could be heard as Kobeni and Reese were being overrun, with some getting too close for comfort. "Hey you bastard, are you the guy sending these dolls at us?" he exclaimed. In the meantime, Tulka evaluated this chainsaw man, saying, "This boy has confidence, not overconfidence. He is clever and can clearly improvise on the fly, strong, fast. I would struggle getting this last nick without Master." The dark-haired woman named Master approached Tulka from the fire exit on the side, controlling all of her dolls to stop as she approached the roof and stood beside Tulka. The cautious opponents mostly remained silent when she asked, "Question, do any of you know how to make a sophisticated doll?" Tulka approached him with a straight face. She paused for a breath before saying, "Take the human, you'll turn into a doll. And only add emotions only humans have. Pity, adoration, worship, and the secret ingredient guilt," she said, placing her hands on his chest as he began to curl up and sigh without making sense. Then, as he looked into them, he became emotionless. "You failed me Tulka, but you have to take what you can take." As she said something else, Tulka mirrored, and an older man appeared to mirror but turned his hand into a blade, saying, "I offer my heart and my beloved children." In exchange, Denji, Reese, and Kobeni all assumed stances, ready to charge her. "Hell devil," only the blue-haired girl named Master said, "Except me, in response to the request, please call all living things 100 meters from my current position. To hell." After that, a devil that resembled a centaur appeared and began to teleport all living things into a black space, absorbing them all and sending them to hell. They were all in a circle when they saw each other. Kobeni changed Denji. Reese was transformed. Tulka, Aki, the Himeno, Strength, Katsuki, Shoto, the fiends apprehended, Kishibe, Rai. Quanchi was transformed. Rei's eyes widened greatly as he and a group of people were transported into a black void and went through everything he knew. Oh hell, when you die, you float in a dark, endless void, according to those who claimed nothing happens. It was like that, except that there were other people present. I should also add that not all of the teleported kids are here at the moment because I saw some of the fiends on my way here and there, and the devils weren't visible, so were the anonymous kids teleported here. We were transported to a random location that was near ours. What the hell? Denji screamed, and despite the distortion in his voice, you could still identify it as his. Where are we? Kobeni asked, her stance remaining the same while she held her daggers protectively. The others simply stood with their weapons in hand, wary of the others. Oh hell, was said by Rai, and his eyes were much wider than usual. We're going to hell. At that point, every devil or fiend glances at Rai anxiously to see if he is lying. They didn't. Being dropped in what appeared to be a typical plains, but if we looked up at the sky or the area where it should be, we saw that it was lined with doors of some sort. All of us glance around, and the majority of the fiends are frightened. While the still transformed Quanchi goes to her weeping girls, Shoto goes to power. Rai grabbed Kishibe's shoulder with his right hand as he moved his head side to side, preventing him from running over to stop her. The fiends were released when Quanchi cut the rope with her crossbow hand, but the four of them were extremely terrified. Pinxi began to cry, and the other fiends followed suit. "LL Lady QQ Quanchi permission to kill myself," she said. Quanchi assured her, "Don't worry, I'll get us out of here." Pinxi looked up at Quanchi in her hybrid form and repeated, "I'm going to lose my mind here. Is there any way to get out of here, Long Pinxi?" Quanchi remained calm. Everyone's attention was drawn to her statement that, "We're being watched," as they all looked at her to respond. "We're being watched by a dangerous devil. Far beyond here." Everybody became tense at that moment. Devils far, far more dangerous than some gun devil. The gun devil killed a lot of people in a short period of time, but there are many stronger things here. The devils with the names of the primal fears are watching us. Devils who have never experienced death before. The very instant we bring their attention to us will die. It's already over." Pinxi's shrill cries brought Himeno and Aki to their knees, and he nearly fell if he hadn't seen Himeno. He clenched his hands and looked down at them. As Katsuki saw the turn of events, he gritted his teeth and clenched his fist until his knuckles were nearly white. He looked down so that no one could see his eyes. Shoto was only able to support Power while she knelt down when she sensed the devils were around. Power turned to Shoto, who was staring at him in disbelief. Although he had not seen the gun devil, he knew that in his own world, all might or all for one, the devil might have been unstoppable. He didn't think they could defeat the gun devil, and there were stronger things. He wanted to vomit at this, but instead he stared at Power as they both stared into each other's eyes, lost in each other's presence and sensing the calm before death. When you are on the verge of death, such as when a nuclear explosion is about to occur and there is nothing you can do to stop it, you may be in the most peaceful period of your life because nothing matters at that point. Not your family, friends, or how wonderful your life may be, or how impoverished you may be, you are at peace. Shoto learned this from an interview conducted all the way back to the pre-Quirk era because Rai was interested in learning more about the pre-Quirk era. They both blushed at one another before sharing a kiss that no one dared to see because they were all hiding in their own thoughts. After a few moments of silence, Pinksy let out another scream. Oh no, one's coming. A door opened, revealing a massive, multi-headed, multi-handed devil that emerged from total darkness. When they saw this devil, people became determined. Individuals have an innate desire to survive, they will not ignore their instincts. Everyone stands, including those who have undergone transformation, though they each attempt to arouse the innate fear in a different way. Denji restarts his chainsaw so it can operate even more quickly. Rize follows Katsuki, who was also making tiny explosions with her fingertips. There was an unwritten truce between everyone, and Quanchi simply stands in front of her girls. Rising from his silence, Tulka rushes to the darkness devil and instantly has his arms severed. He kneels before the devil and stops directly in front of him. There was silence on the plains as the person hunting Denji wanted to give them to the devil of darkness. I am the doll devil, I've brought you Chainsaw's heart as per the contract. What the hell, exclaimed Denji, who was feeling quite irate himself. Please give me the power to kill Makima. Tulka is lifted off the ground and his head is grabbed by darkness. Rai backtracks and stops beside Denji while the devil's focus is divided. Denji nearly chopped Rei's head when Rai whispered, "Full power," in his ear. Denji attempted to seize the initiative, but the darkness devil turned to face us with Tulka's severed head resting on the discolored grass. Ribbit. The darkness devil stood behind them, severing everyone's arms. Quanchi was the first to react, leaping at the devil as she flipped, revealing her back to him and releasing all the arrows she had stuffed in her neck and lower back. She was cut to pieces following her unsuccessful attack, which he avoided and saw some of the others hurling at the remaining intruders. Only one person caught them all, glowing yellow as he not only regenerated everyone's arms but also Quangzai's, who leapt back and now had her arms and arrows back, after being thrown arrows that were larger than a ballista round. With electricity rushing from his eyes and 80% of his power being used, Rai rushed the devil with such incredible speed that most of the survivors couldn't see him. He got close enough to punch the devil's head just as he was backhanded away, sending him rolling away at high speeds. Rai playing bait gave Denji enough time to pull ahead with his newly regenerated arms, leaping above everyone else to attempt a downward slash and a followed shot from Quanchi. Rize then exploded from where she stood, gaining more momentum. Denji, Rize, and Quangzai's arrow was being pushed far away by an unseen force, and they all appeared to bleed a little as the darkness devil used his head and arms to pull them together. As this was taking place, as the others listened in, he turned his full attention to Katsuki, who yelled, "Aki!" for his attention. When Katsuki explained, "We need to beat this guy, do you know if the cursed devil can do something?" Everyone except Aki lit up. In all honesty, if the darkness knew what he was doing, he would be shut down right away. I need to land 4 times I impale him, it can't be me who does it, I'm too slow. There was silence while everyone tried to come up with a clever plan. Rai rushed at the darkness devil after being struck repeatedly but was continuously hit back. Why is he able to respond to me now? Rei's eyes widened as he was shot back, but he gave the other hybrids enough time to go back into action. Quanchi tried to hit his blind spots, and Denji and Rize now tried to attack him, but he somehow dodged some while just full-on redirecting the attack to hit nothing. I was at 50% when I started, and I was able to punch him at the beginning, but now I can't seem to even scratch him anymore. Was he holding back? Rising from the debris he had caused with the force of this complete beating, he took a moment to recover and catch his breath. How strong is this guy and how fast is he? I need to be faster, how can I do that? Rai searched his mind for solutions, but he was unable to come up with many. Is it my brain that prevents me from reacting quickly enough? Quickly, a memory of Aizawa-sensei discussing anatomy came to mind. I remember most of it, but this was kind of funny in a way. It was so cliched that it made me want to commit suicide, oh my god. All of the cells in our body communicate with each other. That is how we are able to do so many things in our daily lives, like eating breakfast and studying for school. In our brain and bodies, neurons communicate with each other by sending messages using a form of electricity. In neurons, this electricity is created by the flow of charged particles called ions that move across the outer membrane of the cell. The movement of ions carries an electrical wave along the length of the neuron, Aizawa stated from behind his computer. So cliché. As he powered up his entire body, Rai moved quickly. He may have used speed time before, but he simply believed it was an awakening he needed to do. In reality, though, he simply needed a fresh perspective, just like he did with everyone else, and he needed to think beyond the box he had been in when it shouldn't have been there in the first place. Now that I think about it, Flash from the comic books thinks so quickly that he doesn't slow down the world. Instead, he perceives it in slow motion because his speed is also in his brain. You are such a moron. Rai wants to put his own head on a pike, so he rushes at the devil while acting the same. However, only when he is a little bit closer does he lift his head to see the blow that is about to hit his skull. He sidesteps it and puts his hands on the devil, causing electric spikes to shoot out of him. As time passes, Rai returns, still getting hit back at everyone. As everyone stared at the darkness devil, who appeared to be unharmed as he punched Denji and Rize away and impaled Quan Chi with her own arrow, Himeno caught Rai. Shink was the only word that came out of Rai's mouth, drawing everyone's attention to himself. Shink. They all turn to face the devil when they hear a sound coming from darkness's direction and discover that he has been severely weakened by numerous electric spikes, with the light causing him more pain. Like the sports festival, I used all of my electricity in those few seconds. I can still heal myself and use about 10% of my full potential. As he launches into the devil, Himeno sees this and calls forth another ghost hand, grabbing Aki's collar. The devil, in his own situation with the hybrids recovering Denji, slashes two of Aki's arms before being shut down. Darkness was defeated and could only subdue them. He was no longer playing around. He felt two stabs on his shoulder and looked there to see Aki preparing another stab. Rize had come from his right, and he had an arrow on his left. He caught the arrow and launched it at Rize, causing her to lose momentum. He reached for it, but power stopped him. She had some of the blood from the people who had lost their arms at the start of the fight, which she used to make her blood armor and a new set of blood arms. She grabbed the arm and held it back to stop Aki. Darkness discovered more people stopping him with Katsuki in his explosion god and Shoto in his frozen phoenix armor by using the remaining arms that weren't severed. Another stab was delivered by Aki. Himeno made both of her own arms vanish as she collapsed to her knees, using a few more ghost hands to grasp two of his. The darkness devil noticed the girl's maturity and strength when Kobeni, the last person to arrive, created darkness from her own darkness by holding down the arm. "My, have you gotten stronger, Kobeni?" was said as Aki stabbed once more and darkness released his grip, blowing everyone away while flinging a piece of his flesh into Kobeni's mouth, which she swallowed. The sword was destroyed, and Aki was pushed away as he delivered his final stab. As he was raised, the curse circled darkness, but he pointed at the cursed devil and punched holes in it with another blast, removing the curse. As Makima emerged from the spider devil, she uttered the words, "Bang bang bang," while lying on the ground like a zipper. The darkness devil emerged from the door she sent him into. In order to prevent him from returning, the angel devil launched a chain, 100 years, as it shut the door and kept it locked. Rai called out to her, "Makima," as she turned to face him in such a state. "Rai," she exclaimed as she rushed over to take him in her arms, now letting go of the ghostly hand. Rai asks, "Take me to her," as Makima turns to face Himeno, who is only holding her head and torso. As Himeno emerged from unconsciousness, I placed my hand on her back and she began to glow, including her missing limbs that had grown back. She was facing the ground because she was unable to stand. When Makima notices this, she nods and approaches Tulka's corpse, placing her hand on his head. "Hell devil, bring everyone back summoned here back and I'll give you all of myself." Kobeni was behind everyone, wondering what darkness had done and what he had forced her to eat, while everyone who had been teleported initially to battle the darkness devil was teleported onto the street while all hybrids who had undergone transformation rested in their human forms. Rai, who had virtually nothing left over from the battle, healed Himeno rather than himself, which required the last of his energy to remain steady. His electricity was like his life or stamina, and he was worn out. A doll-like monster materialized in front of everyone, and the sound of someone dropping in front of them was heard. The tall, doll-like girl said, "It's nice to meet you, Makima." She said, "Santa Claus," as the doll heads that represented her feet gazed at them motionless. Santa Claus said in a distorted voice, "Oh, it's an honor to meet the first human devil hunter." Quan Chi simply glared at her, saying that she was too weak and had little blood left, perhaps enough to change her arm, but that was about it. The stardown abruptly ended with an explosion at Santa's posterior as soon as it began. There were several parked cars in the middle of the road, and a man was holding a rocket launcher. She was trapped between Kishibe's private squad and the injured, along with some other private devil hunters and fiends. As the fiends and devils going up front are unable to change themselves, she pointed to them and said, "Pests." Dolls from the building's roofs simply fall behind her as they pursue the devil hunters. The violence fiend summoned a member to remove his mask after he saw the complete herd of dolls. Recalling his orders to never remove the mask unless absolutely necessary, he approaches the violence fiend and removes it, allowing him to breathe air and reveal his 4 black eyes. 5 years is chanted by Angel as the ring on his head splits into 5 smaller rings, seemingly creating 5 daggers that float with the ring bell behind him, ready to strike any of the opposing dolls. While the majority still go for the squad, some dolls that hit the floor go for the injured, and each one of them has the right to pick up a weapon or begin making sacrifices for their devil contracts. As Santa Claus herself approaches Makima with a menacing gait, dolls are running down both sides of the street. Katsuki, Shoto, Makima, a freshly regenerated power, and Beam were all standing in front of them. Beam swam from a building and landed next to Power, who, as he ran at the dolls and gazed at the army, partially changed his head into a shark. "This is for Lord Chainsaw," he exclaims as he swims in the floor to accelerate himself. He then sinks and reappears in the horde, biting 3 before discarding them as he proceeded to chew at a few more. Power pursued Beam, creating a blood spear that pierced a doll. She then used the blood to create spikes that impaled a few more dolls, continuing to shape the blood until she reached it and shaped it herself to create brass knuckles while dodging and hurling a flurry of fists at more dolls. Riz informed Shoto and Katsuki that being touched by a doll turns them into dolls themselves. They both agreed that Makima was the only person who was truly fit to fight, and she was constantly aiming with her fingers and saying, "Bang," as more and more dolls ended up with holes in their chests. Rai wipes his mouth, coughing up a little more blood, while Aki and Himeno tend to him. Kishibe was speaking with Quan Chi and her friends, who were more static themselves, trying to protect Quan Chi. If Rai didn't know any better, Kishibe would probably ask her out again. He coughed up a little more blood and let out a laugh. "This was caused by a single blow from the darkness devil that I didn't recover from immediately. I suppose that's why it hasn't died yet. I'm getting bandages wrapped around myself, but how will I regenerate better? Usually, I do it myself or I go to Recovery Girl, which helps because my electricity charges more quickly when I heal, so the longer I'm hurt, the longer I have to wait until I can regenerate myself. Thank God I practice healing myself, or else Rai didn't want to consider the potential ulterior motive." Aki, who watched the fight without his longer sword and only with his tanto, looked through his bag. Himeno and Aki did their best to bandage him because it was mostly blunt force. If it had been a stab, they would have been in a much worse situation. While Kobeni was staring at her arm and Riz was leaning on Denji, who was also exhausted, he turned to see Denji catching his breath. "Quan Chi," was a deep voice that caught Quangzai's attention as she turned to face Kishibe, who was crouching to match her height while she sat trying to heal, surrounded by her harem to ensure her safety. Quan Chi listened intently and studied her girls, saying, "It's better if we team up against Santa Claus, and at this stage, we outnumber you here, and if you don't resist after, maybe I'll play nice." Although she may not show it, Quan Chi genuinely cares about her girlfriends and will not allow them to suffer needless harm. Even if they don't finish the mission she took on for them, it's still better to spend another day with them. Kishibe nodded and then sat down heavily, exhaling deeply as Quan Chi looked at him and said, "You've got a deal." The fiends appeared exhausted, but Quan Chi diverted their attention by giving them a hug that made them all flush. Glancing away, Kishibe rummages through every pocket of his trench coat until he locates his cigarette and lighter. He lights one and takes a puff, letting go of all the tension that has built up. Now, Santa Claus changed into a gigantic doll monster that was infused with darkness's strength and flesh. Although she was aware that devils could gain strength by consuming the flesh of more powerful devils, she found this power to be unbelievable. Despite only having had this body for 6 months, she felt stronger, faster, and more confident as she looked at her arm. As she watched her arm grow back more than most devils, she gave one of her puppets the order to slash it. This would undoubtedly help her achieve her objective. She calmly gazed at Makima while she squandered the puppets. After all, Makima is her primary objective, the chainsaw heart is merely a byproduct. She rushed at Makima, destroying some of her own puppets in the process. When Makima raised her fingers at her, she shot her, sending her flying into a nearby building and creating a crater. She recovered and leapt to a nearby roof to rescue Makima. Everyone, we have trouble, Santa Claus is on top lurking on the buildings. Makima turned to face Katsuki, who was in front of her when an opposing role appeared. He kicked them away because he didn't want to kill anything that was somewhat human. Even if Rai says we can't do anything to help, I can't kill them, Katsuki said, looking up with Shoto as they noticed smoke rising from the buildings' tops. Use them, Rai screamed as some of the blood he spat began to emerge. Confused, Shoto and Katsuki turned to face him. Both Katsuki and Shoto understood his tone and what he was saying when he said, well, the secret's basically in the grave now. They both ripped the sleeves of their spare uniform from that fateful night's battle all for one and threw away their swords. During her free fall, Santa Claus was hit by Shoto's ice-making iceberg, which caused her to lose her course and land in front of them. Katsuki ignites tiny explosions in his hands. Those who were unaware of this, such as Kishibe, Quanchi, her harem, and even Makima, simply watched. Rize was intrigued that someone else had the ability to create explosions, and it appeared to be a power other than her own devil. Rai yells, her weakness is light like dark shadow. While Katsuki gives him a sidelong glance and a nod. He then raises his hands with the dolls toward her while launching his assault. Flash grenade. Santa covered herself by grabbing two dolls in front of her, which took some of her damage as she transferred the pain to other dolls. A powerful light and a relatively low-powered explosion came from his hands, blowing any doll in the way out. She let out a growl of frustration as she ran once more, grabbing 10 doll heads and hurling them with all of her hands. Katsuki had to dodge them quickly as they whiffed over the injured heads. In order to get several fireballs to push through her arm joints as they fall to the ground lifelessly, Santa grabs another head. However, it simply returned to its original appearance. She looked at her arm and seemed to find nothing wrong with it, so she grinned. Shoto didn't do nearly enough in his attack before he heard Makima. Makima stared into Santa's eyes and her face, but she was no longer smiling. Her regeneration, you need to completely engulf her or stop her regeneration completely and then get her heart. She's still human, all we can do is incapacitating all the dolls here so she doesn't return for some time. When Santa threw more heads, Shoto thought, obliteration of all her cells like cremation or we kill her. Shoto then conjured up an ice wall, which broke through, striking him once while the others missed. He coughed spit and it struck his stomach. How can I make ice harder? How did she get past me? As Katsuki shot her, Shoto used the back of his hand to wipe his face. AP machine gun. She blocked her main body with her arms and continued running toward Katsuki, who kept shooting as she approached him quickly. Shoto extended his left hand, and his hair turned into spirals of red and white as the ice exploded. It looked different, harder, colder, and had a more noticeable blue inside from the inside. She used all of her strength to punch the ice, causing several cracks with a single blow, but she recoiled backwards and her hand went limp for a moment. She didn't prepare to switch her pain with one of her dolls because she didn't think the ice would be that hard. Shoto's eyes widened as she gave him the side eye. How did I do that? Katsuki asked, leaping over the ice and letting out a brief explosion that sent Santa crashing into a building and causing it to be cratered. Katsuki looked at him and said, Shoto, you need to burn her. I hate killing, but at this moment we have to. They both detested the idea, but they had to do it in this case, for everyone. Shoto glanced at his arm, more especially the hand where he lit his quirk. It was blue like his ice, but his fire was blue like that Dobby guy's, hot, hot. His quirk evolved as a result of his encounter with the Darkness Devil and Santa Claus. In the beginning, it was his spirit, not his body, that had been severely beaten. This was initially the result of Katana Man's initial attack. I couldn't really do anything to stop it, but innocent people died because of a specific attack on Denji alone. I felt powerless because all of my preparation and effort had been in vain, only to watch from the sidelines and cheer like Denji or Rai did at the USJ. Now that the Darkness Devil is here, I'll defend them. As Shoto ran back to crouch next to the bleeding Rai, she began to reintroduce his blood into his body, focusing on power in particular and looking back as she was able to get rid of any dolls in her path. How many more Santa sent their way was still causing problems for the Devils and Private Squad. Shoto turned back to his fire as it grew in his hand, and Power grinned at him. They both blushed. When Power turned back to face Rai, she noticed that he was grinning. Rai was surprised to see a blushing Power, so he said, "Hey, go easy on him, you know. It's not like that human," yelled Power, flustered at Rai, who feigned shock by raising his eyebrows. Power, whose face turned pale, abruptly stopped talking and said, "But I saw you guys back in hell, you guys aren't very slick, you know. Why must humans and their emotions exist and cause such issues?" Power screamed in his head. As Santa Claus leaps down the building and lands on the concrete street, which buckles and breaks beneath her feet as she looks at them before exploding at them at high speeds, Shoto and Katsuki stand next to each other, having had time to catch their breath. Was she reserving something? As she rushes toward her enemies, she smashes through all of the doll's remnants with her newly discovered strength. As he charged up his new enhanced fire, Shoto, who shocked like many others, created several ice barriers that kept her at bay. Right above her, Katsuki launched sporadic concentrated blasts that always caused some kind of harm. With her newfound momentum, she slammed a fist into a wall and punched through it, barely breaking anything. She ran faster to make an opening and continued until there was no more ice to stop her. "Hellfire! Burst!" he exclaimed, releasing a concentrated burst of blue fire that broke off into several blasts that flew at high speeds and struck her squarely in the face before they all exploded upon impact. Katsuki launched back to Shoto's side, prepared for another blow, but Shoto raised his arm to stop him, sending her hurtling through the air for a series of explosive attacks. Katsuki paused and turned to face his friend when he saw his arm. He covered his body with blue flame, and when it reached half of his body, he began to invade it with his new colder, which was packed like ice, leaving parts exposed, like his fingers, and carefully shaping his knuckles to resemble brass ones. His eyes were also emitting blue smoke, and his ice even formed a crown on top of his head where his hair flowed in a flowing blue. Shoto turned and gave him a sidelong glance, saying, "We have to engulf her and make sure nothing's left." When Katsuki nodded, Shoto scrunched his hands into his explosion god. They were both glowing and their quirk was visible to everyone who stopped to watch the spectacle, so they stood side by side, ready. As Santa Claus left the rubble, she gave her dolls instructions to pursue the glowing pair. This was her only chance to avoid being extinguished by them, and once they were dead, she could reach Makima. "She doesn't have a real way to kill me, but I do have a lot of ways." When the rushing dolls changed course to aim at the two, they were easily blasted when they got close. Although the majority of it was destroyed, the dolls' heads were still on the ground. They were so close to one another that it was almost like a bed. When her last doll was blown up, Santa grabbed a piece of debris and threw it at them as hard as she could. She also started running faster than she had ever done. She threw debris, which was dodged. Katsuki avoided her. As she fell into the bed of doll heads, he blew her up into a light-filled, relatively low-power explosion. She was bound with ice chains and collapsed to her knees, her arms being yanked apart like a prisoner. The doll heads ignited. She began to scream as her back struck the dolls on the floor, calling forth more ice to burn her. "Ha ha ha, Halloween, 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 Halloween." Her shakes changed to just her saying, "Halloween," while she was screaming normally. "Halloween," Rice said, staring at the burning corpse with a loose eyeball. Her cries were muffled by the sound of the crinkling fire, and the flaming corpse was covered with a tomb of ice. As Shoto's ice broke off his body, creating water, Katsuki and Shoto released their power, forcing him to control his body temperature. As all of the explosions on his body were drawn back inside of him, Katsuki simply allowed his focus to wane, giving his skin a little more color instead of the pale hue it had when he first discovered the ability. "Hey, we won, huh," Rice said, losing consciousness as Katsuki and Shoto focused on him. 7 p.m. Ray's point of view. "I try to move when I wake up in a dark room with only an alarm clock to keep me company, but all I do is recoil in agony. It still hurts a lot. I groaned a little as the pain hit me and I returned to my position. My door opened and light entered the hallway, accompanied by Aki, who had changed out of his uniform into more casual attire. As I stared at him, his deep voice snapped me out of my reverie. Rai, you doin' alright? No, not really, everything hurts when I try to move, I told him, being honest, and he simply grinned while slapping his teeth with the lollipops. Then don't move, he said, his smile widening at my expressionless gaze as it began to fade into little giggles, drawing attention to another person who had stopped by in the hallway. When Quan Shi stopped by the door beside Aki and turned to face her, my expression changed. She was just picking at her ear, staring at Aki and then at me. I was shocked to see her here. Kid, you got banged up pretty bad. I'd advise not moving until like midday tomorrow. Well, at least she didn't intend to murder me. However, I was surprised when she entered the room and bowed to me. A perfect 90-degree angle. She bowed to me, which surprised me once more because Japanese culture is so different from Western culture. Thank you, for helping me even if we were enemies. You saved my girls from the darkness devil. I'm in your debt. I wanted to raise my arms to make my point, but as she looked up from her bow, I let myself rest because I was experiencing a familiar pain. Hey, there's no need for you to bow, and also you don't owe anything, really, it's cool. She turned to face Aki and said, if that's what you say, then I should go then. Are you going to feed him? I will, Makima said, appearing out of nowhere and barely visible from where I was standing. Aki said, I should start making dinner, and Quan Shi followed him into the kitchen and living room, respectively. As she moved deeper into the room, Makima asked me, are you feeling better? While Makima nodded, she took advantage of the opportunity to kneel beside me and play with my hair, making me blush as I watched the looks she gave me. Yay, I'll be able to heal myself like in 2 days, my electricity charges faster when I'm better. Makima's eyes were as curious as mine as she looked directly at me and asked, can you tell me more about the place you came from? Yay, well, about 1.5 ago I was still a normal guy. The first was 16 actually, then I was transported back to when I was about 15. It was a couple of days after I turned 15 when I changed worlds. I told her this, and it was really interesting because I honestly believed that Katsuki was almost 15 when the slime incident occurred, and Midoriya was, if I'm not mistaken, about 13 at the time, and my birthday is only 2 days later, so I'm as old as him. Surprisingly, Shoto is among the youngest players in 1A, having been born in January. I give her a slow nod to prevent further pain. So you would technically be 18 now if you stayed at your original world? I ask. We kept talking about our experiences with Makima and how the government had raised her in the past, similar to Lady Nagant or what little I've seen of the anime's 6th season. I never got around to watching it, but I do hear about it on my phone even now. Dinner's ready. Aki and Makima turned, got up, and walked out of the room. Even though it's cliché to say that these guys, my brothers, and my friends make me stronger, I wonder if there is more that could happen in one person's life than mine. It can be annoying at times, but I suppose I'm also fortunate to have met them. He sounds so incredibly corny. I was kind of stuck in place for the remainder of the day because, as you can imagine, I was on bed rest until tomorrow, possibly late tomorrow. I am fortunate to be on break, though, and what a break it is. When did my life's normalcy change so drastically? I was still in a lot of pain when I woke up tomorrow, but I was able to move around with some discomfort. I went into the living room and lay on the floor, back to the floor, while I straightened my back. I believe that yesterday's last attack from the Darkness Devil caused a lot of pain. Looking back, I realized that I sleep a lot more than I usually do. Perhaps this is because I'm a lot more active now than I was 2 years ago. My dad actually lays on the floor to straighten his back after work, and that's what I'm doing now. I learned a lot from my mother and old man, and it's what keeps me alive now. Denji, Riz, and Kobeni are staring at me strangely as I pick myself up, sighing as I stretch my arms and legs in agony. They seemed to accept the response and returned their attention to the television, leaving me a little stunned. I'm not going crazy, just remembering I need to straighten my back. As Aki himself went by carrying a laundry basket of power into her room and organizing it, he went into the kitchen to have a cup of coffee. I set the teapot on the stove and watch as it slowly begins to boil. I adore these mornings because they are quiet at home and I am reminded that Riz is here. They turn their heads when I say, hey, so what's your deal? They are the only people in the room. Riz looked at me and blushed a little as she said, well, I got to know Denji when he went to a coffee shop I worked at. She concluded her final statement in a hurry, most likely to upset the status quo, saying, and then all the other things happened yesterday and so I slept here. Rize grinned and turned to face Denji, blushing slightly at his smile. Nah, it's okay with me if you're here. You know, you helped Denji when he was in trouble, and I have no doubt Denji needs more people to talk to. As I turn and hear the teapot shriek, I pick up a mug and fill it with water, coffee, and sugar, leaving just enough milk in it to keep it from getting too cold but still accomplish the task of making it a little cooler. Shoto's door opens, letting him go with power at his back, holding his arm close to her while Meowie rests on her shoulder. He blushed deeply when I said, "Good morning to you too. If you're going to do it later, you're still only 15, Shoto." Power just gave me a curious look. He yelled, Shut you up, you're not my dad." But he hardly said the last part because he wanted to fall back into a hole and perish. As I drink the last of my coffee and settle into the couch on the vacant side that looks like a bed, I laugh at his response. Everyone chuckled as I lowered my head, only to have it collide with the couch's frame as I jerked back. Hee hee, comma, why is my life this way? As my electricity charges more quickly, I am gradually healing myself. This is similar to how a regular generator won't produce as much electricity if it is overworked. By midday, I can walk and pull and push objects like a regular person, but my strength is still far from normal. Using it all would still be extremely painful. With a groan, I returned to the couch because I was, for all intents and purposes, housebound. It was safer there and better because everyone was at the store trying to help or just buy groceries. I looked at the flip phone I purchased, and it made me think of the phone my mother had when I was a child. She and my dad kept the flip phone instead of getting smartphones. I used to play on it while we were at a doctor's appointment, and I remember constantly bugging my mother about it. When you were that small, everything was so much easier back then. I can see the weather and tranquility outside through a window close to the front door, where a large number of leaves are sailing past. Yes, it's only October, but we've been here for about a month and a half, give or take a couple or more weeks, I say as I remove my hand from my chin and release a deep breath that I had been holding inadvertently. I know Makima is looking everywhere for this devil, but it might be where we came from. When will we be able to find him? Oh, I have no damn idea. I'm furiously scrunching my hair and closing my eyes. What a pain, huh? When I opened my eyes again, Makima was staring at me through the window, frightening me and causing me to recoil. Her eyes were fixed on me, and she covered her mouth to contain her laughter. I opened the door for her, who appeared to be passing by, after I had recovered from that embarrassing moment. We sat down on the couch, and I chose the exact side where she was sitting and leaning against me. "Hey Makima," I called out to her, and she turned to face me. "Why do you like me?" I never asked. Instead, I kind of pushed things on her without showing any concern for her by pretending to be in love. "You helped me," she said, glancing down at her fingers as they played with mine. She started to put her fingers and hand around mine, making my cheeks slightly flushed. "You didn't want anything in return and you taught me things as well." She blushed as her hair blocked her eyes. "You taught me about compassion, mercy, friendship, and much more, and then you forced me to learn about love." I kept eyeing her hand grabbing mine as she leaned near my ears. The way she said, "So near my ear, you made me feel this way." Shaking me, she leaned in and kissed my cheek, making it red. She couldn't see my eyes from her vantage point, so I kept my head down. "Hey, Makima," I paused, trying to think of the right words, but I kept running into blanks because I was unsure of how to react. As my hand felt an increase in force from Makima, whose eyes appeared empty, I was interrupted. "In my previous life, I had a friend who had some issues, not as many as yours, but still some." I swallowed hard, ready to die right now, thinking, she's a yandere, kill me. "Right, we're back." Aki opened the door as Katsuki proceeded to yell, taking Makima out of her phase, who released my hand and looked at everyone entering the door. "Give thanks to God." Third point of view. After Rai fainted, Rei's passed out, was the message that Aki spread to everyone, grabbing their attention. After they had both fully recovered from their fight with the Darkness Devil, Denji broke the silence by tapping Rize's shoulder. "Can we speak privately?" Rize looked down and gave a grim nod as Denji asked. Rize continued to look down as she followed Denji into an alley while everyone else except one watched the final dolls being put down, that one trailing them into the alleyway's darkness. "Is he going to kill me?" I wouldn't blame him. "Hey Rize, are you really sent to kill me?" Rize merely nodded as Denji appeared even more dejected. Denki broke the silence as he gazed down at her. Rize concluded, rubbing her left elbow with her right hand, anxious about what might happen. I was planning on making you fall for me and have you leave with me. It was my plan, but I couldn't follow my plan, she said, pausing as Denji gave her a curious look. Then, she stood erect and planted a kiss on her tiptoes, causing both of their faces to flush. They both staggered back to see Kobeni, who was following them, as the enigmatic figure in the shadows darted out of them to split them apart. Denji, you are loved. As he seemed to melt in her arms, she threw herself at him and pressed her lips to his. Rize glared at Kobeni and pushed the two away after a few seconds. Kobeni returned the glare. The two girls he liked, or thought he liked him, but Denji was shell-shocked. He kept blushing as he stared at Rize and Kobeni, who were glaring at him. I can't. Denji fell, losing the feeling in his legs for a quick moment as he sat on the floor of the alley. Both girls got out of their trance and helped Denji up to his feet. Both holding themselves under his arms as they looked at each other and looked ahead as they helped Denji regain the feeling of his legs. From a distance, you could see Denji, Rize, and Kobeni emerging from the alleyway more politely than they had previously, just the two of them glaring at one another, but now they appear to have a certain understanding of one another. Denji has helped them, and during the remainder of the conversation back at the alley, they promised to share him, which surprised Denji as well, whose eyes widened and his cheeks flushed. They both turned to him with bright smiles, and he blushed even more as he rubbed his finger on his cheek in shock at these two lovely women he loves. He blushed a little more at his thoughts as he gazed up at the sky. Hey, Ma, I hope I'm making you proud. Denji's eye watered as he gazed up at the day's clear sky. Now, Denji's perspective. I had to ask Aki to let me buy things when I opened my bag because he assumed I would spend the money on something pointless. He was absolutely correct, though, because there is one of those consoles right here. A school for heroes sounds awesome, but I wouldn't be in the same class if Rai told me so. Maybe I can get into school when or if we leave to go there. With a few games I see on TV or the ads, I don't really know. Rai and Aki try to get me to learn more than I need, but I guess they're telling me how school is, so I guess it's okay. I rushed to the TV as soon as Aki opened the door and led us all inside. I opened the bag and unpacked this Nintendo 32 game, which has been out for a year, and I had seen it in Windows when Pochita and I used to rummage around for stuff. Oh, that bonus money is really nice right now. I purchased 4 controllers and a few games. I heard Rai approach and crouch beside me, and I laughed uncontrollably at the person who attempted to force me to eat a cigar. He picked up the cables and skillfully connected them to the TV, saying, "Wow, this is pretty cool, I didn't know these were made." "How on earth did you accomplish that?" Rai just shrugged and smiled. "I'll have you know, and I'll beat your ass whenever you want. I'm quite experienced in games," he said with the biggest smug grin I've ever seen. Oh my god, I was furious. "Oh, I'll simply beat you." He plugged in the controller and sat on the couch while Makima hit up and sat next to him. I got the blue controller while he got a plain gray one, and I put in a game called Super Smash Ultra, a fighting game, hehe. I inserted the cartridge while watching Katsuki and Shoto grab a controller from the couch and start the game. Third point of view, Rize and Kobeni on either side of him were amused by both Denji's reactions in the game. Shoto, who was resting his side on the edge of the couch with power next to him, yelled out for Shoto to defeat them in Mortal Kombat. Katsuki, with Aki next to him and Himeno on Aki's side of the couch, and Rai, who was sitting normally and comfortably with Makima at his side, was very intrigued by this screen of what are actually just a series of photos. The game ended when Rai spiked Shoto down with his health at 50% as opposed to Shoto's 147%. At high speeds, Shoto's character Foxy was thrown off the screen, and Rei's Pichu, the only character left, was taunted. Denji screamed for a rematch and pointed at Rai, challenging him once more in a different game. Super Kart. First Rai. Second, Katsuki. The third shot. Fourth, Denji. Fuck. Golden Hawk 009. The game is over. First place, Katsuki. Rank second Rai. Third Shoto rank. Fourth place, Denji. You've got to be kidding me. It was already well into dinner time when Himeno and Aki took their leave and put on aprons while taking items out of their restocked refrigerator. "So what do you think we should make him, Aki?" Himeno abruptly and sensually approached Aki, even going so far as to start removing the apron when he turned and blushed noticeably in response. She smiled, and he couldn't look her in the eyes. "Maybe something basic. We are going to hit the fan at the festival tomorrow, you know," he replied. She raised 2 fingers in a peace sign and said, "Fried rice on the set." Aki turned to face her, scoffed, and grinned before beginning to work. "Hey Shoto." Rai broke the eerie silence that pervaded the mostly angry and competitive room. Shoto hummed, so as not to divert his focus from the game. "After yesterday, have you attempted to perform your quirk?" Rai glanced briefly at Shoto before turning back to the game. Shoto paused the game and gave up taking and unplugging the controller, saying, "I had really no chance to, so I might as well." "Oh okay." Rai was the only one to express his opinion. Some of them were a little perplexed by his distance, but everyone knows that he works hard for them when it comes to competition. As he reached the backyard door, Rai merely shot him a sidelong glance. He must really want to test this out. Then, as he turned back to face him on the screen, he heard Denji's cheer as his character killed his own. Power, on the other hand, simply followed him because he wanted to be with him. As Katsuki killed Denji with a grenade across the map, Denji grinned broadly and said, "Now you're losing, Rai." Katsuki simply gave us both a raspy laugh. Denji yelled, "You're fucking cheating," as he dropped the controller to the floor and pointed at Katsuki, who grinned smugly. Rai felt like laughing, but he suppressed it when he discovered the respawn Denji and killed him with a few bullets. Katsuki said, "Deal with it." As the game came to an end and the scoreboards appeared, he looked back at the screen to discover that he had died once more. First Katsuki, second Rai, third Denji. Denji stood up in exasperation and approached Rai, who was grinning. "How the hell?" he exclaimed. "How the hell are you so good at this stupid game?" Denji even reached for his shirt, but he restrained himself when Makima gave him that look. Rai gave him a fucking response when he asked, "Talent in it?" And then he let go as Riz and Kobeni embraced him from behind. They began dragging him away, and he blushed at their closeness. The way Kobeni said his name only made him want more from her. "There's no need, Denji-kun," he said, resting his head in hers while Riz held his arm tenderly. Rai simply grinned because they were fine, even though things might have started out okay. They even made a new friend. He glanced at Katsuki, who was on his phone, looking through his photos, the majority of which showed him and Ochako together or in a group setting. Katsuki grinned before turning to face his fist. He opened his fist and let out a tiny but loud blast. "Everyone, especially you, Ochako, I'll get strong enough to get home." Monday is typically, if not always, the most despised day of the week because it seems to cut off all the fun and turn it into just another dull day. Particularly following the celebrations of the previous 3 days of the week, which are technically Friday, Saturday, and Sunday of the following week, but it still stands Mondays are a buzzkill, especially for these young, mischievous tourists. Rai wakes up to sunlight, the scourge of all mildly lazy people, and rubs his eyes before sitting up and pushing all of his blankets aside. He then drags his body to sit where his feet touch the floor of his one bed. He stretches and yawns before falling back on the bed, desiring more sleep, until an unsettling number of knocks on his door disturbs his tranquility. As he slowly gets up to open the door and puts on his slippers, he discovers that Aki is waiting for him outside, fully clothed. Breakfast's ready. As he walked farther down the hallway into the other room to wake them up, he broke eye contact with Rai after delivering his message. As he heads into the living room, he glances at the wall clock and notices that it is just about 8 a.m. He let out another yawn before pulling his hand to stop it and hopefully quiet it. Food was already on the table when they entered the dining room and sat down. It was more buffet style than portions of everything. Rai started eating his share of food after grabbing a plate and nearly all of the dishes, until everyone else arrived at the table exhausted or even more so than he was. Rai's point of view. Shaking in my seat, the sun disturbed my sleep. Overall, I've been sleeping pretty late these past few days, just taking a real break like these 2 weeks were supposed to be. However, we had some hunters pursuing Denji, and since that major attack was reported the following day, who knows, there might be even more now. Even so, the reporters claimed that he had defeated Quanxi, who is well known for her strength as the first devil hunter. With a sigh, I reach for my phone and check the current news. Yesterday was the Culture Festival. Who would have imagined that there would be a parallel? It seems that Gentle Criminal turned himself in with La Brava. With the exception of the one rematch fight Midoriya had with Katsuki, nothing appears to have changed in the original Katsuki and Shoto from a larger perspective. I wonder what will happen when I get home. How could I so casually explain our disappearance? Should we lie about it? The concept of other worlds is innovative in and of itself, but there is a very high likelihood that something will go wrong for those who attempt to use that information. I wonder if I could simply run into the Speed Force like the Flash. I'm not sure if that exists here, but it's definitely not worth a shot. I've witnessed how it always goes wrong. I place my phone on the table beside my head, close my eyes, and take in the quiet of the room while taking deep breaths of the sweet air and letting them out just as deeply as I took them in. As I hear more footsteps casually strolling into the living room, I raise my head once more and stuff my mouth with more food. The individual took the vacant seat next to me, picked up their own cutlery, and began picking at the food. I turned to face Katsuki, the attacker, who appeared slightly worse from that angle but was otherwise unharmed. Then he raised an eyebrow in my direction. I sigh with exhaustion and resume shoving more food into my mouth. Oi Rai. I turn to face Katsuki, who has just finished swallowing and chewing his food. He glances at his hands before turning back to face Rai. I hummed without really knowing how to respond. We're going back to training today. I didn't really react. I just nodded silently as another voice broke through the room, but it was more of an indisputable statement than anything else. I haven't tried my new strength and its limits. That'd be good. Shoto, who emerged from general quiet. Or did my senses become blunted because I was so focused on Katsuki? I may have just gotten out of bed. Power showed up with Meowie on her shoulder and pink pajamas covered in cats. She then fell onto Shoto's lap and was petted. As the half-cold, half-hot boy strokes her head, Meowie meows with delight. Meowie, why do you like that human so much? Power sagged a little at what she said, then more when the meowing cat seemed to quickly ignore what she had said. Meowie 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 meowie. She continued to utter the name of the small cat until she stopped calling for it and sagged slightly. As all of this nonsense began, I was filling her bowl with water and cat food and setting it on a vacant spot on the table. Hey, Shoto needs to eat, so Nayako should stop playing and eat. The cafe perked up when I glanced over at the other side of the table. When Power saw this, he copied my words. Hey Nayako, come here. As the cat looked and moved from Shoto's lap to Power's, she held her arms in a welcoming gesture. Ah, do you like that, Nayako? Power appeared elated as she purred. Ha Rai, you're a genius. She gave me a thank you look, and I just gave her a clumsy smile while Power picked up Nayako and placed her next to her food, allowing her to begin eating it. Anyway, where should we train? Your guy's peculiarities have recently become much more potent, or in Shoto's case, they have been awakened to become more potent. I'm bringing this up and arguing that, given Shoto's rediscovered quirk, we need to push him to the limit and break it, which will make him and everyone else's training stronger, if you understand what I mean. I don't do that, but these days, we create a lot of noise and draw a lot of attention to ourselves, and even though our backyard is quite large, it isn't going to be enough to handle the amount of attention we get from both potential bounty hunters and civilians. I turned to face the TV screen, which Aki had turned on. He had a Denji with him, who was still rubbing his eyes from the room's sudden brightness. Currently this chainsaw man has defeated the threats of well-known bounty hunters and devil hunters Quan Chi and Santa Claus of Germany and China respectively. At the precise location where the battle took place, the news reporter spoke into her microphone. You could just make out hills of battle-related debris in the background, whether it was Typhoon Devil's remains or big pieces of missing buildings from the camera. It's just in a GOTA report that the Chainsaw Man's bounty has risen to a whopping $200 million or 28,542,500,000 yen. The news reporter grabbed her earpiece and repeated what it was saying. Yeah, we definitely need to find somewhere where we could lay low. Sometimes I would think like my old man when I raised my hand to my chin, which was my dad's thinking pose. I miss him. I wonder what he would think in this circumstance. There was now footage on TV from a street camera showing Denji changing, Riz changing, and Quan Chi changing. They were aware of Denji at the time, and it appeared that problems were getting worse now. This bomb devil working with the Chainsaw Man is to said have the same price of his old bounty 13,313,500,000.00 inches. As we heard more, Denji took out his phone and called Riz, asking her how she was doing and whether she should come over since she had to make some plans after hearing the news. Following its conclusion, the TV show changed to a different channel. Well, at least you four didn't get caught by that one stray camera, so what now then? We're almost screwed. Leaning my head slightly forward, I say, hey, wait. I wish I could just vanish. Go away. Yes, I don't have anything, and I'm not an anime character who gets shit for no apparent reason other than convenience. Staying in the city now knowing the exact location you're in heightens your probability in facing one, and at this time we can't take the chance. It's taken only 2 days for it to reach them so we could be able to escape from the city. As he turned to face everyone who wanted him to continue, Aki relayed it, but I continued to stare down. That's it, a road trip. Everyone seemed to have a light bulb in their heads at that point. Yes, perhaps we can locate a populated area where we can train while those who are not connected to us go out and purchase supplies. That being said, Oi Denji, you should probably call Kobeni. She was in that fight with you as well. She may or may not have a bounty, but she has a known connection to you, so she is a known target. Listing off my thoughts, Denji picked up his phone again and made a call while Aki remained somewhat silent. He's probably wondering what to do right now. Or Himeno, that might also be an option, but if he tells her, she'll probably want to go anyhow because that's just the way she is. I smile a little as I look at Aki, but I quickly return to my contemplative position. How many people do we need to help, really? We must hide since Riz, Denji, Kobeni, Kishibe, Quanshi, and I were identified in the video. However, I feel that Kishibe and Quanshi are not a concern for me, so it's just Denji, Riz, Kobeni, and me. That's 4, and there would likely be other people following along, such as Aki, Shoto, Power, and Himeno. Though she wasn't shown in the video, Makima is clearly helping us and is still seen as the lapdog of the Japanese government, carrying all the responsibility for leading the public safety devil hunters in Tokyo, which is said to be its new leader. That's why I didn't mention her. She also used them to assist us, or rather, me, in locating this isekai devil and assisting us in returning. A little more sighing, I notice how the others are looking at me and wonder why they think I'm the leader. Using my index finger to rub the side of my face, the video showed 4 people that we have to worry about getting targeted. We can either buy one giant vehicle holding everyone like a bus that people can sleep inside constantly, or 2 separate vehicles with 2 of the people caught in the video in separate cars. To be honest, it was the only option available to us at this point. We need to find a place that is both suitable for our training and inhabited by other people. The only way to continue earning money would be to continue hunting devils, but with all of our money combined, we might be able to afford any of the options and still have supplies. Taking that into consideration, credit and debit cards are still very similar in this day and age. Legally, we are still required to perform our duties in order for Makima, who manages them, to pay us. Could we request a pay increase? I mean, if it were a huge increase, some superiors might become suspicious, but if we ask for it, we might be able to sign Riz as well, just to have another source of income. She lives in an apartment on very little money, and it was assumed that she would only need to be here for 2 weeks at most, but that is now out of the question. Denji told me that it's better than never, so I'll have to give her a call.
So this was it for the series. I hope you enjoyed it. To watch more series like this, subscribe to my channel. Till then, bye bye.